Little Yuli next to him also scratched her head and looked at Matthew with a posture of "I don't understand, explain it to me." The shadow of destruction? The shadow of destruction? Matthew pondered deeply. Did this sentence mean that the disaster that once forced Yuli to flee would come in a similar form to the world of Ander? Even so, she wouldn't have despaired to the point of taking her own life, would she? Suddenly, a flash of lightning passed through Matthew's mind. That's right. Yuli didn't come from a doomed planet. She came from the world of Ander. Just from the original world's Ander. In that moment, Matthew had an epiphany. No wonder Yuli was so desperate. Before this, she might have thought her family died in a ruinous disaster. She had not realized that she had fled from the original universe to the mirror universe. She thought she was lucky. But she found out that she had to endure longer suffering and torment than others. Under such a massive shock to her worldview, the chaotic ether she had just suppressed began to backlash again. Her spirit must have been seriously troubled, ultimately leading to complete collapse and destruction. To be honest, not only for Yili, the protagonist of the story, but even Matthew, as a bystander, couldn't help but be deeply moved. If it was himself, learning such news under an already high-pressure environment, would he be able to hold on? Do you understand now? Can you explain it to me? Little Yili looked on with hope. Matthew instinctively wanted to conceal the truth, but for some reason, under the little girl's expectant gaze, he relayed all his speculations about the story. After finishing, Matthew asked, "Are you okay?" He thought she would be quite affected. Who knew that little Yuli would shrug it off indifferently? "I'm fine. The story seems pretty interesting. Why did she want to end her life?" Matthew was at a loss for words. Little Yuli spoke in a light and lively tone, as if not even the sky falling down could trouble her. This optimistic mood further affected Matthew. He suddenly also felt that it might not be such a big deal. This is just one of the reasons that prompted her to end her life. Matthew explained cautiously. Often, when people make an extreme decision, it's not due to a single factor, but rather a result of irrational choices made under the combined effects of many overwhelming pressures. Little Yuli nodded as if she understood, but not quite. A few seconds later, she suddenly asked with some concern, "Should I be showing more sorrow?" Matthew was surprised. Little Yili seemed to be talking to herself. "After all, this is the story of my branded predecessor. I should feel some level of empathy, right? But I can't feel sorrowful. I was born lacking empathy and I'm slow with emotions. My mother says it's a good thing, indicating I have the potential to become a great spellcaster. But my father is very worried about it. I don't know who is right, but I don't want to make my father worry." Perhaps because they had become more familiar, little Yili was no longer as shy as before. She chattered away to Matthew about many of her innermost thoughts. Ultimately, when she ended her life, she also stripped away the pain, vulnerability, collapse, and her own branding. Without the pain, there would be no new branding. From this perspective, I should probably be thankful for the pain, otherwise, I might not exist. Is it wrong for me to think this way? Actually, I'm very grateful to my predecessor. Though my strength isn't that great yet, far from worthy. Chapter 1842, 511 Magic Spring Water and Divine Contract _3. Chapter 1842, 511 Magic Spring Water and Divine Contract _3. But if one day, if I reached a position similar to hers and needed to endure all this pain and trial, I feel I could do better than her. Definitely. Feeling the confidence and vitality emanating from the little girl, Matthew even had the illusion that he had grown old. Yes. He didn't know when it started. But his feelings towards the world had become more of awe than confidence. This, of course, was a sign of maturity and a necessary path of growth. But occasionally, he still envied the vigor of the youth. Perhaps? Confidence and vigor. were the greatest weapons that young people had against the immortals and even against the entire malicious world. Matthew learned a lot from the small Yili. The two chatted idly for a while. Eventually, little Yili only took the picture book. She voluntarily gave all the other items to Matthew. Obviously, the young girl was confident, but not without moderation. She was well aware of the suffering she would endure without Matthew and understood who had brought her to such a wondrous place. The picture book held only sentimental value. But the rest of the items clearly had other uses. She would not and could not dispute with Matthew over them. Matthew took all these to heart and, apart from being impressed by little Yili's precocity, he unreservedly scanned the remaining 3 items. Unfortunately, no matter the method Matthew used to identify them, the data column only showed a series of question marks. These are the private items of the goddess of magic, Yili. But they are sealed by encrypted spells. Let's take them back to Lost Paradise and see if the Sword of Slaughter can break the seal. Amidst these thoughts, Matthew collected the golden scissors, the black wooden box, and the intricate blackline map. In the end, Matthew did not forget to take the workbench that seemed to have been manually crafted by Yili behind the door of ether. So, this is the origin of all ether in the multiverse? Little Yili curiously examined while leaning over the blue magic spring water. Matthew nodded slightly. He bent down to scoop up some spring water to drink. It was refreshing and tasted quite good. However, the greater feedback was still to come. In the data column, hint, you have consumed water from the magic source spring. Your mana has greatly increased. For the next 10 years, you will receive double XP in any activity or domain related to spellcasting. My mana has doubled. And double experience? Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He eagerly scooped up more magic source spring water to drink, but found that the water, as soon as it touched his lips, started trickling down his chin. Can each person only drink this much? A realization dawned on Matthew. A fleeting regret passed through his mind. He told himself to be content. This was already an incredibly remarkable adventure. You can drink a bit, Matthew said to the eager little Yili beside him. The latter immediately buried her head into the spring water. Matthew saw this and could not help but laugh. Then he shifted his focus to the crown atop the dead tree. The data column indicated. That was the long-coveted aspect secret. The aspect secret was hidden behind the door of ether. Is this related to Yili? Or is it just a coincidence? Matthew tried to touch the crown on the tree. But the next moment, a strong paralyzing sensation hit him. And he fell directly to the ground. At the same time, streams of information flooded into Matthew's mind. The crown was indeed the aspect secret, to be exact, it was both the aspect secret and the ether secret. Originally, there should have been 7 great secrets in the multiverse, where aspect and ether were parallel. But due to various reasons, the world of Ander was inherently deficient. This had caused the ultimate powers, the secrets, of ether and aspect to merge, only appearing alternately in different ages. In the age that ether's secret appears, spellcasters rule supreme, and close combat professionals are long suppressed. While the aspect secret only emerges as ether gradually dries up and spellcasters decline. Matthew was now unable to obtain the aspect secret. The reason was that the ether levels in the multiverse had just passed the peak of prosperity and declined. It was far from the time when ether would dry up. According to the knowledge appearing in Matthew's mind, only when the magic source spring dries up will the aspect secret be mastered by someone. At that time, the multiverse will enter the end era for spellcasters, while other professionals mastering the power of the aspect will gradually emerge. This was a cycle. It was also a law. Moreover, Matthew vaguely deciphered that the power of aspect might very well be the key element for giant beasts to take off. Using magic in the era of aspect is extremely difficult, but it doesn't mean magic disappears. Perhaps spellcasters who grew up in such circumstances are more powerful? Matthew slowly got up from the ground while calming his mind. These massive changes often accompany long periods. He was not too worried. But he did feel a bit regretful. If I could obtain the aspect secret now, the battle in 3 months would have almost a 100% chance of victory. While thinking, Matthew suddenly noticed that the place which had given him a great paralyzing sensation, specifically his left arm and the outer part of his right leg, had started to show some pale gold particles. Matthew was not unfamiliar with the aura of those particles. They are the same as the ones old Ty emitted before. Chapter 1843, 511 Magic Spring Water and Divine Contract _4. Chapter 1843, 511 Magic Spring Water and Divine Contract _4. It's the purest power of the aspect. Matthew was both shocked and elated. The data column showed. Hint, you have acquired a certain amount of the power of the aspect. With these powers of the aspect, you can simply achieve movement, charges, splitting, destruction, and other actions. Warning. You must not use any spells for 30 minutes before and after using the power of the aspect, and you must eliminate as much magic power as possible from your body, or else the power of the aspect may become ineffective. The power of the aspect is a good thing. Even if I don't use it myself, giving it to my melee subordinates is a tremendous wealth. To be safe, Matthew put the power of the aspect into an energy bottle and then stored the bottle in the secret storage of Lost Paradise. Afterward, Matthew came to the side of the tree stump and placed the ether ring in his palm. The data column displayed. This mystical item only had one attribute. The power of the spells of legendary and higher levels cast by the wearer will be greatly enhanced. As for how much the enhancement would be, the attributes section did not specify. Matthew was unable to perceive it either. He planned to wear it and try it in the future. After all, it was a treasure placed behind the door of ether. Even a little enhancement is good. Having finished all this, Matthew turned around and was startled to see. Little Goddess of Magic was still eagerly drinking water from the magic spring. Are you okay? Matthew gently grasped her shoulder. Her little face was wet, along with her collar and the clothes on her shoulders. She gazed blankly at Matthew. It's fine. The spring water is so delicious. Every time I drink some, I can feel my mana getting stronger. Do you want to drink more? Matthew showed a hint of surprise. Was my posture wrong? So he imitated the Goddess of Magic's movements and tried to keep drinking. An embarrassing scene unfolded. The magic spring water just flowed down his chin and didn't enter his stomach. In contrast, Little Goddess of Magic. Every mouthful of spring water she drank went into her plump belly. Matthew could also feel that. The magic spring water indeed transformed into a growing mana inside her. Compared to before, the mana of Goddess of Magic had grown more than tenfold. Even though she did not start with as high a base as Matthew, the rate of increase was still terrifying. Does the magic spring water also discriminate? Matthew was puzzled. He defiantly tried to take some magic spring water away in a bottle. Again, he failed. Fortunately, after a while, Little Goddess of Magic rubbed her plump belly and said contentedly, I'm full. Even though he was somewhat jealous, Matthew couldn't help but suggest, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, can you drink a bit more? Little Goddess of Magic shook her head. I can't drink any more. Really, I can't. Can I take some with me in a bottle? Matthew shrugged. I just tried, and the answer is no. Little Goddess of Magic looked disappointed. It was at this moment Matthew suddenly had an idea. He took out several bottles from his pack and passed them over. Why don't you give it a try? Goddess of Magic didn't waste words, taking the bottles and going to fill them, and the double standard scene occurred again. She successfully filled one of the bottles with magic spring water. Goodness gracious! Does this magic spring water also recognize its master? Matthew was initially a bit disgruntled. But then he broke into a big smile. He passed her all the bottles he could find in his pack. "Come on, put them all in, and we'll split it evenly after we take it out." Eventually, little goddess of magic successfully filled over 20 empty bottles. After that, the magic spring water could no longer be captured. Clearly, even a master-recognized entity couldn't take unlimited resources from this place. Matthew and his companion explored the cramped space once more. After finding nothing else, they timed their return to their respective squares. Perhaps because of the exploration of the Door of Ether, there wasn't much time or resources left. Before Matthew could finalize his last signature spell and complete the training, he was teleported to the teleportation array outside the stone walls. After confirming with the staff on duty, exactly half a month had passed in the material world. Hibbert and Vivian had already left, and little goddess of magic seemed to need more time before emerging. So Matthew sent a message to the couple via the guilds of spells, and after slipping some benefits to the staff, he urged them to keep an eye on the goddess of magic's condition. Having done all this, he left the arcane castle feeling refreshed and clear-headed. Although my level has not increased, I am unquestionably several times stronger than before. It's time to catch up with some old friends. After all, the more people involved in a planetary defense war, the better. This will affect the overall luck. Lost in thought, Matthew quickly returned to the Rolling Stone Kingdom. After a discussion with Patton, Mr. Zeller, and others, he went back to the cemetery to prepare. Matthew planned to strike at the Demoness of Desire ahead of time. The outcome on the front lines often merely shows the end result of the battle. But the real scales of war are actually tipped before the fighting even begins. She won't expect that I would launch a surprise attack on Purgatory at this time. Matthew's thinking was lucid. He intended to take advantage of Glacia's moment of carelessness, retrieve Reeker's soul, and then wreak as much havoc as possible on the Infinite Secret Cave. If he could manage to eliminate the Demoness of Desire in one fell swoop, that would be the icing on the cake. However, just as he was formulating his plan, Housekeeper Ollie suddenly came with a message. "Master, there's a legendary stealth artist outside the cemetery who wishes to see you." Matthew didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. "Legendary stealth artist? Who?" Ollie replied. "He claims his name is Shanair. He's covered in bloodstains and looks quite disheveled, as if someone is chasing him." Matthew felt a stir in his heart. "I'll go take a look." Beneath the cemetery, on a vast plain, Shanair stood near a thicket, clad in black and smeared with blood. Exhaustion and weariness were etched on his face while he clutched a dagger firmly. When Matthew appeared, Shanair's body trembled slightly, a sign of an instinctive stress reaction. Clearly, he was in a highly strung state. They had barely met. And before Matthew could even offer a greeting, Shanair said, with a look of disappointment, "Why aren't you legendary yet?" Matthew was taken aback, then laughed. "Is being legendary that important?" Shanair's expression darkened. "Of course it's important." He appeared to be contemplating something. Matthew calmly stated, "That's just what you think." Seeing Matthew's confidence and composure, Shanair frowned slightly and after a few seconds, as if having made some sort of decision, asked abruptly, "Is the divine contract we signed before still valid?" Matthew's eyes narrowed. "You've run into trouble?" Shanair gasped hastily. "I just want to ask, does what you said back then still count? Don't forget, I even gave you a divine artifact level treasure." Matthew looked into his anxious eyes and said leisurely, "Of course it's void. Lost Paradise has been blown up, where would I get a subordinate god?" Shanair's face collapsed instantly. At that moment, the thicket at his feet suddenly twitched. Then, a sinister figure leaped out. The figure held a sharp weapon and aimed a thrust at Shanair's lower back. Chapter 1844, 512 10-Day Manhunt and Legendary Trial. Chapter 1844, 512 10-day manhunt and legendary trial. The assassin moved like lightning, surged like a dragon, and his straightforward stab seemed ordinary, but it actually blocked all of Shanair's escape space. At that moment, Shanair could either use his compulsory movement skills or attempt to block the attack filled with the power of dark erosion. At the critical moment, Shanair's shadow twisted violently, and his dagger also swung toward the attacker's weapon. He seemed to want to parry. However, the expected sound of blades clashing did not occur. At that time, a grubby claw suddenly emerged from the mud behind Shanair's heels. The claw appeared after the shadow, but its speed was even faster than that of the shadow assassin. Bang! Death's touch mercilessly seized the entire body of the shadow. Then Matthew snapped his fingers lightly. The shadow assassin struggled and howled as it dissipated into smoke. Seeing this, Shanair sighed in relief. "Thank you," he said. Matthew waved his hand to withdraw Death's touch. His expression remained indifferent, but a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. "Creature from the shadow plane. Which shadow lord have you offended? Being hunted down so desperately, it couldn't be Galen, could it?" Shanair's face looked uneasy. "More than just offending. Jasalovan and Galen have conspired together, they joined hands to betray me. Plus, due to some additional conflict, Galen went so far as to issue a 10-day kill order against me." 10-day kill order? Matthew's eyebrows twitched. That was the highest level of bounty in the shadow plane. The so-called 10-day kill did not refer to the specific number of days of hunting. It meant that the shadow creatures would launch at least 10 waves of assassination attempts. The intensity of each wave was stronger than the last. It was said in Ainder's history, the most any legendary warrior had resisted was 9 waves, but he died under the assassination of the 10th wave. Therefore, the alias for the 10-day kill order was created, indicating at most 10 waves, the one wanted was undoubtedly doomed. 10-day kill would significantly exhaust a Shadow Lord's reputation and resources in this plane. "What exactly did you do?" Matthew eyed Shanair coldly. "Galen has never been reckless." Shanair did not answer directly. "I know some secrets about Jasalovan and Galen. His intent to kill me is likely to silence me." Matthew snorted. "Such vague words, better not bring them in front of me to bluff. Moreover, as you can see, I'm just a small mage not yet legendary. I have no intention of getting involved in your legendary infighting. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Shanair gritted his teeth. "I indeed can't directly reveal that secret right now. But I promise, I can tell you soon. That is, if I survive this 10-day kill order. I know that Lost Paradise isn't so easily destroyed. I believe that artifact is likely in your hands. I'm willing to remain your subordinate god. Just acknowledge that our previously signed divine contract is still valid, and let me hide in Lost Paradise to avoid the nastiest waves of the 10-day kill, and once the storm has temporarily passed, I'll tell you about Jasalovan and Galen's plans. This is also an opportunity for you." Seeing Matthew remain indifferent, Shanair became desperate. "You even took my twisted book of equalization." Matthew remained curt. "Please leave. I might let Jasalovan go, but there's no way I'm going to offend Galen for you. He's a twilight creature, and I can't afford to provoke him." But he was already thinking about how to milk more benefits out of Shanair. Jasalovan was already Matthew's enemy. And after Isabel left, Galen, due to a minor previous grievance, was bound to trouble Matthew. Since they were all enemies, might as well use Galen's tyranny to earn more from Shanair. Facing repeated rejections from Matthew, Shanair's expression had turned extremely ugly. His body was rigid, seeming to want to turn and leave, but in that instant, he noticed the mocking smile on Matthew's face. At that moment, he suddenly realized, then gave a self-mocking laugh. "Look at me. Been hunted for so long, my mind is a bit slow. Forget it, you certainly won't accept empty promises. Tell me directly what kind of bargaining chip you want. As long as you can help me escape this predicament, you can pick anything I have." Matthew smiled faintly. How embarrassing. Shanair ridiculed. There's nothing embarrassing about it, I admit defeat this time. Nowadays in Ander, there aren't many who aren't afraid of the retribution Jasalovan and Galen could jointly orchestrate. Matthew nodded. You're quite right. Now in Ander, no one but me would dare to fend off such a disaster for you. So, asking for all your possessions isn't too excessive, is it? Shanair's expression changed. There should be a limit to taking advantage of a crisis. Matthew couldn't help laughing. You're talking to me about limits? You and your subordinates, the Silver Frost Brotherhood, what have you not done without limits over these years? Shanair struggled to contain his anger. I quit a long time ago. And yes, I've been involved in many major crimes in my life, but believe it or not, those who died at my hands all deserved it. Matthew narrowed his eyes. Like the Grey Dwarf city you massacred? Chapter 1845, 512 10-Day Pursuit and Legendary Trial _2. Chapter 1845, 512 10-Day Pursuit and Legendary Trial _2. Shanair coldly said. Those Grey Dwarves have opened a route to the surface and have been trafficking surface people all along. Not only that, their factories continuously produce a special poison effective only on surface humans, and they've killed countless surface people with it. The Grey Dwarfs themselves are a race full of sins. As a surface person who destroyed a dungeon, am I wrong? Matthew then said. Windmill Town, Juanma Village, human skin kites. This was also widely believed to be a massacre perpetrated by Shanair. Shanair calmly stated. That was done by a necromancer from Bayan City. I just happened to be wandering the east coast at that time and got into a fight with someone, so he conveniently blamed it on me. Matthew disbelieved. Which necromancer? Shanair didn't hesitate. Don't know, but I guess it's the current city lord of Bayan City, Ritz. Matthew further asked. What about that village in the Northland? Are the common people in the village also deserving of their fate? Shanair indifferently said. While the ordinary people in the village did nothing, their village head secretly colluded with the barbarians. He secretly sent the stray children near the Death Triangle to the barbarians as sacrifices in exchange for a non-invasion promise. Many innocent young men and maidens were killed. I discovered this, grew furious, and spontaneously slaughtered them. Any problem? Matthew scoffed. Just because their village had colluded with barbarians, the entire village had to die? Shanair calmly said. What else? If you ask me, those so-called ordinary people who pretended not to see the village head's evil actions are even more despicable. They all were beneficiaries of the village head's collusion with the barbarians. They clearly knew what the village head was doing, yet they did nothing to stop him, instead helping to cover for him while telling themselves they were innocent. These disgusting fellows, don't they deserve to die? Although his expression was calm, his tone could not help but become agitated. I also killed many wood elves. You've been to the Jade Court and dealt with wood elves, and you want to tell me they didn't deserve to die? Do you think I am full of sin? Maybe. But I was just acting according to the laws taught by this world. I killed only those who deserved to die. I am not wrong. Shanair's tone was righteous and stern. If he were dressed differently and had a different face, Matthew might even think he was a paladin. Snap, snap, snap. Matthew gently clapped for him. You are the most confident I've seen in whitewashing your own sins. Your skill in rhetoric and sophistry is also worth learning. No point in arguing with you about how just because someone made a mistake doesn't mean they have to die. After all, the world has already become so terrible that, for survival, all sense of right and wrong can be set aside. Hearing this, Shanair's expression looked a bit better. However, the next second, he heard Matthew calmly say, But this doesn't mean I still think you are fraught with sin. I don't intend to convince you. And you can't convince me. Between us, there can only be a pure exchange of interests, understand? Either you give up all your possessions, and I provide you protection. Or, I give you one last option. Saying this, under Shanair's complex gaze, Matthew leisurely said. Give me some spirituality and a Horcrux. I will place it in Lost Paradise, so that if Galen kills you, I can also be aware and resurrect you in Lost Paradise. Of course, the cost of doing this is that after being resurrected, you will always become my subordinate. You should know what that means. Shanair shivered at his words, then regarded Matthew with a complex gaze. Lost Paradise is indeed still in your possession. But if I give the Horcrux to you, what if you just take it and threaten me? You are a necromancer. In terms of soul mastery, I am definitely no match for you. Matthew shrugged. That's why I suggest you choose the first option. After all, wealth is an external possession. With your abilities, as long as you survive a great catastrophe, are you afraid you can't earn it back? Shanair remained silent. Another 2 minutes passed. Seeing he still couldn't make a decision, Matthew got tired of wasting words. He tossed him a scroll, then issued a dismissal. Think it over and you can activate this scroll to find me. Now, please leave. While he seemed casual about these actions, he secretly placed a mental power worm on the hem of Shanair's pants while Shanair was focused on the scroll. Having absorbed part of Giza's mental power, Matthew's mental power had become outrageously strong, almost equivalent to that of a superior legend. Shanair didn't notice it for a moment. He cautiously accepted the scroll and then reluctantly left the cemetery. Matthew closed his eyes. A few minutes later, a smile appeared on his lips. He did indeed discard the scroll, afraid of being tracked. But the worm is still on him. I can sense wherever he goes. Then Matthew fell into a slight dilemma. Should I take advantage of Shanair fighting with Galen to pick up something? Or is this possibly a double act being played by Galen and Shanair? Matthew thought it over. In the end, he decided it was safer. He wouldn't actively interfere in the matters between Shanair and Galen. Chapter 1846, 512 10-Day Hunt and Legendary Trial _3. Chapter 1846, 512 10-Day Hunt and Legendary Trial _3. Unless the former was willing to back down and submit. However, it must be said that sometimes the development of events is just so wonderful. A day and a half later, Matthew suddenly received an anonymous magic package. Inside the package was a locked crystal magic box. Through its surface, Matthew could see that there were about 7 extremely exquisite ceramic bottles inside the box. The strength of the magic box was not low. If Matthew tried to force the lock, the contents inside might be transferred. There are 7 bottles in the crystal box, and only one of them is Shanair's Horcrux. Is this magic lock only triggered actively after Shanair's death? Indeed, a sly old fox. Matthew sighed silently to himself. He then placed it in the Lost Paradise and cast 3 special seals using the Founder authority one after another. Only after instructing Dark Peggy to check regularly did he finally feel at ease. After that, Matthew dealt with some trivial matters, and then began to plan the purgatory trip. Of course, the fewer people who knew about this purgatory trip, the better. Matthew initially wanted to infiltrate alone. But purgatory isn't the material world, and since he hadn't reached legendary status, going alone always carried the risk of being stretched too thin. Afterward, he decided to bring along some companions. The number of companions didn't need to be large, but the quality had to be high, and it was best if they were experts in various fields. Matthew quickly had a list in mind. Let's start with recruiting, one by one. Thinking this, Matthew stepped into the teleportation array. A few dozen seconds later, he appeared amidst a black mountain range shrouded in mist. This was the northwest part of the Ander continent, known for the beautiful name Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes, now the domain of the demon warlocks. Asadu. Before this, the Earth Society leaving the Guardian Highland had moved to an oasis northwest of Asadu. The Druids were cultivating the frontier, planting trees and forests, while resisting the demons pouring out from the rifts in the northwest boundary plain. Before and after the Great Tears the Target Apart event, the Earth Society had also faced several significant crises. Fortunately, at the critical moment, A demi-plain forested with trees merged into the northwest of the lake country. This forest, known as the Miracle Forest by the Druids, provided them with great protection and barrier. Plus, the demon warlocks also exerted some effort, allowing the Earth Society to successfully get through the difficulties. Now they are still led by two great druids in a tug-of-war with the demons. Clearly, this will be a prolonged war. All this information was summarized by Matthew from communications with the two great druids and Lorraine. Of course, including those from Eli. Only, communications from this ancient tiger always differed in style from others. Matthew had to be even more cautious in extracting valid information from them. Interestingly, Matthew learned from Eli's letters that the other's fiancée, that is, the Snow Girl Queen of the Lake Country, had repeatedly postponed the wedding they had agreed upon. It was unclear what was on her mind. Matthew had always been curious about the situation over here, and now he finally had the opportunity to come and see for himself. As implied by its name, the Lake Country's environment consists of bizarre lakes and islands of mountain ranges between them. The lakes here are very deep. The elevation of the mountains on the islands is also very high. This has resulted in a tremendous vertical spatial difference in Acidu, and provided excellent material for various spectacular landscapes. Matthew was flying slowly over the lakes, quietly enjoying the scenery. He did not head directly to the capital of Acidu. Instead, he planned to visit the Druids ensconced in the northwest first. Lorraine's spell coordinates are too vague. I was almost lost in transportation. I'll have to set up beacons in the Miracle Forest and Lake Country personally next time, even if it's just for visits. His thoughts wandered. With mountains and lakes left behind, a stretch of yellow land appeared ahead. And at the end of that land seemed to be a patch of emerald green forest, both appearing incompatible as if not from the same world. Is someone there? Matthew, flying, heard some noises, so he voluntarily reduced his altitude and habitually put on camouflage. He also donned the Earth Society's badge. After landing, Matthew immediately headed towards where the voices were coming from. Before he could get close, a harsh shout came from the side. Get lost. This is no place for you tree spirits. The speaker was a burly man, with exaggerated features compared to the human race of Central Ainder, most notably distinguished by a large copper ring on his nose. On one of his ears also hung 7 small copper rings. A demon warlock? Matthew furrowed his brows. He pointed to the badge on his robe. I'm not a tree spirit. But the other mocked. I'm talking about you, short tree spirits. At that moment, the group of a few people also crowded around. Matthew immediately noticed in the little group of 6, a middle-aged female mage with revealing clothes and a voluptuous figure took the lead. The woman first gave Matthew an impatient glance. Then her eyes lit up. I've changed my mind. Don't chase him away yet, tie him up and then drug him. A purple-haired, effeminate demon warlock hesitated. This guy seems to be a druid who just joined the Earth Society recently. Should we just deal with him? Will that tigress come looking for trouble for us? Chapter 1847, 512 10-Day Hunt and Legendary Trial _4. Chapter 1847, 512 10-Day Hunt and Legendary Trial _4. The female mage laughed lasciviously. Moles. Are you questioning my charm? Feed him the magic potion, the highest dosage. Just one night, and he'll be groveling at my feet. He might even fight for the chance to drink my urine. By then, even if the Earth Society's fierce tigresses come knocking, we can say that he mated with me willingly. I'll have them restore my innocence. Ha ha ha. The female mage burst into unruly laughter. The rest of the spellcasters joined her in her raucous laughter. Meanwhile, 2 of the most muscular demon warlocks approached Matthew from both sides. It was at that moment Matthew saw a figure on the ground whom they had surrounded. It was a young man with tears on his face, who was quite handsome. Matthew sensed druidic strength within him. The demon warlocks of Asadu hold such malice toward the druids of the Earth Society? Realizing that the situation here might differ from what he had imagined, Matthew no longer kept up his disguise. He snapped his fingers to remove the druid costume, reverting to the appearance of a necromancer. The spellcasters were startled at the sight. But very soon, the female mage continued to laugh mockingly. What's the matter? Is the mighty druid so frightened that he needs to disguise himself as a necromancer to scare people? I am not afraid. Sweetheart, you are destined to become my dog. Saying this, she lunged at Matthew swiftly, her body emanating a red haze. That was the power of demons. Matthew could no longer be bothered to waste words on them. At that moment, a roar like thunderous rage erupted. Scram! In an instant, all the spellcasters' bodies stiffened. Under the force of the commanding shout, they involuntarily toppled backwards, their limbs and facial muscles convulsing wildly. The female mage was closest to the front and thus was affected the worst. Before long, Matthew caught whiff of a pungent urine scent. He glanced at the female mage's robes, shook his head, and walked away. Under the fearful gazes of the spellcasters, Matthew gently lifted the heavily bruised young man and quickly disappeared from their line of sight. A few minutes later, on the edge of Miracle Forest. Okay, it's safe now, what's your name? Matthew set down the shaken young man. Why were those spellcasters giving you trouble? The young man swallowed hard and looked at Matthew with a trace of fear. My name is Bebe, I'm a druid, Those spellcasters just now were deliberately looking to trouble us druids at the edge of the forest. They don't like us, it's been that way from the start. The adults told us to be restrained, saying it was the will of the great druids. We've been restrained enough, but the spellcasters still take pleasure in venting on us. Really, thank you just now. If they had taken me back, I'd have been toyed with for days again. Saying this, the young man seemed to recall some embarrassing experience, his cheeks turning bright red. Matthew asked curiously, isn't the relationship between the Earth Society and the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes quite good? The young man scratched his head. On the surface, it seems to be quite good. But in reality, it's not like that at all. Ever since I came to this world, I've been bullied by them, and even being active at the edge of the forest isn't okay. It seems that some spellcasters believe our brother Tiger has taken their queen from them, and they can't stand it. They can't conveniently trouble brother Tiger, so they can only find other druids, especially small druids like me, to hassle. Brother Tiger? Eli? Matthew's expression became somewhat nuanced. He then chatted with the boy for a few minutes. After learning about some local conditions, Matthew declined the boy's invitation and entered the forest alone. Very quickly, he met two great druids in the Miracle Forest by using the unique communication method of the Earth Society. Miracle Dream. The vast lakeside. Voice of the Earth Han Miachin brewed a pot of tea. Silver Wolf Castle also enthusiastically offered Matthew several bottles of newly brewed wine. After exchanging pleasantries, Matthew got to the point and asked 3 questions directly. How is the situation on the Northwest Front? What's the real relationship between the Earth Society and Asadu now? Why has the wedding of Eli and Snow Girl Queen been delayed? Miachin and Castle looked at each other. The former said softly with a smile, it seems Mr. Matthew encountered some issues on the way here? Matthew nodded and recounted the incident of the female mage harassing the young druid. Miachin frowned upon hearing this. Castle couldn't help but pound his thigh. We're fighting to the death at the front lines, and it's bad enough these spellcasters have been sneaking around, but they even secretly bully the children who are placed at the rear defense lines. I heard about similar things before, and when I inquired, the children told us it's nothing serious. Afterwards, I've alerted Lady Shui several times, and she promised me that such things would not happen again. Miachin snorted coldly. Do you still believe she knows nothing about it? Maybe she was the one who instigated these actions behind the scenes. Castle smiled sheepishly and said no more. Matthew listened patiently. After a while, Miauchin organized her words and explained each point. The northwest front line can still hold for now, thanks to the newly born miracle dream. The demons find it difficult to penetrate deep into the forest, they can only bypass from a more southern side, but there is the ancient sealing of the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes, which is meant to deal with Demon Lord Fernandez. Ordinary demons certainly can't break through. However, in order to deal with the demons, Druids of the Earth Society and the Wildfire Son of Miracle Forest have all been dragged near the northwest front line, leaving our rear quite empty. We thought there wouldn't be any problems entrusting our backs to Snowgirl Queen. But now it seems, those ungrateful spellcasters only want to use us as tools to deal with demons. Matthew had dealt with Miauchin several times. This great druid was always mild-tempered, hardly ever getting angry, even when talking about demons, but this time, when talking about Snowgirl Queen and the demon warlocks, her attitude was quite dissatisfied. Matthew mused. So when Snowgirl Queen invited you to move north, she just wanted you to serve as a buffer between Asadu and the wasteland to the west. Miauchin nodded. Pretty much. She took advantage of our longing for nature and order. She probably also took advantage of Eli. Speaking of this, she suddenly stopped, then asked Castle. By the way, when does Eli's trial begin? Castle answered with a grave tone. In half a month. For Lady Shui, he is going to challenge the mount of the Lord of Bouilly. It's a dragon from the eastern continent. Matthew asked in surprise. What trial? Castle answered. The legendary trial. Chapter 1848, 513 Bouilly Devil and Demon Dragon Huangchen. Chapter 1848, 513 Bouilly Devil and Demon Dragon Huangchen. Legendary trial? Is Eli about to advance to a legend? Matthew was secretly astonished. Of course, he knew Eli had the potential to become a legendary figure. However, the advancement of ordinary druids was not as meteoric as Matthew, who seemed to cheat his way to rapid progression. They needed a more gradual approach. In fact, Eli's pace of improvement was already not slow. When they first met, Eli was at Tier 3, and now, after half a year had passed, Matthew thought that reaching the peak of Tier 5 would already be quite impressive for Eli. As for advancing to legendary, without some huge stroke of luck, Matthew felt it was very unlikely. As a favored child of the nature domain, Matthew naturally knew all there was to know about the druid's trials for advancement. The trials set by the nature domain were always brutally straightforward. The tasks given to those druids favored by the domain were either to maintain the balance or order of a certain area, or to take down some evil big boss within a region. You either make it and succeed, or you fail and lose your life. Generally speaking, druids took falling to these evil leaders as part of their martyrdom. They would embark on their path to advancement with fervor and passion. Whether they went to their death or achieved success, it was all a part of a ritual that matched their spiritual aspirations. But Matthew certainly didn't want his friend being coaxed into confronting some regional big boss for no good reason. Thus, he inquired with the two great druids for details. This matter has to start from the Snowgirl Queen herself. Silver Wolf Castle cleared his throat. As a demon warlock, the Snowgirl Queen once had a very powerful demon companion, and his name was Bouilly. In the process of the Snowgirl Queen conquering the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes, Bouilly can be said to have contributed most of the effort. He was invincible in combat, unstoppable in attack, and he established a reputation among warlocks in the northwest region that struck terror into their hearts. But after the establishment of the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes, the Snowgirl Queen and Bouilly turned against each other for various reasons. Bouilly tore up his contract with her and embraced the abyss. Since then, Bouilly and the demon army he led have been harassing the southwest border of Asadu night and day. In order to protect the citizens of the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes, the Snowgirl Queen has negotiated with Bouilly several times. Whatever specifics they agreed on, we outsiders would not know, but after the negotiations, Bouilly indeed withdrew his troops. At this point, Miauchin suddenly snorted heavily. Castle instantly fell silent like a cicada in winter. You mean. Miaoqin sneered. Although Bu Yi is a cruel demon, he has earned his stripes in the conquest of the kingdom of thousands of lakes for the Snow Girl Queen, and everyone knows he is deeply infatuated with her. He has fought battles for her most of his life, and in the end, all he received was a hollow promise. Who wouldn't be infuriated? The Snow Girl Queen used Bu Yi up and cast him aside. Although they barely reached an agreement, every few years, the Snow Girl Queen selects a husband for herself, and it doesn't take long before her husbands, filled with righteous indignation, go to fight Bu Yi, with the inevitable outcome being their heroic sacrifice, dying in the abyss. Those foolish men were manipulated by her, thinking they were fighting for the peace of Asadu, not knowing that after their deaths the Snow Girl Queen would at most shed a few tears in public, then comfortably continue her reign as the queen of the kingdom of thousands of lakes for a few more years. Although the specifics of the agreement between Bu Yi and the Snow Girl Queen have definitely not been made public, her deceased former husbands must surely be part of it. 3 men have already died at Bu Yi's hands. It's quite obvious that Eli is about to become the 4th. Matthew mused. So you're saying, the Snow Girl Queen selects men as pawns against Bu Yi? Miaoqin nodded her head. There must be other parts to their agreement, or else Bu Yi would not have compromised so easily. I'm guessing Bu Yi gave the Snow Girl Queen 4 or 5 chances to find other men to challenge him, and if she loses enough times, then she has to willingly become Bu Yi's woman. Castle gave a cough. But all this is just speculation. Miaoqin glared. Do you also wish to challenge the demon King Bu Yi? The silver wolf immediately withdrew his head. Seeing this, Matthew almost laughed out loud. He then tightened his facial muscles to control his expression and inquired. So, why Eli? What about him attracted the Snow Girl Queen to choose him to face the Abyssal Demon King? Miaoqin pondered. We're not quite sure about that. It might have something to do with the Earth Society's situation. Or it might be related to Eli's own potential and physical condition. As far as I know, the Snow Girl Queen likes to conduct some strange experiments. Her former husbands, before dying in the abyss, were all in good health, sufficient to meet her requirements for certain special experiments. Matthew looked discreetly at Castle. The latter blinked rapidly and then silently shook his head. Does this mean Silver Wolf thinks this might be conjecture from Miaoqin herself? Does she have a grudge against the Snow Girl Queen? Matthew suddenly found the issue quite interesting. He contemplated. What about Eli's attitude? With a sigh, Miaoqin replied. What attitude could that child possibly have? You should know him. He is so delighted with the mere title of fiancé granted by the Snow Girl Queen that he can't contain it. I even suspect that after all this time, she hasn't even allowed Eli to hold her hand. Chapter 1849, 513 Bu Yi Devil and Demon Dragon Huangchen 2. Chapter 1849, 513 Bu Yi Devil and Demon Dragon Huangchen 2. Eli is willing to be with Lady Shui primarily for the sake of the Earth Society's plight, he sighed. Matthew nodded slightly. After leaving Guardian Highland, the Earth Society essentially entered a semi-nomadic state. In the current Ander, finding a suitable settlement was truly not easy. The Earth Society was able to gain a foothold in the northwest border thanks, in no small part, to the support of Snow Girl Queen and Asadu. Though there were some private frictions, the two sides still remained allies against the demons on a broader scale. Under these circumstances, a druid from the Earth Society becoming a prince of Asadu could certainly secure more benefits for Miracle Forest. Eli is a good kid. He's willing to sacrifice himself for the Earth Society. He's also very confident in his own potential and strength. Moreover, he's utterly captivated by Lady Shui. In this situation, it's hard for us to stop him from embarking on the legendary trial. Silver Wolf Castle interjected in conclusion. I've heard that Eli values your opinion greatly. Why not try persuading him? At least, delay the timing of the legendary trial a bit. Matthew, however, just laughed and shook his head. No rush. By the way, is Bui personally in the abyss now? And what's the deal with that dragon mount? Castle immediately replied. Yes. That dragon is Buye's eyes on the border of Asadu, tasked with monitoring Lady Shue's royal chamber day and night. Not only that, but he also serves as a reminder to all of Asadu that Buye, the Lord of Devils, has not forgotten about this land. He calls himself a dragon from the eastern continent, named Huangchen. Huangchen is brutal and cunning, mastering spells in many domains, stronger than most spellcasters. More importantly, his physical strength is no less formidable than that of dragons of a similar caliber. Huangchen usually frequents the southwestern plains of the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes, occasionally attacking the lakes of Asadu with sandstorms. Over time, this has led to the formation of many sandbars in the west of Asadu, the work of Huangchen's sand-filling. It's worth mentioning that although Huangchen often harasses the southwestern borders of Asadu with brutality, and countless residents have died under the dragon's claws. Inside the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes, a significant number of warlocks deeply respect him, some even to the point of adoration. One reason is the influence of the Lord of Devils, Buye, and on the other hand, demon warlocks naturally worship the strong. They are the descendants of the great demon Fernando, with quite a few warlocks considering themselves a part of the demons. Amidst this natural sense of identity, it's not easy for Snow Girl Queen to suppress them. Castle's voice suddenly stopped there. He then looked anxiously towards Miao Qin. However, her face was expressionless. The aura of killing intent around her growing even colder. Matthew smiled and nodded. He casually changed the topic and steered the conversation elsewhere. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, he then stood to take his leave. Mr. Matthew, if there's ever anything you need from us, just give the word. The Earth Society and Miracle Forest will always be your most loyal allies. The two great druids expressed such intentions one after another. Matthew replied with a smile. Of course, if I need help, I will definitely call on you. But for now, your main task is to keep an eye on the demon front in the northwest. As for Eli's situation, I'll look into it. A flash of joy passed through Miao Qin's eyes. Whereas Castle seemed somewhat worried. Matthew observed their reactions and, without further comment, took his leave. Half an hour later. At Black Mountain City, the capital of the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes. On a street known for its ambience, beside the Central Avenue. A tavern filled with the laughter and chatter of women, where men's boisterous laughter echoed after a few drinks. Deep Blue Harbor? 100 Flower City? They are all but plain and dull, no match for the excitement you bring. Eh? Human women are pretty, but they fade too quickly, and one can grow tired of them over time, unlike you all with your variety and sweet words. Hey, let me touch your tail, not that one, the one I just put in. Suddenly, the laughter stopped dead. A rake of a man, who had been surrounded by female mages, suddenly became very serious and pulled out a badge from his chest pocket that was trembling. The female companions beside him blushed instantly. This thing can tremble too? I haven't tried that. However, after gripping the badge, the man pushed them all away. Reluctantly bidding the ladies farewell. I've got business today, let's arrange another time. The female mages, of course, disagreed. They lunged at him, trying to pin the man down. But his body suddenly exploded with a bang and turned into a thick fog that drifted away, leaving behind just a tuft of chest hair. The damn man didn't even pay. The tavern immediately erupted with cursing and complaining. Not far away, at a roadside barbecue stall with a distinct abyssal atmosphere, Lorraine, who had just left, settled himself into the chair opposite Matthew and then picked up a skewer of meat to chew without any grace. Never thought you'd actually find the time to come to Asadu. Just recently, I heard about the business you did in Canning, and yesterday, rumors were flying about your troublemaking in the astral world. Hold on, if you come here now, hoping to turn the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes into the center of a chaos storm as well? Chapter 1850, 513 Buyi Devils and Demon Dragon Huangchen _3. Chapter 1850, 513 Buyi Devils and Demon Dragon Huangchen _3. Matthew gave a faint smile. If that's the case, shouldn't you be the happiest? How come I haven't seen you around in all the recent disaster zones? As a bard of the dusk chant, you're kind of neglecting your duties, aren't you? Lorraine forcefully tore off the toughest piece of meat from the skewer. Ugh. With Ainder turning out the way it has, I've been witnessing dusk everywhere, it's just that the scenery changes a bit. I need to make this clear to you, I really like the kingdom of thousands of lakes, and the number and quality of demon warlock girls here are frighteningly high. If you really want to stir things up here, could you give me some time to settle them down first? Even if it's just for a part of them. Matthew couldn't help but roll his eyes. You make me sound like the doomsday envoy. Lorraine blinked. You're not. But it seems like doomsday is indeed relentlessly pursuing you. Or another possibility is, you're the one relentlessly pursuing doomsday. That explanation, you can choose for yourself. Matthew laughed and shook his head. Then, he seriously said. About the ascension half a year ago, I'm sorry. Lorraine casually waved his hand. What's there to be sorry about? Just a failed attempt to become a god. I was just trying to see if I could catch a break. It's good that you didn't go up, otherwise, we'd all be suffering together. Who knows, we might be laboring somewhere right now. Actually, that singularity cannon shot was a blessing for me. It completely ended my dreams of becoming a god, and it's so much better to live life as an ordinary person. Once, I hoped for luck, but now, I've come to accept reality. That the world can only get worse, and every moment we enjoy now might be the best times we'll have for a while. With that being the case, not making the most of it is simply a waste of time. Matthew, since you're here in Acidu, after we eat, I'll take you to see the sights on the romantic streets, he. Matthew gestured with his hand. I came to see you for something important. But before we get to the main point, I want to know what's going on with Eli. Lorraine answered nonchalantly. Did you inquire about Eli and Lady Shui? But really, you better ask Eli himself about the true situation. How to put it? Our little brother is a bit lovesick, but he's no fool. Lady Shui probably did think about using Eli, but without that intention, considering Eli's dopey brain and clueless demeanor, would such a stunning woman ever be interested in him in her lifetime? I can only tell you, he's well aware of this fact. Speaking of which, being able to date a stunning woman like Lady Shui, even taking on the devils isn't off the table. Matthew raised an eyebrow. Chasing girls is one thing. But sacrificing your life is quite another. Lorraine blinked. I know what you're thinking. Actually, I've already talked with Eli many times, he knows everything he needs to know, but still, he made this choice. Whether it's for such a stunning woman or for the sake of the Earth Society's situation, he's all set to play his role as the Prince of Acidu. Even if it's just in name, even if Lady Shui, that wicked woman, has found several excuses to delay the wedding, he has no regrets. That's enough for this matter. I can't persuade him more, everyone has their own fate, and everyone has their own path. You can't save everyone, Matthew, living like this is too exhausting. Matthew was unconcerned. Helping out where I can, what's there to be tired about? Since it's Eli's own choice, I'll certainly respect it. But what's up with Buyi and Huangchen? Lorraine paused to think. You might have met those two dim-witted great druids, you should have some understanding of their relationship with Buyi and Lady Shui. From what I know, the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes was essentially built single-handedly by Buyi, only to be deceived by Lady Shui, who stole the ultimate kingship from him, and he was even banished to the abyss. To quench Buyi's fury, Lady Shui agreed that every once in a while, she would choose a hero to duel with Buyi. If Buyi wins 5 times, Lady Shui will honor her promise to lift his exile and surrender herself and the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes to him. Before this, Buyi has successfully eliminated 4 challengers, Eli is the 5th. As for Huangchen, he's just a demon dragon taking advantage of others, claiming to be the dragon of the Eastern Continent, but he's actually a fraud. He does have the Eastern Continental Dragon's lineage, but most of his lineage is that of the Abyss Demon Dragon. Matthew frowned upon hearing this. So, why doesn't Lady Shui just surrender herself and the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes outright? Lorraine shrugged. Pride, I guess. That's a common problem among highly charismatic women. Because they are so adored in everyday life and have seen so much supernatural power that doesn't belong to them, they start to believe they are part of that powerful circle. She doesn't want to give up the power over the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes, nor is she willing to be Buye's woman. She wants to play both sides among the strong men of major forces, balance the power among men, and profit from their infighting. But doing so is like walking a tightrope all the time. One misstep could lead to complete disaster. Actually, I have a hunch. Matthew asked. Chapter 1851, 513 Buyi Devil and Demon Dragon Huangchen _4. Chapter 1851, 513 Buyi Devil and Demon Dragon Huangchen _4. What premonition? Lorraine said solemnly. I feel that Lady Shui will fall into Eli's hands. Matthew looked puzzled. Don't believe it? This self-righteous, scheming woman sometimes just needs a man who is sufficiently sincere, even a bit foolish to subdue her. Lorraine said proudly. When she is using Eli, she also gives him a chance to enter her heart. If reality were a script, it would most likely go in the direction I mentioned. Just wait and see. Matthew snorted. The premise is that Eli doesn't die prematurely at the hands of Buyi or his mount. Lorraine nodded. Yes, but don't underestimate Eli. Lady Shui is extremely formidable when it comes to inspiring men's potential. He has already reached the peak of Tier 5 and has mastered several types of lost ancient transformation techniques. If there's no external intervention, the demon dragon Huangchen might not necessarily be a match for Eli. Matthew said with a smile. Usually, when someone says that, external forces are bound to intervene. Lorraine sipped his drink. Who knows? The two fell silent for a while. Matthew discreetly set up a soundproof barrier before speaking seriously. Are we engaging in the planet defense battle? He quickly described the situation on Storluck Star. Lorraine hesitated for only 2 seconds, then slapped the table. I wouldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But let's get things straight, I'm only in charge of logistics, and if things look bad, I'll slip away early. After all, I'm just a bard. Matthew nodded with a smile. Then he added. I also need you to help me contact Camilla. After we parted last time, her whereabouts have been erratic, sometimes in the material world, sometimes in the secondary planes. I've even lost her rough location recently. Lorraine patted his chest. No problem. Give me 3 days, as long as she's not hiding in some tomb, I'll bring her to you. Seeing Lorraine's decisive answer, Matthew also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Contact me after you find her. Then get ready, I'll take you to Storluck. He temporarily withheld his thoughts about the purgatory trip. Lorraine nodded, then asked. So, how do you plan to handle Eli's situation? Are you going to kill Lady Shui or Buyi? Matthew complained. Do you really see me as such a violent person? Lorraine smirked. Then it's to kill them all. Typical of the evil necromancer. Matthew blinked. Buyi is in the abyss, I have no time to deal with him. But his mount, I am indeed interested in learning more about. An hour later. Southwest border of the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes. The sand in the sky lifted sporadically, then cascaded down again. The water vapor of the lakes was obscured by the yellow sand. The air turned dry. There was a faint, coarse heat. Following Lorraine's guidance, Matthew flew at high speed over the barren lands of the southwest. Before long, he successfully captured the aura of the demon dragon Huangchen. Is someone conducting some kind of ritual? Matthew approached invisibly in a magic ball. Outside a low hillside cave. A group of spellcasters clad in yellow and black garments were dancing around 3 bonfires, performing movements of high difficulty. On top of the hill, A demon dragon, leaner yet longer than an average winged dragon wind god, lazily lay sprawled there. Its vertically slit pupils, facing the sacrifice scene, occasionally narrowed, exuding a sense of boredom and weariness. The next second, the demon dragon's claws suddenly twitched, and the aura of magic burst forth. The group of warlocks who were dancing suddenly let out a collective shriek. Their clothes vanished instantly. Tap, tap, tap. The dance continued. A few female mages' movements slightly deformed. In an instant, a terrifying oppression emanated from the demon dragon. The warlocks' faces showed sheer terror. They tried to correct their dance moves so they wouldn't deform, but under such immense pressure, every bit of effort they exerted drained their stamina significantly. Finally, within 2 minutes, a pale-faced female mage staggered and fell to the ground. Without the demon dragon acting, a man serving beside the demon dragon suddenly stepped forward, his black whip lashing violently. Crack, crack, crack. The barbed leather whip quickly flayed the female mage's fair skin open. You're supposed to practice properly, always trying to cheat and slack off. How dare you slack in the presence of Lord Huangchen? I'll beat you to death, you wretch. The man cursed viciously. Seeing this scene, the demon dragon's pupils slowly relaxed, a look of contentment clearly visible. Forget it, forget it. A deep voice came from the neck of the demon dragon. I'm not some merciless dragon, though there was negligence, a slight punishment will suffice. Just whip her 1,000 times, everyone stop and watch him do it. Hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. Just looking at the woman's condition, let alone 1,000 times. Even a dozen more might kill her. But none present dared to resist. They could only stand by meekly, watching the near-fainted female mage with numb eyes. The man holding the black whip, however, showed no mercy. He chuckled coldly as he walked forward. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly flickered before the man's eyes. Next, the crowd was surprised to see an extra man in a traditional robe by the fallen woman's side. The man was quite handsome. Judging just by his charm, he seemed to be a spellcaster too. Boy, who are you? How dare you intrude on the great demon dragon's sacrificing ritual? The man with the whip glared fiercely at Matthew. Matthew looked around. His gaze locked directly onto the languid demon dragon. So you're Huangchen? He spoke calmly. Seeing himself being ignored, the man roared in fury and swung his whip towards Matthew. But just then, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from behind him. Stop. Instantly, a force more terrifying than before slammed onto the man from draconic might. The man was caught off guard, got struck on the back, felt a sharp pain, and blacked out. This turn of events stunned the others. However, right after that, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The demon dragon awkwardly rolled and crawled down from the top of the hill. His draconic might vanished without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the abyss demon dragon, in a manner of a scampering little dog, rushed up to Matthew, then bowed and scraped. It's me, it's me. Just call me Little Huang. Are you the master of the king? The great star tamer, destroyer, nature guardian, super genius mage, Lord Matthew? I've always greatly admired you. Chapter 1852, 514 Courtship and the Undead Domain. Chapter 1852, 514 Courtship and the Undead Domain. King of Demon Dragon? The enthusiasm of Demon Dragon Huangchen caught Matthew by surprise for a moment. The former immediately explained. It is Mr. Philolius. Although he has now become the great undead king, in his lifetime, he was the pride of our dragon race. In my heart, he has always been our king. Huang Chen's words were so powerful and moving. Had it been someone unaware of the full story, they might truly believe this cruel and unkind demon dragon to be someone of great loyalty and integrity. Matthew's eyes shifted. Philolius was indeed the king of the demon dragons. But as far as I know, he was a purgatory demon dragon, while you claim to be a divine dragon from the eastern continent, right? Huang Chen explained with an embarrassed face. Oh dear, that's all a misunderstanding. I indeed have some dragon race blood from the eastern continent, but it's very thin. The totem I truly identify with is still that of the demon dragon race. Philolius was indeed a purgatory demon dragon, and my demon dragon bloodline comes from the abyss, but what you don't know. The demon dragons from both the abyss and purgatory originally came from the same family. In the ancient past, our dragon race was persecuted by the gods of the heavenly family palace. To seek shelter and considering the preservation of fire seeds, some demon dragons joined the abyss faction, while others took refuge in purgatory. Although the abyss and purgatory are sworn enemies, the dragon races of both factions have never truly clashed. Even if they encountered each other on the battlefield, out of the need to act according to the situation, the fighting was just for show, with each side going easy and barely ever fighting to the death. In short, whether it's the abyss or purgatory, or the current negative energy plane ruled by Lord Philolius, the dragon race has always held their identity in high regard. Since you are the master of Lord Philolius, you are also half my master. What brings such an esteemed presence here, if I may ask? You don't hit a smiling face. The attitude of this demon dragon was just too good. Matthew had indeed come with the thought of cleaning up some minor pests, but with the face given by the other party, it seemed unreasonable and against his style to start a conflict. So he pondered and said, I have a friend, a tier 5 druid, who recently began their legendary trial. Natural will assign him to hunt an evil creature with a notorious reputation in this area. Huang Chen immediately slapped his massive paw against his chest in imitation of humans. Evil creature? What kind of evil creature? I'm also a local dragon. How come I've never heard of it? But rest assured, since he is a friend of my half-master, he is also my friend. No matter what he has to hunt, I am happy to help. Matthew cleared his throat emphatically. Then he eyed the demon dragon for a few moments. At first, Huang Chen was puzzled, but he quickly caught on and became furious. The evil creature you're speaking of, it's not me, is it? Matthew nodded slightly. Huang Chen's dragon face fell. That damn natural will, I've always been so friendly and mild-mannered in dealing with others, yet they call me an evil creature? I think the will of the nature domain has gone senile. There must be some misunderstanding. Don't believe me? Ask them if I'm not a well-known good dragon around here? Saying this, Huang Chen twisted his head slightly, and a faint draconic might spread out around those present, scaring the warlocks into kneeling in unison. Yes. 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 Huang Chen became annoyed. Why are you kneeling? I didn't force you, stand up straight and speak properly. The warlocks all straightened up. Lord Huang Chen is a great benevolent dragon, indeed. TSK TSK TSK. The unanimous chorus. Matthew almost suspected that these people had rehearsed several times in private. Just as the demon dragon was looking quite pleased with himself. The female warlock lying on the ground suddenly let out a muffled groan, as if coming around. Huang Chen was about to react but hesitated under the cold gaze of Matthew, eventually just retracting his claws and offering an awkward smile. It seems she's not quite awake yet. But rest assured, even if she does wake up, she will surely acknowledge that I am a kind dragon. I have a bit of a reputation in the kingdom of thousands of lakes. You can investigate if you don't believe me. Matthew waved his hand dismissively. None of that is the point. The point is, you have indeed been designated by natural will as the target for a legendary druid's hunt. Huang Chen's tone took on a subtle change. Must you kill me? Matthew shook his head. Before meeting you, I was indeed thinking of dispatching you and being done with it. But now, I've somewhat changed my mind. The demon dragon suddenly beamed with joy. I knew you weren't the sort to kill indiscriminately. Matthew blinked. Leave the material world permanently, right now, that's the leniency you get. Huang Chen's face froze at the words. His tone conveyed a bit of difficulty. That might be a bit inconvenient. my master will blame me," Matthew said flatly. "No, if your master is wise enough, then you, having avoided conflict with me, will instead receive his rewards and appreciation. I believe you are a smart person. A smart person would never make a decision that is detrimental to the present situation. Or are you really thinking that I wouldn't kill indiscriminately? Or perhaps, do you truly believe yourself to be innocent?" Upon saying this, Huang Chen quickly twisted his head, unleashing a thunderous roar from his mouth. Immediately after, a dome-shaped abyssal vortex formed instantly. "Unless allowed by Lord Matthew, I shall no longer enter Ainder. Should you visit the abyss next time, please be sure to stop by the Demon Dragon Highlands as a guest." Chapter 1853, 514 Courtship and the Undead Domain _2. Chapter 1853, 514 Courtship and the Undead Domain _2. During their conversation, Lord Huangchen plunged into the vortex and disappeared without a trace. "This guy also knows what he's doing." Mr. Matthew smiled silently. After sending off the demon dragon, he was still in a rather good mood. It wasn't because of the demon dragon's flattery, but rather because solving problems without bloodshed was in itself a cause for delight. However, the demon dragon might have left swiftly. But the spellcasters left behind found themselves in an awkward dilemma, exchanging troubled glances. Especially the man with the long whip, who was now trembling with fear and as pale as death. In the past, Mr. Matthew might have demanded something of him. But now, he simply waved them off, signaling for them to leave quickly. The spellcasters fled as if they had been granted amnesty. Only the female mage, who had been intimidated by the demon dragon's presence and fainted, remained unconscious on the ground. Mr. Matthew walked over, covered her with a cloak, and then cast a few nature spells. Finally, the female mage faintly regained consciousness. The first thing she did upon waking was to inquire about the whereabouts of the demon dragon and her companions. Mr. Matthew briefly explained. The female mage was stunned for 3 seconds. And then she began to panic. Lord Huangchen was driven away? What do we do now? Mr. Matthew wondered aloud. Wasn't Huangchen always oppressing you? Isn't it good that he's gone? With a sobbing voice, the female mage said. Although Lord Huangchen would hurt us, without his protection, we might encounter even more terrifying creatures. The Queen of the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes can't protect every island within her realm, let alone the southwest border. The demon dragon was brutal, but at least he didn't eat people. How do you know the next lord who rules the southwest border won't be worse? After speaking, she hysterically broke down in tears. Mr. Matthew silently shook his head and prepared to leave. No. It was you who drove away the demon dragon. You must bring him back for me. Or take me with you, I can serve you as a maid, I'm very capable. The female mage suddenly grasped Mr. Matthew's sleeve, trying to cling to him. Mr. Matthew was torn between laughter and tears. Suddenly, his eyes turned a deep green, and his voice became terrifyingly chilling. If I could drive away the demon dragon, you don't think I'm someone to be trifled with, do you? Or perhaps, you'd like to serve as a maid for a legendary necromancer? Under the influence of the alluring gaze's intimidation, the female mage's hand reflexively released Mr. Matthew's sleeve as she lost control of her body, screaming and backing away. When she regained her wits and looked around in a daze, Mr. Matthew was already gone from the spot. Half a day later, in Black Mountain City of the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes, at Cloud Inn, halfway up the mountain, Mr. Matthew sat on the 7th floor balcony, absently reading a magic book. All of a sudden, a cloud-tipped sparrow avoided the thick dust in the sea of clouds, circled the nearby giant tree a few times, then obediently perched on the railing 2 meters away from Mr. Matthew. Mr. Matthew glanced at it. I didn't expect a demon warlock to master such an advanced true transformation. From the cloud-tipped sparrow came an enchanting and magnetic female voice. I also didn't expect the legendary tree-planting mage, known as the destroyer in the eyes of the astral world's beings, to actually be this handsome. As she spoke, the figure of the cloud-tip sparrow gradually grew and transformed into a woman donned in a refined dress, adorned with all sorts of gold and gemstone jewelry. The woman was extremely beautiful, her expression even more subtle. A blend of anticipation with a touch of modesty tinged with a bit of shyness, and hidden within the shyness was an evident interest and curiosity. This mixture of emotions easily led a man to the mistaken belief that she's interested in me. Mr. Matthew brazenly inspected her from head to toe. Her clothes were extravagant and heavy, completely concealing her figure. But somehow, standing before him, Mr. Matthew could sense a powerful surge of hormones assaulting his senses. It was a primal vibration of the blood. It was a strong impulse based on the domain of reproduction. Beauty brings disaster. Mr. Matthew mused inwardly. Only Letitia had ever given him a similar sensation. But the difference was, the Blood Banner Queen's external demeanor was more about nobility and honor, whereas the Snow Girl Queen before him personified pure seduction. Mr. Matthew, gracing Asadu with your presence without receiving timely hospitality is my wrong. Lady Shwe slightly smiled. If you wouldn't mind, how about moving to my palace? Coincidentally, my fiancé Eli also resides close by. Mr. Matthew shook his head. I'm just here waiting for someone, with no intention to meddle in the affairs of this place. Lady Shwe need not trouble herself over me. Lady Shwe's expression remained unchanged. After a few seconds, she softly said, I heard you drove away that dragon? If the rumor is true, I should thank you on behalf of the residents of the southwest border. That dragon had always been a thorn in our side. However, speaking of which, not long ago, Eli embarked on his legendary advancement, aiming to hunt demon dragon Huang Chen. Now that the dragon has been expelled from the material world, Eli's legendary advancement might run into some trouble. Mr. Matthew smiled. There won't be any trouble. Once the natural will confirms that the demon dragon is not within the plane, it will soon designate another hunting target for Eli. In these times in Ander, what we're not short of are demons, right? Chapter 1854, 514 Courtship and the Undead Domain _3. Chapter 1854, 514 Courtship and the Undead Domain _3. Speaking, he deliberately glanced at the Snow Girl Queen herself. Immediately, her expression grew solemn. She clearly sensed the coldness and even slight hostility that Matthew was showing. So, she simply started with a wry smile. This matter is probably not that simple. You may not know, but the demon dragon is the mount of the nocturnal demon king, who has always been coveting the kingdom of thousands of lakes. Even if the demon dragon has retreated for now, it won't be long before they come back with a vengeance. Matthew said meaningfully. It seems you know them quite well. I mean the nocturnal demon king and his mount. Lady Shwe looked unwaveringly at Matthew, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. It seems you have a deep misunderstanding of me. I indeed had a complicated past with the nocturnal demon king, but I swear, on a personal level, my dealings with him are clean and unblemished, with no. Matthew abruptly raised a hand to interrupt her. Snow Girl Queen, you may have misunderstood. I have no interest whatsoever in what's between you two. I've come to Asadu this time just to visit friends and catch up with them. It's just that I encountered some trouble on the way and dealt with it in passing. I don't care about what happened between you two before, nor what will happen after, and I certainly have no desire to know the ins and outs of your grudges and grievances. However, since you brought up Eli, I would like to casually advise you. Lady Shwe immediately showed a very respectful manner. Please speak. Matthew stated indifferently. You can use him, deceive him, toy with him. But every action has consequences. As long as you're willing to bear the relevant price, then go ahead with confidence. If not, it's best to be cautious when making decisions. I enjoy dealing with intelligent people, and intelligent people usually know how to deal with me quite well. The previous demon dragon is one example. Eli has never been a smart person, but I think you are. I believe you will handle this matter appropriately, right? Saying this, He raised his head and stared straight at Lady Shui. She tried to speak several times to explain herself but was repeatedly interrupted by Matthew's icy gaze. In the end, she took a deep breath. No matter what rumors you've heard, Eli and I are truly in love. I love him deeply. I also believe that he is the child of destiny for Asadu and me, capable of helping me and the kingdom of thousands of lakes emerge from the shadow of the nocturnal demon king. As you see, I'm a demon warlock, highly skilled at awakening a person's bloodline abilities. I am certain that Eli harbors a tremendous hidden potential within him. If it's successfully awakened, he will definitely defeat the nocturnal demon king and even gain more territory in the abyss. Matthew made no commitment in response. And then what? Will you expel him to another place with a mere contract? Lady Shui's face changed. I would never do that. The nocturnal demon king once sought to swallow the entire kingdom of thousands of lakes. He wanted to establish a terrible society where devils reign supreme, where only those with demonic blood could become citizens of Asadu, while ordinary humans or beings of other races would be reduced to slaves. His ambition and wickedness exceeded my imagination. To stop him, I had no choice but to resort to some very despicable methods. I admit I schemed against the nocturnal demon king, but I don't regret it, and I would never do the same to Eli. Matthew calmly put down the magic book. Are you finished? Lady Shui's expression froze. After a few seconds, she regained her composure. I'm done. I just wanted to greet you, didn't mean to impose, forgive my slight misbehavior. Matthew picked up the magic book again. Goodbye. Faced with such a blunt dismissal, Lady Shui could only straighten her face, bid farewell, and then transformed into a sparrow of cloud tips, flying away. Half a minute later, Matthew lightly patted the table. Come out. Whoosh. A black coal ball suddenly jumped out from the distorted space under the table. The shadow turned into a tall, young man. That was indeed the ancient tiger Eli, whom Matthew had not seen for a long time. Any thoughts after listening? Matthew asked. Eli considered for a moment. Matthew, the way you spoke with the Snow Girl Queen just now, could it be considered impolite? She is, after all, a queen of a nation who usually cares a lot about her dignity. Matthew found himself at a loss for words. He asked with a chuckle. I mean, what are your thoughts on what she just said? You were listening carefully under the table, weren't you? Eli said gleefully. She said she and I are truly in love. I can attest to that. Matthew involuntarily gasped in shock. He was just about to say that she had 3 former husbands and several daughters. Could each one really be true love? But at that moment, Matthew suddenly sensed a strange force pulsating within Eli. He had felt a similar sensation before. It was when facing Melinda on the data bar. Alert, your ability Legendary Mentor is active. You have successfully discerned Eli's legendary path. Here are the 3 most suitable paths for his advancement. 1. Path of the Wilderness, living alone in the wilderness, transforming into a beast, with the chance to advance to Legendary Shapeshifter. 2. Path of the Lonely Star, destined to be a lone star, standing alone, with the chance to advance to Legendary Rogue. 3. Courtship, sincere and true-hearted, turning woes into gold coins, with each hurt by the opposite sex. Eli can gain a large amount of XP and the favor of natural will. After completing the marriage contract with the Snow Girl Queen, Eli will have the chance to advance to Legendary Hunter, highly recommended. Chapter 1855, 514 Courtship and the Undead Domain _4. Chapter 1855, 514 Courtship and the Undead Domain _4. This. Matthew had also been stunned for a good few seconds. He truly was worthy of being the ancient tiger. He actually had the talent to live off licking boots. He thought for a bit. Looking into Eli's eyes, clear as water, Matthew decided to swallow all the words he was about to say. Get along with Snow Girl Queen. She could be your benefactor. The only problem is, remember to stay alive, it's more important than anything else. Matthew said seriously. This was also a bit of guidance on the legendary path for Eli, just in case the kid really made it to legendary status, Matthew could bask in some reflected glory. Eli was overjoyed upon hearing this. Then he asked about Matthew's experiences over the past half-year. The two chatted on the balcony for a long time. Until night fell. The drunken ancient tiger finally jumped off the building to leave. He had to return to the prince's palace before 10 o'clock. It was said that Snowgirl Queen had set this rule for him. Anyone else might have paid lip service while defying it in secret. But Eli. Matthew suspected that this guy had always followed it willingly, without ever breaking the rules. After seeing off Eli, Matthew ordered the banquet to be cleared away and lit a few mage fires on the balcony, continuing to study the content of the magic books. It had to be said. The environment of the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes had its charms. It was said that each island within Asidu's territory had a giant mountain similar to Black Mountain. The major cities were also situated halfway up the mountains. The residents here lacked horizontal space, but they had plenty of vertical space. Like the Cloud Inn where Matthew was staying. A single inn was built with more than 30 floors, with various platforms up and down, providing an unusual experience. Now deep into the night. The night wind howled, bringing a chill. Matthew held the book, reading more and more entranced. This was not a book about conventional magic, but rather, one that dealt with how to build complex domains and other profound topics. To put it frankly, legendary status for Matthew at this time was like a backyard he could enter whenever he wished. However, what he wanted was the most perfect ascension. Currently, he was 2 points short of this goal. First, the degree of practice in the legendary path. Matthew was now at the due period level of practice, just one step away from the last and most perfect flower fruit stage. Achieving this was actually not slow. With the legendary path already laid out, Matthew simply needed to continue practicing along the set direction. He estimated, if he could handle the chaos storm on Storluck, the legendary path should also be able to smoothly enter the final stage. Second, the construction and perfection of the Undead domain. Unlike the nature domain, the Undead domain was proposed by Matthew himself, and did not belong to the domains originally part of Ander. It covered elements such as death, eternity, transcendence, longevity, necromancers, negative energy, etc., and was a brand new, foreign, and comprehensive domain. Unlike the relatively obscure and unpopular domains such as the Tauren domain, with no interest from others. For Matthew to single-handedly open up an Undead domain, he must break the order of the established domains. And the content recorded in this magic book just so happened to provide a rough summary of how the gods of the Age of Enlightenment defined a new domain and, through domain wars, constructed it into a domain recognized by the will of Ander. Matthew benefited a lot while reading this book. On one hand, his speculation was confirmed. The right to define the concept of domain indeed rested in the hands of those who dominated the top of Ander's food chain for a certain period. On the other hand, he also understood why spellcasters were not that interested in constructing new domains. In the age of the ascension of the Heavenly Family Palace, the domains of Ander sank, and spellcasters had no domains to pursue because most domains still retained redundant divine branding. If one delved too deeply into a domain, or gathered a large amount of other domains in order to construct a new one, it could lead to the revival of the gods associated with those domains within. Moreover, legendary mages within the Alliance could sublime their lower domains into higher laws, and even into the more elevated fruit of purity. This meant that doing too much work on domains was not worth the effort. Matthew pondered as he held down the last page of the book. But now, times had changed. The gods had long since vanished with the fire of the Heavenly Family Palace. The only hope for becoming the new heaven realm, the lost paradise, was tightly in Matthew's own grasp. A large number of domains were sinking back down. It seemed to be the perfect time to construct a customized domain. I need to build as a super domain that can stand on equal footing with nature and achieve a final dynamic equilibrium. The nature domain is now ownerless, neither is it so sacred that it cannot be twisted, but that work can be postponed. The matter of urgency is to determine the undead domain. In his thoughts, Matthew slowly opened one familiar domain after another. With his current focus, he could sustain nearly 10 main domains at the same time. Death, necromancer, negative energy, grave, erosion. One by one, the related domains opened. In the midst of it all, Matthew seemed to sit upon a throne. Beneath the throne were domains bowing and paying homage. Undying, eternity, transcendence, darkness. One by one, elements quickly took shape under Matthew's special marking. Following that, he summoned a large number of proof of domain he had accumulated previously. After consuming nearly half, a new domain that incorporated all elements custom defined by Matthew, and linked to the relevant domains, distinctly took form. That was the Undead domain. Hint, you have successfully pioneered and constructed a new super domain Undead. To gain recognition from the plane will of Ander, you must dominate the related domains, or obtain corresponding nodal tokens from veterans of those domains. You need to obtain at least 3 of the following 5 target tokens to formally open the Undead domain. 1. Scar of the Dead, Crow Demonic Domain, Death God's Ashes, Viscount Fan. 2. Scar of the Dead, Eternal Dead Area, Eternal Vine. 3. Material World, Helen Mountains, Flowing Cloud Will, Climbing Monk. 4. Heavenly Realm Ruins. 5. Rootless River. As expected, as long as you have the recognition of the will of Ander, customizing a domain is not at all difficult. Matthew showed a gleam of pleasure. But it seemed not so simple to obtain the nodal tokens of the related domains. The things in the Rootless River and Heavenly Realm Ruins are not so easy to take. Compared to them, it seems relatively easier to obtain things in the hands of Viscount Fan and a certain legendary monk hidden in the Helen Mountains. Never mind, send a message to Viscount Fan first. Matthew took out the lost lantern and sent a message. His figure then quickly vanished on the slopes of Black Mountain in Acidu. 10 minutes later. Helen Mountains. Matthew looked at the dark mass of mountains, his gaze as bright as torches. Chapter 1856, 515 Cloud Walking and the Four Symbols Tao. Chapter 1856, 515 Cloud Walking and the Four Symbols Tao. Since the Blood Moon Strike event, the nights in Ander had become exceptionally dark. Compared to the moon before, the split new moon was far inferior in both size and luminosity. The extra stars brought on by the Great Tear were hard to compensate for the loss of moonlight. This resulted in the nightfall in Ander, which instantly turned the world between heaven and earth a dull torpor. This was especially evident in the Helen Mountains, the highest average altitude in Ander. At times, even though the night sky above would twinkle with stars, a faint wisp of cloud flying by would plunge the land into deep gloom. Matthew, in raven form, agilely weaved through the layers of sky wind. He searched among the mountains, sensing their pulse and breath. Still above, following his powerful insight, he flew upwards, tracing the peak that stood like a sword scabbard among the mountains, higher and higher. Later on, the raven's form could no longer support him. Matthew first transformed into the winged dragon wind god, and finally into a silver dragon, which allowed him to continue the ascending trend. In the blink of an eye, he had reached an altitude of around 15,000 meters. The air here was so thin it seemed non-existent. The silver dragon gently flapped its wings, occasionally dusting a layer of frost. At this height, I almost reached the eternal barrier before. Now, there's still a lot of room to ascend. Matthew looked up, silently observing the mountain that continued to climb. After the Great Tear, the terrain of Ander had changed significantly, and the collapse of the eternal barrier had opened up the sky's limit. At the same time, the fusion of other demi-planes also meant many places in the material world acquired new terrain features. Take for example the peak in front of Matthew. He had not seen this slender, sky-reaching dangerous peak before when he visited the Helen Mountains. It must have emerged after the fusion of secondary planes. The silver dragon shook its tail, continuing upwards. Around 18,000 meters. Matthew slowed his flight speed. It was at this place that he sensed the person he was looking for. He raised his head to look. This place was far above the clouds, so the view was quite clear. The stars encircled the mountain waste overhead. And the pillar-like peak was gradually reaching the summit. Not far away. A tiny black dot was sitting in mid-air. Matthew noticed there was a very faint white cloud beneath him. Before Matthew could approach, the black dot rushed towards him at high speed. With every step he took, the white cloud would dissipate, before reappearing where his next foot was to land. And so it repeated. With a few leaps, the shadow reached Matthew. Matthew reverted from his silver dragon form. The shadow, facing the starlight, also revealed its true face. It was an old man dressed in simple monk's robes, with white hair and beard. Cloud-walking monk. Stepping without trace and cloud-walking. Matthew recognized the old man's identity and the abilities he had just used to run through the sky. The cloud-walking monk is an advanced class of monks. They are the guardians of the mountains, seekers of the skies, and defenders of the longevity domain. The signature ability of the cloud-walking monk is mountain immortality. Once achieved, their appearance would not age, and their physical functions would not decline. They would break through the limits of their lifespan and thus be able to explore deeper mysteries between heaven and earth. However, as far as Matthew knew, the career of the cloud-walking monk still had many flaws. For example, their immortality was not truly undying but merely an extended longevity. If they were injured by someone, or injected with negative energy, eroding energy, etc., it could cause the internal cycles to collapse, thereby losing the ability for immortality. Besides, this legendary advancement had relatively weak combat abilities, and it was inconvenient to leave the mountain or sky environment. Once they did, their already fragile combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. By comparison, the training and advancement of cloud-walking monk were extremely strict. Therefore, even those obsessed with the idea of immortality rarely considered this legendary advancement of monks. They would rather consider turning themselves into a lich. In just a moment, all these thoughts flashed through Matthew's mind. He was about to greet the other. But the old man gave him a slight smile, showing a hint of apology, and then made a gesture asking for silence. Matthew looked up again. Immediately, he noticed at about 300 meters above his head, on the summit of this lone peak, two tiny figures were on standby. The two were also dressed as monks. Unlike the old man, their eyes were covered with thick cloth, their nostrils pinched with wooden clamps, and their ears seemed to be sealed. The old man made a few gestures quietly. Matthew caught on. The cloud-walking monk elder was overseeing a certain trial for those two young monks. It seemed to be a critical moment. One of the monks appeared not to have achieved a mixed-element body. He was leaning against a massive boulder, shivering severely. Seeing this, Matthew promptly moved to one side, indicating for them to continue. The old man nodded in appreciation. Then, he once again performed the art of cloud walking, reaching the side of the two young monks. Not long after, the elder led that trembling monk to the edge of a cliff. The former set up a straight rope at the edge of the cliff. The other end of the rope was held in his palm. Below was the chilling sky wind and the bottomless cloud layer. The monk took one foot off the rock, stepping onto the rope, and in an instant, the rope swayed gently. Chapter 1857, 515 Cloud Walking and the Four Symbols Tao_2. Chapter 1857, 515 Cloud Walking and the Four Symbols Tao_2. The young monk had to adjust his body, striving to maintain his balance and attempting to continue moving forward. But the rope was several meters long. The end tied to the rock was relatively stable, while the side held in the elder's hand occasionally trembled slightly. Moreover, with the night wind howling and the young monk's senses sealed, reaching the other side was indeed not an easy task. Is this a training for hard-eye skill? Matthew tried to relate what he saw and heard in front of him with the rumors he knew about the monks. But at that moment, the young monk stepped forward into the void, lost his balance thoroughly, and fell down instantly. Ah! The young monk screamed. Yet, the cloud climber monk just shook his head, then steadily tightened his grip on the rope. A few seconds later, the monk plunged into the clouds. Another several seconds passed. Suddenly, a giant immortal crane burst through the clouds. And there, the young monk seemed to be tightly clinging to the back of the immortal crane. By then, his eye mask and the seal on his nose and mouth were already removed. His face showed a mix of horror and shame. "Teacher, I..." The words of the young monk were scattered by the wind. The cloud climber monk just waved from a distance, and the immortal crane immediately descended, taking the young monk out of sight. Next was another young monk. Huh? This monk's silhouette seems somewhat familiar? Before Matthew could take a closer look, the monk, whose senses were sealed, had already stepped forward. He quickly took several steps on the rope, his pace quick, and his center of gravity extremely stable. Seeing this, the cloud climber monk slightly smiled, and unexpectedly let go of the rope. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the blowing of the wind, the rope fell freely. However, the monk seemed oblivious. He kept walking forward. Every step he took was on the void. Then, a miraculous scene occurred. Despite clearly having no support beneath his feet, he kept moving forward step by step. Just like that. He walked a great distance, far beyond the inherent length of the rope. At one moment, the monk seemed to suddenly realize something, then shouted in midair. "Master Bayun, have I mastered it?" Bayun just smiled and then waved a hand. As if by some divine intervention, large hands appeared, stripping the monk of all his seals. The monk suddenly saw himself standing in the void, a look of ecstasy on his face. However, a few seconds later, a subtle change in his body's center of gravity occurred. As if gravity had reactivated, he fell straight down to the ground. The posture of this monk as he fell was no different from that of the previous trialist. The difference being, after he plunged into the clouds, it took more than 2 minutes before any movement came from the clouds. Matthew stared intently. He saw him dashing boldly atop the clouds. Although his movements and posture were far from being as graceful as those of Master Bayun, clearly, he had mastered cloud walking. Unexpected, truly unexpected. The voice of Master Bayun sounded behind Matthew. The techniques such as cloud walking and stepping without trace, which even my own disciples struggled to master, were effortlessly learned by a monk from another sect. It shows that everything is predetermined, and chances are unpredictable. Matthew, watching the bald head running frantically in the clouds, couldn't help but smile. "I didn't expect to encounter an old acquaintance here with you, Master. Speaking of which, wasn't Li Weiqi a disciple of the Divine Dragon sect? How did he switch to your discipleship?" Master Bayun shook his head. "Venerable Li just encountered some obstacles on his path to legendary status, so he came to chat with me for solace. As for the abilities and skills of the cloud-climbing monk lineage, they are not truly secretive secrets. Everyone is a monk, and if he wanted to learn, of course, I could teach him, but whether he could learn depends entirely on destiny." As they spoke, Master Bayun led Matthew to a cave carved out by man on top of the mountain. Matthew had intended to meet up with Li Weiqi first, to cozy up to the cloud-climbing monk through him, but Master Bayun started asking. "You're here for the flowing cloud will, aren't you?" Matthew nodded. Bayun took out a black bead from his pocket and handed it to Matthew, frankly saying, "This is the flowing cloud will." Upon handling it, Matthew couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. Indeed, it was one of the nodal tokens needed to construct the undead domain. Gaining the flowing cloud will signify the recognition of the longevity domain. This could greatly stabilize the newly defined undead domain on a global scale. You're giving it to me just like that? Is there no trial or assessment required? Matthew couldn't help but ask. Bai Yun replied with a smile. No need. If you insist on a reason, there are mainly three. First, you are renowned out there, Star Tamer, Destroyer, the names that intimidate the astral world. I am just a frail monk. I cannot be a match for such a powerful necromancer like you. In this current situation, I do not wish my disciples and I to encounter unexpected calamities. Rather than beating around the bush, it's better to offer you the flowing cloud will directly. Secondly, you are a friend of Li Weiqi. The relationship between the divine dragon sect's monks and us has always been good. Another act of goodwill is also reasonable. Matthew squinted. So the real reason is the third one? Chapter 1858, 515 Cloud Walking and the Four Symbols Tao_3. Chapter 1858, 515 Cloud Walking and the Four Symbols Tao_3. Master Bai Yun couldn't help but give a wry smile as he said. The first two reasons are also very real and objective. On the other hand, the third reason is more subjective. In terms of the domain, my personal understanding is. It's not that one becomes the master of the domain after passing the trial, rather, a master of the domain will inevitably pass all trials. Your Excellency already possesses the qualifications to become the sect leader of the longevity domain, so why bother with the superfluous? After hearing this, Matthew nodded in satisfaction. This lineage of the Panyan sect, seemingly secluded in the mountains, had a firm grasp of worldly wisdom, leaving no flaws to be picked upon. I owe you a small favor. If anything arises, you can find me in the great tombs of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Having said this, Matthew carefully stored away the flowing cloud will. He then chatted with Bai Yun for a while. Matthew then came across Li Weiqi, who had just learned cloud walking. The latter was naturally quite surprised at Matthew's arrival. They exchanged pleasantries. With a hint from Master Bai Yun, Matthew skipped over mentioning the flowing cloud will and pretended that he and Bai Yun had been acquainted for a long time, and that his visit was simply a social call. A few minutes later, Bai Yun tactfully bid his farewell and left. Matthew then started discussing the coiled dragon with Li Weiqi. Don't even start, I went all the way up north, chased for a long time, only to find out that the so-called clues were from 300 years ago. Li Weiqi recollected with a bitter smile. 300 years. If it were in the wilderness, perhaps there could be some scales or claws left by the coiled dragon, but that was a city bustling with tens of thousands of people. In short, these 2 years have been fruitless for me. After coming back from the Northland, I could feel my bodily functions beginning to decline, so I ran over here to Master Bai Yun to scrounge some health-preserving spells, only to unexpectedly learn cloud walking. Too bad I am a disciple of the Divine Dragon sect, and it's too late to switch to the Panyan sect now. Li Weiqi was a monk of the Divine Dragon sect. He had been at the peak of Tier 5 for many years. To ascend to an advanced legend, one must find the traces left by the legendary coiled dragon and gain immense strength by imitating the divine demeanor of the coiled dragon. Unfortunately, such creatures as the coiled dragon were already extinct in Ander. This made Li Weiqi's path to advancement quite bumpy. Hearing this, Matthew quickly recounted the clues about the coiled dragon in the far west that he had gathered. Who would have thought, after listening to this, Li Weiqi did not show any excitement. Instead, he revealed a very strange expression. Matthew asked. What's wrong? Li Weiqi let out a bitter laugh. Thank you for the information. Only, I am now feeling a bit lost, a bit weary. Over those past years, in the pursuit of becoming a legend and chasing the traces of the coiled dragon, I missed out on too much and ultimately came away empty-handed. Of course, I don't regret my choices. A person has to take responsibility for their decisions. I am just hesitant about what lies ahead in life. As you said, the information you gathered about the coiled dragon is also very limited, and its truthfulness is greatly reduced. Had it been before, I would have gone without second thoughts. But now, I suddenly feel that living secluded in the mountains like the disciples of the Panyan sect, not pursuing power excessively, doesn't seem so bad. Matthew looked thoughtfully at Li Weiqi. When did it start? The normally youthful-looking monk now had quite a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His skin was no longer rosy, like bark that was beginning to wrinkle. Has someone drained your life force? Matthew noticed something was amiss. Li Weiqi shook his head. It wasn't drained by anyone, rather I offered it willingly. Previously in the Northland, when I was tracking the coiled dragon, I encountered some trouble, and had to endure some losses to save some people. That's nothing for me, you don't need to worry. Matthew's expression remained grave. Li Weiqi spoke lightly, but since it involved the sacrifice of longevity, it must have been a formidable opponent he faced. However, since Li Weiqi didn't wish to discuss it, Matthew didn't press further. He realized that Li Weiqi's loss of fervor in chasing the trace of the coiled dragon was likely connected to his rapidly declining bodily functions and the approaching end of his lifespan. Li Weiqi was of the same generation as Rieger. After having a substantial amount of longevity drained, his current physical condition was indeed dire, looking as if he could maintain for at most another year and a half. No wonder he sought help from the Panyan monks. Matthew pondered for a moment. Then, without a word, he began chanting a spell. Before long, to the astonishment of Li Weiqi, a rusty teapot fell out from the luster of the legendary spell. Matthew grasped the teapot, opened the lid, and handed it to Li Weiqi. This should help you get through the tough times for now. The legendary spell, Pot of Miracles. It could be opened once a year. This time, Matthew chose the first effect of the three, which is to instantly add 10 years of life. Li Weiqi smelled the liquid inside the teapot, and amazement filled his eyes. A deep excitement and desire flashed through them. However, after hesitating for 2 seconds, he actually pushed the teapot back, then said with a pained face, "No, I can't do that. I haven't earned the reward, I can't take something so precious from you." And about my condition? Matthew interrupted him with a smile. To me, it's just a trifle. However, speaking of not taking an unearned reward, I do indeed need your help with something. Chapter 1859, 515 Cloud Walking and 4 Symbols Tao_4. Chapter 1859, 515 Cloud Walking and 4 Symbols Tao_4. Li Weiqi's eyes lit up. What's the matter? Matthew activated a soundproof barrier and briefly recounted Rieger and the situation on Stuluk planet. Although the story had been cut short, it still left Li Weiqi staring in disbelief. What? Rieger is dead? Oh, his soul was captured by the Desire Demon Lord. Isn't that the same as being dead? What? You took down a planet? Oh, temporary occupation? Isn't that still taking it down? What? After a moment, this disciple of the divine dragon sect drained the liquid from the pot of miracles in one gulp, lamenting as he drank. I thought my experiences in the Northland were already quite dramatic. But they seem rather ordinary compared to your adventures. Matthew, I know you're involving me just to give me a reason to drink this water, and I'll remember this favor. But of course, I'm duty-bound to help save Rieger, and I can get a few monk friends from other disciplines to lend a hand. You came to the right person, we monks should step forward to deal with seductive bitches like the Demoness of Desire. Before he could finish speaking, a surge of life force burst forth from within Li Weiqi. He paused for a moment, then immediately sat cross-legged to gather the power of nature within his body. Matthew quietly observed from the side. Before long, the wrinkles at the corners of Li Weiqi's eyes slowly disappeared. Indeed, a monk who has made progress in his cultivation only begins to show signs of aging when his time is nearly up. Li Weiqi must have encountered some demon that sucked away life too harshly. Matthew thought to himself. But this guy is also unlucky, choosing a less popular path. If the coiled dragon truly went extinct without leaving a trace, wouldn't his hope of becoming legendary be lost in this lifetime? At that thought, his heart suddenly stirred, and he discreetly activated his legendary mentor abilities. Insight successful. You have successfully learned about Li Weiqi's legendary path. Here are the two most suitable directions for his advancement. 1. Divine Dragon Path, a slim chance of survival in the far west / extremely low success rate. 2. For Symbols Dao, inheritance from Azure Dragon Doofing / strongly recommended. For Symbols Dao? Matthew was momentarily taken aback. It took him a while to remember that he seemed to have a Four Symbols card. And there was the projection of Azure Dragon Doofing, who had been clamoring for Matthew to find an inheritor for the Four Symbols sect. It's inconvenient for Li Weiqi to switch to practicing with the Panyan sect because of their strict precepts, which require training from a young age. In comparison, the Four Symbols sect doesn't have so many rules. The Divine Dragon sect and the Four Symbols sect are both on the brink of extinction. They should sympathize with each other. Perhaps after Li Weiqi succeeds, he could unify both sects and bring them to new heights, right? As the saying goes, a tree dies when it's moved, but a person lives on through changes. Thinking this way, Matthew felt that letting Li Weiqi inherit the Four Symbols sect indeed seemed more reliable than heading to the far west. So, after Li Weiqi had absorbed most of the natural energy from the Pot of Miracles, Matthew handed him the Four Symbols card directly. This was originally a mystical item of the Earth Society, which then fell into my hands by chance, but it's of little use to me. Perhaps it can give you a new direction. The Four Symbols sect may be weak, but the Panyan sect isn't exactly skilled in combat either. I think, for the monks of Ander, there's no longer any justification to persist in the distinctions between disciplines. The best strategy is simply to survive. Of course, the final choice is yours. Li Weiqi understood Matthew's insinuation. He solemnly took the Four Symbols card, promising, "I will consider it seriously." Matthew then contentedly withdrew his gaze from the data bar. Legendary Mentor really is a great ability. So far, he had mentored 3 people, Melinda, Eli, and Li Weiqi. As long as one of them could successfully become legendary, Matthew would benefit from it. At present, although the world was in chaos, the practice of the legendary path had become easier for many. Matthew speculated that in the near future, the number of legendaries in Ander would experience an explosive increase. I can certainly guide a few more before this window closes, Matthew thought to himself. Afterward, Matthew brought Li Weiqi into the guilds of spells for subsequent contact matters. After that, having obtained the flowing cloud will as he wished, Matthew returned directly to the lake country. He had just sat down on the rooftop of the Cloud Inn for a short while, when a messenger from the Scar of the Dead brought Matthew what he wanted. It was a handful of ashes housed in a small black wooden box. Death God's ashes. Discount fan is quite generous. Along with the ashes, there was also a letter. In the letter, Discount fan expressed that he could not travel to the material world due to recent conflicts between the Crow demonic domain and the surrounding territories. But he offered the Death God's ashes that Matthew asked for with both hands. Discount fan told Matthew. The so-called Death God's ashes were in fact a mystical object formed by successive supreme rulers of the Scar of the Dead, infusing their unique spirituality and a trace of branding into a giant ash pool. There were not a few Death God's ashes, but they were firmly in the hands of the rulers of the Scar of the Dead. They actually are symbols of power in the Scar of the Dead. Discount fan even suggested in the letter that through Death God's ashes, one could indirectly confer the title of emissary of the underworld. Such was the energy of this item. Matthew weighed the small wooden box in his hand. The amount of ashes provided by Discount fan was more than enough for constructing the Undead domain, and there was even a surplus. He would certainly remember this favor. From the side, isn't Viscount fan also implying that his power in the Scar of the Dead is equivalent to that of a true ruler? It's strange, why would there still be forces daring to resist the Crow demonic domain in the Scar of the Dead? Thinking this, Matthew put the Death God's ashes and the flowing cloud will away together. At this point, he was just one token shy of completely constructing the Undead domain. However, the remaining 3 tokens were not so easily obtained. The ruin of the Heavenly Realm was the most dangerous. After the Great Rift, the Heavenly Family Palace fell into the astral world. leaving the heavenly realm ruins to be ruled by void turbulence. All life forms dare not enter lightly. Matthew put this option at the end. The eternal dead area was equally enigmatic and unpredictable. It was the place where Mabarin, the second son of death, secluded himself for death meditation. Considering his unclear relationship with death and Mabarin, Matthew was also somewhat averse to this place. So, for the last token, I'll go retrieve it from the rootless river. Although that place is mysterious, both Link and Audacia have actually been there. Matthew steadied his mind. He pondered the time, and it had been a while since the incident at the Order City, Canning. The mother of Black Dragon, Audacia, would have probably handled the country of the Thorny Flower Sword by then, right? At this thought, Matthew sent a message to Audacia. Afterward, he took out a few brand new magic books to pass the time. Over an hour later, Matthew did not receive a reply from the mother of Black Dragon. But the shadow cast by a huge tree planted beside the rooftop suddenly came to life. A shadowy figure swaggered over to Matthew. Matthew couldn't see his face, but he could sense the strong aura emanating from the other party. A demon? He asked. Bouilly. The shadowy figure replied in a deep voice. Chapter 1860, 516 Eye of Blasphemy and Light of Judgment. Chapter 1860, 516 Eye of Blasphemy and Light of Judgment. The devil Bouilly's projection in the material world was nothing more than a human-like shell. Most of it was wrapped in chaotic shadows and delicate vines. Especially the face. Matthew had gazed at its face for so long. It was as if he saw a fathomless vortex. He knew this was the effect of an esoteric spell, so he quickly shifted his gaze. Mr. Matthew. First of all, I want to thank you for sparing my mount. Bouilly's voice actually sounded quite pleasant, youthful, and full of vigor. Matthew replied calmly. It was no trouble at all. Besides, I had no particular reason to kill it, I just didn't want to see it cause unnecessary conflict with my friends. Bouilly chuckled. Your choice was the right one. You're clever. And you weren't used by that wretched woman, Lady Shui. When mentioning the name of Lady Shui, Bouilly seemed to grit his teeth. Matthew's expression shifted slightly. Do you hate her that much? Of course. Bouilly replied with a hint of anger. That cunning woman used me. She made me all kinds of promises, but in the end, none were fulfilled. After all, she even had the nerve to blame me for being too greedy. Didn't she know what I wanted during all the years I helped her stabilize this kingdom? No. She did know, she was very clear about what I wanted. She was just pretending all along, always finding excuses for herself. She contentedly enjoyed the kingdom I had conquered for her, yet in the end, she wouldn't even satisfy my most humble request. How could I possibly not hate her? With the devil's angry tirade, his projection began to twist violently, the breeze on the balcony grew colder, and the platform under Matthew's feet even trembled slightly, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Matthew quickly said a few words to comfort him. Bouilly then calmed down. So what you want is her, right? What reason did she give for rejecting you? Matthew asked curiously. Bouilly replied bitterly. Ugly. She said it was because I was too ugly, and she instinctively felt repulsed, so she couldn't be with me. Matthew couldn't help but snicker inwardly upon hearing this. It seems I guessed right, Lady Shui really isn't any good. How important can beauty and ugliness be compared to a territory like the Kingdom of Thousands of Lakes? At that moment, Bouilly suddenly turned toward Matthew. His fuzzy head began to take on a real appearance. After a few seconds, Bouilly's projection fully transformed into a clear, humanoid creature. But when Matthew saw Bouilly's face, he fell into a long silence once again. Wait. This is indeed a humanoid. But it seems to meet only the bare minimum standards of being humanoid. Matthew was silent. He swallowed hard, a cold shiver running through him. This devil Bouilly was indeed exceedingly ugly. Could any normal person accept such an unsightly partner? His opinion of Lady Shui gained back a bit of respect. Mr. Matthew, give me an honest answer, do you think I'm ugly? Bu Yi demanded angrily. Matthew hesitated for 2 seconds, then lied through his teeth. It's decent. Just average. Average ugliness? Matthew added inwardly. Bu Yi immediately argued. I knew it. I really am not ugly, it's just that vulgar woman lying. To tell you the truth, I've asked many demons and warlocks before, and not one of them called me ugly. Only Lady Shui. She insulted my adoration for her with such a despicable excuse. She's inhuman. Matthew silently endured the wave of resentment washing over him, his teeth itching to retort. SSSSS. It's like this, although you're not bad looking, there is indeed a lot of room for improvement when it comes to charm. Lady Shuiji, being a warlock, surely prefers beings with high charm. How about wearing a mask, or maintaining a charm spell, or adopting a form with higher charm? He tried to offer sincere advice. But this was met with a strong rebuff from Bu Yi. Why should I wear a mask? I'm not a demon who hides and skulks. As for transfiguration, that's out of the question. I am as I am, I hate dishonesty. Matthew unconsciously wanted to persuade him further. But Bu Yi suddenly snapped. Do you like to recommend charm items or spells so much, are you selling charm dust? You're so handsome, you must have used transfiguration, and probably charm dust too, right? Matthew opened his mouth. But under Bu Yi's doubtful gaze, he sighed inwardly. However, Bu Yi took Matthew's gesture as an affirmation. I just knew you must be enhanced somehow. There's no way someone can be naturally that good-looking, ha ha ha. He seemed a lot more balanced inside. Matthew suddenly felt. This great devil from the abyss might not be that difficult to deal with. He smoothly steered the conversation back on track. So, it all started to fall apart between you two over this? Bu Yi nodded. She couldn't accept my appearance, I can understand that. In fact, after some time of my courtship being fruitless, I also convinced myself to accept this. I no longer demanded Lady Shui fulfill her promise to be my wife, instead I told her that as long as she could keep another promise, we would remain allies in battle, and I would continue to protect the land of Asidu. Chapter 1861, 516 Eye of Blasphemy and Light of Judgment _2. Chapter 1861, 516 Eye of Blasphemy and Light of Judgment _2. Bu Yi thus spoke. Mr. Matthew was struck by his words. Treasure? What treasure? Bu Yi replied promptly. The demon treasure orb. That is the treasure left in the kingdom of thousands of lakes by the abyssal lord, Fernando. Fernando is the progenitor of all demon warlocks in the material world, and the token he left contains authority tied to the main body of the abyss. The orb is of no use to Lady Shui herself, but it holds significant meaning for me. Mr. Matthew frowned and asked. So she still didn't give it to you? An angry expression flashed across Bu Yi's unsightly face. She gave me a fake one. And the forgery was quite skillful. It took me a long time to realize I had been deceived, trusting her so much. If I hadn't discovered at the last moment that it was a counterfeit, had I taken that orb into the main body of the abyss, I would have certainly met an unmarked grave. At that moment, I understood that the woman doesn't despise my looks, nor does she hate my identity or race, she simply wants me to disappear from this world. Once she needed me, so she was willing to make promises. But when she became the queen of the kingdom of thousands of lakes, I became an obstacle to consolidating her power. She would only silently curse me to die. Why should I make life easy for such a woman? Mr. Matthew thoughtfully thought. So, you had Huang Chan and the demons harass the borders of the kingdom of thousands of lakes? But if you hate her so much, why did you make a deal with her again? Bu Yi sighed and said. I was left with no choice. At that time, carrying the fake demon treasure orb, an archenemy from the abyss took advantage of my vulnerability. That bastard almost beat me to death. I was still under the effects of Lady Shui's banishment spell and other curses, and in order to catch a breath, I had to agree to her terms. That is, to duel with someone she found every now and then. If I lose even once, I can never return to the kingdom of thousands of lakes or trouble her again. If I win all 5 times, then she promised that this time she would fulfill her previous promise to hand over both the kingdom of thousands of lakes and herself. Mr. Matthew, with an undecided expression, said. So you believed her again? The reaction from Bouilly was vehement. Of course, I didn't. Do I look like a fool to be deceived a second time? Exactly, because I don't believe she will fulfill her promise, that's why I came to seek you. Mr. Matthew, I am aware of your strength and influence in the world of Ander. Women like Lady Shui only obey those who are stronger, smarter than her. You appear to be just such a person. That's why I came here today, to strike a deal with you. You help me obtain the demon treasure orb from Lady Shui. In exchange, I can cooperate with you to launch a full-scale attack on the Demoness of Desire's territory at the appropriate time. Ha ha ha. Before coming, I did some homework. Though the Abyss is isolated, the events happening on Storluck have gradually spread here. In my territory, many demons greatly admire you. I think we could become the perfect partners. You dominate the material world while I become the true Abyssal Demon King. Let our collaboration begin with the Demon Treasure Orb and attacking Purgatory. What do you think? After listening to Bouilly's narrative laden with strong personal feelings, Mr. Matthew squinted his eyes, then suddenly laughed. This devil isn't as rough as he seems. He bluntly pointed out the core issue. Forgive my directness, but obtaining the demon treasure orb from Lady Shui and attacking Purgatory at the appropriate time are not equivalent in this deal. Bouilly chuckled and said. With your charm and strength, taking down Lady Shui won't be too difficult. And the man she has chosen is claimed to be your friend. You wouldn't want him to come to me, seeking death, right? Attacking Purgatory is a big move, inevitably drawing troops, carefully calculating. I think maybe I'm the one at a bit of a loss. However, Mr. Matthew remained unmoved. Attacking Purgatory is essentially in line with the will of the main body of the Abyss, an easy task for you demons, right? It's merely a change in the timing. The most important point is, I never intended to get involved in this affair. If you really want to drag a neutral party like me into this, you'll need to offer a more tempting chip. Bouilly thought for a moment. I can offer a divine artifact from the Abyss in exchange. Mr. Matthew calmly watched the other party. After a long pause, he suddenly smiled gently. You see, regarding the trade for the demon treasure orb, we can discuss it. But such a significant matter, there's no way 2 strangers would undertake such a huge deal upon just meeting, right? It's all step by step, gradually building trust, and then considering such a high-level trade, right? Bouilly squinted. So, what you mean is? Mr. Matthew smiled and said. We can first collaborate on the matter of attacking Purgatory. If our cooperation is enjoyable, then after the Storluck affair is over, I'll definitely help you get the demon treasure orb. Of course, you'll also have to provide a divine artifact worthy of exchange. Bouilly's eyes nearly narrowed into lines. He no longer spoke. He clearly realized that the proposal Mr. Matthew laid out was essentially getting a free ride. This is a rare opportunity for any ambitious Abyssal Lord. Chapter 1862, 516 Eye of Blasphemy and Light of Judgment _3. Chapter 1862, 516 Eye of Blasphemy and Light of Judgment _3. Matthew continued nonchalantly. Conquering a piece of land that originally belonged to Purgatory, guess what reward the main body of the Abyss would bestow? This opportunity is in our hands, it's up to you to seize it. I think it's far more valuable than any demon treasure orb. I, for one, don't really care. There are many Abyssal Lords, and not a few are interested in Glacia. I'm not short of partners. What do you think? With these words spoken, the air around Bouilly became even more elusive. Matthew's gaze towards Bouilly turned extremely amiable. Had it not been for this devil appearing, he wouldn't have even thought of seeking an alliance with the Abyss for the planetary defense war. Thinking it over, it made sense. Once the Demoness of Desire's army enters Storluck, her homeland would inevitably be vulnerable. If Matthew really caused some trouble in the Demoness of Desire's territory, the usually aggressive demon lords would definitely not miss such an opportunity. Thus, the negotiation balance between Matthew and Bouilly completely tipped. The initiative fell entirely into Matthew's hands. The latter pondered for several minutes before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter and saying, "You're right. I can't believe I didn't realize that this is the perfect opportunity to attack Purgatory. How embarrassing. No wonder I felt happy the moment I saw you. It seems we're destined to be on the same side. Let's do as you suggested. After this battle, we'll discuss the matter of the demon treasure orb." Bouilly abandoned his earlier resentful and accusing demeanor. Leaving behind a magic book, the Flame Book, capable of sending messages to the abyss, he then hurriedly departed. Old fox. Matthew chuckled as he checked the magic book from the abyss and then tossed it into Lost Paradise. The words Bouilly spoke probably didn't hold much truth. Matthew had no interest in getting tangled in the messy affairs between him and Lady Shui. Let's trick him into fighting Glacia first. Right, perhaps I should consider reaching out to a few more radical demon lords. In his thoughts, Matthew stretched lazily and set down the magic book. Then he opened his still-in-construction Necromancer's domain and placed the 2 tokens in the appropriate domain nodes. At that moment, the Undead domain underwent a subtle transformation. A white and a blue halo appeared within the domain. From them, Matthew sensed a surge of abundant power. They were subdomains derived from the Undead domain. Notice, your domain Undead has derived 2 new domains: Immortal, Flowing Cloud Will, and Divine, Death God's Ashes. You have begun to explore these 2 subdomains and have gained the following abilities as feedback from exploring the domains. 1. Immortal Necromancer, Immortal domain. You can grant this special effect to Undead of Tier 3 or higher. Once granted, the unit will acquire the Immortal effect, meaning it will not naturally age or decay. Moreover, the unit will forever lose the potential to grow further. Note, you can also apply this ability to enemy units. 2. Ancient Artifact Repair, Immortal domain. You can release this ability on ordinary items that are worn due to age, or treasures that have lost their spirituality over time. After 5 minutes, you will have a certain probability of repairing the item. 3. Eye of Blasphemy, Divine domain. You can cast an Eye of Blasphemy on any part of your body, as long as there's skin, and the unit watched by the Eye of Blasphemy will continuously receive injections of negative energy, moral corruption, and twisted desires. The targeted individual will gradually become an extremely evil entity. 4. Light of Judgment, Divine domain. You can release a series of light rains over a targeted area. The light rain will lock onto all entities of evil nature, continuously causing damage until the spell effect completely fades or the evil entities are purified. Is the Death God's Ashes actually corresponding to the Divine domain? Matthew raised an eyebrow. But since even elements of blasphemy are within the scope of Divine domain, it seems fitting that the domain of death falls under Divine authority. With 2 new subdomains and 4 abilities now at hand, Matthew felt quite pleased. Especially the latter 2 abilities, which could form a combination punch. First, turn the incorrigibles evil, then judge them, a perfect one-stop service. As for the first 2 abilities, they were also purpose-specific, though they didn't seem very powerful. Quickly, Matthew discovered a unique aspect of these subdomains. They could produce interesting interactions with undead summoning spells. After realizing this, Matthew immediately commenced experiments. Before long, he had confirmed the following pattern. If you overlay the Immortal domain with undead summoning spells and specify the summoned entity as zombies, it is possible to summon a new type of undead, named Grudge Guard. Grudge Guards do not resemble zombies but look somewhat like mummies, yet their combat power is basically an advanced version of Dark Warriors. Matthew tested this. Even the most common Grudge Guard possessed a base strength of 4th level. If it was an elite version, its strength might even surpass that of Argus. On the other hand, If using the divine domain layered with undead summoning spells and specifying the summoned entity as ghosts, it is possible to summon blazing sky guards resembling angels. Blazing sky guards possess the ability to fly, have extremely fast support speed, strong melee capabilities, and a certain level of spellcasting ability, which is equivalent to an advanced version of Blood Race or Banshees. Chapter 1863, 516 Eye of Blasphemy and Light of Judgment _4. Chapter 1863, 516 Eye of Blasphemy and Light of Judgment _4. The subtlety was profound. The appearance of the blazing sky guards seemed divine and carried a high charm. Ordinary people wouldn't realize that this was actually an undead. Grudge guards and blazing sky guards were both quite exceptional special undead. Matthew naturally wouldn't miss the chance to summon them. Unfortunately, both types of undead had summoning restrictions. After Matthew summoned 24 of each, the two subdomains could no longer overlap and take effect. If these two subdomains could become stronger, or if the undead domain could further expand, perhaps more grudge/blazing sky guards could be summoned. Regrettably, I still lack one token. I wonder what kind of abilities or authority I will obtain after the undead domain is completely developed. With such a vast domain, it shouldn't be inferior to the Taurens, should it? After leaving the domain for quite some time, Matthew was still lost in thought. The next day, Matthew continued to stay at the cloud and reading books, learning spells. Since activating extraordinary wisdom, his efficiency in learning spells had indeed skyrocketed. In just over a day, he had swiftly mastered two spells from the domain of necromancy. Namely, the Tier 5 Undead Rain and the legendary level 12 Death Knell. Undead Rain can rain negative energy over a large area, and those drenched by the rain will face plague, poison, and undead transformation among other negative element judgments. It is an excellent medium for spreading plague and negative energy. While 12 Death Knell is another extremely potent instant death spell. The sound of the bell grows louder with each of the 12 rings. Its instant death coefficient also rises exponentially. This spell's power is comparable to deadly scissors, although there is a bit of redundancy in its use. Matthew learned it casually while reading, without any extra effort. However, what puzzled him was that Mother of Black Dragons, Audacia, had yet to reply. This cast a shadow over the situation concerning the thorny flower sword. On the morning of the third day, Lorraine appeared on the rooftop of the inn, bringing with her the bald-headed priestess, Camilla, who hadn't been seen for a long time. The former made a casual gesture to Matthew as if it were no big deal, then sat down to rest. Along with Camilla came the orc sword saint, Claire. Compared to before, Claire had also grown significantly. Sensing through the legendary path, Matthew confirmed that she was at a critical phase of advancing to legendary. However, even though he discerned Claire's situation on the legendary path, Matthew kept it to himself. Claire has always been very decisive about her own path to legend, firm without needing Matthew's guidance, she would step into legend smoothly. This is the mark of a truly talented powerhouse. I've heard about the happenings on Storluck, Matthew. Upon meeting, the orc sword saintess seemed quite agitated. Matthew understood Claire's emotions. Storluck was after all her homeland. Before the Space Undead army invaded, Storluck was primarily inhabited by orcs, but now, traces of orcs were no longer seen on Storluck. I never thought you'd achieve this. I wish I'd been there. If only my people could have witnessed that moment. Claire gesticulated wildly as she expressed her gratitude to Matthew. Matthew, smiling, said, Storluck will always have a place for orcs. Of course, the premise is that we have to hold on to it. Claire thumped her chest. I won't back down if there's a need for me. At this point, her originally excited mood turned somewhat melancholic, and then she somewhat embarrassedly said to Matthew, But I can only come help alone, those orcs on Phalai Island, they have no identification with Storluck. They also are accustomed to living in the material world and might not be too willing to participate in this level of war. Matthew waved his hand. He hadn't expected the orcs to be of much use anyway. But at this point, Camilla couldn't help but speak up. The orcs from Phalai Island are the very epitome of ingratitude. As she spoke, she didn't care about Claire's slightly awkward expression and continued full fire. I, Claire, Samantha, and a few others have been helping Phalai Island fend off the Fishman invasion for the past 2 years. I'm not trying to take credit, but without us, the Fishman armies would have broken through the orc stronghold on Phalai Island long ago. And what happened? Just because of a little misunderstanding, those orcs kicked us out and even strictly forbade us from setting foot on the land of Phalai Island. Matthew, puzzled, then asked. What misunderstanding? The bald priest said nonchalantly. Wasn't it just accidentally entering their ancestors' graveyards once? I'm not interested in orc graves. The fact they're not aesthetically pleasing is one thing. There isn't much of value inside either. Claire coughed loudly a few times but said nothing. Matthew suddenly realized. So, you've been digging up orc graves for the past half-year? Camilla, unsatisfied, said. What are you talking about? I was merely searching for ancient auras. Matthew gave a knowing look. Then the group casually chatted for a bit. Matthew learned that half a year ago during the Ascension event, Camilla and Claire had indeed separated. Claire was teleported to Blood-Drinking Mountain. Camilla, on the other hand, went to the real Sea Elf graveyard. There. This legendary priest of the god of the first moon seemed to have found many ancient auras. Matthew could clearly feel that Camilla was now stronger than she had been half a year ago. This was abnormal. The gal was a priest, and all her divine power came from the so-called god of the first moon, an entity from countless years ago. Under such circumstances, her strength had still managed to grow? Matthew suspected she might actually be the god of the first moon herself. Only believing in oneself could explain it. However, everyone has their own secrets. Matthew probed a bit, and after Camilla lightly skipped over it without further discussion, he didn't pursue it. You've probably heard about the situation on Storluck Planet. My idea is, before the planetary defense war starts, the three of us should first make a trip to the infinite secret cave on the third layer of Purgatory. Matthew was just about to elaborate on his plan to Camilla and Lorraine. Who knew the former immediately nodded vigorously. Great, great. I've wanted to go to Purgatory for a long time. Matthew was first delighted, then immediately showed a puzzled look. But Camilla coolly responded. I just happen to know of a small path in the material world that leads directly to the first 30 layers of Purgatory. And there's a little pit on that path. This little pit just happens to potentially bury the Lords of the Nine Hells. Shall we first go take a turn there? Chapter 1864, 517 The Path to Degradation and the Fateful Encounter. Chapter 1864, 517 The Path to Degradation and the Fateful Encounter. Camilla's words had no sooner fallen. Lorraine's expression immediately became serious. You're talking about the Fallen Road? Camilla nodded. Some people call that path the stairway to admiration, but in my opinion, they're one and the same. It's a matter of whether you fall or look up, depending on your perspective. Of course, I admit that the path is indeed a bit steep. Most sections are steps that are nearly 90 degrees. Unable to resist, Lorraine quipped. Everyone knows about that road. Everyone also knows that the tombs between those giant steps might be harboring the past Lords of the Nine Hells. But the issue is, aside from the past Lords of the Nine Hells, no other powerful beings from any corner of the multiverse who set foot on that road has ever returned alive. Even the Calamity Mage was so powerful, yet even she did not dare to easily challenge the Fallen Road. Camilla shook her head. That's an exaggeration. If the Calamity Mage could beat Barthur and Death to pieces, what problem would she have with a mere path? She just wasn't interested, that's all. Lorraine spread his hands. Even so, it doesn't mean that the path poses no risk to us. I'll say it again, except for the Lord of the Nine Hells, no one can survive that road. Camilla said calmly. So, you're saying, as long as we can make it out alive, we'd automatically become the new Lord of the Nine Hells? Lorraine fell silent, speechless. Matthew had heard a thing or two about the infamous Fallen Road. He knew Lorraine's concerns were not unfounded. In the advice given internally to spellcasters in the Alliance, several forbidden areas of the Outer Planes were mentioned. Among them, the Fallen Road carried the highest level of warning. Leave it to the legendary mages. Even beings like the Alliance Seven Saints haven't explored it. They would rather traverse the bloodbath plains or other planes swarming with demons when going to purgatory than take the rarely trodden Fallen Road, which shows just how dangerous the pitfall mentioned by Camilla was. Matthew coughed slightly, diplomatically saying, "I, too, am quite interested in the Fallen Road. But I have more pressing matters at hand. Besides, that kind of place is something I should probably wait to tackle until after I have become legendary, right?" Camilla looked bewilderedly at Matthew. "Haven't you become legendary yet?" This time it was Matthew's turn to spread his hands. The bald priest looked even more puzzled. "Then how come you fight so well?" Matthew smiled slightly. "Should I take that as a compliment?" He then recounted his experiences on the planet Storluck and the matter with Reeker. "So, I am currently facing a dual pressure from both the space undead and the demoness of desire. In this situation, I feel that continuing to be passive will only lead to a dead end. It's better to take the initiative for once. I also want to take this opportunity to rescue my friend from the hands of the demoness of desire." Matthew quickly outlined his thoughts to his companions. Upon hearing this, Lorraine pondered. Stealing or snatching a soul from the hands of the demoness of desire is no simple feat. Matthew said firmly, "If it were simple, I wouldn't have come to you guys, I could handle it myself." Camilla said straightforwardly, "You'll need at least 3 legendary thieves." Matthew asked in surprise. "Why 3?" Camilla answered. "Because a legendary thief's stealing skills are greatly influenced by the fluctuations of luck on the day. If you only bring 1 or 2 thieves, it's very likely you'll encounter a completely unsuccessful attempt, and you'd waste a good opportunity. Generally speaking, 3 is safer. If all 3 legendary thieves are affected, there's a high probability they've been hit by a curse, which is not difficult to deal with." Lorraine immediately gave a thumbs up. "Professional." Camilla said calmly. "I can introduce you to a beastman thief. He's one of the few friends I can make on Phalei Island." Matthew nodded. "I'll handle the other 2 myself." Richard was definitely going. As for the other, Shanair? I wonder if he survived Gallant's pursuit. I hope he's, well. Matthew thought somewhat unsympathetically. If that old fox was alive, dealing with him could easily lead to a backstab. It was only in Death and Resurrection in Lost Paradise that Matthew would feel more at ease to cooperate. After all, in a sense, those resurrected in Lost Paradise were effectively Matthew's servants. They would be entirely subject to Matthew. How they fared would depend entirely on Matthew's mood. Although Matthew seldom mentioned this point, all beings revived in Lost Paradise were acutely aware of it. The group then discussed some details about the trip to Purgatory. After laying out a preliminary plan, the spirits of everyone finally relaxed. They talked more about the various things they had encountered recently. During the casual conversation, Camilla unreservedly stretched out her hand towards Matthew. "May I feel your Lost Paradise?" Matthew pinched his nose. After all, these days everyone knew Lost Paradise was in his hands. There was no point in hiding it any longer. He simply showed the part of Lost Paradise anchored in the material world. Lorraine and Camilla both moved forward to explore. Even Claire's eyes were filled with curiosity. However, after looking around the gates of Lost Paradise for a long time, they couldn't make heads or tails of it. Chapter 1865, 517 The Path to Degradation and the Fateful Encounter _2. Chapter 1865, 517 The Path to Degradation and the Fateful Encounter _2. "Do you want to go in and see?" Matthew kindly asked. But Camilla shook her head. "This is not a place for the ordinary to enter recklessly. It is saturated with too much high-dimensional material, and those who are not strong enough in the power of domain might be assimilated into it once they enter. Lorraine and Claire were originally quite interested. But they stopped in their tracks when they heard what Camilla had said. It was also the first time Matthew had heard such a statement. However, he recalled something. Lost Paradise indeed had an extremely powerful effect of suppression and assimilation on ordinary life. After he had pulled Sif into it, she had been very resistant. For life forms with independent consciousness, Lost Paradise might indeed resemble more of a cage. Uninteresting, doesn't seem like a fun thing, nor does it have the ancient air I imagined. Camilla quickly lost interest in Lost Paradise. Seeing this, Matthew extracted a tiny light ball from Lost Paradise and handed it over. That was a small part he had cut out from the knowledge left by Giza. It involved some details about the war between Ether Star Kingdom and Undead Empire. Taking this light ball, Camilla was immediately overjoyed. She quickly absorbed that knowledge. Soon after, her eyes showed an extremely complex expression. Matthew did not ask her feelings. He simply went on to recount his own suspected encounter with Giza. The three of them listened intently. The difference being, Camilla's expression remained quite calm as she listened. Lorraine seemed somewhat restless, as if hiding something. Only Claire appeared completely earnest. The female orc crossed her legs on the ground, pondering in a meditative posture. The universe is so vast, yet we are so insignificant. Even such a dazzling empire has vanished in an instant. Even for a being as knowledgeable as Giza that we cannot comprehend, it seems no more powerful than us in the vast universe. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, what really is the purpose of life? Camilla replied solemnly. The purpose of life is to struggle. That is the only contribution you can make to this universe. In the process of struggling, you can generate a small but real heat. The fires of life are made up of countless such heats, and it's by these fires that the universe is kept from extinguishment. This is why the fate of most life is so fraught with struggle. If everyone were carefree and excessively blissful, losing the instinct to struggle, then the universe would quickly head towards collapse. From this perspective, it's not the universe that nurtures us, but our struggles that sustain the universe. Claire, after hearing this, was lost in thought. Matthew couldn't help but comment. Quite an interesting perspective. Camilla continued. Struggle is eternal, peace is temporary. Thus, chaos is eternal, order is necessarily temporary. I can hear the enlightenment from the god of the first moon, greater chaos is approaching, ether is just one of the mediums of chaos. The decline in the level of ether does not represent a decrease in the level of chaos. After a brief peace will come even greater turmoil, such as the overwhelming trend of the universe, and the destined path of all congregated beings. Lorraine sighed lightly. So that's why the pain in this world can be so deeply etched, and tragedy is the majority. Both their moods seemed somewhat subdued. But Claire still carried a firm and positive demeanor. As long as you stay firm inside and aren't driven by external things. Besides, with both of your strengths, you can certainly maintain transcendence amidst the chaotic trends, needn't be so pessimistic, right? Lorraine pursed her lips. Camilla's eyelids drooped. No one can remain transcendental forever amid the world's deluge. I'm no exception. The reason I so desire to seek ancient air is to unravel some mysteries of my own. How easy is it to stabilize one's heart? Aren't we all being driven by external factors? I am a survivor from ancient times, seeking solely to uncover ancient secrets. Matthew, as someone from beyond this world, does he not have his own enigmas? You carry the blood feud of the Stuluk Beastman, even if your heart remains firm, can you remain unaffected by external factors? Her voice was soft and gentle as she spoke these words, but her articulation was clear, giving off a somber air. Claire fell silent after listening. It was Lorraine who chuckled. Looking at it this way, am I the odd one out? Matthew blinked. Speaking of which, Lorraine, I actually have seen you in many places. Before he knew it, Lorraine quickly covered Matthew's mouth. Stop, 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 you must be mistaking me for someone else. Or maybe someone envies my looks and purposely transformed into my appearance. Anyway, stop talking nonsense, living in the present is what's important. Right now, I want to drink and find some beauties, anyone joining? Claire shook her head. Camilla then stood up. Count me in. Faced with Matthew's puzzled look, the bald priestess said frankly. The teachings of the god of the first moon don't forbid attraction to women. Upon hearing this, Lorraine looked contemplatively at Camilla. In that case, Camilla exclaimed. You're not interested in bald women, are you? Lorraine coughed. Haven't tried. But it's not impossible. Camilla kicked Lorraine in the chest, sending the latter flying off from the balcony several tens of meters high. Chapter 1866 517 The Path to Degradation and the Fateful. Chapter 1866, 517 The Path to Degradation and the Fateful Encounter _3 Chapter 1866, 517 The Path to Degradation and the Fateful Encounter _3 Then she herself followed suit and jumped out, with voices trailing up from below. But I'm not interested in your chest hair. Hurry up, aren't we going to drink? Lead the way. Matthew and Claire looked at each other and smiled. Compared to before, Camilla seems to have become more humane, he said offhandedly. Claire nodded in agreement. When we first met, Lady Camilla was quite indifferent towards everyone, but now she seems to have changed. It's as if there is a complete personality that is slowly, strongly awakening within her. Matthew said thoughtfully. I'm just afraid there's not only one. With that, he glanced at the data column. Tip, Giza knowledge. You have noticed the abnormal changes in Camilla. Within her body, multiple souls are awakening in succession, and there seems to be a possibility of contention for dominion of this vessel. Currently, Camilla can still suppress and enslave those souls with special divine power. Meanwhile, Camilla seems to also be able to extract the unique abilities of those souls from their previous lives for her own use. Without the knowledge provided by Giza, Matthew would not have noticed the changes in Camilla. Perhaps, her search for the ancient heir is just to suppress the souls that are awakening within her. Matthew mused absently. Since there were still some matters to prepare, the departure time for the purgatory trip was set for 2 days later in the evening. Matthew notified Richard while trying to get in touch with Shanair. If Shanair wasn't available, he would have to find a few more thieves who could fly. It was during this process that Matthew received a reply from the mother of black dragons. In the letter, Audacia told Matthew that she had fully taken control of the situation in the Thorny Flower Sword Kingdom, with all the powers within declaring their fealty to her. If Matthew needed anything, the Thorny Flower Sword would mobilize its full territory. The bad news was, after Audacia returned to the Thorny Flower Sword territory, she could not find the entrance to the Rootless River secret realm that she had mistakenly entered before. She suspected that it was because the Thorny Flower Sword had merged with Ainder. In her letter, she stated that she would continue to search and would notify Matthew immediately if there was news. In addition to that letter, Audacia also took the opportunity to contribute a large amount of treasures and resources to Matthew as a gesture of loyalty. This included a large amount of gold and silver gems, precious magic potions, and special products of the Thorny Flower Sword. Matthew estimated the resources Audacia sent over, split across 16 storage rings, were worth nearly $1 million. This showed the wealth of the Thorny Flower Sword. Among these tributes, the most important few were as follows. First was a half-withered plain core. This thing was a priceless treasure. It was a mystical item that had been peeled away from the core of the Thorny Flower Sword, a secondary plane after merging with the material world. Generally speaking, such a core is prone to collapse or destruction when peeled away. But the plain core that Matthew had was intact. The half-withered state was simply due to the lack of nourishment from a plane. It was unknown how Audacia managed that. Plain core is essentially a super-enhanced version of Heart of Domain, or roughly equivalent to a plane's divine persona. According to what Matthew knew, This thing could be used to stabilize a secondary plane. Of course, it can also be used on a demi-plane or even a domain, but that would be somewhat an overkill. Similarly, it can be used to forge a powerful divine artifact, or as an anchor for a world. At the very least, cut into pieces, each fragment could be used as a powerful reserve of energy. In short, it had a wide range of uses. And it was the thing Matthew valued the most in this batch of tributes. Next was a pair of divine artifacts called aspect boots. With these shoes on, you could easily perform the legendary mysterious step, lightning stone, or even time-space travel, incredible abilities. Although the time-space travel provided by the aspect boots could only span 16 seconds at most, and there were strict limits on the range of the area traveled, they were extremely powerful in combat. The attributes of the aspect boots were incredibly powerful. But for the average person, they had a fatal flaw. That was, only the power of the phase could drive them. Audacia had intended the boots as an extra gift to Matthew. After all, a divine artifact, even if it wasn't useful, was still presentable. But as it turned out, Matthew had absorbed a lot of power of the phase. He could make the most out of the performance of these divine artifacts. Therefore, in his eyes, these boots scored immensely, second only to the plain core in value. Then came a document and a lot of land deeds. The document was signed by the city lords of the 18 largest cities in the Thorny Flower Sword Kingdom. Essentially an edict of fealty. The land deeds were the sum of all the land owned by Audacia herself. These items were just pieces of paper in the hands of the weak. But they meant something different with Matthew. Through the mother of black dragons, he indirectly controlled the whole territory of the Thorny Flower Sword. This could be a kingdom far larger than the Rolling Stone Kingdom with no less potential. Managing a kingdom, after all, should be left to a true ambitious person. They're more professional. I should focus on working behind the scenes. Matthew was quite satisfied with this outcome. Audacia was truly talented. She hadn't disappointed him at least. At that moment, the soul of Troll Princess Ruichi suddenly ran out from the Jaeger blade. She boasted to Matthew. I told you, as long as she signed the Kunlun Blood Book, she would obey your every command. Chapter 1867-517 The Path of Degradation and a Fateful. Chapter 1867-517 The Path of Degradation and a Fateful Encounter _4 Chapter 1867-517 The Path of Degradation and a Fateful Encounter _4 You see that I wasn't wrong, right? You don't have to do everything yourself. If suitable servants come along, I can take action for you. Have them sign the blood book. Regarding Ruichi's incitement, Matthew displayed a non-committal attitude. However, after being subdued by Matthew, Ruichi's loyalty was unwavering, and the Kunlun blood book she offered had indeed been useful on several occasions. He had to reward her. With this thought, Matthew pondered for a moment and then took out some high-quality metal construct components from his pack, and then had Ruichi, who had already become the leader of the Dark Servants, stand amidst the metal. Afterward, he unleashed his undead domain and fused Ruichi's soul with the metal components using his undead construct ability. About the undead construct, Matthew had practiced it privately a few times. Although he wasn't very skilled, his technique was certainly adequate. Quickly, a fully constructed undead, shrouded by a massive metal shell and attached with the soul of a dark servant, slowly took shape. Matthew looked up at the 2-meter-tall figure and was quite satisfied. During its creation, he specifically referred to Ruichi's race, and directed the construction of the metal figure toward the appearance of a troll. The final product turned out well. From the external appearance, Ruichi now resembled a metal troll. Thanks to the robust metal shell, even if armed with only a few simple weapons like spiked clubs, she would likely possess no small amount of strength. However, Matthew didn't give Ruichi a new body just for this purpose. From today on, you'll be my dedicated chef. I remember you telling me you are good at cooking. I hope you won't disappoint me. After speaking, Matthew snapped his fingers and used a cantrip to clothe the metal giant in a black and white maid outfit, admiring it for a moment before sending her away. The formal creation of fully constructed undead was just a routine step. However, during this step, Matthew unexpectedly gained a piece of knowledge from Giza that resonated with his undead construct technique. After deciphering that knowledge, Matthew's understanding of fully constructed undead was further enhanced. Unlike the original space essence, where the metal and spirituality were fully integrated and coexisted, the later generated fully constructed undead generally adopted a mode where the soul latched onto the metal. And the keys to all of this were the negative energy magic patterns and stability codings repeatedly inscribed on the metal components during production. These two parts were pivotal to the existence of fully constructed undead. If there were any issues with these parts, the integrity of the fully constructed undead would be compromised, with more severe cases facing the risk of the soul and metal components automatically detaching. If sound-based spells worked by directly attacking the soul of the fully constructed undead to achieve remarkable effects, then targeting the negative energy magic patterns and stability codings would strike directly at the crucial points. Normally, most fully constructed undead would hide these areas very well. It would be difficult for the average person to quickly identify and attack these crucial points. But Giza noted in the knowledge he left behind that one domain's ability was a natural enemy of fully constructed undead. The Dark Erosion Domain. The power from the Dark Erosion Domain could directly dissolve negative energy magic patterns and greatly damage the stability codings. This was determined by the nature of the domain. Other domains might also have similar effects, but none as direct and brutal as the Dark Erosion Domain. I have explored this domain and possess the ability Eroding Fire. In that case, if I continue to develop this ability, could I potentially master an instant kill move against fully constructed undead? Matthew's eyes lit up. The Dark Erosion Domain was also categorized under the Undead Domain by him. As long as the Undead Domain's final structure was completed, all subdomains might also be elevated. At that time, exploring more content from the Dark Erosion Domain would become simple. So it comes back to the original problem. The entrance to the Rootless River is temporarily unfindable, so it seems I have to consider the other two tokens. Matthew furrowed his brows and pondered for a while. Never mind, let's settle the purgatory trip first, then consider the other tokens. I still have the summon from the Rootless River. I'll be able to reach that secret realm someday. Matthew relaxed his mind. Soon, a huge wave of fatigue swept over him. He went back to his room, planning to take a short nap. After all, with his super sleep ability, he only needed 2 hours to fully replenish his energy. When I wake up, I need to find Richard for a meeting, then check on Shanair's situation. I wonder if Letitia has any legendary thieves to recommend. Never mind, the Suki Kingdom is closely monitored by the Demoness of Desire, it's better to visit less often. I wonder what Xiaoyi is doing now. Thoughts flashed through Matthew's mind. Unconsciously, he soon fell into a deep sleep. His consciousness faded into nothingness. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. Until a torrential wave of sounds woke him from his dream. The next second, he saw a long bridge interwoven with rainbow lights. That bridge seemed to span to the ends of the universe, seemingly boundless. Both above and below the bridge was endless darkness. Matthew focused his gaze. The bridge itself had no color, the colors on the bridge were actually countless colorful light points. And each light point was enveloped with a great amount of spirituality. Was that a soul mark? At that moment, Matthew jolted. His mind gradually became clear. Where is this? He subconsciously looked at his status bar. Prompt, your ability Fated Encounter is in effect. You are summoned by the Rootless River and have entered the Rootless River, a cosmic secret realm, in your dreams. This is the Rootless River? There wasn't time to rejoice. The magnificent scene before him filled Matthew's heart with awe. He saw countless soul marks swirling and howling on the light bridge. He saw massive black birds flying across the bridge, occasionally skimming the surface and, like snatching up a fish, picking up the soul marks and then flying toward an unseen distance. He saw beautiful auroras at the end of the light bridge, like a silky soft curtain in the sky, and at the end of that curtain emerged thousands of human faces, smiling peacefully. So the rootless river isn't actually a river at all. In his thoughts, Matthew looked down and realized he had turned into a raven. He had originally been circling at a higher position, but he got too mesmerized and inadvertently came too close to the bridge. During this process, he felt a tremendous pulling force from above the light bridge. A nameless fear emerged from deep within Matthew's soul. Getting too close will lead to capture, to assimilation. He frantically flapped his wings, escaping the pull. But just then, in front of the light bridge, a massive shadow slowly descended and walked towards Matthew. Matthew's heart shook. He recognized that shadow. It was the projection of Death God Jaeger. Chapter 1868 Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique 518. Chapter 1868, Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique 518. Chapter 1868, Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique 518. Compared to the Death Reaper projection automatically summoned by the Undead Calamity earlier, this Death God illusion perched upon the seven-colored light bridge was undoubtedly much smaller in size. But it had a qualitative improvement in facial expression and the clarity of its features. Matthew flapped his wings and flew closer at a leisurely pace. During this process, he could clearly see the face of Death God Jaeger. It was a melancholic yet handsome young man. He stood on one side of the light bridge, his gaze fixed on the distant void, his furrowed brows as if hinting at some difficult problem he was pondering. The handsomeness of the Death God far exceeded Matthew's expectations. This appearance, this charm. It feels not inferior to mine. Matthew silently assessed Jaeger's humanoid appearance's attributes in his heart. He couldn't wait to fly toward that projection to explore more. However, very soon, Matthew realized he might never be able to touch this projection of Death God Jaeger. No matter how he flew, the distance between them always remained roughly the same. Clearly, as he flew forward, Matthew could feel himself getting closer to Jaeger's projection, but after flying for a long time and suddenly looking back, he seemed to have stayed in the same place. This feeling filled Matthew with awe. He sensed as if there were a glass display case separating him from Jaeger's projection. He could only take a glance from outside the display, unable to step any further. This conclusion caused Matthew a slight disappointment, but soon he adjusted his mindset. Looking back, he discovered some fine, floating sand-like particles between Jaeger's projection and the seven-colored light bridge. Matthew focused on those grains, and information automatically flooded into his mind. Hint: you can use the riverbed sand from the rootless river to leave behind a projection of your own. Your projection cannot leave the rootless river secret realm. But at some moment in the future, it may come in handy. So, this was a projection made by Jaeger using riverbed sand? Matthew suddenly had an ominous feeling, and when he looked up again, Jaeger's projection was slowly fading away. Until that projection completely dissipated, Matthew had the illusion that the Death Reaper projection might come to life at any moment. It seems Jaeger has once entered the rootless river. With that thought in mind, Matthew continued along the light bridge. Before long, he discovered projections of other strong entities that had ventured into the rootless river secret realm. A man in classic mage robes, looking bold and spirited. That was Holy Mage Link. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed, casually dressed muscular man. All signs suggested that this was very likely sun god Gerard. And a mysterious creature resembling a hybrid of mud and tentacles. Besides that, other people's projections appeared much more ethereal. Matthew could barely sense that someone had attempted to leave a mark again, but it was hard to see the specific figures, let alone their faces and details. So, only top-tier strong entities can leave their projections in the rootless river? To verify this, Matthew attempted to capture a bit of riverbed sand with his mental power and then created a very basic projection of himself. The process of creating a projection actually wasn't difficult. Although Matthew wasn't skilled at it, he still managed to successfully create one after making an effort. But just as he had completed it, a powerful suction force surged from atop the light bridge. Matthew barely managed to stabilize himself. But his projection was instantly sucked into the depths of the river by the invisible current, disappearing without a trace. Completely absorbed by the rootless river. Indeed, maintaining the independence of a projection requires a ridiculously large amount of power. Matthew estimated. He himself could probably stabilize the projection with all his might. But it would be hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems over time. And the cost was likely to be the one-time expenditure of all his mental power, ultimately being forced to leave the rootless river secret realm. That would be too much of a loss. So he gave up on the idea of leaving a Matthew projection near the light bridge. In the subsequent exploration, he found nothing else apart from the light bridge itself. So Matthew opened Lost Paradise next to the light bridge. Just as he expected, Lost Paradise and the rootless river immediately experienced a strong resonance. In an instant, a milky stream appeared upon the light bridge. That stream poured directly into Lost Paradise, inside which automatically formed a porcelain vase about the height of a person. Matthew noticed. The milky water flowed into the vase as if inexhaustibly. This scene lasted for a long time. Eventually, after completely filling the vase, the milky stream disappeared. And the light bridge itself and Lost Paradise were still resonating at a certain frequency. Matthew tried to control the rootless river through Lost Paradise, but was met with strong resistance from the latter and had to give up in the end. Lost Paradise, high-dimensional shadow, the rootless river, and the primordial heavenly kingdom all originated from the initially split twin paradise. Previously, when I confronted the God of Truth, Lost Paradise and high-dimensional shadow resonated. The same kind of thing has happened again. So Lost Paradise should also be able to resonate with the twin paradise ruins now present in the astral world. Thinking this, Matthew looked toward the new porcelain vase in Lost Paradise. The vase had no name. Chapter 1869 Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique _2. Chapter 1869, Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique _2 Chapter 1869, Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique _2 but in the data column, it was automatically named Matthew's Bottle. Matthew's Bottle, an otherworldly container full of high-energy high-dimensional material. Purpose and usage and more information? High-energy high-dimensional material. This was a term for a category of transcendental substances that didn't belong to the multiverse itself. Lost Paradise was a new heaven realm composed of high-energy high-dimensional materials. Matthew quickly realized. If he poured all of the material in the bottle into the core of Lost Paradise, then Lost Paradise's growth progress could be substantially accelerated. But, was there any other use for it? While Matthew was pondering, a huge crow unexpectedly flew over from nowhere. It landed in front of Matthew. Matthew's nerves instantly tensed up. This crow was the first creature he had encountered in the rootless river. And from its aura, it seemed to have an extraordinary origin. The crow spoke. I saw you just collected some special material from the river. Could you share a little bit of it with me? Just a little bit will do. I'll trade you this jug of water for it. Saying this, it took out an extremely tiny jug from its feathers and handed it over to Matthew. Matthew took the jug and with a mere touch, the corresponding information appeared in the data column. Eternal spring, mortals need only drink a small mouthful to gain a lifespan of over 1,000 years. If one were to drink the entire contents of this jug in one go, not only would they themselves benefit, but their descendants who inherit their bloodline would also enjoy a prolonged lifespan. Their offspring would gradually evolve into a long-lived species. Matthew curiously looked at the crow. Who might you be? Do you always reside in the rootless river? The crow replied impatiently. What does it matter to you who I am? I also came from the outside, it's just that my outside is a different concept from yours. I'm not part of your world, I'm merely tasked with shuttling through the gaps on the edges of worlds to see if I can make some small trades for good deals. Though the other's attitude was somewhat unpleasant, Matthew still wanted to extract as much information as possible from the crow, so he inquired without concern. Do you come from another world? A higher dimension? Or another universe from parallel timelines? The crow answered vaguely. Just think of me as coming from a higher dimension. Worlds on the brink of destruction are always full of business opportunities. If you have other interesting things, maybe we can continue to trade when we meet again. But first, we need to successfully complete this trade. I only want a little bit of the substance you just absorbed, about this much. After saying this, it gestured in the air with its wing. Strangely, the crow's gesture seemed meaningless. But for some reason, Matthew understood exactly how much the crow wanted. Compared with what Lost Paradise had just absorbed, the crow seemed to want only a trivial amount. It did not appear greedy. So, after a moment's consideration, Matthew squeezed a little high-energy high-dimensional material out of the bottle and handed it over to the crow. The crow, having received the substance, happily flapped its wings. This is enough to report back. Very good, very good. I hope the next time I come to the edge of this world, I can encounter you again. With that, the crow flew away swiftly. Matthew didn't even have time to ask its name and origin. It seems to have directly exited the rootless river. Judging by its reaction, it seems like it made quite the profit. It seems even in other worlds, high-energy high-dimensional materials are extremely rare. As Matthew was thinking, he suddenly noticed that the spot where the crow had just hovered had 2 feathers left behind. The 2 feathers shimmered in the void, appearing to be no ordinary objects. So, he collected the feathers and the little jug, and then continued exploring the mysterious world of the rootless river. About half an hour later, Matthew discovered a milky white lake on the other side of the light bridge. It seemed the water in the lake was also seeping out of the light bridge. Judging by the shape of the lake, there should be times when the water level was higher. But now, Matthew found that only a shallow stretch of milky white liquid was left in the center of the lake. Is the high-energy high-dimensional material I just absorbed from this lake? Matthew landed easily on the lakeshore. Due to the water level receding, most of the outskirts were soft mudflats, but even so, in the gaps of the mudflats, Matthew could see some twinkling milky white points of light. These points of light had an extremely similar aura to the high-energy high-dimensional material. It seemed that the energy absorbed by Lost Paradise came from this lake, not the essence of Rootless River itself. Matthew wandered around the outskirts for a while but didn't find anything interesting. So he made his way to the shallow center of the lake. There were still some milky white liquids here, but in comparison to those in the bottle of Lost Paradise, the liquid here was significantly murkier. Taking a few steps forward, Matthew felt a tremendous repulsion force preventing him from going further. Are they afraid I'll drain the lake dry? Or is the center of the lake inherently off-limits to outsiders? As Matthew was pondering, a faint voice sounded from behind him. You're too late. The Lake of Destiny has dried up. Who knows which bastard took advantage of the chaos to suck away all the water. In any case, you won't be able to peer into your fate as the people who arrived here before you did. Matthew turned to look. Chapter 1870 Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique _3. Chapter 1870, Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique _3 Chapter 1870, Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique _3 He looked for a long time before he found the speaker. It was a frog perched atop a clump of mud on the shore. Because it was so small, Matthew had almost missed it. Who are you? Matthew asked, curious. The frog said calmly. I am the guardian of the Lake of Destiny, responsible for explaining the lake's purpose to visitors. Unfortunately, you haven't come at the best time. Matthew looked at the nearly dried-up lake water and didn't know what to say. But he wasn't interested in the flow of destiny in the first place. Compared to that, getting his hands on high-dimensional material seemed much more tangible. Who has visited this lake of destiny? Matthew inquired of the frog. The frog said with an air of worldly wisdom. Oh, quite a few. You must have seen the projections of many powerful beings on your way here, right? Most of those who left projections on the rootless river have seen their future in the lake of destiny. Matthew pondered. Are you talking about Death God Jaeger, Holy Mage Link? The frog added. And Sun God Gerard. Of course, the earliest of them was the ancient darkness god Orcsin. The ancient darkness god Orcsin? Matthew's mind couldn't help but conjure the image of that mysterious creature resembling a mix of a mudmonger and a tentacled beast. Actually, not seeing the lake of destiny might not be such a bad thing. The frog continued leisurely. As far as I know, aside from Link, the other three who saw their fates in the lake went mad not long after leaving this place. Matthew asked. Mad? What exactly do you mean? The frog explained. The ancient darkness god Orcsin dismantled himself and sealed his parts beneath the ground of Ander. The sun god inflated the ambitions of the second-generation war god, resulting in his fall at the sun god palace, afterwards hiding in the ruins on the clouds. Jaeger was similar. He crafted a unique rift in space for himself and naturally ended up in hiding after being blown up by a calamity mage. If you ask me, they must have seen some terrifying scenes in the Lake of Destiny. To avoid those scenes, they racked their brains to the point of madness, hence the chain of strange incidents. The ancient darkness god sealed himself? The sun god also fled into the ruins on the clouds through the hands of Vasnov? And death god Jaeger did something quite similar? Matthew was astounded. The information implied in the frog's words was nothing short of astonishing. His curiosity about the frog's identity grew even stronger. How do you know all this? The frog stated plainly. As the guardian of the Lake of Destiny, I have some special abilities to observe the world. Isn't that quite normal? Matthew nodded slightly. So why was Link an exception? The frog thought for a moment. Maybe he was already mad before he got here? I'm not too sure. The mental states of those spellcasters are always worrying. Besides, Link came much later than the others. Perhaps he had already received related information and was psychologically prepared, so nothing particularly outrageous happened after he left. Matthew nodded thoughtfully. So does that mean the future each powerful being sees in the Lake of Destiny is almost always a disaster? The frog's voice carried a hint of laughter. It's quite obvious. The Lake of Destiny only hints at the calamities you will encounter in the future. But it can't precisely tell you when these calamities will happen. It might be 100 years later. Or 10 million years later. Neither life nor the universe can be without trouble forever. So, you will certainly see yourself torn to pieces in the lake. Or perhaps meet some other kind of death. After all, in the long river of time, the so-called supernatural powers of an individual are far too insignificant. But for those who are used to controlling everything within their own dimension and timeline, seeing themselves die to various disasters is simply unbearable. And to avoid these future tragedies, they often do things that are laughable in retrospect. Take the sun god and death god, for example. To prevent their later demise, they chose to advance the scenario to their present, under their control. Isn't that a funny thing? Using death to avoid death. Ha, ha. Of course, I know they haven't truly died. I know they're hiding, barely clinging to existence in a special form. They're constantly peering into the world's transformations, vainly attempting to return to Earth at some moment. But I truly find this behavior utterly ridiculous and laughable. Beings of transcendence that stand at the top of the multiverse's food chain, choosing to die in the present to avoid death in the future. It really does sound quite foolish. Ha 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 ha. The frog couldn't help but burst into guffaws. Although Matthew felt that not all of the frog's logic was correct, he was infected by the laughter, finding the actions of sun god Gerard and death god Jaeger somewhat comical. So he chuckled along. But the frog quickly glanced at him with a grave look. What are you laughing at? Matthew went silent for a while. The moment seemed right, so I went along with it. the frog said sternly. I laugh because I am on the outside and can enjoy the spectacle freely. But you are still in the game. I may not see your fate clearly, but isn't the burden you carry also too much? If my insight is not mistaken, you bear the essence of the sun god, death god, twin ancient gods, as well as fragments of information left over from the era of both the Undead Empire and the Ether Star Kingdom. Chapter 1871 Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique _4. Chapter 1871, Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique _4 Chapter 1871, Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique _4 These things shouldn't have appeared within a single person. Matthew immediately sought advice humbly. Who knew the frog would shake its head again? I am just a tiny frog guarding the Lake of Destiny, I can't help you much. The only advice I can offer is to distance yourself as much as possible from unrelated matters. The heavier the destiny you bear, the farther you are from the path of transcendence. This is an eternal truth. Matthew reflected. But what I am seeking is not so-called transcendence. The frog lazily said. Then what are you seeking? Matthew thought for a moment. I'm not so greedy. Transcendence is too elusive, I only want to live well now and in the near future. The frog's eyes lit up slightly. Ah, such a contented young man. Anyway, there's not enough water in the lake for you to see your future destiny. Instead, I will give you 3 pieces of advice. First, if you want to completely resolve the powers left in you by death and the sun god, you should visit the Underdark. That is the realm of the ancient darkness god, Orkson. He foresaw this calamity earlier than Gerard and Jaeger. He holds the power to dissolve everything, and will surely be able to help you. But be careful in dealing with him. Even calamity mages fear that terrifying creature. Second, from my observations, the solution to the days of heavenly change lies in the east. Lastly, since you just gave a good-natured laugh, I might as well bestow this ability upon you. As his words fell, a stream of green energy emerged from the frog and swiftly entered Matthew's body. On the status bar. Alert, you have received the gift of the Guardian of Destiny, Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique. Fate's Hysterical Laughter Technique. Upon activating this ability, all beings who hear your laughter will involuntarily start laughing hysterically. The duration depends on the target's attributes such as toughness, mental power, and resistance. Standard duration, 3 minutes. During the laughter, you may manually steal or modify the target's fate in the coming period. Usable twice per day. Such a powerful ability. It must definitely be at the superior legend level, right? Matthew had just thought to thank the Guardian of Fate. But when he looked up again, the frog had already disappeared. Meanwhile, the water level in the center of the lake had risen slightly. The greater repulsion pushed Matthew away from the Lake of Destiny. After several turns around the lake and failing to find the frog, he quietly left. In this mysterious world, the rootless river really seemed boundless. Matthew flew along the 7-colored light bridge for a long time, flying until he was physically and mentally exhausted, with no sign of reaching the end of the region. Fortunately, it was still safe here. Apart from crows and frogs, Matthew also encountered 3 or 4 other kinds of creatures. They too were active in animal forms during this period. Unfortunately, Matthew didn't obtain any more useful information from them. The rootless river seems somewhat similar to the natural dreamland of Twin Paradise. Except that this natural dreamland has evolved into a part of the Ander multiverse cycle. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the universe's natural dreamland. During his time flying along the light bridge, Matthew saw countless beings rising and falling above the light bridge. At one moment, the bridge would spray an endless heat flow, carrying sparkling lights toward the unknown dark spaces. Matthew didn't dare approach those darknesses. He could sense that hidden behind the dark should be passages leading to various corners of the multiverse. These might be the channels when life is born. Ultimately, before his mental power was completely depleted, Matthew finally found what he had been longing for in the rootless river. The Aurora Tree. It was a towering tree, incredibly complex and majestic, made entirely of aurora. The tree was imbued with countless spiritualities and brands. Like the heat flow stimulated on the light bridge, the tips of the giant tree's branches also reached into those dark areas. Matthew suspected that these heat flows only played a small role in the channel functions of life's birth. And this aurora tree was indeed the central location for implementing the reincarnation function of the rootless river. However, although he had found the aurora tree, Matthew could not take it with him. It was clear that this item was important. Removing it could potentially disrupt the operation of the rootless river. Of course, Matthew wouldn't be so reckless. He pondered for a long time. Soon, he found another solution. He meticulously recorded the details of the aurora tree's appearance with his naked eye. Then, he used the founder authority to replicate it within the lost paradise. After a simple trial, Matthew confirmed that this method was feasible. The only flaw was that the aurora tree was so majestic that replicating every detail slowly would not only require a lot of time but also consume considerable founder energy. Fortunately, after the resonance between the rootless river and the lost paradise was complete, Matthew discovered that a unique bridge had been established between the two. This meant that he could enter the rootless river anytime through the lost paradise. This gave him enough conditions to slowly replicate the aurora tree within the lost paradise. After confirming this, the exhausted Matthew finally relaxed his nerves. After leaving the rootless river, he truly sank into a sweet sleep. Meanwhile, on the north part of the east coast, within a silent, uninhabited village, an old, cold laughter rang from all around. You wouldn't think you could actually escape our pursuit, would you? No matter how cunning a rat is, it eventually shows its head. We have intimate knowledge of every one of your dens. Moreover, the great existence in the shadows watches your back at every moment. Where do you think you can escape to, my old friend? The village's outskirts were surrounded by a large number of the undead. The few remaining streets reeked of intense decay. A group of dark warriors and abominations blocked several key points. A vampire count led the team blocking the sky. Combined with the groups of banshees and ghosts roaming between the houses and cellars, the entire village was enveloped in terrifying negative energy. Outside a cabin, a necromancer clad in splendid attire was staring intently at a nearby abandoned shack. There, a shadow that had just narrowly escaped an attack by the blood race was clumsily and slowly getting up. Not far away, another agile shadow immediately tangled with it. The frequency of their moves during the fight was alarmingly high, dazzling any onlooker. Ritz, it is you. Shanair's voice was filled with uncontrollable hatred. And little Damon, you've become the puppets of that despicable couple, Galen and Jassullivan. The necromancer named Ritz sneered. Don't make it sound so ugly. We have to find our own way out too, don't we? Isabel is running away. Do you expect me to cling to the Seven Saint Alliance, an organization that's only strong on the outside? What's more, haven't you been exchanging glances with that kid from the Rolling Stone Kingdom? Speaking of which, why didn't he come to rescue you? Did you two have a falling out? Chapter 1872 519 Tong Luo Divine Branch and Purgatory Journey. Chapter 1872, 519 Tong Luo Divine Branch and Purgatory Journey. Chapter 1872, 519 Tong Luo Divine Branch and Purgatory Journey. Swoosh. A sharp whoosh cut through the air. Shanair narrowly dodged two twisted bolts of negative energy lightning and then exchanged three fierce blows with the assassin named Little Damon. Using Damon's forceful final sweeping attack as leverage, Shanair suddenly drifted away like a willow seed. At the same time, his body gradually dissipated into specks of light, falling cleanly onto the dry mud below. Not far away, the necromancer holding a staff let a cold smirk spread across his face. You seem to have forgotten that the shadow domain no longer favors you. And without the support of the shadows, even a legendary rogue like you is as good as if his arms were broken. As he finished speaking, The eaves of the wooden hut suddenly broke off, and then, the whole cabin collapsed. The space around it also severely distorted. Two beasts, the size of panthers, leaped out from the void, and soon Shanair's slightly disheveled form was exposed right there. Then two more panthers tenaciously tracked him down from either side. A sweet stench of blood wafted through the air. Shanair clutched his left arm, pale as ashes. There, a wound just bitten was still oozing blood. You have now dodged 8 rounds of assassinations, a rarity even in Ainder's history. You can take pride in that. The Necromancer Ritz said in a measured tone. However, at a time like this, your little ally hasn't come for you. It seems I've misunderstood the nature of your relationship. Hearing this, Shanair's pupils constricted slightly. Are you turning against me to get at Matthew? Ritz said with a smirk devoid of genuine amusement. Not entirely. But we have to try, right? What if there really was something between you two? After all, I know you almost became his subordinate god, didn't you? Shanair's face turned gray, a mix of exasperation and indignation clearly visible. I knew it. That kid screwed me over. He suddenly burst out cursing. Then Shanair faced Ritz and said solemnly, if you want to go after that kid, I can join you. As long as the conditions previously promised by Jassullivan and Gallon are still effective, I have no further demands. Ritz watched him, amused. Who do you think you are? After you rejected Lord Gallon's invitation twice, you should have known what your fate would be. Opportunities are called opportunities because they are time-sensitive. Lord Gallon might be a bit peeved at Matthew, but he despises an ungrateful wretch like you even more. I'm sorry. The only way for you to join us now is to become one of my skeletons. After all, only the dead can keep secrets, he. He hadn't finished speaking when the assassin next to him made his move again. Along with the 4 panther-like shadow creatures, they all attacked at once. In an instant, the space surrounding Shanair became firmly locked. Black lines, web-like, appeared behind him. A terrifying presence was descending. Shanair's breathing became rapid. He felt a sense of panic from being watched, that gaze coming from the twilight creatures. Damn. You will regret this. At the critical moment, a look of determination flashed in Shanair's eyes. Without waiting for little Damon and Ritz's attacks to reach him, he suddenly drew a bronze knife and stabbed it accurately into his own heart. Ritz's eyes narrowed. Trying to kill yourself? Not so easy. In an instant, several gray auras fell onto Shanair. His previously fading life force surged dramatically. Even his complexion turned rosier. Under the effect of powerful healing spells, Shanair, who had been on the verge of death from fatal injuries, was forcefully pulled back to life. Damon stopped his attack upon seeing this. At the same time, the shadow power behind Shanair shifted from a spider web to a black hole devoid of any light. Don't escape. The voice of Dusk creator Gallon seemed to carry a strong pull, dragging Shanair's body bit by bit toward the black hole. But in that lightning-fast moment, a sneer of mockery appeared on Shanair's bloodied lips. Heh. Boom. The black hole directly engulfed Shanair's body. Yet, in the next moment, an extremely terrifying explosion erupted from Shanair's corpse. The horrific force of the explosion nearly shattered the overcast black hole into several white cracks. In an instant, a pure white magic rune lit up. Ritz saw it clearly. The magic rune escorted Shanair's soul away from the shadow domain, flying southward at extremely high speed, vanishing from the world in the blink of an eye. Roar! An angry roar came from inside the black hole. Little Damon quickly stepped back 2 paces. Ritz watched the scene expressionlessly. His soul escaped. Shanair had planted a Horcrux in advance, that's not surprising. Looks like we'll be busy going forward. He said this flatly. Then walked towards his undead, and without looking back, left the abandoned village. Hint, your ally Shanair is dead. You can activate the Horcrux to summon his soul, and then use a small amount of founder authority to resurrect him completely in Lost Paradise. What happened? Matthew woke up to discover 3 pieces of good news. Richard had given a precise response, ready to be summoned at any moment to venture to purgatory. Chapter 1873 519 Tong Luo Divine Branch and Purgatory. Chapter 1873, 519 Tong Luo Divine Branch and Purgatory Journey _2 Chapter 1873, 519 Tong Luo Divine Branch and Purgatory Journey _2 Kamala also sent word, claiming she had dealt with the Beastman thief. Even better. Shanair had successfully come back to life. At that moment, he washed his face, let Ruichi brew a cup of coffee, and then hurried into Lost Paradise. Opening the Horcrux box, Shanair's soul boldly emerged from one of the ceramic bottles. Before Shanair could speak, Matthew directly absorbed his soul into the core of Lost Paradise. After that, he only slightly expended some strength and successfully resurrected Shanair's physical body. That's right. Resurrecting Shanair was a piece of cake for Matthew. Since he had left a Horcrux in advance, and the soul was relatively intact, it didn't require too much founder energy. Matthew took a look. The energy required to resurrect Shanair was almost 1/10 of that for Tyrese. It seems that in the future, I could start a resurrection service. Matthew was increasingly satisfied with the various functions of Lost Paradise. Now, you can tell me why they were chasing you, right? Matthew asked leisurely. Shanair remained silent for a few minutes, probably confirming his circumstances for the last time. Finally, he sighed and said, "One reason they pursued me has something to do with you. They believe that there's a deeper transaction between you and me, and that if I were driven to a desperate situation, you might intervene. They probably want to use this opportunity to deal with you." Matthew nodded subtly without showing his feelings. He had expected such a scenario. Jasalovan was already a mortal enemy, and Galen harbored resentment toward him. The two of them teaming up would never bode well for him. But using Shanair to lure him into action. Had these guys misjudged something? Matthew found it somewhat amusing. Shanair also seemed quite disgruntled. But the other part is the main reason. They wanted to recruit me into a rather serious evil organization, which I subtly rejected. Unfortunately, in the process of refusing, I seem to have stumbled upon some of their secrets. Matthew stayed calm, knowing the real drama was about to unfold. Shanair got straight to the point, revealing. Ritz, the city lord of Bayen City, Little Damon, the leader of Shadow Prairie, Jasalovan, Galen, and some others. It's suspected that they are in cahoots with evil Queen Baba Shah. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but it seems they plan to take advantage of the days of heavenly change to breach Ainder and Tong Luo's gaps from different places. There are 3 definite coordinates. First is the Serpent City in the Far East. Second is the Boneyard at Bayen City. Third is the Bigfoot City in the interdimensional space, Ascana. They plan to replicate or even create more blood meteor incidents. According to Jasalovan, the outer gods of Tong Luo have the strength to withstand giant beasts and even the forces of the void. Only by inviting the gods of Tong Luo can Ainder hope to embrace long-lasting peace after a brief period of chaos. Long-lasting peace? More like the ruins of the universe. Matthew scoffed internally. Sure enough. As the days of heavenly change progressed, the barriers between the Ainder universe and other universes began to slowly collapse, and the gods of other worlds became increasingly restless. Matthew wasn't very familiar with the Tong Luo Divine Branch. But he had previously clashed with evil Queen Baba Shah, leaving both parties with less than favorable impressions of each other. Just thinking about it was quite annoying. By the way, Plague Daughter Kesha is also a god of Tong Luo. As Matthew remembered the wife of death, a touch of melancholy came over him. Shanair across from him seemed oblivious. Continuing to narrate on his own. Ritz harbors considerable animosity towards you. After all, Bayen City is all but openly establishing itself independently, and any Alliance wizards from the south are considered potential enemies by him. Little Damon isn't much of a concern, he has some abilities, but doesn't hold a candle to his father. Although he despises Alliance wizards, he probably wouldn't dare trouble you. As for Jassullivan, that's a different story. That troublesome enough creature is unpredictable, one moment not there, the next could be right beside you. In any case, that bunch is very active now, not just in the south, but also in the Far East and other corners of Aender. Following this trend, Galen could very possibly have found a way to break through the seals. Having said this, a deep concern flashed across Shanair's face. This was utterly unlike the always jovial demeanor he'd maintained before. Perhaps it was because he had completely become one of Matthew's men. There was no need for him to hide anymore. Don't worry, as long as you hide in Lost Paradise, they won't be able to find you. Matthew offered a few words of comfort. Upon hearing this, Shanair fell silent. The implication of Matthew's words was that, for the time being, it wasn't possible for him to be free. However, before deciding on suicide, Shanair had mentally prepared himself to face such a situation. Thus, he calmly surveyed his surroundings and then said attentively, "I understand. I'll stay in Lost Paradise peacefully for the time being. By the way, is there anything you need me to do?" Matthew said with a smile. "Actually, there is." As he spoke, he flew with Shanair to the edge of Lost Paradise. On those floating chunks of cosmic base rock, the two saw a diligently working figure. That is. Shanair's pupils narrowed slightly. The traveler god Amosong. Matthew introduced the figure to Shanair while greeting the god. "From now on, Shanair, you'll follow him. Don't worry, he's quite willing to help. Of course, there's no need to overdo it, planting trees for 20 hours a day? That's too much, 18 hours will suffice." Shanair listened to Mozan's introduction somewhat dumbfounded. Although he was somewhat resistant, he still silently took up the hoe. Before long, another diligently busy figure had appeared on the edge of Lost Paradise, on the cosmic base rock. After settling Shanair, Matthew quickly met with the beastman thief that Camilla had brought over. To his surprise, this beastman thief turned out to be a shy, reserved, and somewhat petite girl. The girl had delicate features, and aside from her ears and some details on her feet, one could hardly see the traces of an orc. On the contrary, she was even more delicate and exquisite than an average human. Upon closer questioning, Matthew learned that the girl's name was Saffroloa, a very rare orc-fairy hybrid. Saffroloa's father was a half-meter-tall fairy. Her mother, on the other hand, was a nearly 2-meter-tall, strong orc. Saffroloa's parents held considerable prestige on Phalei Island, though not leaders of a tribe, they had the recognition of most orcs. Saffroloa was born and grew up in such a family and became a thief purely out of interest and hobby. Although her appearance seemed more fairy-like, Saffroloa's own self-identity was closer to that of an orc. After briefly interacting with the orc girl, Matthew preliminarily confirmed Saffroloa's reliability. Camilla's judgment indeed had no issues. Subsequently, he discussed with Camilla and Lorraine, taking half a day to create a safe house in the Sampan Plain. Matthew settled both the beastman thief Saffroloa and Silver Snake Richard in the safe house and established an ultra-long-distance cross-plane teleportation array inside it. In this way, whenever the thieves needed to act, he could directly summon them. Furthermore, Matthew also sought other external support, mostly members from the guilds of spells. If the situation turned dire, Matthew could also bring them to his side for assistance. In such a scenario, the only ones who really needed to enter purgatory with their physical bodies were the original Undercity trio, Matthew, Lorraine, and Camilla. Time swiftly arrived for them to set off. Matthew had purchased a ticket to the border plane of Purgatory from Noontown in advance through Alexander's connections. After the group disguised themselves, they finally stepped onto the deck of a large ship heading towards Purgatory. Chapter 1874 520 Purgatory's Son. Chapter 1874, 520 Purgatory's Son. Chapter 1874, 520 Purgatory's Son. Woo woo woo. Layer by layer, the sound of horns echoed on the decks. Amidst the varying urgent calls of Purgatory's Son sailors, passengers on the upper 3 decks slowly or quickly returned to their cabins along the gangways. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Streams of magic runes surged as the ceremonial field activated. If viewed from high above, the conch boat, with its metallic luster, now resembled layers upon layers coated in thick honey. After setting up this solid defense, an even sharper sound of horns rang out. 3 minutes later, the conch boat, flying the flag of one of Purgatory's Son cities, resolutely sped forward. There, the surface, seemingly flowing with liquid silver, abruptly bent at a 90-degree angle downward, forming an immensely majestic astral waterfall. Further down, in the downstream of the river of silver, similar astral waterfalls stacked like endless terraced fields under nature's colossal force, stitched together, presenting a sight of spectacular grandeur. A few minutes later, the conch boat plunged downward at a 90-degree angle along with the water. Strangely, the vessel itself did not fall vertically downward, rather, it clung tightly to the river's surface, slowly descending with the flow of the river of silver. In the farthest reaches of these endless astral waterfalls, in a valley where war flames reached the sky, a thick blood-red whirlwind was slowly rising. In an instant, it pierced the heavens and the earth. Within the whirlwind, countless demons and devils bathed in blood and fought, just as their ancestors had done for thousands of years. There was just a small epitome of the blood battle. Yet, it was the destination of Matthew and his companion's journey. Blood abyss. Beside the porthole, Matthew slowly withdrew his gaze that had stretched far into the distance. The reason he could clearly see what was happening in the blood abyss was not because he used the super long vision spell, but because it was part of Purgatory's unique mechanism. Every battle taking place in the blood abyss was projected into the planes adjacent to Purgatory in the form of visions. People with high enough insight could access the content of these visions at any time. This perhaps served as motivation for the devils on the battlefield and might also inspire devils from other planes. In any case, with Matthew's insight, he could watch 24-hour footage from the lands of the blood abyss without worrying about running out of material. In fact, he had indeed done so during his time aboard the conch boat. Well, who could blame him? The journey was unbearably dull for people like Matthew. Getting into Purgatory wasn't difficult, but sneaking past Glacia's spies unnoticed and reaching her fortress was no easy task. Matthew's primary plan was, through Alexander's concealed contacts, they would take a rogue mage's teleportation array at the edge of Noon Town to a secondary plane adjacent to Purgatory Land. At the edge of that plane, there was a tributary of the River of Silver. Following that, they'd disguise themselves as merchants heading to Purgatory for business and board through Purgatory's Son's trade dock, the very conch boat they were now on. The final stop of the conch boat was the lands of the Blood Abyss. There, demons and devils clashed on one of the fringe battlefields. Even being on the fringe, since it was one of the blood battle arenas, it inevitably had paths or teleportation arrays leading to the major purgatories. Matthew planned to head to Barthor Purgatory after reaching the Blood Abyss. Looking from a route perspective, it seemed a significant detour, and the dangers of the Blood Abyss lands were needless to mention, but from a concealment standpoint, this was the most likely way to surprise Glacia. However, the fact that Purgatory's Son controlled a trading ship that was a conch boat was something Matthew hadn't anticipated. From its shape and style, the material of this type of conch boat likely originated from the astral world. Considering the close connections between the devils and other forces of the outer planes, this wasn't too surprising. Yet even for Purgatory's conservative faction like Purgatory's Son to use this fairly modern type of conch boat indicated the rapid changes within Purgatory. So, is it true? Inside the cabin, Matthew inquired news from Lorraine, who was equally bored. Are Purgatory's son really as conservative, rule-abiding, and relatively kind-hearted as the legends say? Lorraine lay on the ship, with his legs crossed, yawning while flipping through an adult magazine. It's true. I've searched this entire ship, greeted every sailor, and couldn't find a drop of alcohol or even a deck of cards. Can you believe it? There's not a single sailor on this conch who indulges in drinking or gambling. In my view, Purgatory's son are even duller than the druids. Saying this, he yawned again. Meanwhile, on the adjacent bed, Camilla was sound asleep. This legendary priest of the god of the first moon clearly had her own ways of killing time. She got on board, said, "Call me when we arrive," and then went straight to sleep. She had not spoken a word to Matthew or Lorraine since. Matthew had initially been very cautious, making many preparations inside the cabin. But as days passed, both the deck and the diverse major cabins of the conch boat remained absolutely calm. This forced Matthew to acknowledge Camilla's prediction ability. He was also amazed by the influence of the organization that was Purgatory's son. Of course, he had also conducted thorough investigations and preparations before boarding. Purgatory's son. It was a very special group or profession. In Purgatory, the vast majority of devils were both lawful and evil. Chapter 1875 520 Purgatory's son _2. Chapter 1875, 520 Purgatory's son _2 Chapter 1875, 520 Purgatory's son _2 But Purgatory's son was different. The majority of demons that made up this group were not only orderly but also not evil, and even tended to act more like justice or kindness in certain aspects. They were the anomalies among demons. Usually, being an anomaly meant being ostracized by the broader group. Naturally, Purgatory's son also faced oppression from other demons. Thus, their influence was confined to cities or villages within 100 kilometers along the Blood River and its tributaries. The Alliance had spellcasters who believed, compared to most demons who indirectly received the Blood River's blessing, that the power of Purgatory's son came directly from the Purgatory Blood River. They were the contrast to other demons. Their existence provided a metric of evil for the Blood River. They were a unique group specially blessed by the Blood River to curb its inherent evil nature. They also served as a very special anchor for the Blood River itself. Because of this, even demons as powerful as the Lord of the Nine Hells rarely entertained thoughts of annexing or conquering the cities along the Blood River. They might look down on Purgatory's son, but they were also not keen on provoking them. On the other hand, it was said that many demons tired of the evil camp wanted to voluntarily join the forces of Purgatory's son. But the quotas for transformation into Purgatory's son were limited. Hence, the cities built along the Blood River were always bustling with activity. Although not all demons living in these cities were Purgatory's sons, they generally acted in accordance with the standards of Purgatory's son. Over time, these cities also became anomalies within Purgatory. They were safe and prosperous, with demon residents who were kind, orderly, and just, at times more reminiscent of heaven than the divine-centric secondary planes of the Heavenly Family Palace. After Matthew learned of this information, his first reaction was doubt. For the existence of Purgatory's son was indeed filled with suspicious elements. He inquired with Letitia, who stated that she had once visited a city of Purgatory's son, and at least superficially, found nothing amiss. It was also because of this, coupled with the good reputation of Purgatory's son among the races, that Matthew chose this path. Seems like this decision hasn't posed any problems so far. The bored Matthew once again withdrew his wandering gaze from the window. At this moment, the ship experienced a slight shake during its journey. The wooden tabletop creaked and groaned. Matthew gently stopped a few maps that were about to slide off the edge of the table and folded them back up. In the center of the table lay about 20 maps of very different styles. These were the Purgatory maps that Matthew and his companions had collected from various groups on the ship in the past few days. Compared to Ainder, Purgatory was really very vast. To the extent that these maps Matthew had collected were just the tip of the iceberg. His gaze landed on the map at the very top. It was an overall structure of purgatory. The entire purgatory resembled a giant funnel suspended at the core of the outer planes. And as its foundation, the 9-tier purgatory were the most stable 9 embedded areas between the funnel's inner and outer walls. These areas extended infinitely inward and outward, folding and stacking to form a purgatory space with infinite folds, secondary planes or demi-planes. The 9-tier purgatory is divided from top to bottom as follows. 1. Barthur Purgatory. 2. Morgan's Purgatory. 3. Freysa Purgatory. 4. Greedy Kingdom. 5. Molten Fire Heartfelt Garden. 6. Cold Night Territory Syncania. 7. Flying Insect Island. 8. Old Heart. 9. Curse Plane. Below the Curse Plane, at the very end of the purgatory funnel, lay one of the most terrifying forbidden lands in the entire multiverse. The Bridge of All Life. That was the lowest layer of the outer planes. As for what lies beneath the Bridge of All Life, that is the place closest to the Grey Star Realm in the known world. This area is filled with a vast amount of low-dimensional, low-energy matter. Very few forms of life can survive there. Only the sealed beings like Barthur and the captain can leave scant traces on the Bridge of All Life. Ordinary people could not even approach the Bridge of All Life. The 6th tier of purgatory, also known as the Cold Night Territory, was the limit reachable by non-legendary beings. In fact, the vast majority of demons gathered in the first 5 tiers of purgatory and the related planes derived from them. Among them, Barthur, Devil Lord Morgan, and Freysa Purgatory, 3 areas named after the powerful lords of the 9 hells, accounted for over 90% of the purgatory population. And the destination Matthew planned to visit was precisely at the border between Freysa Purgatory and Morgan's Purgatory, where there were countless bridges of destruction leading to the abyss. It could be said to be the most populated place in purgatory. Where there were many eyes, it was easier to get things done. Matthew believed that as long as he could safely reach the blood abyss, this purgatory trip would be 80% successful. However, things went contrary to his wishes. Just as his gaze was swiftly scanning the purgatorial map, the sudden intense shaking of the conch boat was an experience unprecedented in the past few days. Matthew hurriedly looked towards the narrow porthole, and suddenly, 2 dark shadows swept across the vertically downward river surface. Because the opponents were flying too fast and were separated by the magic circle and the conch boat, Matthew could not ascertain their origins. But he had already realized that complications had arisen. This trip might not be so smooth. What's wrong? Lorraine had also sensed that something was amiss. He put down his yellow book, his ears twitching slightly. But before he could catch wind and shadow or alley gossip signals of useful information, Camilla suddenly sprang up from her bed like a zombie. Her bald head reflected the light seeping through the porthole, dazzling. We're still within the boundaries of Barthur Purgatory, and the river surface has 2 purgatory spiders using silk webs spit out to capture the conch boat. One devil clad in Black Garcia's armor too is negotiating with Hell's Son. They seem to be intercepting goods? No, wrong. They want the people on board. Camilla narrated her prophecy results expressionlessly. Taking advantage of her pausing to breathe, Lorraine seized the opportunity to add. The leader is a subordinate of the Iron Duke. They seem to be recruiting soldiers but have been looking for a long time at the territory's edge and haven't gathered enough soldiers. Most of the demons who don't want to fight probably fled to the cities of the Hell's Sun. They dare not target the cities, so they can only vent their anger on the guilds. They haven't even asked for the Hell's Sun to disembark, they just want the passengers on board. The negotiations seem to be going poorly. Matthew furrowed his brows. The Iron Duke Bane was one of the 3 magnates of Barthur Purgatory. He, the Viper Lord, and the Demoness of Desire, basically controlled over 90% of the territory of Barthur Purgatory. Matthew wasn't clear about the other aspects of this person. But the key point was, Bane's territory and Glacia's castle were very far apart. If by some misfortune they were taken away by these recruit-driven groups, returning to Glacia's territory would add many complications. We might need to prepare to fight or escape. Lorraine warned. The Hell's Sun seems to have reached an agreement with those recruiters. Someone will be here soon. Before he could finish, a sudden thump 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 came from outside the porthole. Matthew went up and opened the door. A Hell's Sun with a resentful face entered. Seeing Matthew, he showed deep remorse. I'm terribly sorry to inform you that our boat has been intercepted by the subordinates of the Iron Duke. They demand that all passengers disembark, otherwise, they will destroy the entire conch boat. They have fierce firepower, we can't resist. The captain is now negotiating with them to buy time. But it won't be long before they break in to search the boat. To prevent the passengers from being captured, the captain had us prepare a few small boats at the stern. If you wish to get away from those despicable people, it's best to head to the stern now and meet the other passengers. Afterward, we'll use invisibility and teleportation magic to send you away without anyone noticing. The number of small boats is limited, so if you wish to leave, you'd better hurry. After speaking, he looked anxiously at Matthew and the others. Matthew thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "No worries. We'll just wait here in the cabin." Chapter 1876 521 Steel Duke. Chapter 1876, 521 Steel Duke. Chapter 1876, 521 Steel Duke. Hearing Matthew's words, Purgatory's son was momentarily startled. He instinctively looked inside, only to find the cabin pitch dark. His strained eyes could only see the passenger at the entrance, beyond which lay deep darkness. This was clearly the effect of magic. Seeing this, Purgatory's son warned. The recruiting officers under the Iron Duke are extremely powerful, some even being legends. Your spells might not be effective. Matthew suddenly asked. You will protect us, right? According to the transportation and boarding agreement, Purgatory's sons will do their utmost to ensure the safety of the passengers and their cargo? Purgatory's son appeared troubled. Of course, we will do our utmost. Then he whispered. But now we face a special situation, don't you understand? The captain is negotiating with them, but the power disparity is huge. If they try to force their way in, there is nothing we can do. Damn it, these ironclad recruiting officers have been too arrogant lately. Finally, he took a deep breath. I still suggest you make a run for it. The chance of not being captured by the recruiting officers while staying on this ship is almost less than 10%. Matthew cooperatively showed a mournful expression. Then he sighed and said, I understand, thank you for the warning. We plan to pray in the cabin, hoping that the 10% chance might occur in reality. Saying that, he was about to close the cabin door. Purgatory's son was briefly stunned. A strange flicker crossed his eyes, and he suddenly asked, May I know your name? Matthew readily replied. Of course, my name is Eli. Purgatory's son nodded slightly. I am Daline, the sailor captain on this ship. Since you have made your decision, stay well hidden. If anyone comes by, do not make a sound, may Blood River protect you. If you get through this safely, and you encounter any issue on the ship in the future, feel free to come to me directly. Saying that, he smiled at Matthew and quickly walked towards the other cabins. Matthew quietly closed the cabin door. He casually set up a small spell, then went back to his berth and laid down with ease. Lorraine's ears twitched slightly, yet a peculiar smile appeared on his face. Interesting. But you did the right thing. There is no safer place on this perilous river of silver than the merchant ships of Purgatory's sons. Matthew chuckled softly. It seems not everyone thinks that way. The next moment, hasty footsteps echoed from the neighboring cabin. Following that, more and more footsteps traveled through the corridor. As if to complement the scene, the shadows outside the portholes shook violently, causing the large ship to sway even more. From this angle, Matthew looked out a few times and saw, besides the two spiders intercepting the merchant ship on the river, a large gathering of devils at the riverbank. Their armor and the banners beside them all bore the Iron Duke's insignia. Chain demons, wind demons, cavalry demons, all are swift. Matthew hummed thoughtfully. Across the berth, Lorraine once again raised his yellow book to read intently, while Camilla had somehow fallen back into deep sleep. Matthew, while keeping an ear out for noises outside, took a short rest. The chaos in the cabin corridor lasted about half an hour. 40 minutes later, the Iron Duke's slave hunting team had mostly departed. Another 10 minutes passed. The giant spiders on the river surface also disappeared, under the watchful eyes of a small number of wind demons. The merchant ship started moving slowly again. It wasn't long before the ship left behind both the slave hunting team's demons and other scenery, passing one plain waterfall after another. The large ship firmly headed for Blood Abyss. Only this time, the number of passengers on the ship had reduced by nearly 2/3. Once sure of safety, Matthew alone went up on deck for a couple of loops. Soon, he met Dowline, who had previously knocked on the door. It seems we were lucky, the 10% chance really happened in reality. Matthew leaned on the ship's guardrail, smiling at Sailor Captain Dowline. His current appearance was that of a naive-looking tiefling merchant. Combined with Matthew's skilled performance, this statement seemed not sardonic but genuinely thankful. Dowline was momentarily stunned. He stared at Matthew for a very long time, until Matthew pretended to be puzzled and reminded him. Only then did the sailor captain finally relax and smile. You really were lucky. The slave hunting team had reached the corridor, a few passengers had just come out of their cabins, and they were grabbed immediately. Later, the captain got angry and clashed with that recruiting officer. They probably didn't want to provoke us completely, so they just grabbed a few more people and left. Anyway, all that is past now, the next stretch will be much safer. Enjoy your life on board the ship, it might be the most peaceful days you could have in purgatory. Since he made no mention of those merchants who had boarded small boats with their goods and left, Matthew's suspicions were essentially confirmed. After chatting with Dowline for a bit longer, the latter excused himself, saying he had work to do, and left. Matthew smiled as he watched him go, his gaze gradually sharpening. It seems the reputation of Purgatory's sons also has its own inconsistencies. Perhaps those who discovered the truth have become slaves to the devil lords. Naturally, no one is left to expose the little tricks between Purgatory's sons and the various devil lords along the way. Chapter 1877 521 Steel Duke _2 Chapter 1877 521 Steel Duke _2 Chapter 1877 521 Steel Duke _2 They intimidated the passengers into voluntarily leaving the ship by using the slave hunting team. Once the small boats had left Purgatory's sons' merchant ship, those people who were then captured by devil lords like the Duke of Steel could no longer be considered Purgatory's sons' responsibility. And those who truly remained on the board were, in fact, spared the miserable reality of becoming slaves. This is the devil. They seemingly value contracts on the surface, respecting the spirit of the agreement, but in the shadows, they're masters of making rules and playing with loopholes. But the Duke of Steel, Necromancer Bane, is quite an interesting character. Matthew knew not much about this one of the three magnates of Barthur Purgatory. Mainly because the Alliance had done far too little homework on the Outer Planes. While reviewing those materials, Matthew found a significant portion of them, and remarkably up-to-date at that, actually came from Margaret's summaries. According to the intelligence collected by Margaret, the Duke of Steel, Bane, is the most war-oriented of the devil lords in the 9-tier Purgatory. Bane's domain is said to be laced with an extensive network of underground tunnels and steel factories, hissing with massive amounts of steam and electricity. Every cave within his territory was a forge for creating armor, weapons, or strategic war machines. Millions of demons worked for Bane, laboring day and night to craft one set of armor after another, one blade after another. This phenomenon was said to have started during the Age of Enlightenment, when the gods of the Heavenly Palace still sat above in the Heavenly Family Palace. The Heavenly Palace's suppression of forces from outer planes like Abyss and Purgatory was thorough, leaving demons and devils almost breathless. But it was from that time on. The Duke of Steel began preparing for war over the long term. Using the particularities of his domain, he opened numerous weapons factories, constantly inventing new equipment targeting the Heavenly Palace. Many at that time believed that a war between the Heavenly Palace and Barthur Purgatory was inevitable. And the main characters of the battling sides were likely to be Sun God Gerard, unparalleled at the time, and the Duke of Steel, Bane. Yet, unexpectedly, the two had not clashed even by the time the Sun God fell. Much later, as the power of the Heavenly Palace receded, Bane gradually shifted his war preparations from the Heavenly Palace to other Devil Lords of Purgatory. This shift in focus made the other Devil Lords very uneasy. They even attempted to invade the Duke of Steel's domain, only to face the powerful sniping of his army. Soon, the allied forces sent by other Devil Lords had to retreat in defeat. Just as all involved Devil Lords were anxiously awaiting Bane's retaliation, Bane continued to prepare for war at his own pace, wildly so. At one point, intelligence operatives discovered that Bane's munitions could fill an entire demiplane. Despite the tense atmosphere, Bane's weapons factories kept forging on, day and night. The retaliation that the Devil Lords had anticipated did not happen. Then, Storluck Industries began to meddle with many domains of Purgatory, and Bane shifted his war targets onto the Space Undead army. He somehow stole plenty of unique industrial technologies belonging to Storluck, and his factories began to craft equipment that was no longer just conventional metal armor and steel weapons but advanced weapons with psionic or enchanted properties and super armor with higher metal forging standards. But by this phase, the people of Purgatory had long become numb. Just as they had predicted, the Duke of Steel had always been preparing for war but never actually waged war against anyone. His territory had remained at the initial size he had inherited, at most expanding to devour a few secondary planes or demi-planes, yet compared to other Devil Lords who were constantly expanding, Bane's domain could only rank at the very bottom. Still, no one dared to underestimate this Devil Lord with unique tastes. His territory was less than 1/10 the size of the Demoness of Desire or the Viper Lord, yet his influence was on par with them. Margaret's evaluation of the Duke of Steel was the Devil Lord who is most prepared for war, but has never actively waged war. In Purgatory, not initiating war is usually seen as an act of kindness. And kindness is synonymous with weakness and vulnerability in the eyes of devils. Ever since inheriting his domain, the Duke of Steel has never had a rebellion and very few are willing to attack Bane's domain, indicating that those devils who are relatively familiar with him do not find him weak or kind. The reasons for his bizarre behaviors may be either because he looks far into the future, or purely out of character. After finishing these materials, Matthew only had one strong thought in his mind. How great it would be to find Bane's arsenal. But 3 seconds later, he shook his head. Everyone knew Bane had countless munitions, but no news had ever emerged about anyone obtaining those weapons, showing that it was no easy feat. Even if one were to be a bit conspiratorial, Matthew might suspect that Bane's fervent war preparations might also be part of a deliberately crafted persona. Was the purpose to lure the greedy in search of his arsenal? Or some other reason? In any case, while Matthew immersed himself in reading documents and daydreaming, the large ship, with the flag of Purgatory's sun fluttering, sailed slowly and steadily toward the downstream of the River of Silver. A few days later, the ship had left Necromancer Bane's domain. The journey since had been smooth sailing, just as the sailor Captain Dalline had said. 9 days later, the ship arrived at White Sand Pier without incident. After taking some goods exclusive to the material world from the cargo hold, Matthew and his party hurriedly disembarked. Flags of Purgatory's sun floated everywhere on shore. There were quite a few Purgatory's suns maintaining order near the pier. At least on the surface, it seemed to be a relatively safe place. Next to White Sand Pier was a gathering area, and walking south for more than 10 kilometers along the road from that area, one would reach the heart of the Blood Abyss territory, the fortified city of Blood Sand City. That place was the second line of the blood battle. Occasionally, some terrifying demon units would break through the defenses and invade the plains near Blood Sand City. Over time, to the south of Blood Sand City, hardly any small settlements could be seen. The demons here also moved in groups to avoid encounters with any creatures from the abyss that slipped through the net. Matthew and 2 companions dutifully made their way around White Sand Camp, inquiring about purchasing channels and related prices for materials from the material world. And just as they were about to leave, Matthew unexpectedly ran into Sailor Captain Dalline. He pulled Matthew aside and whispered, "Tiefling like you, without any background, it's easy to become targeted and hunted when you're new here. This place is near a chaotic battlefield, no one will speak up for a few innocents wrongfully slain. If you want to do business in Blood Sand City, it's best to sneak out of the camp at an unnoticed time. You should be careful, early morning might seem like a good time, but that's when trackers are on high alert since it's when the wise choose to depart. Plus, there are many untiring high-level demons around here, so it's best to make sure you've shaken off all tails before you leave." Matthew was somewhat surprised. He first thanked Dalline, then asked, "Is your merchant crew heading to Blood Sand City as well?" He knew that Purgatory's Sun officially had a merchant crew of its own. Dalline pondered. "We will go, but it'll be later, and it's uncertain when we'll depart. I suggest you keep an eye on our merchant chief. He may set out abruptly, and if you follow behind the caravan, likely, no one will dare to make a move. But still, once inside the city, be cautious." Having said that, he nodded to Matthew and quickly left. "It seems our sailor captain is quite the good Samaritan, huh?" Lorraine chuckled from the side. "Matthew, you certainly have some charm. It hasn't been a few days, and you've already captivated the sailor captain." Matthew didn't bother with him. Afterward, the 3 ignored Delane's advice and left the camp directly. After walking a kilometer or 2, Matthew suddenly stopped. "We've been targeted by 3 groups. One on each side?" Lorraine yawned, resting his right hand on the green flute at his waist. Camilla, on the other hand, had rolled her eyes back. 3 minutes later, her eyes returned to normal. Faint auras of death came from behind them. "They've been dealt with. Let's move on." Matthew shrugged. The trio walked towards Blood Sand City without looking back. 2 hours later, Dalline, escorting his own merchant fleet, passed by the same road. Along the way, there were still murmurs from the Devil Guardians. Those tiefling merchants wouldn't take advice? As expected, surviving on the ship was just a fluke. What happened up ahead? Dalline? Chapter 1878 522-9 Prisons Document. Chapter 1878, 522-9 Prisons Document. Chapter 1878, 522-9 Prisons Document. Blood Sand City. After paying a hefty entry fee, Matthew and his 2 companions rushed through the narrow gate archway under the impatient urging of the city guards. After leaving the gate archway, bright light instantly replaced the silent shadows. What unfolded before Matthew was a portrayal of a bustling yet orderly city. A group of red-skinned, green-haired tiefling merchants was escorting a massive ox cart down the center of the main road. The demonic creature tied up on the ox cart, with its ferocious visage, drew a large crowd of onlookers. Shops of various colors and shapes lined both sides of the street. All of the shop signs and flags, without exception, only occupied a small part of the space in front of their doors, appearing extremely restrained. 2 cavalry demons hurried past, stirring up clouds of dust with their 4 legs as they trod on the hardened mud planks, one of which was crushed into several pieces. A high-level demon with an exaggeratedly swollen upper body immediately stepped forward. He wore a slightly more upscale uniform than that of the city guards and, upon meeting them, scolded the 2 cavalry demons in purgatory language heavily accented, ruthlessly demanding they pay the costs incurred from the public property damage. While the cavalry demons and the city guard were locked in a heated argument, A cunning little demon flew past the cavalry demons' behinds, stealing a few gold coins from their backpack while sneakily dropping a stone in. Further down the street, a lust demon woman, draped in a gossamer veil, was beckoning to passers-by from a balcony on the second floor. Her methods of seduction were not just verbal. With a simple cantrip, the goat horn in her hand turned into a strapping man who let out a wild cry and immediately engaged in a tangled struggle with the lust demon. Indecent moans and breaths spread instantaneously. Such a scene left foreigners just entering the city dumbfounded. But most of the residents were used to it. A well-dressed demon gentleman even politely approached the city guard and suggested, "Troubling these two poor young souls won't make you any richer, sir. They obviously can't afford the costly fines you're imposing. But that lady across the street, as far as I know, she's amassed quite a sum. If I'm not mistaken, her current activities have already violated Blood Sand City's civic order regulations. I suggest you go find her." The voice of the demon gentleman was soon drowned out by another abrupt and angry roar. From the alleyway nearby, a bloodied human slave was kicked into the center of the road, even startling the tiefling caravan. A few seconds later, a high-level devil wielding a long whip emerged from the alley elegantly, shouting as he walked, "This is the fate of those who steal from their master." The human slave, who was on his last breath, still tried to utter faint words. I didn't steal. It was a gift from the lady." Upon hearing this, a shadow flashed in the eyes of the high-level devil. Without another word, he repeatedly lashed the slave with his whip, and within a few breaths, the man was devoid of life. After doing all this, the high-level devil couldn't help but cast his gaze back toward the depths of the alleyway. There, a door was quietly closed. A hint of smug satisfaction appeared on the devil's face, but it quickly reverted to loneliness. Thud thud thud. Another caravan entered the city. The body of the human slave was carted away, and the whip-wielding devil vanished into the crowd. The main thoroughfare became even more crowded. Matthew walked along the edge of the main road, taking in all the scenes that unfolded on the streets. Lorraine fully displayed the bard's abilities, filling in all the alley gossip. Those two cavalry demons willingly enlisted to fight against the demons of Blood Sand City to the south. Though devils, they at least have some courage. Unfortunately, most of their money was spent paying taxes to enter the city. Facing exorbitant fines, they have no choice but to flee or resort to menial labor. The demon gentleman who reported to the city guard is the proprietor of another demon brothel. That lust demon lady used to work under him, and now that she's gone solo, he's held a grudge and periodically causes trouble for her. As for that poor human slave, well, he was nothing more than a mere plaything between that high-level devil and his wife. At a glance, that high-level devil is a figure of importance, but it's a pity the wretch is impotent in bed, and his wife's family is among the most distinguished in Blood Sand City. To curry favor with his wife and her family, he voluntarily sought out men from other races to serve as her personal male slaves, thereby fulfilling her desires. But over time, he has inevitably grown jealous, so the moment his wife tires of these male slaves, he immediately finds an excuse to whip them to death. His wife, of course, understands this, and is happy to switch to a fresh flavor, thus she turns a blind eye. Poor slaves, they might still believe to their deaths that the devil's wife loved them sincerely. Hearing this, Matthew sighed softly. Walking through Blood Sand City, what surprised him most was the sheer number of other races present. Chapter 1879 522 9 Prisons Document _2. Chapter 1879, 522 9 Prisons Document _2 Chapter 1879, 522 9 Prisons Document _2 He had originally thought that in the frontline city where demons and devils fought, the majority of the residents would surely be devils. But that was not the case. Along the way, Matthew estimated that various types of devils only made up about 20% of the population. The rest were all sorts of other humanoid races. Among them, those from purgatory or the outer planes accounted for more than half. Most of them were slaves, and the better-off ones were merely commoners. When facing the devils, they usually appeared very uneasy. As for the mixed race between humans and devils, tieflings, their situation didn't seem to be much better either. At least after Matthew and others disguised themselves as tieflings, the looks they received from the city's devils were mostly unfriendly. Lorraine seemed to have noticed what Matthew was thinking and spoke softly. Actually, not long after the blood battle began, both demons and devils realized that this was going to be a war of attrition. They learned how to preserve their living forces as much as possible during the prolonged war. The simplest and most brutal method was to recruit civilians or slaves from other races to replace their own in building fortifications and entering the battlefield. Most of the humans you see in the city are cannon fodder captured by the devils from the invaded secondary planes. The days of heavenly change have intensified this phenomenon. After the Great Terror, the outer secondary planes collapsed, forcing many humans to rely on the powerful Star Realm race to survive. Purgatory is like this, and the abyss isn't much different either. Matthew nodded slightly. The main road ahead came to an end, revealing a crossroads. According to the signs in Purgatory language, they knew the roads ahead led to the trade market, military administration area, and the city hall. After entering Blood Sand City, they had successfully completed half of their journey in Purgatory. And the key to the remaining half lay in obtaining the 9 Prisons document. The so-called 9 Prisons document was actually a manifestation of the Blood River will of Purgatory. The Blood River granted the Devil Lords absolute jurisdiction over their territories. This meant that unless authorized by them, outsiders could encounter the targeted opposition of Purgatory will upon entering their territories, and in severe cases, even attract the attention of the Devil Lord himself. This was why Purgatory was difficult to infiltrate. The will of the Blood River carried a strong sense of order. The rules here were strict and hard to exploit by outsiders. But the 9 Prisons document was the only exception. It was a pass personally issued by the Purgatory will, allowing the holder to freely move across all regions of the 9 hells. But obtaining a 9 Prisons document was very difficult. Matthew had done plenty of homework beforehand. It was said that Blood Sand City was the easiest place to obtain a 9 Prisons document. That's why they had chosen this location as their midway stop. After a brief discussion, the 3 of them split up and acted separately. They planned to start from different areas to study how to obtain the 9 Prisons document. Matthew went to the market. Half an hour later, inside a dimly lit little shop, a thickly bespectacled, short-statured horned demon merchant eagerly inspected the goods Matthew had brought from the material world, his voice incredibly deep. "You want a 9 Prisons document? That's not an easy item to get. There are only 2 or 3 families in the city qualified to issue 9 Prisons documents. Every businessman wants to get their hands on them, but so far, very few caravans have actually managed to obtain the documents. By the way, the quality of this item is quite impressive. Are you really from the material world?" Matthew unflinchingly countered the other's probing. "I can guarantee our goods are from the material world. So how does one obtain a 9 Prisons document? By gaining the recognition of those 2 families?" The horned demon took off his glasses and wiped them with a white cloth. "Give me these goods at 30% below the market price, and I'll tell you how to get a 9 Prisons document." Matthew grabbed the sample back in one swoop. "See you next time." The horned demon immediately grabbed him. "Wait. We can negotiate the price," Matthew calmly said. "I like to do business with straightforward people. You tell me how to get a 9 Prisons document, and I sell you the goods at the original market price, or should I find someone else? Don't think I don't know that goods from the material world sell very well here." Matthew hadn't lied with his words. Before his arrival, he had indeed done extensive research, so the goods he carried were truly the most sought after in Purgatory. The horned demon fell silent for 3 seconds, and seeing that Matthew was about to leave, he immediately shouted, "Deal. But I need to see more samples." Matthew calmly looked at the other party. Why not talk about the 9 prisons document first? Helplessly, the horned demon glared at him. 20 minutes later. Matthew swiftly walked out of a small shop, effortlessly shook off a following shadow demon, and entered another shop in the market area, similarly showcasing his superior goods from the material world. The goods he sold at the first shop were less than 1/10 of the total stock. There was naturally still more room for bigger operations. This process was repeated twice. Before nightfall, Matthew left the market area and returned to an inn operated by Purgatory's son, where he had agreed to meet with 2 others. At night, the 3 of them successfully met. After a round of discussion, they summarized several methods to acquire the 9 prisons document in Blood Sand City. The first method was to gain recognition from the 3 great families. Possibly, it could be 2 families. It was said that the 3 original devil families that ruled the city were all qualified to produce the 9 prisons document. But later on, one of the families weakened. It was suspected that they had lost the ability to produce the 9 prisons document. Although this family's devils still claimed to have the power to issue the 9 prisons document, many devils in the city were skeptical about this. Accordingly, gaining the approval of this weakened family would be somewhat easier than with the other 2 major families. But either way, for Matthew and the 2 other newcomers disguised as tiefling traders with no status in Purgatory, gaining local devils' approval in a short time was incredibly challenging. The second method was to join the devil's army and establish merits. Blood Sand City had a well-established merit system, allowing anyone to join as mercenaries and earn merits from various sizes of battles. Naturally, the requirements for merits to obtain the 9 prisons document were quite extensive. Matthew estimated that they would need to lead the devils to victory in a major battle involving over 1 million men. Let alone how tough this condition was. It would consume a lot of time. This route was also difficult for them to take. The third method was to rent the document from a trading group or individual who already possessed it. This was the most feasible method. However, since the 9 prisons document itself signified unlimited business opportunities, it was all too easy for those who had the document to conduct business. Instead of renting, it made sense to just do business on their own. Based on the information Lorraine managed to get from the city hall, there were currently about 7 or 8 9 prisons documents in the city, only 2 or 3 were inactive, and their owners were all significant figures in the city. Negotiating business with them wouldn't be easy. You guys don't know, I was exhausted this afternoon. Here, this is the list of families or individuals in the city who own a 9 prisons document. It's confidential and only devils working on classified duties in the city hall have access to it. Listen, we need to fight quickly and decisively, the devils are very strict about this thing, and since all 3 of us were inquiring about the 9 prisons document in the city today, it's probably going to spread soon. The longer it takes, the higher the probability that secrets will leak. Lorraine said tiredly. Matthew looked at his neck, his chest, and the fresh lipstick marks on his face, but restrained himself from asking about the scars on his buttocks. I can ensure that no information will leak on my end. Camilla, who was in charge of the military management area, was quite calm. She took a sip of tea and said, "The people I questioned have been brainwashed by me, no major problems will arise in the near future. But I also agree we need to act quickly, no matter which route we take, we need a plan." Saying this, both looked at Matthew simultaneously. Matthew, looking at the organized materials on the table, pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go rent a document." Lorraine shook his head and said, "What if they refuse?" Matthew blinked. Sometimes, borrowing things doesn't necessarily require the owner's willingness. Chapter 1885 23 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment. Chapter 1880, 523 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment. Chapter 1880, 523 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment. Night. Blood Sand City, East District, Dragon Castle, deep beneath the ground. Massive fire pillars stood tall in the vast Undercity square. At the top of each fire pillar, near the fire basin, a little devil with a tail bearing flames served, holding in their hands an array of sacrificial offerings from human bodies. Hearts, intestines, forearms, brains, lobes of lungs, and so on. Whenever a deep, female voice chanting echoed from the depths of the square, a couple of the little devils would hurriedly toss the offerings in their hands into the fire basin. Bang bang bang. Infernos of blue or green flames burst forth from the basins. Occasionally, some of these burning infernos would transform into angry human faces that flew out of the basins. At that moment, the little devil responsible for serving that particular fire basin would frantically flee to the ground underneath the pillar. There, usually sitting motionless, were 3 to 5 purgatory monks. These purgatory monks were not infernal creatures but slaves captured from the outside world by demons. Demons are exceptionally skilled in controlling slaves, and enchanting slaves' minds with their own cult ideologies was a common practice. These monks had gathered here because they had been seduced by the great devil of the Systan family. They believed that by following the teachings spread by the great devil, diligently meditating, and offering a part of themselves at the right time, they could have the chance to transform into real demons and enjoy privileges like other demons in the city. And now, it was time for the offering. The little devil skillfully drew out a brass knife, flew to the middle of the monks, randomly picked out a skinny and pale one, then decisively cut open his stomach and yanked out a piece of intestine. Because these purgatory monks had undergone a long period of vegetarianism or fasting before the sacrificial ritual, this resulted in the monks' intestines being very coarse and knotted. The little devil disdainfully chopped off a section and tossed it into the fire basin, after which the angry face slowly dissipated. Meanwhile on the ground, although the chosen purgatory monk was in extreme pain, his face was filled with joy, his eyes bloodshot, features contorted, as he kept shouting in the universally understood purgatory language. "I've been chosen! I've been chosen! Ha, ah!" Before he could revel in his excitement for a few seconds, the little devil serving the fire basin impatiently kicked him in the back of the head. The purgatory monk instantly passed out. A lot of fresh blood gushed out from his stomach, gradually spreading on the floor. The other monks, witnessing this scene, didn't dare to make any commotion, they just tightly closed their eyes, silently reciting the prayer taught by the great devil. As if in doing so, they could find peace of mind once again. Time trickled by. As the flames atop the stone pillars gradually extinguished, the sacrificial ritual neared its end. The little devil serving the fire basin yawned subtly. Just then, he suddenly looked puzzled towards the right side of the fire pillar, where a shadow seemed to twist strangely. The little devil cocked his head. The next second, his vision succumbed to darkness. Are these little devil senses all so sharp? Inside the invisibility magic ball, Matthew looked surprisingly at the little devil whose neck was being squeezed by Camilla's hand. She, with her divine spell, erased the traces of his struggle. In the blink of an eye, the little devil turned into a corpse, and was then discarded by Matthew into lost paradise. "Go around, that way should be safe." "Not far away." Lorraine signaled for the two to proceed with caution. Matthew gave an affirmative response. Throughout their stealth journey, they deliberately avoided all guards and fire basins on the square, which was actually quite a challenging task. The Systan family, once one of the 3 great families of Blood Sand City, even in decline, was still considerably wealthy. At least, Matthew had never seen so many true sight gems and evil totems at the secret ritual of any faction before. Coupled with the heightened senses of the little devils serving the fire pillars, this posed a substantial challenge to Matthew and the others' advancement. Fortunately, the trio each had their means. Matthew's invisibility magic ball was remarkably effective, and with Camilla's divine protection, after nearly 2 hours, they finally managed to reach the heart of the sacrifice without alerting any perimeter guards. Ahead, on the huge podium deep in the square, a female devil with a winged dragon wind god mask and a splendid figure was lying coldly on a raised platform. 7 female devils surrounded her. The female devils were bare-chested, wearing short skirts of red and black, and a quick glimpse of the emblem on the edge of their skirts was the totem of the supreme dragon god. They were chanting some mysterious and ancient incantations, seemingly trying to awaken their slumbering master. Of course, Matthew, who had done his homework in advance, understood all this was just the surface act of the ritual. The female devil lying on the stone platform wasn't truly asleep. She was just trying to emulate the ancestor of the Syston family, awakening from slumber to reign supreme with the power granted by the blood river in her dreams. That was the symbolic significance of the sacrificial ceremony. He also knew that the female devil before him was called the furious dragon girl Sandrine, the last heir of the Syston family. The Syston family was a very complex devil family. They weren't native demons born and raised in purgatory but were like demon dragons, migrants from other planes of the astral world who eventually became a part of purgatory. Chapter 1881 523 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment _2. Chapter 1881 523 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment _2 Chapter 1881 523 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment _2 It is said that this family still preserves a portion of their faith in the supreme true dragon. Matthew had been skeptical when he first heard about it. After all, in the years of turmoil under the pentashade dragon god Baruch, aside from a very few astral draconids, the faith in the supreme true dragon had all but disappeared. However, after seeing the totems on the demons accompanying dragon girl Sandrine, Matthew realized that this family's preservation of faith in the supreme true dragon might indeed be true. But, unfortunately, the ritual failed. The supreme true dragon did not heed her sacrifice. I even doubt whether their faith was truly heard by the supreme true dragon. The offerings were all snapped up by some glutton from the astral world, but she seems to have no clue right now. Camella's sharp critique echoed in Matthew's mind. As a legendary priest who was almost extinct in this era, Camella naturally possessed extreme authority in matters related to faith and sacrifice. Sure enough, it wasn't long before all the braziers on the square were extinguished at the same time. The 7 female devils circling around Dragon Girl also suddenly fell silent in unison. They seemed to have been choked, no longer capable of their previous ease and chanting. On the platform, Dragon Girl Sandrine suddenly opened her eyes. The next second, a massive vortex opened in the space before her. Then, an indistinct black lump of flesh fell from the rift crack. Sandrine's body burst into orange-red flames. The flames enveloped the black lump, and soon, sharp and painful screams emanated from within the fire. The female devils surrounding the edge of the flames dispersed in time. And the purgatory monks on the square also left under the dispersal of little devils and other middle-ranking demons. For a moment, the entire underground space became dark and silent. Only the flames on the platform continued to fiercely grapple with the black lump of flesh. About 10 minutes later, the black lump finally turned into a pitch-black stone. The flames around Sandrine gradually faded away. But she still bore some light on her body, making her appear somewhat divine in the dimly lit underground space, while also laying bare the weariness on her face. So that's how it is. She never intended to truly communicate with the supreme true dragon from the beginning. She merely used the ritual to deliberately lure some astral evil god to intercept, then baited them into falling for it, in order to obtain what she wanted. Camella's voice became more animated. And during their communication, Matthew had already activated his invisible magic ball and stealthily approached the platform. Lorraine, who was acting alone, had also arrived from the other side. Sandrine silently secured the black object. Then with sharp eyes, she scanned the surrounding area. Who dared to trespass the Syston family's secret ritual? You have quite the nerve. Seems you're not ordinary thieves. Matthew had not intended to ambush, so he emerged on cue. Of course, ordinary thieves wouldn't have the guts. I apologize for our relatively impolite manner of approach, but we had no choice. After all, getting an audience with you is not an easy feat. Sandrine looked at Matthew's face. Tiefling? Ha, clearly in disguise. Never mind, I can't be bothered to care. I heard someone in the market district today inquiring about the 9 prisons document. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. But you're not the first ones to look for me. And my response is the same as it has been to those before. The Syston family will not hand over the 9 prisons document to others. Neither for borrowing nor sale. It's absolutely impossible. You have desecrated the ritual and blasphemed the sacred land. I should punish you. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a chance. Leave now. Don't let me see you in Blood Sand City. Otherwise, my dragon fire will burn you to ashes. Hearing this, Lorraine couldn't help but whistle. A smile appeared on Camilla's face. Only Matthew appeared rather solemn. Your threats are of no use to us. We've come with sincerity, hoping to resolve some issues between us. I've heard of some matters. The Syston family's trading caravan was wiped out just outside the city recently, barely saving the 9 prisons document. Despite rumors blaming a demon lord, what really transpired you surely know better than us. The Cain family and the White Devil family's oppression of the Syston has lasted for decades, and I greatly admire your courage and perseverance in standing alone. But in fact, the situation of the Syston family hasn't improved. It's even worse than before, isn't it? Sandrine's tone grew colder. It's not the place of a tiefling newcomer to meddle in the Syston family's internal affairs. Matthew shrugged. Nothing is absolute. A little more flexibility might just turn things around. You guessed correctly, we need a 9 prisons document for a certain purpose. But that doesn't mean we will be monopolizing it for too long. On the contrary, we will offer substantial sincerity for this cooperation, at least confident that we can change the dynamics of the Syston's underworld. Sandrine's eyes narrowed to slits. You only need the 9 prisons document for a one-time deed? Which purgatory lord do you plan on striking? Matthew's eyelid twitched. This female devil's response was sharp indeed. Or perhaps, using the 9 prisons document to launch a stealth attack on a purgatory lord has already become common practice in purgatory? Chapter 1882 523 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment _3. Chapter 1882, 523 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment _3 Chapter 1882, 523 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment _3 You sure you want to know? Matthew asked with a smirk that was not quite a smile. Sandrine said coldly. I must evaluate the value and risk of the trade you speak of. Besides wanting to know which purgatory lord you plan to assassinate, I also need to assess your strength. Is it just the 3 of you? If so, unless you are all legends. The next second, Lorraine and Camilla released a hint of their legendary domains and traits. The domains from outside of purgatory were so out of place in this space. They were almost instantly retaliated against by the strength of purgatory. Sandrine's pupils shrank. Really, 3 legends? Matthew's smile, which went uncommented on, was apparently taken as an admission by her. But soon, she shook her head. Though the Syston family lacks legendary warriors, you are legends from outside, and your combat effectiveness in purgatory is less than 70% of normal. I find it hard to believe you can truly be of help. Moreover, from the way you speak, you do not plan to stay long in purgatory. You come here, make your move and leave, but you could potentially leave the Syston family with endless hidden dangers. This deal is too risky for me, it's impossible for me to agree. Please leave, the 3 of you. This time, her tone had become a lot more polite. Matthew continued to persuade. All you need to provide is a 9 prisons document, nothing else. After it's done, there will be rich rewards, and no one will know. We could even directly take out a powerful demon in Blood Sand City for you, one from the 2 families that are oppressing you. Sandrine smiled faintly. It sounds very tempting. But sorry, I still have to decline. The Syston family will not cooperate with outsiders, not in the past, not in the future, even if it means our demise. Matthew frowned, wanting to say something else. But beside him, Camilla's eyes suddenly brightened. What you want to say is really, you lowly creatures from inferior races, even as legends, are not qualified to cooperate with noble demons. If it weren't for my family's misfortune, I would lock you up with the other slaves and torment you thoroughly. Sandrine was shocked, then became furious. You can read minds? Camilla responded expressionlessly. On occasion. Sandrine immediately ignited with orange-red dragon fire and then buffed herself a few times. Afterward, her tone became cold and forceful. Get out. You are not welcome here. This is the final ultimatum. The glory of the Syston family is not something you lowly races can insult. Flames. At my command, destroy everything. All at once. More flames enveloped the place from all around. The entire underground space burst into a sharp alarm. A large number of demons were rushing over. I always said, these demons are all damned stubborn old fools, not so easily persuaded. It would be better to try my method, attempt to sleep her. In the midst of blinking away, Lorraine complained. Matthew, on the other hand, looked regretfully at Sandrine, who was bathed in dragon fire. We are determined to obtain the 9 prisons document. It's a pity that you chose the most unwise action. Sandrine sneered. Wait until I flay your skin, then you'll understand what smart is. Don't think being a legend means you can do whatever you want in purgatory. You creatures of lowly races do not understand the greatness of the Blood River will. Boom. Dragon fire surged directly towards Matthew's face. But in that instant, Matthew stepped forward, and a great deal of black fire enveloped his entire body. Sandrine's dragon fire, upon contact with the black flames, rolled back and vanished into thin air. Sandrine was astounded. But soon, she felt an agonizing dizziness. Ability, above the dragon. The formidable pressure caused Sandrine's body to go momentarily rigid. At that moment, Matthew stepped swiftly forward, and with Sandrine's shocked look, a shovel was instantly against her neck, its edge ominously sharp. Last chance, cooperate or not. Matthew spoke rapidly. Sandrine scoffed. Even if you kill me, you won't get the 9 prisons document. And if you kill me, don't even think about leaving Blood Sand City alive. I'm not afraid at all. However, before the word afraid could be fully uttered, the sharp shovel smoothly sliced off her head like cutting through butter. Boom. A great deal of fire burst from the neck of the dragon priestess. Her head embarrassingly hit the ground. Matthew stepped on it, while her body, in a flare of flames, ran off towards the platform below. There, a large number of demons were converging onto the platform. At the critical moment, a foot appeared just right beneath the headless corpse. The latter stumbled. Then immediately, a massive mace with divine light flashing on it crashed down, and with one strike, turned Sandrine's headless body into mush. Simultaneously, Sandrine's head was grasped by Matthew with pale hand. Under the influence of negative energy, her head struggled for a while, her eyes soon lost their color. Her soul left her body in an instant. But as soon as she appeared, the troll princess Ruichi, wielding the Jaeger blade, suddenly showed up and quickly absorbed the soul of the terror-stricken Sandrine. Chapter 1883 523 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment _4. Chapter 1883, 523 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment _4 Chapter 1883, 523 Purgatory Domain and True Dragon Fragment _4. Hint, you have killed the Dragon Priestess Sandrine, LV20/Elite version. Lord of the Tauren, you have gained the domain Purgatory from Sandrine. Purgatory, beginner level. Upon entering this domain, you will be considered an infernal creature and receive equal treatment with the infernal beings. In the frontline city battling against the demons, even the strongest in the family isn't legendary. No wonder the Syston family has declined to such a state. Matthew shook his head silently. Sandrine probably thought her dragon fire could give her a slimmer chance of survival. However, before Gordon's fire, all flames seemed irrelevant. Matthew caught the opponent off guard and, with Camilla and Lorraine secretly assisting, killing Sandrine came easily for him. Of course, what came next was the most crucial. He looked at the approaching hordes of demons and then at Lorraine. The latter made a gesture of understanding and then took out a green flute and started playing it. A few seconds later, a thick fog completely enveloped the high platform. The incoming demons were instantly lost in the dense fog, with only occasional curses reaching Matthew's ears. Your methods are too brutal. Matthew looked at the ground covered in pulp, then placed Sandrine's head beside the pulp and tentatively used the undead summoning spell. Before long, a grotesque flying ghost head rose from the pool of blood. Matthew showed a hint of regret. He had originally wished to turn Sandrine's body into a zombie. It seemed now that this plan had failed. However, fortunately, the most critical part should be faultless. The next second, he returned to Lost Paradise with the Jaeger blade. After consuming some founder energy, Matthew succeeded in resurrecting Sandrine in Lost Paradise. You. Me. Sandrine looked around in utter shock. Soon enough, she understood her predicament, and the shock on her face gradually faded, turning into a mix of resentment and bitterness. Matthew looked thoughtful as he spoke. All these years, carrying the fate of your family alone has drained you. You originally thought of using this opportunity to completely let go. Being killed by me. Your soul would belong to a lord with whom you had previously made a contract. Aren't you afraid he might toss your soul into the coin-melting furnace? Or is the lord you made a contract with not from purgatory? As everyone knows, souls are hard currency in purgatory. And the coin-melting furnace is a key device for compressing ordinary souls into soul coins. Almost all demons are keen to collect various souls, keeping the outstanding rare ones carefully stored while the ordinary ones are mostly directly thrown into the furnace to be forged into soul coins that can promote demons or their level. Under these social rules, demons generally fear death and even more so fear their souls being snatched away to become soul coins. But Sandrine went against this practice. Matthew also learned a hint of her suicidal tendency from her soul after resurrecting her. Sandrine replied defiantly. Now that you've resurrected me here, there's not much I can say. But don't you dare try to find out the ultimate fate of my soul. Seeing her still defiant, Matthew was somewhat amused. He took a step forward. You know how much power I hold in Lost Paradise. I could scour your soul and see all your secrets. Hearing this, Sandrine's face immediately showed expressions of fear, humiliation, pain, and struggle. Wait. I'll tell you where the 9 prisons document is. I'll cooperate with whatever you want. But please don't search my soul, can you? She struggled against Matthew's relentless advance. He suddenly stopped. Deal. Don't just stand there, come out and take care of your clansmen and subordinates. You wouldn't want them to end up like puppets under me, would you? For me, it's just a convenient thing to do. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I am a necromancer. Said. Matthew's figure instantly vanished in Lost Paradise. Then a pale blue portal appeared in front of Sandrine. Sandrine stared at the portal, her mind in utter disarray. Necromancer? A space where one can die and reincarnate? Wanting to assassinate a purgatory lord? Wait, could he be that destroyer? Just then, she suddenly noticed from the corner of her eye that 2 figures were diligently working on a piece of cosmic base rock not far away. Are you, too, imprisoned here? She asked quietly as she flew over. The 2 glanced at her then continued working on their own. Seeing that they were ignoring her, Sandrine boldly asked. May I know your names? I mean, since we share the same plight, if we could cooperate, perhaps. At that moment, one of the men coldly interrupted her. My name is Shanair, a legendary thief of little renown. Little girl, my advice to you is to work more and fantasize less. After saying that, He resumed planting trees. Sandrine was taken aback. Legendary thief? Shanair, could it be the red-letter hunter of legend in the material world? Can it be? Still somewhat unwilling to drop the subject, she walked over to the other man. Excuse me. Before she could finish, he rudely cut her off. If you could help me plant a few more trees, I might be willing to chat with you. If not, stay away from me. Sandrine was slightly irritated. I just wanted to know your name. The other man looked at her expressionlessly. My name isn't well known, but people used to call me the god of travelers. Understand, little girl, just do what you are supposed to do to flee. As far as I know, that damned necromancer doesn't like people who procrastinate. The god of travelers? Sandrine's pupils constricted. She silently left that piece of cosmic base rock. Not long after, Sandrine saw a black cat resting under a tree on the largest chunk of base rock. She initially wanted to inquire, but a few seconds later, she remembered something, her facial expression becoming incredibly shocked. Instantaneously, she flew through the portal and left Lost Paradise. Subsequently, Lorraine dispersed the fog. With the help of the clone and cantrips temporarily prepared by Matthew for her, Sandrine managed to persuade the demons who had heard and come. Although there was still some suspicion in the eyes of these subordinates, Sandrine's prestige in the Syston family was high, and the fact that the bodies of Matthew and 2 others truly lay on the ground, the demons eventually dispersed one after another. When all was calm, Sandrine retrieved the 9 prisons document belonging to the Syston family from another secret room in Dragon Castle and handed it to Matthew. Along with it, there was also a purgatory artifact. Hint, you have acquired True Dragon Fragment, mystical item. True Dragon Fragment, a partial sketchbook depicting the true form of a supreme true dragon. By perusing this sketchbook, you will have the opportunity to communicate with part of the supreme true dragon's will. You can also activate this fragment to gain further blessings of the Purgatory Blood River. Moreover, the bearer of this artifact will gain a trace of a true dragon's essence. You can use this to start a religious order worshipping the Supreme True Dragon. Chapter 1884 524 Commission of the Supreme True Dragon. Chapter 1884, 524 Commission of the Supreme True Dragon. Chapter 1884, 524 Commission of the Supreme True Dragon. From Sandrine's mouth, Matthew also learned about the origin of the True Dragon Fragment and many secrets of the Syston family. Originally, the first Syston family consisted of a group of lizard men who resided in the astral world. They lived deep within the astral world, near the ruins of the Twin Paradise, a shattered plane. Back in the ancient times, the ancestors of the Syston family unearthed a complete true dragon painting in the ruins. But for various reasons, that painting was destroyed by an irresistible force, and what was passed down to Matthew was only this fragment. Nevertheless, even this fragment had brought the Syston family incredible strength. Using it as a medium, they prayed to the Supreme True Dragon and received all sorts of inconceivable powers. The thin True Dragon bloodline within the lizard men was gradually activated, developed, and purified. Ultimately, a portion of the Syston lizard men evolved into more powerful dragon men. And unlike the astral draconids like Cossack, the dragon men that evolved from lizard men possessed greater intelligence and mana. Their bodies might not be as robust as the Cossack clans, but they far surpassed the latter in the mastery of magic. It was with the grace of the Supreme True Dragon that the Syston family gradually grew stronger within the shattered plane. However, the astral world was a place of turmoil, especially near the Twin Paradise ruins. Due to burying too many secrets and treasures from the Dark Age, there would often be beings far exceeding the limitations of the shattered plane coming and going. Terrifying catastrophes quickly pushed that shattered plane towards the status of the Grey Star realm. At the same time, the Supreme True Dragon's responses to the Syston family became less and less frequent. In order to save themselves, the elite of the Syston family left the shattered plane with the True Dragon Fragment. Initially, they had set their sights on a secondary plane very close to the material world as their new destination. But during the perilous migration, they encountered plunder and blockade from various astral factions, and their astral spaceship was stranded halfway. Worse yet, serious war had erupted in the secondary plane they had chosen as their new settlement. The two warring parties were startlingly two gods from the heavenly palace during the Age of Enlightenment. Not to mention whether the Syston family at that time had the ability to reach that secondary plane. Even if they had successfully landed, they would have to swear allegiance to one of the gods in order to survive in that secondary plane. At that time, the lizardmen's faith in the supreme true dragon was still unwavering. It was impossible for them to easily switch allegiances. Hence, forced by many overlapping reasons, the family had to make a temporary move to a shattered plane near purgatory. The story of the Syston family, overall, is hardly commendable, said Sandrine, her tone indifferent as she recounted. It's just a tale of a group of low-powered creatures who accidentally obtained a high-level mystical item and from it, gained powers that weren't their own, then slowly rose to power, only to fade away gradually as the mystical item's power diminished. Sandrine continued. Afterward, the new shattered plane was assimilated by the endlessly expanding purgatory, and the Syston family was forced to integrate into the infernal society. Since we were not demons, we faced severe discrimination in purgatory, so, after consultation, some of the family members volunteered to undergo the Purgatory Blood Rivers trial, thereby completing the transformation from astral creatures to infernal creatures. The remaining members were originally the core of the family, also for a long time the superior true blood dragon people. However, as time went by, the supreme true dragon's responses to our prayers became rarer and rarer. Especially after entering purgatory, the channel of communication between us nearly broke down. At first, the family still managed to maintain the original order, staying united in the new land of purgatory. We established the first Blood Sand City. But as time passed, the faction that had split off from the family, those who had become demons, grew increasingly dissatisfied with the core members. They no longer identified with their Syston family heritage and were unwilling to bow down to the true blood dragon people. Several conflicts erupted between the two sides during this period, eventually escalating to a low-intensity war. The end result was a split, each going their separate ways. As a result, a large number of members left. Under the protection of the Blood River Will, they transformed into various types of demons, with only a very few still holding on to their faith in the supreme true dragon. Nowadays, the most prominent families in Blood Sand City, the Cain family and the White Devil family, both had ancestors who split off from the Syston family, but they stubbornly refused to acknowledge this past. At this point, Sandrine let out a soft sigh. I am the last inheritor of the Syston family, also the last member with the characteristics of the true blood dragon people. Since the supreme true dragon no longer responds to our prayers, the number of true blood clan members has steadily decreased, and the offspring born to family members show a severe reversion to ancestry, all of them incapable of grasping the true essence of magic, lizard men. In my heart, I am quite clear that the family's decline is inevitable, but to admit this fact is also difficult for someone like me who has borne the expectations of nearly everyone in the family since childhood. Matthew felt the faint warmth from the true dragon fragment as he asked. So you still persist in conducting the sacrificial ritual to the supreme true dragon? Sandrine nodded her head. At first, before each ritual, I always hoped against hope. What if the supreme true dragon responded to me this time? Chapter 1885, 524 Supreme True Dragons Commission _2. Chapter 1885, 524 Supreme True Dragons Commission _2. I eventually came to see it as nothing more than a performance, a way to comfort and deceive those clan members who still had expectations. I had thought that I could only be free once all the members of our family had grown old or died. I didn't expect that day to come so soon. Her tone held some wistfulness, but there was also a sense of relief that wasn't present before. Matthew looked at her and said, "But you were already assimilated by the Blood River Will, weren't you?" He had noticed very obvious demonic traits in her. Sandrine bit her lip. Of course. Living in purgatory for generations unavoidably leads to contamination by the blood river will. Even the most devout believers find it hard to completely resist. Matthew smiled. He didn't continue to press down on her pitiful pride and false devoutness. In his eyes, the decline of the Syston family was likely due to their own doing. Sandrine's description certainly concealed the family's tendency to play both sides between the Blood River Will and the Supreme True Dragon after entering purgatory. The reason was simple. Matthew knew that the Supreme True Dragon rarely cared for worldly matters. However, it didn't mean he would cut off his responses to the believers without reason. Matthew's former defeated subordinate, now the elite undead dragonman overlord, Cossack, was also a follower of the Supreme True Dragon. He even held the pentashade dragon god Baruch in feigned reverence while worshipping the Supreme True Dragon. Even under such circumstances, the Supreme True Dragon hadn't withdrawn his blessings from Cossack. The nearly 100 layers of blood of glory on him had left a deep impression on Matthew. If not for the overwhelming power of the undead calamity, Cossack might have caused Matthew even more trouble. In short, there had to be another reason behind the Supreme True Dragon's lack of response to the prayers of the Syston family. This family was at least not as pure and immaculate as Sandrine had described. I understand. Arrange a secret chamber for me. Matthew exchanged a few words with his two companions, then went alone to a secret chamber beneath Dragon Castle. After setting up a soundproof barrier and a concealment barrier, he placed the painting scroll on his lap. A moment later, he gently caressed the surface of the fragment with both hands and channeled a wisp of his mental power into it. Almost instantaneously, a feeling like a thorn in his side surged through Matthew's heart. Somewhere in the darkness, he saw a bonfire burning brightly. A voice, full of prestige, came from the fire. Boy, you killed my follower and dared to show up before me? With that, a tremendously powerful shockwave struck Matthew's soul. Luckily, Matthew's mental power was formidable. Within 2 or 3 seconds, he had resisted the assault from the Supreme True Dragon. If faith were truly so important to you, then you would have cursed them when the Syston family betrayed you, rather than simply ignoring the matter. Matthew coolly responded to the other party. He was not yet certain whether the will communicated through the fragment was the Supreme True Dragon himself, or merely a projection or a sliver of will. But it was always right to be respectful and cautious. After all, he was one of the 3 transcendents he knew of, the other 2 being the Calamity Mage and the suspected Ascended Platinum Shield of Capital. Heh, you are right. The Supreme True Dragon chuckled lightly. Believers mean nothing to me, and even the universe of Ander is meaningless to me. Other than leaving some necessary traces, I can't be bothered to exert more influence. So, boy, if you were hoping to gain something from me, you are likely to be disappointed. Matthew immediately said. I had no intention of gaining anything from this fragment. Having a conversation with you is already an unexpected joy. The Supreme True Dragon responded indifferently. Then your joy can end here. The next second, the bonfire gradually faded from Matthew's view. He quickly said, So, what exactly is transcendence? The fading of the bonfire suddenly halted. The voice of the Supreme True Dragon came after 2 or 3 seconds. Very limited choices, that's all. Matthew asked. What kind of choices? To become a high-dimensional life form? The True Dragon said. It's not that mystical. As a legendary mage, you can choose to hide in the mountains after death, or make up your mind to bury yourself at the bottom of the sea. A transcendent? It's just that they've a few more places to lay their bones. Matthew tried to probe. A few? Do you mean several more universes? The True Dragon laughed and said. That's pretty much the idea. Matthew pondered. So you mean, the so-called transcendents, the so-called high-dimensional beings, don't differ much in terms of thinking, lifespan, or behavior from the lives in Ander? The true dragon said. There's a difference, but no distinction, pretty much. Matthew was surprised. Pretty much? The true dragon replied. That's all I can say. There are many things that cannot be precisely described by prophecies, but trust me, transcendents are nowhere near as enjoyable as a cosmic supreme. Cosmic supreme? Matthew was about to ask more. But the other party already seemed a bit impatient and said. Alright, kid, I've always detested explaining things. If you want to know more, then help me find the other fragments of this painting. If you agree to take on this task, I can grant you a portion of the divine power of the true dragon, making you the patriarch of the dragon god sect in the Ander universe. Any more questions? Wait until you've collected the true dragon painting. With that, the bonfire quickly faded. Matthew felt much lighter all over and, when he came to his senses, the fragment had closed on its own. Hint, you have received the recognition of the supreme true dragon. A new function has been activated on the true dragon fragment. 1. When you approach other fragments, you will have a strong sense in your heart. 2. You can slowly strengthen your abilities in the fields related to celebrity or prestige by absorbing the prestige of the true dragon on the fragments. The current default ability is above the dragon. 3. You've gained more exploration degree in the giant dragon domain. You have acquired new abilities from the giant dragon domain, Dragon Breath Skill and Dragon Scale Talisman. Dragon Breath Skill, you have gained Dragon Breath ability, Lightning and Fire, equal to your own level, usable 3 times per day. The effect of this skill will increase as your level increases. Dragon Scale Talisman, you can infuse magic power into dragon scales to obtain a series of spells and charms that surpass the power of same-level peers. The supreme true dragon doesn't seem so transcendent after all. He just doesn't care about faith, but he still closely watches over this universe. Matthew thought to himself. Moreover, while Sandrine and others schemed in vain for a response from the supreme true dragon, Matthew had been noticed with just a few touches, which made him somewhat suspicious. Even if the Syston family had betrayed the supreme true dragon, he still felt it was not that simple. It seems that even if I can find other fragments in the future, I need to be more cautious. A hint of caution flashed in Matthew's eyes. As for the 2 abilities from the giant dragon domain, the Dragon Breath skill was a nice close-range counterspell capability that was good because it could grow and was almost instantaneous, a bargain not to be missed. The value of Dragon Scale Talisman was in its quick production and enhancement of spell power and related assessments. Matthew's pack was now full of dragon scales. He tried it. Making a dragon scale talisman only took 5 seconds. The spells released through the talisman had 5 to 10 times the range of the original. It was as if it were a range amplifier that transformed single-target spells into group spells. That was without considering the increase in power of spells and related assessments. Matthew made several sets of dragon scale talismans right there and kept them close, like Group Malicious Transformation, Death Reaper Curse, Deadly Scissors. As long as ordinary dragon scales could bear it. He tried making them all once. This is much stronger than scrolls. It's just a bit pricey. After trying them out, Matthew gathered all the materials and packed them away. Then, he took out the 9 Prisons document and examined it carefully. Chapter 1886, 525 Purgatory VIP and Giant Worm Lord. Chapter 1886, 525 Purgatory VIP and Giant Worm Lord. From the outside, the 9 Prisons document actually looked like a palm-sized booklet. Its material fell somewhere between jade and bone, occasionally flashing with faint blue light. Matthew placed it in the palm of his hand, feeling a warm stream emanate from it now and then. The power within the warm stream was quite gentle and respectful of boundaries. It merely circulated around Matthew's palm before returning to the booklet. However, just as Matthew decided to further inspect the detailed contents within the booklet, the surface would erupt with a surge of bloody light. The bloody light was filled with encrypted purgatory text, half of which was blasphemy, while the other half bore a closer resemblance to the language of the Heavenly Family Palace. Matthew wasn't surprised by this. Purgatory and the most ancient heaven actually had a deeply interconnected relationship. Legend spoke of an era of twin ancient gods, where purgatory served as an outpost for God's messengers sent to combat the chaos demons. Only due to various reasons, this plane had birthed its own unique consciousness. It absorbed the evil from the main body of the abyss and assimilated the order from twin paradise, evolving into the unparalleled Blood River will. This was one of the reasons why purgatory possessed such a unique integrated position in the multiverse. This is the power of a domain. Having harnessed many domains, Matthew was naturally no stranger to similarly natured forces. He hesitated for a moment, still pondering whether to probe the booklet's inner space further with his mental power or domain resonance. Yet in the next moment, at the very point his mental power made contact with the surface of the Nine Prisons document, he felt an effortless sensation of breaking through. His consciousness had actually barged directly into the purgatory domain. Did the purgatory domain I acquired from Sandrine automatically activate? Or does Blood River will favor me somehow? Before he could think it over, Matthew quickly immersed himself in the purgatory domain, where tenderness and ferocity coexisted as polar opposites. He felt it very clearly. Purgatory did not reject him. Instead, it displayed tremendous acceptance and embrace of his arrival. Come. Come. Become a part of purgatory, and all beings will witness your crowning as the king of the nine hells. The seductive, elusive voices sounded both distant and near. Amidst the endless crimson waves, Matthew saw a series of figures. Sif. The Summer Night. Anne. Rieger? Matthew took a step toward Rieger's phantom almost subconsciously. The phantom immediately dissolved into a wisp of blood-red shadow and merged into Matthew's spirit. In that instant, a clear guidance appeared in his mind. Is that the soul coordinates of Rieger? Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Come. Come. Join the ranks of Blood River, and you will possess more incredible powers. One day, Blood River will sweep across the entire universe, and you will become the lord of this unstoppable tide. With the beguiling voice intensifying, more and more blood-colored light balls emerged. These light balls possessed mighty strength and power. Matthew sensed them for a bit, and discovered that they were actually blessings and protections from the purgatory Blood River. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The light balls carried by the Blood River will constantly burrowed into his body. Yet each light ball blurred and seemed to pass through the air as they entered his body, exiting just as quickly. Phew. Watching the light balls traverse through his body, Matthew let out a gentle breath. He had refused the blessings from Blood River will. For others, it would have been considered an offense. Yet, Blood River will did not seem angered by Matthew's refusal. Instead, it created even more light balls that hovered around Matthew, giving off an air of being at his disposal. After glancing at them and feeling overwhelmed, Matthew forcibly exited the purgatory domain a few seconds later. Notice, you have completed a communication with the Blood River will through the medium Nine Prisons document. Your exploration of the purgatory domain has deepened. You have gained a new ability, Purgatory VIP. Purgatory VIP. At any time, as long as you are within the nine hells or near purgatory, you can directly communicate with the Blood River will. You have acquired Rieger Soul's guidance. This Blood River will is too enthusiastic. Matthew wiped away his sweat secretly. Where there's a deviation from normality, there's often a monster lurking. The scrutiny of a void ruler was headache enough, and now to bear the favor of Blood River will, Matthew truly feared he might slowly become the very thing he most despised. After all, the transformations wrought by the purgatory camp upon beings are notoriously dreadful. Despite having refused so many gifts of nature, seemingly with a clear conscience, he was very aware. At the end of the day, he had still accepted the Rieger Soul's guidance bestowed by Blood River will. With this guidance alone, Blood River will could impose certain corruption upon Matthew's allegiance and stance. The corruption itself was not severe. It was the insidious influence that was fearsome. If Matthew stayed in purgatory for a long time to come, his domain and thoughts would gradually align with those of infernal creatures. He would naturally receive more protections from purgatory. In turn, he would gradually lose the favor of Ander and the nature domain. Such is the environmental influence on the stance of beings. Every plane's great environment exerts similar influence, with purgatory being the most pronounced. No wonder Sandrine and other members of the Syston family could not resist the corruption of the Blood River Will. Chapter 1887, 525 Purgatory VIP and the Giant Worm Lord _2. Chapter 1887, 525 Purgatory VIP and the Giant Worm Lord _2. The environment is set here, and since the Supreme True Dragon has not bestowed a method to change it, any other race would also fail to emerge from the mire untainted. Why does the days of heavenly change have such a significant impact? The disaster is only superficial. What's more important is that it subverts the original order of various planes and completely changes the living environment of all creatures. At this moment, Matthew had gained a deeper understanding of the importance of the environment. After reflecting for a short while, he refocused his attention on the 9 Prisons document. This time, as soon as Matthew's gaze settled on the surface of the document, a wealth of text and a 3-dimensional multidimensional map appeared in his view. Through exploration of the purgatory domain, he had officially become the master of this 9 Prisons document. In a short period of time, Matthew discovered 3 abilities of the 9 Prisons document. First, it prevented all conflicts and rejections of laws that came with traversing different purgatories, which was crucial. Second, he could mark any point on the map to achieve extremely accurate purgatory navigation. If it weren't for the fear of stirring up attention, combined with the Holy Deer's cross-plane abilities, he could have gone to the Demoness of Desire's lair by himself now. Third, with the 9 Prisons document, he could conduct super-fine surveillance of the space within a 10 to 30 kilometer radius. Except for some locations that had set up barriers against monitoring, the entire Blood Sand City revealed itself clearly to Matthew's eyes. One could say it was a comprehensive view. It's quite clear, but it consumes a lot of mental power. Matthew blinked his dry eyes and turned off the feature that allowed him visual exploration. However, during the process, he sensed some very special nodes inside and outside Blood Sand City, many of which were shielded. Matthew suspected that this was the sensing between 9 Prisons documents. Following this line of thought, there are actually only 5 9 Prisons documents in Blood Sand City. If they can sense each other, then leaving Blood Sand City might also present some trouble. Matthew left the secret room to find Sandrine and verify this issue. After hearing him out, Sandrine's eyes revealed deep surprise. But soon, she honestly answered. Indeed, there is a slight sensing between the 9 Prisons documents, but only those who have full control of the document can sense the presence of others through this medium. In Blood Sand City, only the Cain family and the White Devil family have achieved a similar level. If we were to leave with the document, it's indeed possible that they would attempt to assassinate us. The Syston family's merchant convoy has already been plundered by them once before. Matthew nodded. After ordering Sandrine to settle the internal affairs of Dragon Castle, Matthew found Lorraine. I plan to set out at dawn, which is in 3 to 4 hours. In the meantime, can you stir up some trouble for the other 2 major families? He briefly described the sensing between 9 Prisons documents to her. After listening, Lorraine immediately thumped her chest. No problem. I'll circulate some alley gossip, saying that the demon army will launch an ambush on Blood Sand City tonight. This will divert the attention of the 2 families. Leave it to me, just prepare for the journey. Sandrine hesitated. This kind of fake news may not fool the 2 major families. Lorraine said with a smile. Don't underestimate the abilities of a bard. With that, she hurried off. 2 hours later, Lorraine hurried back. But his expression seemed somewhat odd. What's wrong? Matthew asked. Didn't the message spread smoothly? Lorraine coughed. It went smoothly. Thanks to my efforts, the news of the imminent demon army siege is now raging throughout the city. Matthew was surprised. Isn't that a good thing? Lorraine coughed again. Well, the thing is. But the bad news is, Blood Sand City seems to have truly been surrounded by a massive number of demons, just as I was spreading the message. Sandrine and Matthew were both taken aback. Camilla immediately drew a circle in the air with one hand upon hearing the command. Following that, a sequence of images from outside Blood Sand City appeared before everyone. The dark horizon teemed with enormous demonic insects. Fires blazed atop the city walls. A multitude of devils, roused from sleep, pushed the slaves to the most dangerous points along the wall while organizing reconnaissance against the incoming demon army. The streets of Blood Sand City were in utter chaos. Crowds of people and mounts collided against one another. Had it not been for the prestige of the city guards, and the fact the demons had yet to break through, the natives of Blood Sand City would have erupted into civil unrest. Can we zoom in on that hill to the east, so I can have a closer look? Tremors laced Sandrine's voice. Camilla quickly obliged. Before long, they caught sight of an exceedingly grotesque giant demon. Its twisted body had limbs that resembled spiders, a midsection as long as a centipede's, and a tail end like that of an enormous scorpion. The creature looked to be a monstrous assemblage of various giant insects. Where its face should have been, 3 huge tails contorted, oozing a dark, mixed venom. Countless slender red tongues extended from the tails. When these tongues were bunched together, they resembled a giant skull. Separated, they turned into myriad lethal barbs. That's the giant worm lord from the abyss, Oxbow. Legend has it Oxbow has slaughtered over 100 cities belonging to Purgatory. Anywhere he passes through, the city is sure to vanish, with all living beings transformed into demonic insects loyal to him. Sandrine's voice grew tense. Damn it. Oxbow should be in the northern blood abyss fighting his old enemy, the slaughtered demon Lord Feral. How could he be here? Could it be that Feral has been defeated? Compared to Sandrine, the reaction from Matthew and the other two was rather subdued. They had known before they came that Blood Sand City, being a secondary front in the blood battle, had a not insignificant chance of facing a demon army. While a demon lord leading a sneak attack was rare, its occurrence wasn't entirely inconceivable. On the contrary, Sandrine's reaction suggested that Blood Sand City had perhaps been too secure in recent years. The tendrils of the abyss seldom reached this place, causing the local devils to become somewhat complacent. From this perspective, Blood Sand City was likely to face severe trials in this war. This will surely divert the attention of the two major families. It's not entirely a bad thing for us. We can still take this opportunity to slip out of Blood Sand City, can't we? Matthew looked at Sandrine. I trust the Syston family would have secret passages leading out of the city. Sandrine nodded. Yes, there are. There are 3 passages leading to different directions outside the city. But from what we've seen in those images, no matter which exit we take, we will run straight into a horde of demons. Matthew said coolly. That's not a problem. We have the ability to hide ourselves, just lead the way. Sandrine hesitated. But if I leave with you, what will become of the other members of the Syston family? Matthew glanced at her. You just need to get us to the exit of the passage. From there, how you proceed is entirely up to you. Sandrine looked startled, seemingly disbelieving. But, with Matthew's constant prompting, she still led the 3 of them into the undercity passages deep within Dragon Castle. After about half an hour in the tunnel, they arrived at the exit on the eastern side of Blood Sand City. Matthew gave Sandrine a look, signaling that she could return to Dragon Castle. However, she seemed to ignore Matthew's hint completely, as if there had never been an agreement to go back the same way. Such hypocritical devils. He chuckled inwardly and then pushed open the stone gates. The 3 had just stepped out of the passage when they heard a rustling of footsteps nearby. Matthew's senses sharpened. These were not the footsteps of demons. Chapter 1888, 526 Purgatory Black Market. Chapter 1888, 526 Purgatory Black Market. At the end of Dragon Castle's secret passage lay a small mountain range in the western part of Blood Sand City. Purgatory's terrain was typically comprised of mountain ranges and hills, but seldom were there extensive mountains or high plateaus. Since most demons naturally mastered some ability to fly, the environment in Purgatory was not suitable for hiding. Pursuers merely had to fly over the low mountaintops and the terrain below would be entirely exposed to view. However, this mountain range was somewhat different. As soon as Matthew emerged, he noticed a light green mist enveloping the mountaintops and valleys. Within that thin mist grew a large number of green devil vines. These devil vines possessed a certain self-awareness and quite basic predatory intelligence and were one of the unique species in Purgatory. Of course, they posed no threat to Matthew and others. Moreover, the growth of these purgatorial plants provided good cover for escapees. Matthew speculated that these devil vines might have been planted by the ancestors of the Syston family, with the purpose of further concealing the exit of the secret passage. On the other hand, some mutated devil vines had the effect of muffling sounds. Thus, as they walked through the mist, they often couldn't hear each other's footsteps, as if walking in a soundless space. Under such circumstances, the sudden sound of footsteps stood out even more. It's not demons, affected by the repulsion of Purgatory space, demon footfalls would be much heavier. It might be some lone demon. As this thought just flashed across Matthew's mind, the visitor had already leisurely appeared in front of him. The newcomer was indeed alone. He carried a huge parcel on his back, had a slightly hunched waist, and although tall, his demeanor exuded a sleazy quality. Without a doubt, this was a demon. Aside from the unmistakable aura of Purgatory hitting them, his identity could be discerned from the two small horns protruding from his head. The demon's face was covered with a green mask, a red scarf wrapped around the back of his head, and his clothes were brown, with a black belt. This colorful assortment rendered him somewhat comical. Just as Matthew and the others were intently examining this sudden demon, Sandrine's face showed a hint of surprise and unease. Purgatory Black Merchant? Her voice was very soft, and although most of it was absorbed by the nearby devil vines, the demon twitched his ears as if he heard her clearly. His eyes immediately widened. Wait, madam, are you implying that is slander? Sandrine immediately pursed her lips. Matthew's gaze shifted in her direction. Through the medium of Lost Paradise, she began to introduce. It turned out, this demon before them was likely the legendary Purgatory Black Merchant. This was a demon with a legendary reputation and an oddity among demons. Legend had it that the Purgatory Black Merchant always traveled between the various planes of 9-tier Purgatory, and only those of coincidental fate could encounter him to engage in trade. Those who had traded with him claimed he carried many fine items, but they were outrageously expensive, and sometimes even a local devil lord could not meet the merchant's demands. Most who had traded with the Black Merchant felt they had suffered losses, but they were helpless to do anything about it. If trading with him is not profitable, why must they trade with him? Matthew did not understand. Sandrine glanced at the Purgatory Black Merchant and secretly explained in her heart. It's because this demon is very skilled in curses. His curse might be on the same level as the Lord of the Nine Hells, almost impossible to break. Matthew instantly understood. Some have refused to trade with the Purgatory Black Merchant, but their outcomes were all terrible. Sandrine quickly said. However, there are always ways to deal with things. From the information I've gathered, as long as you buy one item from the Black Merchant, even if he is dissatisfied, he is less likely to use his curses against you. Matthew nodded slightly. You two aren't secretly speaking ill of me, are you? The Purgatory Black Merchant cheerfully set his huge package down on the ground and then said to the group. Come and see my goods, all top quality, exchanged for soul coins. You guys look quite prosperous, each of you should buy at least one item as support for a poor traveling merchant. Praise the Blood River. Matthew approached to have a look. Most of the items had their essence sealed, making it hard to identify with the naked eye, and perhaps even the identification skill could not readily deliver relevant information about them. This was entirely like opening a blind box. What's worse, the other party was actually suggesting settling the transaction using soul coins. Although Matthew and his companions had some soul coins, their quantity was limited and could only cover the travel expenses to Barthur Purgatory. Although Sandrine was the last authoritative figure of the Syston family, the family had declined for too many years, and their fortune was long gone. And, as it happens, the price of these items or tools was extremely high. Sandrine quickly calculated. If each person purchased one item, the soul coins she had might be completely used up, and she would even need to use some of Matthew's soul coins. The extent of the unfairness of this transaction obviously exceeded the tolerance of any reasonable person. Take your time, look around. If you don't have money at the moment, there's no worries, I'm easy to talk to. Just write an IOU and pay it back slowly. The Purgatory Black Merchant continued to gleefully peddle his wares. Chapter 1889, 526 Purgatory Black Merchant _2. Chapter 1889, 526 Purgatory Black Merchant _2. Matthew and Lorraine exchanged glances. A sinister air crept into the eyes of the trio. Mr. Merchant, it so happens that I have a few fine items myself. Would you care to take a look? Lorraine cheerfully brought out a few bracelets, mirrors, and necklaces from the material world and laid them in front of the black market merchant. At least choose one, like you, we'll settle with soul coins. As for the price, triple these items cost should suffice. The Purgatory Black Market merchant's eyebrows shot up. Are you forcing a sale? Lorraine said with a beaming smile. A voluntary transaction. If you're short on funds, that's no problem either, just write an IOU and you can pay back slowly. The merchant's eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity. Do you folks intend to turn hostile? Business should be all about friendly, profitable dealings. If you don't fancy my goods, that's fine, I simply won't sell. Is there really a need to mock me like this? With that, he swiftly packed away his items. Seeing this, a trace of worry flickered across Sandrine's face. If you don't wish to purchase, then let's not do business. Perhaps we'll meet again if fate wills it. After he said this, the black market merchant strode rapidly toward the deeper fog. He even glanced back as he ran. Those eyes, glowing green, were filled with endless resentment and venom. At that moment, Matthew felt as though his soul was pricked, sensing a surge of deep malice. It was the power of a curse. Don't let him get away. Lorraine raised his hand, and one after another, dark green lights flew from his flute, swiftly landing on the black merchant. Weakness grasp. Legendary resistance weakening. Moldy fortune. On the other side, Matthew's malicious transfiguration and Camella's compulsory immobilization spells also struck the black market merchant in quick succession. To provide power, Matthew even used a dragon scale talisman. However, what happened next was astonishing. The Purgatory Black Market merchant only maintained the goat form and immobilized state for less than 0.5 seconds before cursing loudly in Purgatory language and started running again as lively as a dragon. Such resistance and toughness. Even a superior legend-level devil lord might not be able to match this. Chase. Naturally, the three would not let this enigmatic demon escape. They pursued him relentlessly. The merchant did not fight back, he only cursed furiously continuously. And with each curse, Matthew and the others felt the malice and curses stemming from Purgatory. Fortunately, they each had their own skills, so the minor curses didn't affect them much, and instead, reinforced their determination to capture the black merchant. However, during the chase, they discovered that the scoundrel seemed to evade a great deal of physical damage, almost fully exempt from all magical effects, and control spells were even more easily immune to him. Matthew tried a whole slew of methods, to no effect. Moreover, that scoundrel was incredibly quick. If it weren't for Camella's constant use of divine fire of retaliation to pinpoint and lock on his location, they would have probably lost combat engagement and he might have escaped using even more powerful techniques. Matthew, do you have any other methods? Camilla's voice came to his ear. I have one way that might catch him, but it might cause a bit of a commotion. Matthew quickly stopped her potential actions. After all the days they spent together, he had come to understand Camilla more deeply. When she said it might cause quite a commotion, that could be particularly significant. They were still outside Blood Sand City, and a demon lord might be watching them at any moment. It was wise to stay low-key for the time being. I still have some control methods left, let's try them one by one. Clear the way. As his voice fell, Matthew blinked and appeared in front of the black merchant. The merchant was also quick to respond, merely snorted coldly, then grabbed the pack from behind and smashed it ruthlessly toward Matthew. That pack looked large, but the actual weight was probably millions of times that of its appearance. A direct hit could knock out even the sturdiest of devil lords unconscious. In a split second, Matthew dodged the attack with a step back he had learned from Soldier. Then, he quickly opened the Lost Paradise, took out a wooden box from within, and placed it on the ground. Thump. The sound of the wooden box hitting the ground was heavy. The merchant glanced at the box with curiosity for a moment. But when he saw Matthew quickly open the box while rapidly closing his eyes, he seemed to realize what was happening and turned to escape. At that instant, another of Camilla's compulsory immobilizations hit the black merchant's forehead accurately. Despite the fact that the petrification effect lasted for only about 0.3 seconds. It was enough for Matthew to release the monster from the wooden crate. When Medusa Priestess's wet hair slid across the rough edge of the wooden crate, her seemingly harmless gaze met with that of the purgatory black merchant for the first time. In an instant, the merchant's body began to turn into a stone statue at a visible rate. A joyful moan escaped Medusa's lips. The next second, she swam towards the merchant without hesitation. She entwined the merchant with her lower body layer by layer. A few seconds later, the purgatory black merchant was completely taken back into the crate by Medusa Priestess Nea. Pupil Shatterer. Bang! Matthew closed the crate, carefully opened his eyes, and then sighed in relief. It seems the legend that demons eradicated Medusa out of fear for her petrification ability is not without basis. After a while, Lorraine came over. Matthew then stuffed the crate back into the Lost Paradise, and tried to open the merchant's dropped satchel, only to find that he couldn't open it at all. So, he could only temporarily toss the satchel into the Lost Paradise as well. However, this time, he faintly heard the roar of Dark Peggy. Matthew. How many times have I said? Don't just stuff anything into the Lost Paradise. Matthew could only helplessly shrug in response. No choice. Who would call the Lost Paradise so convenient? The Medusa crate simply could not be placed into any storage device, not even a demiplane, only the Lost Paradise could. Matthew suspected that this thing required a complete plane as the requirement for carrying space. Only the Lost Paradise met this condition. So, did you just rob the purgatory black merchant? Sandrine asked with a surprised face, belatedly realizing what had just happened. Matthew spread his hands. I haven't touched his belongings yet, so it's not quite a robbery. You saw it too, he threatened us with a curse, and we had to defend ourselves. Sandrine looked incredulously at Matthew and then turned to the other two only to find that they had no reaction, as if it was just a trivial matter. That's the purgatory black merchant. Some suspected he is Blood River's son. And you just captured him like that? Sandrine murmured to herself. Upon hearing this, Matthew's heart was stirred. The events had happened too hastily, and he had not had the time to confirm carefully. Now recalling, Matthew realized he had indeed sensed a familiar air on the purgatory black merchant. That aura. It's the same as the one on Sif and Summer Night. Matthew suddenly came to a realization. Wait a minute. Could it be Barther? Just at that moment, a new message suddenly came from the Lost Paradise. Lost Paradise, you have successfully captured a true incarnation of Barthur. Would you like to refine it and extract the blood of Barthur within? The Purgatory Black Merchant is actually a true incarnation of Barthur? And he has the blood of Barthur in him? Matthew hesitated for a moment. The first drop of blood of Barthur was used by Mephisto to create the blood robes. The second drop of blood of Barthur was fused into Sif's body by Melinda. Could this be the third drop, the last of Barthur's blood left in purgatory? 3 drops of blood of Barthur coming together, could this be a sign of Barthur's return? Matthew hesitated slightly. He then decided not to refine it for now. Let's just seal it for the time being. With a flicker of thought, he stuffed the petrified Purgatory Black Merchant into the bottom layer of the secret warehouse. After doing all this, his attention returned to the present. Just at that time, there was a loud bang in the sky. Everyone looked up. Saw a boulder flying from the distant horizon. That boulder tore through the sky and eventually smashed onto the walls of Blood Sand City. Rumbling, the boulder shattered into pieces. And from among those fragments, demon after demon popped out like insects. Chapter 1890, 527 Measurement Ruler. Chapter 1890, 527 Measurement Ruler. The number of insect demons was so staggering that within mere seconds, groups of demons, still smeared with green slime and with eyes not even fully opened, appeared both in front of and behind them. These are the progeny of the Giant Worm Lord. Not only do they obey the Giant Worm Lord's commands, but they also serve to disperse for scouting. If we engage these demons for long, the Giant Worm Lord is very likely to discover our position. Lorraine spoke urgently. Matthew narrowed his eyes, sensing something unique about these insect demons. Compared to demons, these creatures were closer to the mad Zerg race he had previously encountered. Matthew even saw organs identical to those of the mad Zerg race in some of these insect demons. It seems that the Giant Worm Lord is mostly a product of the mad Zerg race being assimilated by the main body of the Abyss. He knew well that, like the Purgatory Blood River, the main body of the Abyss also possessed extremely potent traits of corruption, degeneration, and assimilation. Many creatures from the astral world would form new native species under the fusion of these two major planes. The rest would become evil spirits. This is why the Abyss, Purgatory, and evil spirits were such prominent domains in the astral world. Let's move. Lorraine, lead the way, let's get out of here first. In his thoughts, Matthew threw out Augustus's skull, cast a spell upgrade version of 1,000 Miles of Ice, and immediately controlled almost all the insect demons on and around the mountaintop. Then, he threw out a medium-sized magic carpet, and as everyone climbed aboard, the carpet's tail began to roll like waves, speeding towards the direction Lorraine indicated at an extremely fast pace. It wasn't long before they had left the control range of 1,000 Miles of Ice. But still, many insect demons surged from the front and sides. At the critical moment, Lorraine and Camilla took action in succession. The former played the green flute, leading some of the insect demons to fight and kill each other, greatly slowing their hunting speed. The latter's approach, however, was much simpler and more brutal. Strong dispelling. After a low shout, dazzling white light exploded like bombs in the nearby area one after another. All the demons hit by the white light retreated dozens of steps. Those with poor resistance were even directly banished back to the Abyss by this dispelling. The dispelling actually had an exile effect. Camilla's strength has definitely reached the edge of a superior legend. Matthew was first startled, then felt a bit more reassured in his heart. With Camilla's violent way of clearing the path, the insect demons couldn't block the progress of the magic carpet at all. Soon they left the demon army far behind. During this process, they also saw more and more boulders tearing through the sky, eventually smashing in the direction of Blood Sand City. Camilla took the opportunity to check the situation in Blood Sand City using divination spells. She saw wall after wall collapse at the speed of an avalanche. A multitude of boulders went over the walls and crashed into the city. Just like what Matthew and the others had experienced. Countless insect demons emerged from the broken stones. These creatures, originally parasitic demon eggs within the stones, now used the stone shards as a signal for their emergence into battle. The combat power of these bugs might not seem as exaggerated as it looked. But their temperament was so ferocious that even the demons defending the city fought with hesitation, despite their superiority in individual combat power. At least from the current situation. The Blood Sand City side was in a very passive state. So that's how he destroys city after city. Sandrine also couldn't help but mutter to herself after seeing this scene. She understood better than Matthew and the others. Originally, not only did the broken stones serve to transport the insect demons, but they also carried a portion of the abyssal evil Earth's effects. Blood Sand City was under the protection of the Blood River Will. All invading demons would suffer from severe judgment weakening. However, if they fought next to the broken stones, this weakening would be partially offset. In addition to that, with the giant worm lord's terrifying human wave tactics, unless a place had top experts stationed, most cities in Purgatory would struggle to hold. After all, the giant worm lord Oxbow himself was also a character like a nightmare. Unless things go wrong, the destruction of Blood Sand City is inevitable. Lorraine also softly expressed her sentiment. I knew that the Chaos Storm could strike at any gathering place in the Blood Abyss at any time, but experiencing it firsthand, I still find it somewhat hard to believe. Looking at the ongoing devastation of Blood Sand City, Matthew also felt moved. But at that moment, a new message came through on his data panel. Prompt: you have discerned a chaos storm suddenly descending upon Blood Sand City. Would you like to take the initiative to put an end to it? Matthew's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. At the same time, his vision seemed to enter the level of a domain. Two diverging paths appeared before him. Turn left, which is to accept the mission and end the chaos. He would obtain a large number of practice points on the legendary path, and more elements of the slaughter domain. Turning right, which is choosing to refuse and leave. He would also gain some elements of the temperance subdomain. So it's such a choice, even refusal doesn't mean gaining nothing. I haven't had this before. Matthew quickly realized. This was a sign of divergence in the legendary path. Moreover, the legendary path was never about sticking to one set direction, only to blindly follow through to the end. Chapter 1891, 527 Measurement Ruler _2. Chapter 1891, 527 Measurement Ruler _2. Adhering to inherent principles was actually the shortcut that professionals seeking to become legendary had summarized. It was taught to the majority who found the legendary path challenging. However, for someone like Matthew, who was already ingrained in the legendary relationships, there was no need to rigidly stick to a particular legendary path. After all, slaughter or ending chaos is merely a tool within my legendary path. There's no need to be too obsessive, to delve too deep. Of course, the main reason is that there are more important tasks to accomplish. Matthew's mind was clear. He chose to refuse at that moment. Just as he made his decision, the light of the slaughter domain dimmed slightly, and the long silent temperance subdomain suddenly burst into brilliance. Following that, Matthew saw a massive influx of elements into his domain. This scene was not unusual. During the active period of practicing the legendary path, any action taken by professionals could prompt a drastic change in elements. Of course, Matthew was also well aware that he was certainly the most special one. It was almost impossible for anyone to enter and exit the domain as easily as he did. This might be due to the power of the system, or it could be related to his mysterious origins. In his thoughts, more information surged out from the temperance subdomain. Matthew's eyes lit up. Notification: due to the accumulation of a large amount of elements, a new authority measurement ruler is forming within your temperance subdomain. Measurement ruler: in gestation you may redefine concepts relating to desire or temperance. Typically, you yourself will be regarded as the standard measure of temperance. Those greatly surpassing you will be deemed excessive, indulgent, overwhelming. Those greatly falling short of you will be deemed lacking, restrained, insufficient. You can also use this authority to anchor standards and define proportions for many more domains. Even while still in gestation, Matthew was extremely delighted with the emergence of this authority. He understood the importance of defining authority. And the measurement ruler obviously could greatly assist in balancing his various domains. This was immensely beneficial for the great harmony of Matthew's own domain. Unexpectedly, the temperance subdomain silently brought me such a huge surprise. I'm not in vain usually being a person of temperance. Amid the surprise, Matthew found it odd. He was currently in purgatory, yet he could comprehend the domain of Ander? Could purgatory, on some level, also be considered part of the material world? This was greatly at odds with traditional views of planes held by gods and spellcasters. Matthew kept this in mind. Afterward, a group traveled by magic carpet towards the direction of Barthur Purgatory. Thanks to Sandrine, the local tyrant, they soon smoothly left the sphere of influence of Blood Sand City and arrived at a devil settlement named Chopsticks Town. According to Sandrine's introduction, Chopsticks Town was even closer to Purgatory than Blood Sand City. This place essentially was the logistic line for Purgatory. Demons had historically only managed to attack this place 2 or 3 times, and were swiftly countered by organized devils. According to Sandrine, this place was 100 times safer than Blood Sand City. However, something bizarre happened soon. On the very night they were staying in Chopsticks Town, the town's central square suddenly split open, revealing a profoundly terrifying shadow sect from the depth of the earth. A host of demons surged out from the shadows. They ferociously attacked every infernal creature in Chopsticks Town. What was even more incredible to Matthew and the others, these shadow attribute demons were clearly not aligned with the giant worm lord. Their method of ambush was also unheard of. As expected, the devils of Chopsticks Town were quickly annihilated. Had Matthew and his party not retreated in time, they might well have been left behind by those demons. As they continued towards Barthur Purgatory, similar incidents occurred one after another. Virtually whenever they stayed in a place longer than 3 hours, an attack by demons would follow. For the devil camp of the Blood Abyss, this was utterly inconceivable. And those like Matthew, who were being pursued invisibly, found it even more unfathomable. If they were being pursued by devils, it might have made sense. After all, Matthew had once faced the Blood River Will. But strangely, it was demons who were coming after them. In his memory, he didn't seem to have any deep connection with the main body of the Abyss. Regarding this situation, everyone was utterly puzzled. Matthew had no choice but to keep traveling. Finally, after they left the lands of Blood Abyss, the pursuit from the Abyss camp finally subsided. But this eerie phenomenon made Matthew highly vigilant. 2 days later, on the military supply path of wind-supporting slope, a group of people boarded a huge cargo carriage, slowly queuing to enter the checkpoint in the northern territory of Barthur Purgatory. Inside the carriage, Matthew frowned deeply in thought. Still pondering the demon's trajectory? Lorraine asked. Could it just be an accident? Matthew shook his head. Unlikely. Demons are creatures that naturally enjoy chaos. Such orderly behavior must be manipulated by some entity behind the scenes. Camilla replied. It might be that something on one of us is greatly interesting to the main body of the Abyss. Pity we don't have the time, otherwise grabbing a demon lord to question would clarify everything. Matthew nodded slowly. He also suspected it related to some power within him. It might be the scent of chaotic ether he had encountered, or it might relate to something behind the door of ether. Regardless, we have left the area bordering the Abyss, so we are temporarily safe. Just that in the future, we'll need to be particularly cautious when entering the Abyss. Lorraine placed his hands behind his head and comfortably lifted his legs, then asked Sandrine, who was sitting in the corner of the carriage. How long will it take to clear the checkpoint? Are you sure this is a shortcut to Barthur Purgatory? Sandrine hastened to say. Yes. After we pass the upcoming checkpoint, we'll enter the domain of Phantom Baron, one of the most loyal subordinates of the Demoness of Desire, stationed on the very edge of Barthur Purgatory by the Queen to coordinate the forces arranged in Blood Abyss. The Baron's territory has a teleportation array that leads directly to Holy City of Barthur Tears, and if you feel the teleportation array is not discreet enough, the military supply path is also viable, which will take at most 2 days to reach the destination. Lorraine hummed in boredom. Then he started praising Camella's divine spell. The massive carriage they were riding was conjured by Camella's divine spell. Forget ordinary devils. Even a legendary devil might not recognize that this was actually an illusion. This isn't illusion, but has it become creation now? Ever since we entered the purgatory, your power seems to have grown stronger. How did you achieve it? Lorraine curiously asked Camella. She pondered and said, after entering the purgatory, I was often suppressed by the Blood River will, and was forced to meditate on the god of the first moon frequently. Strangely enough, in purgatory, my efficiency in meditating improved by almost hundreds to thousands of times. I thus gained a continuous stream of power from the god of the first moon. Lorraine and Matthew were both greatly surprised upon hearing this. The former couldn't help but ask, are you sure the god of the first moon really exists? Camella confidently said. Of course. Lorraine quickly said. But the rest of us, when we prayed to the god of the first moon as you described, ended up gaining nothing. We haven't sensed even a sliver of divine power or faith. Is there a possibility that the so-called god of the first moon is actually a figment of your imagination? Or perhaps, are you the god of the first moon yourself? Upon hearing this, Matthew couldn't help but perk up his ears. He too was curious about this topic, but due to the taboos of faith, had never directly asked Camella. She wouldn't hit Lorraine for this, would she? Matthew thought. The next second, Camella somberly said, I have actually considered this possibility. But I cannot ponder deeper into this matter. If I can't maintain the status of the god of the first moon in my heart, I might lose all my divine power. That's something I can't accept. Lorraine asked, puzzled. But when such a thought arises in your mind, aren't there already cracks in your faith? Camella slowly nodded. That's true. Lorraine spread his hands. So how do you resolve the issue of wavering faith? Camella blinked. Have you forgotten what spell I excel the most at? Before Matthew and Lorraine could react, she gently touched her bald head with her right hand, and a bright white light illuminated the carriage. Tip, Camella has used the powerful brainwashing technique on herself. Do you capture a wisp of spirituality, Camella's doubt, and shall you receive it? Chapter 1892, 528 Blissful Spring. Chapter 1892, 528 Blissful Spring. Matthew had not yet made a decision. When Lost Paradise quietly opened, the strand of spirituality that emanated from Camella's body was automatically captured by Matthew. In the blink of an eye, he sensed a new brass-colored rune appear within Lost Paradise. The rune existed in between solidity and virtuality, its surface flowing with a brass-colored luminescence, imparting a sense of mystique and majesty. On the data panel, notification, you have obtained Camella's Consciousness Talisman. With this talisman, you can enter Camella's spiritual world at the appropriate time, and manipulate several units within it. Matthew was a bit puzzled. This consciousness talisman was basically a key, and having it automatically captured by Lost Paradise was one thing, but why were the terms used to describe it on the data panel so strange? What are several units within a spiritual world? Could it be hinting that Camella's mind is a golem? He thought it somewhat unlikely. He had been in contact with Camella for quite a while now, and she had never displayed any traces of a golem or mechanical life. And a golem legendary priest? Honestly, that was a bit too far-fetched. While Matthew was astonished at the various oddities of the consciousness talisman, a flash of white light passed through the carriage. Camella's gaze quickly regained clarity. She appeared to be dazed for about 5 seconds, then looked clearly at everyone. By the way, what were we just talking about? Lorraine shrugged. About why it's taking so long to get through the barrier. Camilla replied calmly. That's normal. The demon's efficiency is extremely low, a consequence of their pursuit of evil while simultaneously claiming to uphold order. The order of evil inevitably opposes biological instincts. Inefficiency is one of the byproducts of deficiencies in the entire demonic societal mechanism. From a certain perspective, demons are the least efficient and least creative race in the entire multiverse. Hearing this, Sandrine grew slightly indignant. She lifted her head slightly. Are you suggesting that even a demon with a superior artistic taste isn't as creative as those demons who only know how to recklessly plunder? Camilla responded calmly. That's exactly the case. At least in terms of artistic creation, demons indeed have an edge. Demons merely critique and nitpick others' works, but when asked to create themselves, they usually balk, and even if they reluctantly complete a piece, the outcome is often laughable. Have you ever heard of a demon who was a great artist? Sandrine looked ready to retort but ended up struggling to find words, finally making a weak excuse. That is because we demons are not interested in creating art, we prefer to appreciate. That's right. Camilla gave a faint smile. But the number of demon artists in the abyss is not few. In fact, the top slaughter demon lords each have one or two artistic skills, although their taste is very specialized and their artistic fields are not comprehensive, but just in terms of the interpretation of violent aesthetics, they surpass all demons, not to mention there are indeed quite a few alternative master of arts among demons. At this point, Lorraine couldn't help but interject. I've seen many oil paintings from the abyss, and though they are not of high quality, most are created by the hands of demon lords. Of course, I've also seen many oil paintings from purgatory, well preserved, but it's a pity that most of the collectors claim these were retrieved from elsewhere, and original works are extremely rare. So to be fair, demons indeed possess more creativity than demons. Sandrine looked somewhat disheartened. Lorraine chuckled and comforted. Don't be disheartened, no matter how poor in other areas, at least demons are unbeatable in the realm of usury. Sandrine awkwardly retorted. I've never engaged in usury. I'm not very good at it either. A hint of amusement appeared in Camilla's eyes. If a demon doesn't even know how to levy high interest rates, it's usually deemed utterly useless. Sandrine looked even more embarrassed. She definitely felt aggrieved, but having interacted with Camilla for a few days, she had a rough understanding of Camilla's capabilities, and naturally, she didn't dare to speak loudly at this moment. Fortunately, Matthew thoughtfully intervened for her. It doesn't matter. You're no longer a demon now, but a solitary ghost belonging to Lost Paradise. The honor or disgrace of demons doesn't really concern you much. After hearing this, Sandrine's face grew even more complex. Then she fell completely silent. Taking the opportunity, Matthew turned towards Camilla, intending to privately inform her about the consciousness talisman through a whisper, as he couldn't just blindly take the key to a companion's spiritual world, could he? Unexpectedly, Camilla gently shook her head. Immediately, her voice resounded in Matthew's heart. Although I don't know exactly what happened, since you've taken possession of that talisman, I hope you'll take good care of it for me. It's not actually very important, and while I'm lucid, it doesn't decide anything, but should one day my faith collapse, you can use it to help me. As for exactly how to do it, once you hold the talisman and enter that place, everything will be explained. After that, she also transmitted a simple incantation to Matthew. Chapter 1893, 528 Blissful Spring _2. Chapter 1893, 528 Blissful Spring _2. Matthew swiftly switched his consciousness to the Lost Paradise. Using the incantation given by Camilla, he immediately deciphered a very complex magic matrix from the talisman. Soul editing. Magic matrix might not be an exact term. Matthew discovered that the matrix contained a powerful and complex soul editing skill, with many effects similar or even overlapping, each achieved through different means. Divine spell, spells, psionic power, mental power. Almost any kind of extraordinary power could, through the techniques in the Matrix, gain entrance to a vast mental world and then edit, tailor, erase, or even completely obliterate its soul, memory, and even feelings. Soul editing. That equated to a skill that reshaped a soul from the ground up. In the current spell system of Ender, to achieve a similar effect, one would have to enter the superior legend tier and learn an incantation named Spiritual Distortion. The only other connection seems to be with the deep dive program where Hibbert's daughter is involved, but that's not complete soul editing. The content of this magic matrix, though, as long as your mental power is strong enough, you could accomplish it around the legendary stage. One must understand. Even the gods of the Heavenly Family Palace, who claim to be more proficient in the realm of the mind, could only tamper with a soul at a very superficial level, and there would often be serious side effects and recurrences. Compared to that, the methods in this matrix were incredibly sophisticated. It was almost identical to the technique Giza used to hypnotize the Tauren youth, Khanda. But the amount of knowledge in this matrix was simply too vast. Even with Matthew's mental power, it would be difficult to completely interpret it in a short amount of time. He only gave it a quick look before withdrawing his consciousness, as a throbbing pain developed at his temples. But this matrix did not disappoint him. With the support of extraordinary wisdom, Matthew quickly mastered the spell version of the powerful brainwashing technique contained within the matrix, as well as a portion of soul destruction. The latter's effect was to utterly shatter a person's soul through close contact. Provided there must be a certain degree of physical contact with the place where the opponent's soul is stored. And if one wished to bypass this condition, a range of additional casting materials would be necessary. Matthew glanced over them and found most could be gathered by himself, with only a few being quite rare. And just so, the rarest of these materials was named riverbed sand from the Rootless River. This was also the most important material for performing soul destruction from a distance. It seems this riverbed sand from the Rootless River is quite valuable. It's needed for the creation of projection doppelgangers, and soul destruction also requires its use. It must be a peculiar material that can act directly on a soul mark. Matthew silently noted the key points. With the leverage of Lost Paradise, he could also enter the secret realm of the Rootless River. However, Matthew did not hurry to explore again. Because he sensed that there was a limit to the number of times he could enter the Rootless River, meaning it was best to maximize benefits with each entry, lest it be wasted. I'll have to find a chance to consult with Link later. He is the only person in the Alliance who has been inside the Rootless River. As Matthew absently pondered, the caravan successfully arrived at the checkpoint. The two intermediate demons in charge of the checkpoint were clearly not to be trifled with. Fortunately, Sandrine was a genuine native of Purgatory and could answer all kinds of questions with ease. And Camella's divine spells were sublime, together with Lorraine's alley gossip. After spending more than an hour, they finally passed through the numerous checkpoints and successfully entered the territory of the Phantom Baron. But there was still a distance to the true Barthur Purgatory. Due to the layout of the plane, at least 1/3 of the Baron's territory was the barren wind-supporting slope. This was a 70-degree upward curving slope. Apart from a few wind demons and bird demons residing on the slope, most demons preferred living on the plains or in the mountains at the top. As a result, the wind-supporting slope was sparsely populated except for a few military roads. Soon, the group emerged from the checkpoint, ascending the steep path until they reached a three-way intersection. Left side is Morgan's Purgatory. To the right is Freyza. We will follow the middle path. Sandrine swiftly read the signpost at the intersection. Wait. Matthew suddenly popped his head out of the carriage and flung a small bag of acid rock powder at the signpost. This powder had a slight corrosive quality. It was generally hard to cause serious damage, but it was quite effective at identifying camouflage. The next second, a slight distortion of light and shadow appeared in the area covered by the acid rock powder. A sharp cry rang out quickly. A bird-headed, winged creature suddenly leaped down from the signpost. At the same time, The content on the signpost also changed its order. The left pointed to Morgan's Purgatory. The right was Barthur Purgatory. Freysa Purgatory was right in the middle. Boom! A ball of fire was hurled out. The cursing bird demon was instantly ignited, struggled for a while, and then died miserably by the roadside. Let's go, to the right. Matthew calmly drew the carriage curtain. It seems Freysa Purgatory is also short of people. Lorraine pondered aloud. Regular traders would definitely not be fooled by this kind of trickery. If any newcomers were deceived into taking the middle path, they might end up being refined into soul coins by some demon lord in Freysa. Matthew nodded. It feels like all the purgatory lords are scrambling for people. That was the comprehensive feeling he got along the way. Compared to robbery, they encountered more demons snatching people. Perhaps this was because a fresh, uncontracted soul held extremely high value in the hands of demons. They always tried every trick in the book to lure the living into purgatory. This sharply contrasted with demons who were always trying to break out. Past the fork in the road, the group continued their journey up the wind-supporting slope on the spacious military path. Half a day later, they passed a wind demon inn. Matthew and the others did not stop but kept on traveling. However, as they passed by, they saw several promotional paintings of a magnificent manor outside the Wind Demon Inn. The content of the paintings seemed to be calling on the demons along the way to join in some celebratory event. Matthew didn't have time to look closely. But no matter. The bard was there. That's a manor called Blissful Spring, whose owner is the lord of this land, the Phantom Baron. Legend has it that in this manor, all entrants must strictly adhere to two radically different sets of rules. Indulge during the day, be silent at night. It's said that during the daytime in the manor, every encountered life must vent their desires to the fullest, or they would be deemed unqualified by the manor and forcibly expelled. Lorraine's ears twitched, and alley gossip smoothly followed. Sandrine asked curiously, "What if it's a group of people?" The other three looked at her as if she were a fool. She immediately became incredibly embarrassed. As for the night, one must keep their peace, hide in their own room, and not step out of the doorway, or they might meet with a mishap. The manor's daytime may be enviable, but the night is truly its essence. It said many powerful demons died in the corridors outside their rooms, and their deaths were very gruesome. Lorraine introduced with relish. Matthew found it strange. If there's a possibility of death, then why would demons still want to visit? Just for the pleasure during the day? That didn't quite fit the orderly style of demons. Lorraine answered. That's right, it's rumored that one of the rooms in the manor holds a treasure personally placed by the Demoness of Desire, a treasure allegedly related to Barthur, the former lord of the Nine Hells. Only when night falls does the treasure reveal itself. Upon hearing this, Matthew just felt it was another story concocted by rumor-mongers. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed that the purgatory black marketeer he had imprisoned in Lost Paradise was slowly recovering. Chapter 1894, 529 Generous Conditions. Chapter 1894, 529 Generous Conditions. Swish. Matthew's figure disappeared into the carriage, only leaving behind a piece of cosmic base rock on the cushion as a temporary anchor in purgatory. Upon seeing this, Lorraine promptly picked up the fragment and jokingly said, "If we shove this stone into the belly of some demon or giant beast, what do you think will happen next?" Camilla raised an eyebrow. "You could try it." Lorraine smiled and put the fragment in his pocket, then guarded it closely. Suddenly, there was silence inside the carriage. In Lost Paradise, outside the warehouse that stored numerous treasures. As soon as Matthew landed, he saw Dark Peggy standing at the door, looking inside as if facing a great enemy. Even Shanair and Vampire Mosen were aware. They stood on the neighboring cosmic base rock and looked around. Matthew waved his hand. The warehouse door opened. A few seconds later, a dark shadow suddenly leapt out. At this moment, the purgatory merchant bore no trace of petrification, only a small amount of stone dust clinging to his hair and shoes. His movements appeared very agile, no different from when he was in purgatory. This scene was somewhat beyond Matthew's expectations. Besides the Medusa priestess's natural petrification, he had also permanently set the petrification laws of Lost Paradise on this fellow to reinforce the initial petrification effect. Unexpectedly, he managed to break free from it. Worthy of a doppelganger that carries the blood of Barthur. Matthew's eyes flashed. Purgatory Merchant even thought of attacking Matthew. He leaped toward Matthew, closing a lot of distance. At that moment, a giant fist descended from the sky and ruthlessly shattered the merchant's dream of an attack. Boom! The stone smashed onto the cosmic base rock. The body of the Purgatory Merchant was nearly smashed into pulp, even his soul almost separated on the spot into primitive spirituality. This punch was empowered with the founder authority. It was unmatched in Lost Paradise. Shanair and Vampire Mosen, watching nearby, saw even clearer. Just as the fist was about to land, the Purgatory Merchant had already escaped the hitting range through various secret techniques. But in that lightning-quick moment, the effect of unable to be dodged within Lost Paradise granted by the Founder Authority was triggered. Under some mysterious force, the merchant who had already escaped was dragged back, obediently lying under the stone, ultimately shattered by the punch. The effect of this punch was quite astonishing. Even the extremely sturdy cosmic base rock showed slight cracks. Purgatory Merchant, no matter how special, could not escape a near-death shattered state. The next second, the fist slowly faded away. The flesh and blood powder on the base rock twitched, seemingly healing under some power. But this process was quite slow. Slow enough for Matthew to easily suppress the other's resurrection ability using his authority. Still thinking of attacking me? I'll give you a chance to rephrase. If you can't satisfy me, I will refine the blood of Barthur out of you. Matthew approached the base rock, his tone cold and swift. Look around at the environment, understand your situation, you should know I have the ability to do this. No. 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 From the pool of blood, came the Purgatory Merchant's desperate plea. I admit my mistake. I didn't mean to attack you, I just wanted to escape. Matthew remained unmoved. That's your reason for trying to extort us with your curse ability? The Purgatory Merchant hurriedly explained. It's my fault, I shouldn't have been so greedy to approach you. But you must not refine me, it's very important. As long as you don't kill me, I can find you many treasures, or the things on me can all be given to you for free. Matthew scoffed. You might be overlooking the allure of the blood of Barthur to others. Moreover, if I kill you, most of the things on you will still be mine. What's the difference? The Purgatory Merchant said incoherently. No. Cannot. Wait, refining me would definitely be more detrimental than beneficial. Since you know about the blood of Barthur, you should realize it's actually one of the brandings left by the Lord of the Nine Hells, Barthur, in Purgatory. Those 3 brandings are mostly dormant, but once all 3 are activated and meet, Barthur will climb up from beneath the bridge of all life, bringing his hatred for Purgatory and the Calamity Mage, and completely destroy this world. I heard someone has already accumulated 2 drops of the blood of Barthur, this means the brandings will soon be activated. Adding the one in me would mean the arrival of Doomsday. You don't understand, the current Barthur is no longer the Lord of the Nine Hells of the past. He's trapped beneath the bridge of all life, his heart filled with hate. He received the support of the captain, bringing other twilight creatures into his ranks as well. I've always been avoiding Barthur's call and the locations of the other 2 drops of blood of Barthur. Only by keeping me alive can all of that be prevented. It's true. His tone indeed sounded very anxious. Matthew appeared calm on the surface but took this very seriously inside. Who told you about Barthur beneath the bridge of all life just now? The merchant immediately said. Blood River will. It constantly urges me to stay away from the other 2 drops of blood of Barthur. Chapter 1895, 529 Generous Conditions _2. Chapter 1895, 529 generous conditions _2. It is clear that the Blood River will also doesn't want to see Barther returning from beneath the bridge of all life to purgatory. I personally certainly don't want to see that happen either. They all say that I am Barther's doppelganger. Nonsense. I am clearly an individual with independent will. Why should I obey the orders of a prisoner who has been locked up for hundreds of years? At this point, Matthew seemed to begin pondering, and the situation became less critical. The dealer's tone also relaxed quite a bit. Sir, my real name is Char, you can call me that. I apologize for being driven by greed, harassing you and your companion, and trying to use a curse as a threat. But I can make amends. I can make amends in any way. Just let me live. Do not separate the blood of Barther from inside me. This really is a matter concerning the fate of the multiverse world. Matthew asked coldly. If I killed you and extracted the blood of Barther and then sealed it, wouldn't that achieve the same effect? Char quickly said. In theory, it is indeed feasible, but the blood of Barther, separated from its host, has a very strong directivity. Whether it is Barther himself or someone else, it's very easy for them to detect the scent of the blood of Barther, and they will bring you endless trouble. However, I am different. The blood of Barther hidden inside me fits exceptionally well, and the chances of being sensed are much lower. Look, I've been walking in purgatory for so many years and have never been discovered. On one hand, it is because I am good at hiding, and on the other hand, it is because I am good at escaping. I really am very good at saving my life, and with the protection of the Blood River will, as long as I am in purgatory, almost no one can catch me. Of course, you are an exception, but I must win. If you did not have Medusa and this special divine artifact, it would also have been impossible for you to catch me. After all, perhaps only the former god of travelers could match me in terms of escaping. On the neighboring rock, Red Letter Hunter Shanair suddenly nudged Vampire Mosen next to him with his elbow, a faint smile appearing on his face. He's talking about you. Vampire Mosen glared back annoyedly. Shut up. Be careful, or you'll be sent back to planting trees immediately. On the other side, Matthew continued to interrogate. You lied. The encounter with us was definitely not by chance, nor could it have been due to overwhelming greed. You must tell me, why did you appear there when we were leaving the secret passage of Dragon Castle? Char sighed. Sorry, to say it was a coincidence is indeed a bit too much. Actually, I was guided by the Blood River will. Since I awoke the power inside me that came from Barther, the Blood River will often guided me to certain places. At first, I was skeptical, and every action was repeatedly verified to ensure it was beneficial and harmless. As time went by, every guidance from the Blood River will was harmless to me, so I gradually lowered my guard. I didn't expect to run into such a big accident this time, sigh. It just goes to show that even the Blood River will can make a mistake. It might have wanted me to test you, or something else. His tone carried deep regret and annoyance. Matthew chuckled lightly. Following this line of reasoning, could there be a possibility that the Blood River will presented you to me as a gift? Absolutely not. Char's voice almost seemed to jump out of the blood pool. He hastily denied. I am the darling of the Blood River will, the most favored demon. How could it possibly betray me to a stranger? The smashed flesh in the blood pool also became more agitated. It seemed that Char was terribly broken, even his resurrection abilities were not working smoothly. Matthew calmly said. Maybe the Blood River will feels that the blood of Barther is safer in my hands than in your body. In purgatory, everything can be traded. Don't you really think that the Blood River will could not clearly judge the comparison of our strengths? Char was silent for 5 or 6 seconds, then very reluctantly answered. With your strength, I suppose you wouldn't need to rely on something as dangerous as the blood of Barther for further enhancements, right? Keeping me is far more useful than a drop of blood of Barther that is destined to be sealed. I am skilled in curses, which I can use to help you kill enemies. Matthew shook his head. My skills in killing are already rich, curses are needless to me. Char then said. I am very good at finding treasures, all these on me can also be given to you, and whatever treasures you desire in the future, I can seek them for you. Matthew, pointing to where Char had escaped from, said slowly. Although the treasures and artifacts I hold may not be enough to rival a nation, they are certainly beyond what any ordinary legendary could imagine in their lifetime. Your little trinkets are just tricks, after all. If you really want to prove your worth, how about starting with 2 or 3 divine artifacts? Matthew then fell silent. He quickly added. Besides running away, cursing, and treasure hunting, I have other professional skills. I excel in exploring, disarming traps, inspecting barriers, invisibility, and lock-picking. Especially lock-picking, my skills are top-notch in Purgatory, and across the entire multiverse, maybe only some legendary wanderers can compete with me. On the neighboring bedrock. This time it was Vampire Mosen who prodded Red Letter Hunter Shanair. He brazenly asked to cross the Blood River. The legendary wanderers you mentioned, do they include the infamous Red Letter Hunter Shanair? Matthew's voice came from the Blood River. Shanair? I've heard of him, I hear he's a ruthless killing madman. Red Hunter Shanair is also a wanderer, I suppose his lockpicking might not be too bad, but how could a character as powerful as that end up in the same situation as me? The god of travelers wanted to say something else. But he was cut off by a stern-faced Shanair. Keep quiet. Be careful, or next time no one will help you dig a hole. Matthew paid no mind to the minor incident. After meticulously interrogating Matthew with a series of questions, he finally slapped a contract on the edge of the Blood River. Kunlun Bloodbook? Matthew responded with a sound filled with gravity. Matthew nodded. Sign it, and you'll survive. Matthew couldn't help but shriek. You want to turn me into a puppet at the mercy of others? Isn't that just doing whatever you tell me to? Matthew said in surprise. When did you start living under the illusion that you can still control yourself? Ironically, after killing you, I can resurrect you, and after that, I can still make you do whatever I want. Matthew responded bitterly. Can't we engage in a more civilized form of cooperation? Matthew blinked. If you hadn't started by forcing a deal and threatening with curses, maybe there would have been a possibility. You'll find over time that I am quite easy to get along with. I have always wanted to give others more chances and interact with others in a more civilized way. But this world changes too quickly, I no longer have the luxury of trusting others, I can only demand others trust me. It's much easier than actively trusting others, all I need to do is prove myself reliable, and I indeed do that. If you don't believe me, ask them. With that, he gestured towards Shanair and Mosen. At that moment, a head surfaced from the Blood River. Matthew, tilting his head, looked at the duo. Both replied in unison. Of course. Working with Matthew has been the wisest choice of my life. Matthew looked hesitantly at the two. May I ask who you two are? The god of travelers replied with a smile. Our names and origins aren't important, you'll come to know eventually. Cherish your current ability to choose, at least I didn't have such favorable conditions back then. Matthew hesitated for a few seconds. After a long moment, a blood-covered claw reached out from the Blood River and solemnly wrote his name on the Blood Book. Reminder, Lost Paradise has acquired a new servant, Matthew/Black Merchant of Purgatory/Sprint Demon LV20/Barther Avatar/Hero Mode. Please assign a work position for him. Matthew thought it over. Maybe start by planting trees with Mosen and the others. Chapter 1896, 530 Shadow Demon Army. Chapter 1896, 530 Shadow Demon Army. After signing the Kunlun Blood Book, Matthew allowed the infernal merchant Char temporary freedom to move about in Lost Paradise. However, for demons, who were always skilled at exploiting contracts, Matthew was not so reassured. Therefore, he secretly instructed Shanair to keep an eye on Char's movements and to report back immediately if anything abnormal was noted. Shanair's entire life now depended on Matthew alone. Even though he hated being ordered around, he could do nothing but silently accept the task for now. Subsequently, Matthew had a few words with the god of travelers, Vampire Mosen. After learning about the recent work of the tree-planting duo, Mosen reported an important piece of news. Not long ago, Tyraste had returned to Lost Paradise. He told Mosen that he had made a new discovery in the Kunwa ruins and asked Mosen to notify Matthew as soon as possible. Matthew checked the data records of Lost Paradise. He found that Tyraste did indeed quietly return to Lost Paradise while Matthew was rushing through purgatory. Aside from a large amount of founder energy, he had also brought back more than 60 demon corpses. You should know. The demons in the Kunwa ruins are by no means weak, most start off as elite and are level 5 and above, each more formidable than the last. To have killed so many elite demons. It seems old Ty's strength is recovering much faster than expected. As for what exactly was discovered in the Kunwa ruins by Tyraste, Matthew had no way of knowing for the time being. Mosen couldn't clarify, even Tyraste himself might not have figured it out. So, he immediately sent a message to Tyraste through Lost Paradise. Matthew's instructions were quite simple. He suggested that Tyraste would be better off not acting rashly, to conduct more exploration of the unknown, to share enough information with everyone at Lost Paradise's headquarters first, and then decide on the next course of action. Most importantly, he expressed to Old Ty his current situation of being unable to create doppelgangers. Should anything major occur in the Kunwa ruins, Matthew would not be able to rush over to assist immediately. It can't be helped. This trip to Purgatory was about the life of Rieker and the fate of Storluck. No matter how valuable the Kunwa ruins may be, Matthew could only reluctantly put them aside for later with a heavy heart. After sending the message, he also took the opportunity to confirm this instruction with Mosen. In case Tyraste for some reason did not receive his order, wasn't it better to have someone to pass it on? Unlike the outwardly respectful but inwardly reluctant Shanair, the god of travelers, Vampire Mosen, could be said to have adapted the fastest to his current identity. In fact, he seemed quite happy to take on the role of acting as the liaison between Matthew and the rest. Considering Mosen's former divine title, it was indeed a professional match. The two chatted idly for a bit more. Suddenly, Matthew said, "Once this purgatory trip is over, I will consider releasing you, Shanair, Tyraste, and all those who resurrected in Lost Paradise because of circumstances. I will set all of you free. As long as you don't break the rules of Lost Paradise. In most cases, you will be free." Mosen was greatly surprised upon hearing this. Initially, he might have thought that Matthew was testing him, with almost no change in expression. But soon, he sensed something from Matthew's sincere gaze, and his voice trembled with disbelief. "Really? You will allow us free movement?" Matthew smiled faintly, then nodded affirmatively. "I never intended to imprison you or to treat you as slaves forever. At first, I didn't let you out because I was worried about exposing the existence of Lost Paradise, but the situation is different now. Many have become aware of its existence, and continuing to hide it is like tying one's hands. Besides, once this battle to defend the planet is over, I expect my strength to reach a more ideal level, and there'll be fewer things to worry about. In any case, once the time is right, you can leave here, and, as long as you don't violate my rules, do whatever you want." Mosen took a deep breath in excitement, unable to help but ask, "What are those rules?" Matthew thought for a moment. "I haven't decided yet. It's probably not to commit any acts of grave injustice, not to tarnish the reputation of Lost Paradise, and so on. It won't be too many, but there needs to be some general constraints on you all, otherwise, I'm afraid someone will use the name of Lost Paradise to cause me trouble." Mosen immediately shook his head vigorously. "At least I won't do that. Thank you very much. Matthew, I knew all along that you are a benevolent guy." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something, pausing for a moment, and then asked softly 2 seconds later, "If we all leave, then who will plant the trees?" His question was very cautious and also full of probing. Matthew smiled again. Planting trees was initially just to give you something to do so you wouldn't get sick from boredom here. I can plant trees myself, or I can use the power of authority to create more unique life forms for Lost Paradise to help with the tree planting. Don't worry, this won't be an obstacle to letting you go. This wasn't untrue. When Lost Paradise first opened, Matthew didn't have much founder energy and had to graft hard by himself. Later, after the opening of the Kunwa ruins, Tyrest brought in founder energy for Lost Paradise like crazy, and the trees on the cosmic base rock also slowly began to contribute more energy. Chapter 1897, 530 Shadow Demon Army _2. Chapter 1897, 530 Shadow Demon Army _2. Matthew's current state of founder energy was quite abundant. Not only could he reincarnate some of the lives lost in Lost Paradise, but he could also create members of the angel race to help him with tasks. Compared to Vampire Mosen and Shanair, who had been living outdoors, these newly created lives naturally yearned for freedom. The lives created by Matthew were indeed more suitable for pioneering and maintaining the operation of Lost Paradise. It was just that he had not yet taken the time to start such endeavors. After hearing Matthew's promises, Vampire Mosen was deeply moved. Although everything was still just a plan, when Matthew left Lost Paradise, he found Mosen not only taking the initiative to plant trees but also becoming noticeably more vigorous in doing so. This is the power of trust, Matthew couldn't help but reflect. Just as he had said to the Purgatory merchant Char, he couldn't afford to trust others anymore. He could only make others trust him. Accordingly, Matthew had no intention of betraying any trust placed in him. Even if it made his shoulders heavier. He was resolute. After dealing with the Purgatory merchant Char, Matthew returned to the carriage. Upon informing his companions that everything was handled, they continued their journey towards the higher point of wind-supporting slope. It had to be admitted. For any caravan traveling through Purgatory, it was a classic example of a difficult path that seemed easier from afar. On this steep planar slope, besides the stunning gales and countless wild creatures, all travelers had to face extreme gravity conditions. Each step upwards required more stamina than usual. What made things worse? This depletion couldn't be mitigated by spells or any other means. Even though the carriage they were riding in was conjured by Camella using divine spells, it couldn't escape this law. The closer they got to the upper part of wind-supporting slope, the stronger the gravity they faced from Blood Abyss and other lower planes became, slowing the carriage significantly. This feeling was very uncomfortable. However, even the local tyrant Sandrine could do nothing about it. This phenomenon, created by the differential in planes, couldn't be removed by ordinary methods. They could only grit their teeth and continue climbing. In the last tenth of the route, even the powerful Camella could no longer maintain her composure using divine spells. The group had to dismount and proceed on foot. Under the effect of the gravity laws, their progress was slow. At this rate, they would need at least 3 more days to traverse wind-supporting slope, which was much slower than Matthew had anticipated. To solve the problem, Matthew simply released the Purgatory merchant Char, hoping he could come up with a way to alleviate some of the difficulties they faced. Char, as a merchant often traveling through various parts of Purgatory, immediately understood the intent behind his release from Lost Paradise as soon as he hit the ground. Wind-supporting slope? Haven't you guys collected any treasures from the wind demon inns along the way that gradually reverse the wind direction and gravity? Moreover, most of those inns offer flying services. Yeah, it's a bit pricey, but it's certainly better than struggling against Purgatory's gravity, right? With these words, everyone exchanged glances. Matthew coughed and quickly changed the subject. How was he supposed to know that Wind Demon Inns offered such services? To avoid further complications, they had skipped all the inns along the way. No wonder the number of merchants and caravans they saw decreased as they ascended the slope. And no wonder they had seen some wind demons flying over their heads these past few days. It turns out they weren't just flying for fun but were actually attracting customers. He couldn't help but glance at Sandrine, who wore an innocent expression, clearly just as unaware of the local situation. Is there any remedy now? Matthew asked bluntly. Char shook his head with a wry smile. We either just have to keep climbing with effort, it's going to take a lot of strength. Either we head back to the nearest wind demon inn and have them carry it up for us. The wind demons, like Purgatory's son, are rare neutral units in Purgatory. They only care about money, but they are quite efficient at what they do. In fact, the gravity field on Wind Supporting Slope is related to the Wind Demon Lord. Char rambled on endlessly. After Matthew had understood the detailed information about this particular area, he decisively chose to turn back. It was indeed a pity to lose the sunk cost. However, the subsequent decisions were clearly more important. I remember passing one this morning. It should take no more than half an hour to get there now, Lorraine recalled. Matthew nodded. The group immediately turned and headed downward. Going down was indeed much easier, but they had to be careful not to walk too fast and fall. The wind-supporting slope was really too steep. A slight misstep could result in rolling down hundreds of meters. At this juncture, the shrewd Char was not only fawning over Matthew but also presented a welcome gift to each of his companions. It looked like he truly didn't want to stay in the lost paradise planting trees anymore. Matthew glanced over. Char had given Camilla an extremely exquisite piece of jewelry, a necklace. Deceiver's devotion. You can maintain your devotion to a god in whom you have no faith at all. The power of faith generated by this devotion is indistinguishable from that from normal devotion. He gave Lorraine a stiff charcoal pencil. Tarkov's pen. Biographies and amusing stories written with this charcoal pencil will spread several times more than under normal circumstances. People will find it easier to understand, accept, and even actively spread the stories written by this pencil. The merchant had given Sandrine a small piece of water sulfur. Water sulfur, after taking it, you can slightly enhance the power of dragon breath for a short period. The value of these 3 gifts was quite evident. Typical of the merchant. This guy really knows how to cater to others. Matthew couldn't help but comment internally. As for himself, he received a gift that was completely useless to him, yet was quite valuable. Practice gloves, spellcaster exclusive weapon. By wearing these gloves, you can repeatedly practice tier 3 and lower spells until you master them. During this period, you will not be affected by spellcasting restrictions or spell addiction mechanisms. You can use these to train all your super magic abilities or magic-related abilities. Matthew couldn't use this item, but it was a super divine artifact for novice spellcasters. Char was quite straightforward about it. I don't have any suitable items for you, but you always have students or juniors. This little gift would be perfect to give away. His words were quite true. But as Matthew pondered who he could give it to, he realized he didn't actually have any proper students. Whether from the mage camp or young druids from the Earth Society, Matthew had always treated them as mutually beneficial tools. Even his most interacted with assistant, Henry, had no talent for spells, not to mention others. With all my strange abilities, I am not suited to train students. I can't exactly create a system for someone else, can I? Upon thinking this, Matthew simply let it go. He never really cared much for the merchant's gifted item. After fiddling with it briefly, he tossed it into his backpack. The group continued downhill. It seemed they would soon reach the wind demon inn they had missed earlier. But just at that moment, behind them, on the slope where they had ascended, a sudden gust of wind stirred up dust. Within the dust, a series of dark figures on horseback charged down furiously. Matthew squinted. Those weren't horses. Those were the Shadow Nightmares, unique mounts of the Purgatory Shadow Demon clan. The group of Shadow Nightmares soared down the steep slope as if on flat ground. Within just a few seconds, they had rushed up to the party. Who are you? From atop one of the Shadow Nightmares, a man in thin armor asked condescendingly. Matthew calmly responded. We come from Blood Sand City, we're merchants heading to barren territory for business. The man OE'd. 2 seconds later, He said coldly. I am the captain of the 3rd Legion under Phantom Baron's Shadow Demon Army. Your goods are being requisitioned. And you folks are being drafted by the Baron himself. Chapter 1898, 531 Mrs. Wolf. Chapter 1898, 531 Mrs. Wolf. Shadow Demon Clan. This group does not conform to the conventional understanding of shadow demons in the material world. Because the Shadow Demon Clan and shadow demons themselves are two different devils. Within the 9-tier purgatory, shadow demons are considered to possess the highest level of infernal bloodlines, born from shadows and mastering unfathomable abilities in the domains of shadow, arcane energy, and space. Moreover, each shadow demon possesses top-tier assassination skills, escape capabilities, and intelligence-gathering abilities. Thanks to their extraordinary talents and gifts, most shadow demons possess between 18 and 20 levels of professional advancement by adulthood. Compared to other demons, it is much easier for shadow demons to become legendary creatures or even to advance to a legendary class. They are an extremely powerful and revered group within purgatory. However, there is a flaw among the shadow demons. This type of demon can only be born slowly through a special collision between the purgatory blood river and the shadow plane. And they cannot reproduce on their own. The shadow demons have discovered that whether they breed internally or intermarry with outsiders, their offspring will lose most of the shadow demon bloodline talents and become relatively mediocre. Despite this, most shadow demons are very keen on reproducing. This has artificially bred a new race of demons in purgatory. The Shadow Demon Clan. The bloodline talents of the Shadow Demon Clan are far inferior to their forebears, mainly evident in their lack of spellcasting abilities. Their combat abilities are no better than other middle-level demons. Fortunately, the Shadow Demon Clan is a very unified devil race. With the protection of their Shadow Demon Lords as forebears, this group also holds some weight in purgatory. It is said that members of the Shadow Demon Clan are very cautious and low-key in their actions. However, this rumor clearly does not match what Matthew was currently witnessing. He couldn't help but quickly go over the preparations he had made before setting out and then tried to continue negotiating. We come from Blood Sand City, heading to the Tears of Barthur for a trade mission. We are also commissioned by the Purgatory Sun. Matthew took out a meticulously forged document to persuade the other party and played up the connection to the Purgatory Sun. However, the Shadow Demon Clan member in front of him seemed very impatient. He snatched the document, threw it casually to a nearby attendant, then looked down at Matthew from a height. This has nothing to do with the Purgatory Sun. No matter what background you have, you must obey the local lord's conscription. This is Barthur Purgatory, wind supporting slope, not your Blood Sand City, you'd better understand that. Quick, everyone drop your goods, get off the wagon, and follow us. Don't even think about running away, this is wind supporting slope, and our squadron's wind demons will keep a close eye on your every move, no one can escape their surveillance. Matthew exchanged looks with the others. They chose to compromise temporarily. The reason for compromise was simple. Firstly, this location was too close to the Wind Demon Inn. Even if the trio fought with all their might, they couldn't guarantee that some wouldn't slip through the net. If their movements were leaked as a result, it would mean all previous efforts were in vain. Secondly, the most troublesome part about the members of the Shadow Demon Clan was that most of their leaders had signed deep soul contracts with their lord forebears. If the leader died or was severely injured, the forebears, as the contract holders, would almost instantly receive the news. The knight in front of him, so arrogant and acting under the banner of the Phantom Baron in the wind-supporting slope, was likely truly a confidant of that lord. And the Phantom Baron was a confidant of Glacia. If this triggered a chain reaction, subsequent actions would become unpredictable. Lastly, the number of members in this Shadow Demon army was too great. Aside from the first batch of Shadow Demon Clan members riding Shadow Nightmares, Matthew later saw a massive army on the hill slope, numbering at least 2,000. This was not a small number. Normally, if there were only a small squad of demons, they could attempt to escape using illusions, hypnosis, maze spells, and the like. But the numbers were too great. The effectiveness of illusions would be greatly reduced. This was one of the drawbacks of mental domain spells like illusions and hypnosis. Even if you became an illusion master, easily hypnotizing a few people at a time, once the numbers exceeded 100, it became immensely difficult. And for more than 1,000, the difficulty exponentially increased. Furthermore, such a large-scale march by the Shadow Demon army must have some hidden reasons behind it. Matthew and his companions also wanted to gather more information before taking action. Thus, they temporarily endured the other party's arrogance. Escaping isn't a problem, but with the terrain of wind-supporting slope, we can only run back or up, and we are likely to be discovered either way. Matthew calmly thought through their next steps as he stepped away from the wagon. The group cooperated and stood aside, then a swarm of Shadow Demon clan soldiers surged forward. They took away the wagon Kamala had transformed into, and then started pushing Matthew and the others, cramming them into a much larger wagon. The wagon resembled an open-air prison, surrounded by wooden crates and fitted with iron bars. After being stuffed inside, they soon heard the sounds of locking from outside. The wagon itself had no cover. Matthew, standing inside, could clearly see the outside situation. He observed that the wagons of the Shadow Demon army were mostly loaded with regular war supplies and goods. Only 2 or 3 wagons, similar to his own prisoner wagon, were in sight. Chapter 1899, 531 Mrs. Wolf _2. Chapter 1899, 531 Mrs. Wolf _2. Among one of the vehicles, there were more than a dozen purgatory goblins. Another contained a few unlucky ones who seemed to be tiefling merchants, just like himself in disguise. It seemed that the Shadow Demon leader was not targeting him alone. Instead, he had forcibly conscripted all the tiefling merchants along the march. The Shadow Demon leader was indeed swift and decisive in his actions. They did not linger for too long. A few minutes later, the night regiment composed of shadow nightmares took the lead and continued to descend the slope. Matthew and the others in the prisoner carriage closely followed behind. They went downward, and soon returned to the vicinity of the inn they had seen earlier, which had advertisements for Extreme Bliss Manor. Upon arriving here, the Shadow Demon leader ordered the succeeding troops to station themselves here. He himself then led the vanguard cavalry along with the prisoner carriage down a strange new path at a rapid pace. Another half-hour passed. Matthew was surprised to find that they had circled around to the side of wind-supporting slope. Here, a series of cliffs had formed due to a plain fault. On the cliffs, there were many platforms carved out by human hands. Many platforms bore traces of building structures. From afar, they could even glimpse some devils in action. The paths leading to the platforms were composed of steep stairs and stone steps. Upon arriving here, the Shadow Demon leader continued to streamline his followers. He took the lead personally, along with a dozen cavalrymen, and then escorted Matthew and the rest forward. After overcoming several steep platforms, they arrived at a larger platform. Built right next to the cliff was a tall house made of bricks and stone. The architectural style of the house greatly differed from the traditional buildings in Purgatory. Matthew glanced at it and thought that its silhouette faintly resembled the churches on Earth in his previous life. The Shadow Demon leader pushed open the door to the church. Immediately, 6 burly and powerful creatures burst forth. They possessed scorpion-like lower bodies and humanoid upper bodies. Matthew blinked. These scorpion man-guards were a type of collective creature. 6 of them together possessed the threat level of legendary creatures. And he discovered at least 12 scorpion man-guards on this platform. It seemed that the devil living here was not ordinary. After exchanging greetings with the scorpion man-guards, the leader hurried into the interior of the house. From glimpses, Matthew saw a graceful figure emerge from the house. She stood by the doorway and conversed with the Shadow Demon leader. Before Matthew could speak, Lorraine's voice rose in his heart, and the bard swiftly translated their conversation using his abilities. The Shadow Demon leader spoke first. Respected Mrs. Wolf, in accordance with our agreement, I have brought a batch of fresh souls that haven't signed any contract, including both tieflings and purgatory goblins. They should suffice for your experimental needs. You may choose a few, but you cannot take them all. I'll take the rest, as the front lines in Storluck need these fellows. Mrs. Wolf answered delicately. Thank you, Sanchester, for helping me even under these circumstances. I'll remember your kindness. If you ever need anything, I'll do my utmost to repay it. The one named Sanchester, the Shadow Demon leader, seemed somewhat embarrassed, and his voice also became unnatural. This is my duty, Mrs. Wolf. Compared to the favor you did for me back then, this is nothing. But your current situation is indeed dangerous. If I get too close to you, I too will be implicated. Regarding the master. Anyway, please choose quickly. You should understand my position. Mrs. Wolf asked wistfully. Has the Baron never mentioned me at all? Sanchester sighed. He shook his head and turned to leave. I'll bring the people inside. You pick them yourself. After saying this, he led Matthew and the others inside the gateway. Shortly, Mrs. Wolf's voice emerged from inside, no longer delicate, but now carrying a haughty chill. Tieflings stay. Take all the purgatory goblins with you, and thank you, regardless. Sanchester nodded. Then he swiftly led everyone away. The platform suddenly became more spacious. Only Matthew and a few other tiefling merchants were left, standing on the empty ground inside the gate. The latter seemed somewhat panicked, while Matthew and his companions were much calmer. Regardless, after the Shadow Demon leader left, escaping became much easier for them. However, the homeowner, who was known as Mrs. Wolf, a female devil, seemed to have some ambiguous connection with the Phantom Baron. After exchanging glances, they unanimously decided to wait and see for a bit longer. They had to at least ensure that Sanchester and his group would not return. After stealthily sending out some rats to monitor the road they had come by, Matthew and his companions, escorted by the Scorpion Man guards, bypassed the front row of buildings and arrived at an inner courtyard. The fierce guards ordered them to stand in the middle and roughly stripped off most of their outer clothes. Soon, Matthew felt a gaze from the second floor of the room. Mrs. Wolf seemed to be discreetly assessing the unfortunate tieflings. Sure enough, that cold voice soon rang out again. Take them to the brainwashing room. Tell the witch to be careful and not damage their brains. Take the women first, let the men stand out in the yard longer. Matthew quickly exchanged a glance with Lorraine. Camilla suddenly stepped forward, and under the astonished gaze of the Scorpion Man guards, she voluntarily followed them towards the so-called brainwashing room. Next was Sandrine. Though unaware of Matthew and his companions' detailed plan, she knew that following Camilla would definitely be to her advantage. Just like that, the two of them were escorted deeper into the building by the Scorpion Man guards. The remaining tieflings visibly tensed. Some began to plead with Mrs. Wolf to spare them, while others offered their treasures and loyalty. It wasn't until a Scorpion Man guard came forward and slapped them viciously that the tieflings' pleas turned into suppressed cries and groans. Matthew, of course, kept silent. He was focusing his mental power on scanning the building, confirming whether there were any legendary-level creatures hidden here. After a few rounds, he was fairly certain that the strongest beings in the building were those 12 Scorpion Man guards outside. Next was Mrs. Wolf herself. But what was delicate was, he sensed a terrible sealing power on Mrs. Wolf. The nature of that power was quite similar to the shadow creatures he had encountered before, making him suspect it was the work of the Phantom Baron. So, is Mrs. Wolf an old lover cast aside by the Baron? And was that Shadow Demon leader an old acquaintance of Mrs. Wolf? Matthew's mind was already brewing a melodramatic saga. Unexpectedly at this moment, Mrs. Wolf's voice suddenly came floating over again. That one there, wearing the white shirt, bring him to see me. Matthew instinctively looked around. He saw no one in the courtyard wearing a white shirt. Then he saw Lorraine looking at him with a mischievous expression. The next second, he was hoisted up by two scorpion men exuding a strong stench of blood and taken into the house. Creak creak. The sound of the wooden door opening and closing continued in the relatively dimly lit room. Matthew feigned nervousness as he surveyed his surroundings. A scorpion man guard wanted to stay, but was softly scolded away by Mrs. Wolf. Soon, only Matthew and Mrs. Wolf were left in the room. Interestingly, there was a screen between the two that didn't fit the purgatory decor at all. The content on the screen was even an ink painting of a landscape. Matthew glanced at the other decorations in the room, discovering a few items full of Eastern continent vibes. This made him grow even more curious about Mrs. Wolf's identity and origins. In his reverie, Mrs. Wolf slowly emerged from behind the screen, a faint fragrance wafting over. "You're not just any ordinary tiefling merchant, are you?" Immediately, Matthew saw a very peculiar female face. Chapter 1900, 532 Great Star Mage. Chapter 1900, 532 Great Star Mage. In this hurried journey through purgatory, Matthew had already encountered quite a few demons with distinctive appearances. But no matter how bizarre these creatures were, they still exuded a unique temperament that perfectly blended with the environment of purgatory. Matthew referred to it as the demonic temperament. He guessed that this was due to an evil nature bestowed upon the infernal creatures by the Blood River. Mrs. Wolf, however, was somewhat different. Matthew also felt the demonic temperament in her, but it was faint, and her appearance was completely inconsistent with that of all other demons. She looked like a humanoid creature with some ancestry from wolf-like creatures. Her face was delicate and beautiful, small enough to make most human women jealous, but the fringe of fluffy gray hair around her facial contours gave off a dangerous and mysterious feel. The facial situation was in fact a microcosm of Mrs. Wolf as a whole. Her body was furry in many places, somewhat like the plush toys Matthew remembered from his past life. This made her appear not at all terrifying or malevolently demonic, but rather cute? He wasn't sure if there were other reasons. In any case, the moment Matthew first saw Mrs. Wolf, a sense of kinship surged in his heart. This feeling made him cautious. He took a half step back. "I don't understand what your definition of ordinary is. We're just here for business." Mrs. Wolf gave a slight smile, her sweet smile completely mismatching her intentionally cold voice, even creating a strange contrast. "My insight is very sensitive. I have sensed danger from you, which means you are definitely not as mediocre as you appear. You don't need to guard against me, I have no ill intentions toward you. Besides, I'm the only one here who can save you." Saying this, she quickly moved in front of Matthew, then lightly tapped on the left side of the screen, and the landscape painting suddenly vanished, replaced by an extremely clear surveillance screen. Matthew blinked. Through the surveillance spell on the screen, the scenery in the courtyard was fully visible. Mrs. Wolf pointed to the guardians and said, "They are the most dangerous fellows here. And that damned witch. These scorpion people are only nominally obedient to me, in reality, they only follow the witch's orders. I'm no different from you, just another pitiful prisoner trapped here." Matthew asked nonchalantly, "But wasn't it you who just ordered someone to take my companions to the brainwashing room? By the way, what is a brainwashing room?" Mrs. Wolf's delicate and cute face showed a deep look of helplessness. "I'm just maintaining my power on the surface. Everyone new must be brainwashed by the witch before they are allowed to move around the castle. I'm sorry, your two female companions might already be turned into idiots, having been infused with the witch's potions, with no memories left, just basic instincts." Matthew's face immediately showed the right amount of anger and shock. Mrs. Wolf continued, "Listen, if you don't follow my instructions, you'll end up like them. The witch's power is very formidable, and all of us together are not necessarily her match." In the middle of speaking, She suddenly retched, then moved her throat and unexpectedly vomited a shiny, red pebble-like object from her mouth. Keep this pebble under your tongue, and remember, if the scorpion man guard takes you to see the witch and she tries to administer a potion, try to keep your struggling mild, don't reveal the existence of this pebble. With its protection, you won't be brainwashed, but you must act as if you were, or else you won't fool the witch. After this ordeal, I will come to find you soon, understood? Mrs. Wolf looked a bit nervous. While she spoke to Matthew, she occasionally glanced at the courtyard surveillance, even her voice slightly trembling. Matthew frowned. How do I know you're not all together? Mrs. Wolf's annoyance showed her little fangs. She quickly leaned in close, speaking rapidly against Matthew's chest. Listen. Kid. I'm taking a big risk to save you. They only respect me superficially and give me some authority to dispatch. No matter what I say, your companions were bound to face this fate, even if you really are somewhat skilled, get it? Your fate was already sealed when you were brought into this castle. It has nothing to do with whether I give commands or not. Also, those damn scorpion people could take you away at any moment, and being turned into an idiot, you'll regret not listening to me. Watching her anxious and nervous demeanor, Matthew felt a perverse satisfaction. But at this moment, he was almost certain that Mrs. Wolf genuinely had no ill intentions towards him and others, and her own power was too weak to pose any threat to him. Matthew decided to partially reveal his cards. Just then, footsteps came from outside the room. Mrs. Wolf nervously looked back. On the screen. But seeing Camilla and Sandrine being escorted back front and back by two scorpion man guards. It seems the brainwashing room was not far from the courtyard. Do you see? Their eyes are blank, and there's drool on their lips. That's the sign of being violently brainwashed by the potion. Chapter 1901, 532 Great Star Mage _2. Chapter 1901, 532 Great Star Mage _2. Mrs. Wolf's speech sped up. If you still don't believe me, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Saying so, she made a motion as if she were going to swallow the red pebble. But the next moment, Matthew snatched it from her, turning it over in his palm. Hint, you have obtained a wolf demon core. Wolf demon? As Matthew marveled at this novel term in the data column, Mrs. Wolf also noticed something odd from the surveillance spell's imagery. Huh? She hummed softly, her furry little head leaning even closer to the screen, seemingly trying to discern some detail. A few seconds later, she saw Camilla and Sandrine returning to the courtyard, then standing completely still. Afterward, the two scorpion guards assigned to escort them said something to their companions. Quickly, two more scorpion guards hurried towards the brainwashing room. This scene intrigued Mrs. Wolf. She stared intently for a while, then exclaimed in surprise. She hasn't been brainwashed? Is her appearance a disguise? Mrs. Wolf pointed at Sandrine on the screen. Matthew glanced over, and couldn't help but shake his head silently at Sandrine's poor acting. But it was time to lay the cards on the table anyway. There was no point in hiding anything any longer. So, he said with a smile. It seems the witch's brainwashing doesn't work on everyone. Or perhaps she targeted the wrong person for brainwashing? At Matthew's suggestion, Mrs. Wolf then noticed that the state of the two scorpion guards was clearly off. After their conversation with their companions, they immediately displayed an odd condition of being unable to concentrate, and their gazes unfocused. The scorpion guards were brainwashed? Mrs. Wolf was taken aback. Then she looked at Matthew with a hint of wariness. Did you know all of this was going to happen? What methods did your companion use to deceive the witch? What exactly are you planning? Before Matthew could respond, the two remaining scorpion guards in the courtyard finally realized something was wrong with their comrades. Even the remaining tiefling merchants had sensed the change in the atmosphere. But just at that moment, a beautiful and lively flute melody began to play. Wherever the sound reached, everyone began batting their eyelids and felt sleepy. Soon, The tiefling merchants and the remaining scorpion guards on the screen had collapsed to the ground. They snored heavily, their faces brimming with blissful smiles, as if they were enjoying an endless sweet dream. The look of shock on Mrs. Wolf's face deepened. The next moment, the door to the cabin was pushed open from outside. Lorraine, holding her flute, came in and greeted Matthew. "Do you need me to play a bit for this one?" Matthew raised his hand to stop her. "No need." Lorraine expressed her surprise. "I thought you might need it. After all, this lady seems like she'd be your type." Matthew couldn't help but roll his eyes. "No, thanks. I can handle it on my own." Lorraine backed out with a look of disappointment. "It looks like you prefer the direct approach, but sometimes the thrill is in the half-awake state. Call me whenever you need, I'll be right outside. You have about 2 hours. But to avoid a lengthy dream, try to be quick." Matthew nodded. Without the numerical suppression of the Shadow Demon army, Lorraine and Camilla, the two legendaries with full control abilities, could easily exhibit their strength. The only unpredictable elements in the castle now were the remaining group of scorpion guards and Mrs. Wolf before him. The former could be handled by Lorraine. The latter, of course, was left to Matthew. Your companion took them all down? How is this possible? What on earth are you people? If you have such power, why were you captured by Sanchester?" Mrs. Wolf seemed to wake from a dream. Her eyes were filled with surprise, but that soon turned to worry and caution. Matthew, of course, understood the change in her attitude. Before this, she had wanted to collaborate with him while being completely in control. But now, the situation was entirely beyond her control. It was normal for her to feel a bit unsettled. Matthew spoke to her in a soft voice. "I'm sorry, but we must keep our origins a secret. If what you have just said is true, now might be your best chance to break free. Working with us, at least your situation won't be any worse than it was before, right?" Mrs. Wolf hesitated. "Are you sure your companion has dealt with the old witch?" Matthew blinked. "I can take you there to see for yourself." Mrs. Wolf bit her lip and nodded quickly. A few minutes later, the two walked side by side out of the brainwashing room, which reeked of decay. Upon seeing the old Onababa who had been brainwashed into a zombie by Camilla in the room, Mrs. Wolf's entire demeanor lightened. Her steps were nimble beyond compare, and she skipped like a maiden. Her tone became normal again, a bit sweet and sticky. "I thought I might never see this day. I thought I might have to take a desperate risk, to walk on the edge of life and death to get rid of that old witch. I never expected it to come in this form. Thank you, whatever the case." She expressed her sincere gratitude. Matthew nodded slightly. "I have many questions for you." Mrs. Wolf replied promptly. "As long as you let me lead this castle, I'll answer all your questions, as long as I know the answers." Matthew asked at once. "What is your relationship with the Phantom Baron?" Mrs. Wolf pursed her lips, the joy on her face fading quickly, but she still answered promptly. "I am his ex-wife. I saved his life, helped him overthrow the tyranny of the previous Phantom Baron, and cleared many obstacles from his domain. But in the end, to seduce the Demoness of Desire, he not only discarded me but also conspired with the minions of the Demoness of Desire to imprison me here. I loathe that man. And that bitch Glacia." Her answer matched up rather closely to what Matthew had imagined. He then asked about Mrs. Wolf's relationship with the Shadow Demon leader, Sanchester. "Sanchester was an admirer of mine, had liked me for a long time, but never dared show it. I knew this, so I secretly wrote to him, telling him I needed some souls for my alchemy, and he was the only one who could help me." Mrs. Wolf sighed. "As you can see, I am imprisoned in this castle, and the old witch is the chief snoop. She reports to the Baron on my situation every week. Her mana is very strong, and it is difficult for me to contend with her. Over the years, while ostensibly practicing alchemy, I have actually been seeking a way to escape through contacts with outsiders. Sanchester probably knows this, and he took a huge risk coming here. The old witch probably knows too. I guess she might deliberately let some people contact me, give me hope of escape, and then cruelly snuff it out. That's what she enjoys, I'm well aware of that. There were 2 times before when I actually had the opportunity to escape through communication with other outsiders, but eventually, I gave up because at the last moment, I discerned that it was the trap of the old witch playing at release to ensnare me. That damn thing. Her life is running out, and she loves to torment others to reap satisfaction. If it weren't for fear of alarming the Baron, I should have chopped off her head just now. She appeared to be filled with resentment towards the old witch. Matthew, after listening, asked thoughtfully. You said the Phantom Baron abandoned you to court the Demoness of Desire. It seems he had little affection for you. But why choose to imprison you rather than just killing you outright? Mrs. Wolf raised her small face, huffed. He didn't dare. Matthew was somewhat surprised. I have a teacher, who although hasn't shown up for a long time, his legend alone is enough to deter the petty. Mrs. Wolf said proudly. Matthew felt a surge of interest. Your teacher. Is he from the Undead continent? Mrs. Wolf nodded. That's also why I chose you initially. You also have an air about you similar to my teacher's. Are you a Sioux person, too? Matthew replied. Something like that. What's your teacher's name, where has he gone? Mrs. Wolf answered with some regret. I don't know his name. Actually, I only followed him for a while when I was very young. People called him the Great Star Mage. Chapter 1902, 533 Blade of Master Slaying. Chapter 1902, 533 Blade of Master Slaying. Spirit. According to Matthew, this was the Eastern Continent's term for high-ranking nature souls with significant influence. Usually, only the top nature souls of a region were eligible to be recognized as spirits. For instance, Cloud Songster Sylvia, Rainforest Master Suya, and a former protector of the Earth Society Dreamland, the Shameless Bear, among others. Moreover, these nature souls generally resided within natural dreamlands. Since Mrs. Wolf dared to call herself a spirit, she must certainly own a natural dreamland. At least she had owned one before. No wonder the favorable impression came so mysteriously before. Turns out she's a high-ranking nature soul. Matthew became more interested in Mrs. Wolf. However, what concerned him more was the Great Star Mage she mentioned. In history, the Eastern Continent had produced many famous astromancers, but very few were honored with the title of Great Star Mage. Curiosity piqued, Matthew asked. Could your teacher be named Astromancer Susu? Great Star Mage Susu. He was not only the fierce man who had sealed the heavenly dragon's soul but also suspected of being involved in the construction of the compatible wormhole at the core of Cyberdragon. He had left his mark in many places in Ander, such as Equal Stream Island and under Scar of the Dead at Grey Lake. Matthew naturally harbored a great appreciation and curiosity for this powerful astromancer. He vaguely felt that this person had a significant connection with the position of Envoy of Equilibrium. Perhaps that's his name? Mrs. Wolf's fluffy and somewhat youthful face flashed with uncertainty. He rarely revealed his own name, people generally used honorifics, and when moving about in purgatory, he often used pseudonyms. Sorry, I had just been born aware at that time, my impression of the teacher is actually quite vague. I only know he was extremely formidable. None of the purgatory lords were a match for him. Matthew nodded slightly. So, you mean your teacher took you into purgatory? What did he intend to do? Or rather, what did he do there? He pressed on. Mrs. Wolf answered. He didn't do much. After entering purgatory, he defeated a few troublesome great devils, then, he brought me to a place where we settled for a long time. During that period, my consciousness rapidly developed, and my curiosity kept growing day by day. I noticed he was searching for something, so I took the opportunity to ask him. He told me that he was looking for a suitable place to settle me down. I back then listened with a half-understanding and didn't inquire any deeper. Afterward, somehow, he forcibly created a unique and unoccupied natural dreamland within purgatory using the power of stars and terrain. That dreamland included 3 stone forests, a starlight lake, and a secret island. The teacher told me he needed me to live in that newly created dreamland to protect something very important. He didn't tell me what that thing was, just said that I would naturally know when the time came. He taught me a secret technique to transform my state into a devil to avoid being targeted by those with intentions. After that, I fell into a deep sleep, and by the time I woke up, the teacher had already left, and in the newly born dreamland, only I was alone, passing the time indifferently, not knowing how long. Until one day, a severely injured great demon accidentally entered my territory. At this point, she sighed deeply. He is now the Phantom Baron. He was indeed severely injured at that time, but the appearance of a demon was just as camouflage. Due to extreme boredom, I saved his life, although I immediately expelled him from the natural dreamland, but since then, I couldn't help but frequently leave the dreamland. I became less tolerant of solitude and started to communicate frequently with that shadow demon. Unknowingly, I became contaminated by the blood river will, and gradually, the time I spent as a devil grew longer, while the duration I could maintain as a nature soul got shorter. Finally, one day, I found that I could no longer easily revert back to a nature soul. I had to pay a great price, pursue another redemption ritual to cleanse myself of the purgatory aura before I could potentially return to my territory. If I had turned back in time, perhaps I wouldn't have ended up in my current plight. Unfortunately, I was utterly infatuated. The rest of Mrs. Wolf's story had been roughly mentioned before. It was roughly that she fell in love with that shadow demon, and then used her own abilities to help him overthrow the rule of the Phantom Baron who lived in the upper part of Wind-Supporting Slope, only to end up betrayed and ultimately imprisoned. Because of the reputation of the Great Star Mage, the Phantom Baron did not completely annihilate Mrs. Wolf but chose to imprison her. This indeed matched the cunning demeanor of a devil. Matthew thought for a moment. Where precisely was your previous natural dreamland located? After leaving here, what are your plans? Without hesitation, Mrs. Wolf replied. The Stone Forest Dream is in a narrow crevice on the western side of Shadow Rift Valley, near the Path of Air element. I still have some sensing to that dreamland, it should still be safe. If possible, I intend to hold a transformation ceremony to cleanse the purgatory aura from myself, and return to the dreamland. This time I will abide by my teacher's advice and not leave arbitrarily. However, the Phantom Baron placed several layers of seals on me, completed in the form of contracts. I need to figure out a way to retrieve those contracts from the Baron to change my form. Chapter 1903, 533 Blade of Master Slaying _2. Chapter 1903, 533 Blade of Master Slaying _2. Moreover, I wasn't always this weak, she said with a hint of bitterness. I possess some strength, but it was all stolen by the Phantom Baron. Only by tearing up those contracts can I regain the power of a sprite. Having said that, she looked eagerly toward Matthew. Matthew pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Sorry, I don't have the time to deal with the Phantom Baron right now. We have more important matters to attend to. I can let you go, but after that, you're on your own for safety. Matthew could tell that Mrs. Wolf's words were truthful. He didn't mind letting her go. But he couldn't afford any distractions at this critical moment. Hearing this, Mrs. Wolf seemed a bit disappointed, her cheeks puffing out for a moment before settling back down. She said earnestly, Still, thank you. At least you've given me my freedom back. I hope I can repay you with something. Do you have any needs? A thought struck Matthew. Do you know of any shortcuts to the wind-supporting slope? Mrs. Wolf thought for a few seconds, then shook her head. There are no shortcuts to the wind-supporting slope. In theory, there are only 2 ways to reach Shadow Rift Valley. One is the route you just took. Sanchester told me that the armies of the Shadow Demon clan are being mobilized on a large scale. Over the next few days, more than 100,000 members will pass through the wind-supporting slope from top to bottom, heading somewhere in Barthur Purgatory to prepare for battle. So, taking the front route will be troublesome, as I believe you've already experienced. The other is to climb up through the side, over the belt of rocks, but that's just as dangerous. The cliffs here are home to numerous wind demons who may attack climbers at any moment. Even worse, the effectiveness of spells is greatly weakened here. You can't use magic to fly up, nor to assist in climbing. Under these harsh conditions, to climb the wind-supporting slope from the side, you must have a strong physical reserve and excellent climbing skills, and a bit of luck. I've heard there's a wind tunnel below the side cliffs of the wind-supporting slope that leads directly to Flying Insect Island in the 7th level of Purgatory. If you accidentally fall and can't find a stable foothold in time, it's very likely you'll drop straight down to Flying Insect Island. That's a terrifying plane, much more so than the upper 3 realms of Purgatory. It's true Purgatory. Matthew nodded slightly. The information provided by Mrs. Wolf was quite important. Now, it seemed that taking the front route was indeed no longer a good option. As for the side, it's not impossible to cross. A flash of inspiration crossed Matthew's mind. Mrs. Wolf, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed for not being able to be of help, leaned in closer. Her fuzzy fur brushed against Matthew's arm inadvertently, tickling him slightly. Do you have any other needs? By the way, you can take everything in this house, I only need a few items. Matthew glanced at the items in the house that carried the style of the Eastern continent. Are these all left by that great star mage? Mrs. Wolf shook her head. No, these I collected from a tiefling merchant. If you're interested, take all you want. As for what my teacher left behind, they are hidden in my dreamland territory. If you want to visit, you'll have to wait until I regain my nature soul form. Hearing this, Matthew casually picked up a few items from the house. Although not left by the great star mage himself, they did indeed have the style of Sioux country, and he found them quite appealing. Mrs. Wolf also quickly packed up. Soon after, Matthew met up with the others in the courtyard. By then, Lorraine and the shady Char had turned the rest of the house upside down. Most of the valuables had been looted. Camilla had no interest in these things, and Sandrine had habitually followed her, appearing to have completely adapted to her new identity, docile and without a trace of the furious dragon girl's ferocity. That old witch is broke, and the Scorpion Man guard had nothing of value. This castle, well, let's just call it a castle, has no more than 3 items that are actually worth anything, but I think you might be interested in these 2 things. As they spoke, Lorraine tossed a stack of blood-stained parchment over. Matthew knew at first touch it was a magic book or magic notes. It was suffused with a strong ether aura and bore traces of the exclusive blasphemy of Purgatory. He quickly scanned it and discovered it contained an obscure spell from the domain of necromancy. Blade of Master Slaying, undead and negative energy chant an incantation to animate and bewitch the target's weapon, causing it to launch a life-threatening attack on the target until one of them is destroyed or dies. If the blade successfully slays its master, then you will gain a portion of additional mana. Weaponized instigation? Matthew's eyes lit up. This spell was quite wicked, only those proficient in the domain of necromancy could master it. It was practically tailor-made for him. While in theory, the spell could only be powered by blasphemy. With Matthew's current ability to analyze spells and theoretical framework, he would only need to deconstruct the blasphemy on the parchment, and it wouldn't be long before he could obtain a spell version of the Blade of Master Slaying. Chapter 1904, 533 Blade of Master Slaying _3. Chapter 1904, 533 Blade of Master Slaying _3. A bit interesting, he said unabashedly as he took the parchment. Lorraine then handed him a dirty wooden tag which, like the parchment, was stained with blood that had turned black. Lorraine told him that both items had been found on the witch responsible for the brainwashing. The witch herself was one of the old Anababas. Her spellcasting abilities were strong, her level not low, but she had unfortunately met her match in Camilla and died with resentment. Matthew examined the wooden tag over and over. He quickly understood why Lorraine said he would be interested in it. This is a withered black tag from an old Anababa's clan, a symbol of membership in the clan. This old Anababa didn't act alone, she had an organization, and the reason she was sent here is probably that the organization of the withered black tag had some collaboration with the Phantom Baron. What's most important is that I remember those old Onababas within the territory of Rolling Stone Town also have intricate connections with this organization. Lorraine added slowly. Matthew nodded. Ghost Castle. After the Great Tear. Matthew had taken a moment to check out the situation at the Ghost Castle, and due to the rushed nature of his visit, he had only wandered around the periphery and then set up a magic barrier for early warning and defense around the outskirts of the Ghost Castle. At that time, he had sensed a faint hint of purgatory from the periphery of the Ghost Castle. But he had not expected that the castle really had something to do with purgatory. Those old Onababas might have seeped over from a devil tribe nearby. Matthew looked towards Mrs. Wolf. She pondered and said, Black Swamp. There is indeed an old Onababa tribe nearby. Their leader is crazy, supposedly carrying out some secret plan. Aside from witches, other demons are not allowed to enter that special swamp. I don't know the details, only that both former and current Phantom Barons have shown an unnatural respect for the old Onababas. Matthew quietly took note. Then, the group planned to leave the place. However, the crisis here had not been completely resolved. There are still 6 scorpion guards outside. They are much more vigilant than the 6 inside. Should we go around the back? Near the gate. Mrs. Wolf proposed with concern. Matthew smiled and shook his head, then boldly took the lead and walked out. As soon as he stepped out, the 6 scorpion guards suddenly surrounded them. Their movements were like the wind, their weapons raised high. Under Mrs. Wolf's slightly nervous gaze, Matthew seemed to have no intention of doing anything. Only after a short syllable burst out. A strange gray-white glow emanated from all the scorpion guards in his field of vision. A white light flashed across the faces of the scorpion guards, making their faces seem even more ferocious. In an instant, 4 of the scorpion guards' faces turned a pale gray, the color of death, and then they fell to the ground with stiff limbs. The other 2 scorpion guards struggled to reach Matthew. But all it took was for Matthew to exhale gently. And those 2 scorpion guards, as if their last lifeline had been taken away, also collapsed in a heap. Law of death? Mrs. Wolf was so surprised she nearly leaped up. After closing his eyes for a few seconds to contain the effects of the spell, Matthew smiled and turned around. That's right, Mrs. Wolf. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Matthew, a necromancer. Mrs. Wolf was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. After a long while, she finally said hesitantly, Just call me Little Wolf. Chapter 1905, 534 Gale Will and the Summoning Banner. Chapter 1905, 534 Gale Will and the Summoning Banner. They quickly dealt with the aftermath at Mrs. Wolf's castle. A group of people arrived at the platform on the side of wind-supporting slope. Standing on the edge of the platform, they looked up. The side of the cliff looked as if it had been fiercely sliced by a blade from the heavens, with most of the cliff face as neat and smooth as a flawless mirror, save for the occasional uneven rocks or nests. Those are the nests where the wind demons live, Char explained. Matthew nodded slightly. On wind-supporting slope, the wind demons were an extremely transcendent creature. On one hand, they were a type of demon and part of demon society. Quite a few wind demons were willing to leave their groups to serve the various devil lords nearby. Thanks to their talent for disappearing without a trace and their adept control over fierce winds, the wind demons could remain composed even when facing much stronger opponents. If they couldn't beat them, at least they still had the chance to escape. On the other hand, wind-supporting slope was the sacred land of the purgatory wind demons. It was said that the wind demon ancestor rested within the cliffs. Inside the cliff, he had built a resplendent tomb chamber, and to prevent grave robbers, the wind demon ancestor had set up a series of powerful ceremonial fields there. One of these ritual sites held the secret of the wind demon's advancement. And to gain the recognition of this ceremonial field, one must protect the tomb chamber of the wind demon ancestor. Therefore, the wind demon lords from various parts of 9-tier purgatory reached an agreement. They would take turns guarding this place, fulfilling their protective duties on the one hand, and on the other, they could seize the opportunity to closely study the ritual site imbued with wind's profound meaning. When the wind demon lords arrived, their spouses, subordinates, followers, and minions naturally went without saying. Therefore, a large number of wind demons were active in wind-supporting slope throughout the year. Since the wind demon lords guarding this place would rotate regularly, the number of wind demons here always remained at an extremely high level. From the platform, Matthew glanced upward and spotted at least 6 or 7 wind demon nests. According to Char, each nest roughly contained 8 to 20 wind demons. Such a dense distribution is indeed a bit exaggerated. Matthew couldn't help but stroke his chin. With the effects of spells weakened, the idea of stealthily climbing past the wind demon nests was a fool's dream. Even if you used a powerful invisibility spell. But wind demons had an uncanny insight into changes in airflows and unfamiliar scents. Considering the density of the wind demons on the cliff, as soon as an elite wind demon spotted an intruder, the latter would basically face all the demons on the cliff. Considering the incredibly high difficulty of combat in this particular terrain, most people gave up on climbing up the side of wind-supporting slope. "Why don't we just honestly take the front route?" Char suggested. "I know some places where we can hide. If we climb slowly and carefully, we still have a chance to get over without them noticing." But Matthew shook his head at this. Too slow. The appearance of wind-supporting slope had already greatly delayed the progress of his journey. He had climbed over the hillside above. It was extremely strenuous. Not to mention that there was also a large army of shadow demons waiting in formation on the front. In such circumstances, he would inevitably have to resort to more extreme methods to make up for the wasted time, even if it involved some risk. "Don't worry, if you fall from here, you even have time to drink a cup of afternoon tea before triggering feather drop or a levitation spell, not to mention dying from a severe fall." At the edge of the platform, Lorraine retracted her head which she had stuck out to look down. Camilla looked calmly at Matthew. "If you've made up your mind, then just go for it. We trust you and are willing to support you." Matthew nodded. Then, he opened Lost Paradise and took Lorraine, Char, Camilla, and Sandrine inside. Although Lost Paradise would produce assimilating, suppressive negative effects on outsiders, as long as Matthew was fast enough, he could minimize the negative impact. "You aren't going in?" he asked Char. The latter shrank his neck, then plucked up the courage to say, "I want to follow you and see how you climb up. Don't worry about me, I have a way to catch up." That said, Char suddenly jumped onto Matthew's shoulder, and his lithe body immediately turned into a silver-gray cape, snugly wrapping around Matthew's neck and shoulders. Hint: you have received the Wild Wolf Cape, Sprite Incarnation. Wild Wolf Cape: when you wear this equipment, your balance, climbing, swimming, running and fleetfoot, jumping and sprinting, and other related abilities will be greatly enhanced. The feel of it isn't half bad. Feeling the fuzzy annoyance around his neck, Matthew couldn't resist pinching the cape a few more times. Char's muffled voice immediately came to his ear. "Stop pinching, it hurts." "Oh, sorry." Matthew promptly let go and apologized. Before Char could react, the next second, Matthew sprinted towards the direction of the cliff. "Wait. Doing it this way. Won't that make too much noise? They'll find us." Char anxiously and surprisedly asked in Matthew's ear. Matthew, feeling the rushing winds hit his face as he looked up at the cliff resembling a sheer precipice, was slightly stirred, yet his voice remained calm. "I never intended to hide from them." As his words fell, he had already rushed to the edge of the cliff. In that instant, Matthew's body underwent a violent transformation. Chapter 1906, 534 Gale Will and the Summoning Banner _2. Chapter 1906, 534 Gale Will and the Summoning Banner _2. Masses of fluff grew from the surface of his skin, his limbs became longer and more powerful, and his figure more erect. Shape-shifting form, Eastern Immortal Ape. Puff. 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 Dust rose. There was a slight sound from the cliff above the platform. The nearby wind demons lowered their heads. They could only see slight rockfalls and more sounds from beneath the mountain. But within that rolling dust, it seemed they couldn't detect any traces of human disturbance. They hadn't even seen a single shadow. Chatter, chatter, chatter. A few gathering wind demons whispered among themselves. They were puzzled about the events occurring on the cliffside. They had rushed over at the first sound of movement and the first hint of air current change. Yet they hadn't found any traces left by the perpetrator. Could this have been a collective hallucination? Just as the wind demons were at a loss, suddenly, one wind demon, surprised, pointed toward their heads, and all the wind demons looked up. Then they witnessed a scene they would likely never comprehend. More dust and fine rock fragments tumbled down from the top of the cliff. The area where the dust had risen formed a thin trail of dust from bottom to top. And at the very end of that trail of dust, at the highest point where the rocks had fallen, a monkey-like figure was climbing at an unimaginable speed. His speed was so fast that the mad demons only saw a glimpse for 2 or 3 seconds. Then the monkey's figure completely disappeared into the dust on the cliff. A few wind demons clearly refused to give in. They chased up the trail of dust for a while before realizing the gap between them. Wind demons are the only species capable of maintaining medium-speed flight on the cliffs of wind-supporting slope. And the other party could only climb. But the climbing speed of the eastern immortal ape was many times faster than the usual flying speed of a mad demon. This completely baffled the wind demons. However, among them were some quick thinkers. One wind demon, realizing they couldn't catch up, immediately let out a chatter, chatter, chatter shriek. They tried to pass along the alert to warn their companions higher up about the outsider. It must be said, this tactic was effective. The climbing speed of the eastern immortal ape was fast, but it couldn't surpass the speed of sound. Therefore, before long, Matthew collided with 2 wind demons who had prepared their position well in advance. However, the agility of the immortal ape was astonishing. Facing the encirclement and blockade by the wind demons above, Matthew simply burst into a leap, instantly leaving the enemies behind. Then he continued using his otherworldly climbing ability to further distance them. On the other hand, although the wind demons below had already issued a series of alert calls, the higher he climbed, the fewer the number of wind demons distributed above. This resulted in Matthew encountering fewer obstacles than expected. The most troublesome was a single elite wind demon, which twinkled with an odd rune glow. This brute came at him with fangs and claws. Instead, it received a slap from the immortal ape, nearly shattering its core, and quickly became docile. After that, Matthew walked as if on flat ground, flinging up along the way. He not only successfully crossed the side of wind-supporting slope in one go but also managed to swipe some treasure chests from several wind demon nests en route. That's right. There were treasure chests in the wind demon nests. And the higher he went, the higher the probability of encountering a chest. Matthew didn't have time to investigate the situation in detail, he was too busy stealing. But afterward, it wasn't hard to guess. These chests were very likely meant to be offerings for the lords participating in the lesson of wind's profound meaning at the ceremonial field. Causing such a commotion, and the wind demon lord hasn't appeared, the news probably won't get out for a while. Despite this, upon successfully getting away and reaching the top of the cliff, Matthew still released Lorraine and others, and entrusted Lorraine to spread some rumors as a distraction regarding his climbing action. Don't worry, this is my old profession. I can start with a news lockdown. That should hold for at least 7 days. After that, I'll release various versions of mixed truths so no one will know it was you who crossed wind-supporting slope. Lorraine patted his chest to confirm. Matthew felt somewhat relieved. Although Lorraine was usually unreliable, he came through in crucial moments. A legendary minstrel wielded almost monopolistic influence on regional news. As long as there wasn't another legendary minstrel nearby, then Lorraine's news lockdown was almost guaranteed. Of course, all this assumed that the Wind Demon Lord had not left seclusion. to avoid unnecessary risks. The group hurried along their way. On the road, Matthew took the time to open those treasure chests. Apart from a vast amount of wealth, there were some valuable items. Gale Will, a node token of the Gale domain. With this item, you can better enter the Gale domain and related domains. For Symbols card, mystical item / White Tiger Profound Truth. Once you have acquired a certain level of Sky Authority, you can activate this item. You can use the 4 Symbols card to set up the 4 Symbols array formation, thereby summoning the ancient 4 Symbols power to assist and apply different spell effects to specific areas. Soul Treasure Pearl, a pearl refined from 100 pure souls. It's a treasure worth a fortune in the 9-tier purgatory, usually requiring 300 to 500 high-quality souls for an equivalent exchange. Consuming the Soul Treasure Pearl will grant you a large amount of XP and a small amount of abilities or spells from the refined souls. Chapter 1907, 534 Gale Will and the Summoning Banner _3. Chapter 1907, 534 Gale Will and the Summoning Banner _3. Static Iron Armor. This item is the bane of wind demons, granting immunity to most of their attacks and any effects of the Gale domain. Moreover, the static iron armor also provides a significant amount of protection. Requirement: Strength 21 points or higher to wear. Each of these items had their uses. Gale Will could serve as a stepping stone for exploring domains, as well as a cornerstone for constructing new domains. Matthew had previously acquired the Flowing Cloud Will, establishing his own domain ecosystem, and naturally coveted any domain tokens he could get his hands on. With this item, not only was he confident about entering the Gale domain, but even the Sky domain behind it was not out of reach. And the 4 Symbols card was even more timely. He had previously had a set sealed with the Azure Dragon Dufeng, and now had acquired one with the White Tiger Profound Truth. Although he had already given away the Azure Dragon to Li Weiqi. If he ever managed to complete the set of 4, he might be able to witness the 4 Symbols array formation come to life. As for the Soul Treasure Pearl and Static Iron Armor, the former was pure wealth and experience. Holding this pearl would allow him to bribe most purgatory devils, while the latter would not be of use to Matthew himself. He could equip it on his undead minions. Both Dark Warrior Argus and Death Knight 47 would be well suited to wear such highly specialized armor. What do the wind demons mean by gathering static iron armors for their lords? Matthew wondered with some surprise. Amidst his thoughts, the group passed the extension behind the summit of wind-supporting slope. The scenery before them shifted from the murky pale yellow to an endless pitch black. On both sides loomed cliffs as tall as ramparts. The ground ahead was filled with spiderweb-like cracks spreading far and wide. Unlike the cliff dwellings of the wind demons, there was not a sign of life emanating from the massive valley walls. For this was no ordinary cliffside. These were the exposed limbs of the Purgatory Blood River outside the plain. They were the bones of Purgatory, holding up the framework of the 9-tier Purgatory. Matthew knew that. Above these cliffs, if one could reach there, lay a vast array of spaces between Purgatory, where Purgatory intermingled and folded with the material plane and the secondary planes. This was Shadow Rift Valley, a very narrow corridor, and the most central part of the Phantom Baron territory. Extreme Bliss Manor, which Matthew had seen advertised before, was located at the start of Shadow Rift Valley. And the true abode of the Phantom Baron, Deep Black Castle, lay at the far end of Shadow Rift Valley. The significance of this valley was self-evident. It was the essential bridge connecting the core regions of Barthur Purgatory with the peripheral areas. Each day, countless merchant caravans, armies, and various demons passed through the valley. Typically, the Phantom Baron had an open policy towards most outsiders. But the current situation was clearly different. On their way, Matthew had not only nearly collided with several fully equipped shadow demon armies but had also spotted numerous pitch-black banners throughout the valley, continuously emitting special phenomena into the surroundings. Summoning Banner. Little Wolf explained gravely. This is a treasure of Glacia. All demons summoned under the aura of the battle flag must gather beneath it and automatically become part of the newly established army, then follow the banner to war in distant lands. As long as the banner is not destroyed, the summoned demons can never regain their freedom. Good heavens, almost every place in Shadow Rift Valley is filled with summoning banners. Which power is worth such a massive mobilization? Matthew, do you know? Chapter 1908, 535 Barther's Skull. Chapter 1908, 535 Barther's Skull. Facing the questions and reflections of the young wolf, Matthew simply smiled faintly and did not reply, as he always preferred to keep a low profile. However, there were simply too many summoning banners in the Shadow Rift Valley. They had not gotten far before they encountered several. The aura emanating from the banners almost covered the entire landscape of the Shadow Rift Valley. Although these banners were merely projections, the artifact in Glacia's possession projected into the valley, but the naturally occurring summoning aura of the banners still boasted remarkable anti-stealth capabilities. The presence of these banners caused significant trouble for Matthew and his group's progress. It wasn't that they couldn't avoid the anti-stealth aura of the banners. It was just quite troublesome. Moreover, the locations of these banners often coincided with large, chaotic congregations of devils. Not every chaotic situation was suitable for taking advantage of confusion. When the number of summoned devils occasionally exceeded the valley's capacity, many areas became overly congested. They couldn't just blend in with the devil army and slip through unnoticed. After observing, it was noted that all the devil troops gathered there would collectively march toward the lower parts of the wind-supporting slope. Even if identity wasn't an issue, they would still face the dilemma of going in completely the wrong direction. At the same time, Matthew and others noticed an even denser formation of flying units in the sky, including rare devils hidden among the clouds. This meant they could hardly fly across the valley unnoticed either. In the end, the only viable route was to slowly and meticulously navigate on the ground. Matthew had just tried to estimate the time this method would require when his brows quickly furrowed. At this rate, it would take at least half a month longer to cross the Shadow Rift Valley and reach the Tears of Barther. And that was based on the assumption that the conditions in the latter half of the valley would be similar to what they had observed at the beginning. If the latter half turned out to be even more congested, that would be a real problem. Indeed, setting out is fraught with difficulties. Matthew couldn't help but click his tongue. No matter how detailed the plan, it can never keep up with changes. At this moment, the wolf, still in his shape-shifting form, suddenly suggested in Matthew's ear. I recall there's an entrance to a torn plain near the manor where the blissful spring is located. That torn plain is made up of an extension from purgatory, an exclave from the air elemental plane, and fragments from the shadow plane. It seems there are treasures hidden within that plane unknown to the public. The Phantom Baron did a lot of work to explore that area. He has constructed at least 3 two-way portals in his deep black castle that lead to the torn plain, and I am very familiar with 2 of them. If you can handle the risk of approaching Extreme Bliss Manor and Deep Black Castle, we could use that torn plain as a stepping stone. If all goes well, we could end up directly at the tail end of the Shadow Rift Valley, thus avoiding the lengthy and congested journey in between. Saying this, the wolf emphasized again. However, Extreme Bliss Manor and Deep Black Castle are both heavily guarded places. The Phantom Baron has a severe case of paranoia. He always thinks that others are out to get him. The density of devil guards in his residence is also ridiculously high. Of course, that's still better than the current situation in the Shadow Rift Valley filled with summoned devil soldiers. After pondering for a moment, Matthew consulted with Char and Lorraine before deciding to take the wolf's advice. After running into trouble at the wind-supporting slope, they had already been significantly delayed, which was why Matthew subsequently decisively chose to use the form of the eastern immortal ape to climb the cliffs on the side. Once the shape-shifting form was utilized, it was only a matter of time before news of Matthew reaching Purgatory spread. Under these circumstances, time and efficiency became even more crucial factors. Matthew was well aware that he didn't have many options left. It was either give it his all, Or potentially have to willingly end this attempted stealth mission prematurely at some point in the future. Without a doubt, Matthew would not choose the latter. The terrain of purgatory is too complex. The abilities of the holy deer are not only insufficient to smoothly traverse the layers of purgatory's plane but also prone to leaving numerous flaws. He felt some regret in his heart. Immediately, the group made a detour toward the nearby lower hill. There, a small path led to the junction of the valley and the wind-supporting slope, which was also the location of the blissful spring. However, just as they were adjusting their direction of advance, Char, the purgatorial merchant, privately approached Matthew with a troubled expression, requesting to leave the group. "I don't want to get close to that extreme bliss matter. My gut tells me it's not a good place. Bluntly speaking, my insides and soul are incredibly resistant, more so than ever before. I could try to cross the Shadow Rift Valley from the front and then meet up with you at Deep Black Castle. With my abilities, I should be able to avoid detection by others." Matthew looked thoughtfully at Char. A moment later, he approved Char's request. With the Kunlun blood book in their possession, Matthew didn't think the purgatorial merchant could cause too much trouble. Unexpectedly, however, upon hearing this, Lorraine also requested to accompany the merchant. His reason was to scout the Devil Side's military information to provide more intelligence for the upcoming planetary defense battle. It would also serve to monitor and intimidate Char. Naturally, Matthew wouldn't refuse. But after cautioning them to be careful, he watched as Lorraine and Char headed together toward the direction in which the Devil Army was gathering. Chapter 1909, 535 Barther's Skull _2. Chapter 1909, 535 Barther's Skull _2. Subsequently, the remaining people also headed down the designated path, rushing to the Phantom Baron's extreme bliss manor. In contrast to the crowded main road, the path was sparsely populated. Aside from occasionally meeting some isolated demons, providing Matthew with practice material for his brainwashing, the journey went rather smoothly. Along the way, Mrs. Wolf even found time to educate Matthew on some of the manor's secrets. "Glacia is obviously a hypocritical woman." "You're saying she's a demon?" No. What I mean is, yes, demons are hypocritical, but she's on another level." She named the largest city in her dominion, Tears of Barther, claiming it to be a tribute to her father, the former lord of the Nine Hells, Barther. In reality, it's just her declaration of legitimate rule as a purgatory lord. Everybody knows that Glacia and Barther had a terrible relationship, even to the point of becoming sworn enemies. When Barther was still alive, the so-called Holy City did not bear this name, and Glacia never took the initiative to visit her own father. Only after Barther was sealed by the Calamity Mage did her attitude make a complete turnaround. "You weren't in purgatory then, TSK. That shameless change was truly shocking. Let me tell you a secret, the Calamity Mage sealed most of Barther's limbs, but let his head go free. After Barther's head successfully fled back to purgatory, it planned to find a new dominion to regrow its power, aiming for a comeback. And what happened? It was found by his dutiful daughter Glacia and mercilessly sealed. The specific location of the sealing is actually beneath the fountain at Extreme Bliss Manor. After that, Extreme Bliss Manor started having different rules for day and night, which I guess is a manifestation of the leakage of Barther's head's power. Glacia made sealing Barther's head the top priority for the Phantom Baron, that foolish shadow demon, who, despite being toyed with by the Demoness of Desire, still seems to relish the ordeal. It disgusts me. Every time I think of those scenes, I hate that I was blind back then. All in all, Glacia does not wish for Barther to return to purgatory. I've heard that she plans to contend for the power of domain of the Lord of the Nine Hells in the near future. Considering the upper three realms of purgatory, where Devil Lord Morgan is gravely wounded, Frey Einstein has gone missing, and Barther is sealed, ambitious powers indeed have a chance to become the new Lord of the Nine Hells. But Glacia obviously has no chance. Why? I just feel she doesn't. Mrs. Wolf chattered a great deal in Matthew's ear. Upon learning that Barthur's head was presumably sealed within the manor, Matthew also understood Char's resistant attitude. For a doppelganger. He definitely did not want to approach the will of Barthur himself, lest his consciousness be completely obliterated by absorption. While they talked, they had drawn near to the boundary of Extreme Bliss Manor. Standing on a small hill and looking down. Even though the valley was shrouded in thick white fog, Matthew could still make out the sprawling outlines of the manor's buildings. An ancient and sinister air pervaded the manor. Any person who approached would feel an irresistible urge to draw even closer. The boundary of the manor is just ahead, be careful not to cross that black line, it is a barrier constructed with blasphemy. Matthew felt a weight lift off his shoulders. The wolf cloak instantly transformed into a streak of white light falling to the ground. Mrs. Wolf reverted back to her elegant wolf form, slightly bashfully raising her fluffy paw to gesture. The path ahead is a bit treacherous, I'll have to lead the way myself. After saying that, she briskly walked towards the rugged path piled with many stones by the boundary. There was actually no path here. Naturally, navigation was extremely difficult. Because this place was close to the area where the plane tears, using flight abilities had become a risky affair. Matthew had seen with his own eyes an unknown purgatory bird fly straight into a zone of spatial rift, only to be instantaneously shredded to pieces. By comparison, the situation on the ground was much better. At least with rocks, where natural objects exist, the space nearby was relatively stable. Matthew managed to keep up with Mrs. Wolf's pace using both hands and feet. He looked back at Camilla and thus dispelled his worries. Clearly, as a priest often working the soil, Camilla's physical fitness was much stronger than Matthew's, and her climbing skills probably were not inferior to those of wanderers. And so, the group climbed the rocks for half an hour, likely having circled from the front to the side of the manor. Shortly afterward, a side door appeared in Matthew's field of vision. That side door was well concealed, resembling a semi-hidden secret door. Matthew spotted a large number of devil guards near that hidden door. The entrance to the rift in the plain is right in the cave facing the side, it's not far to see. Behind a large rock, Mrs. Wolf whispered in Matthew's ear. It's better to reduce the number of actions, let's stealth our way there. Matthew nodded in agreement. After securing Camilla and Sandrine in Lost Paradise, he activated the invisible magic ball, enveloping Mrs. Wolf, and they both moved stealthily, sticking close to the rock walls, inching towards the cave. Matthew's invisibility spell wasn't peak perfection but stacked with various supermagic abilities. Its effect couldn't be easily emulated by average Tier 5 beings, only those with extraordinarily sharp insight could possibly detect his presence. Chapter 1910, 535 Barthur's Skull _3. Chapter 1910, 535 Barthur's Skull _3. The group of devil guards in front of them clearly wasn't included in this list. Compared to the possibility of being discovered, the rugged rocks under their feet created even more difficulties for Matthew and Mrs. Wolf's progress. Before long, they had bypassed the guards on the side and arrived at the entrance of the cave. Matthew had intended to observe the situation inside the cave and wait for an opportunity to act. But at that moment, a strange and powerful force suddenly surged from the direction of the manor. Matthew's eyelids twitched. A huge sense of warning surged from the bottom of his heart. Mrs. Wolf's anxious voice also followed. Not good. The boundary of Extreme Bliss Manor is expanding in our direction. Do you see that black line? We can't get caught by the black line, or else we'll have to abide by the rules of Extreme Bliss Manor. Now, it's daytime. Matthew, we need to hurry. As she spoke the last few sentences, her voice nearly transformed with urgency. Matthew also sensed the seriousness of the situation as the black line symbolizing the barrier rushed toward the direction of the cave like a tide. In the nick of time, he silently cast the haste technique, then grabbed Mrs. Wolf and rushed into the cave. Under the haste, the invisible magic ball inevitably shook a bit. Fortunately, The group of devil guards seemed to be confused by this sudden event. A few seconds later, the black line stopped near the entrance of the cave. By that time, Matthew and the other had already dived into the cave, disappearing from the sight of the demons. That was close. We almost got sucked in. Mrs. Wolf unconsciously stuck out her tongue and then somewhat shyly pulled her hand from Matthew's. Seeing her gesture, Matthew paused, then couldn't help but laugh. You don't think I'm the kind of person who is interested in furry creatures, do you? Mrs. Wolf's face instantly flushed red. Of course not. I was just worried that if we got swept in, it might empower Barther. You should know, every demon has their own rules. The rules for primary demons are embodied in contracts, while those for middle and high-level demons apply more broadly. Having many people forcibly obey their own rules gives demons unimaginable power. The special laws of Extreme Bliss Manor are such high-level rules. I know the Phantom Baron well, he's not yet at the stage where he can manipulate the laws. Therefore, these anomalies must be orchestrated by Barther. I even suspect that during the sealing process, Barther's head developed its own, independent consciousness. It set up these rules in the manor and tempts people to come in and abide by them, actually drawing power and growing continuously. Eventually, he might accumulate enough power to grow into a new devil lord under the blessing of the Blood River Will. Matthew nodded solemnly. Mrs. Wolf's judgment about Barther's head was very accurate. If it had indeed developed its own consciousness, that would explain the rumors and advertisements about Extreme Bliss Manor. For Demoness of Desire Glacia, nothing could be better than her father quietly staying under the bridge of all life. Barther's head was one of her major enemies in her assault on becoming the Lord of the Nine Hells. If this head could develop its own consciousness, it would mean cutting off Barther's roots in purgatory completely. In this situation, passively allowing or even enhancing the rumors about Extreme Bliss Manor made sense. From another perspective, if we need to deal with Glacia, could we not use Barther's power? Just need to be extra careful. Just as this thought emerged in Matthew's mind, a mud-like monster suddenly appeared silently on the stone wall in front of him. The monster's voice was rough and ancient, as if it had endured millions of years of pain and had experienced endless roaring. You just thought of me, didn't you, Matthew? Since you're already here, why not visit the manor? Mrs. Wolf had not yet reacted. Matthew suddenly lowered his head. Inside the dim cave, unknown to them, the black line symbolizing the edge of the barrier had already crossed their position, enveloping them on the side belonging to the manor. Chapter 1911, 536 Avoid good luck and pursue bad luck. Chapter 1911, 536 Avoid good luck and pursue bad luck. Damn! Mrs. Wolf exclaimed. We've been brought into the manor, we must follow its laws to survive. Wait, is it day or night now? Due to the tension, her face appeared somewhat purplish, and her large eyes were darting about, as though assessing potential enemies beyond the mud shadows in front of them. And faced with this eerie scene, Matthew was not in the slightest bit flustered. He faced the mudmonger's shadow, and responded with an indifferent tone. Isn't it a bit too early for you to say that, my lord? How come I don't see myself entering your domain? During the conversation, a powerful aura began to pour out from Matthew slowly. Mrs. Wolf blinked. In that instant, the space around her and Matthew was enveloped by an even more potent force, and at the same time, the deep black line on the ground started to twist into a circular arch. Eh? She couldn't help but rub her eyes. Just then, the boundary line was seemingly pushed back by Matthew, invisibly. Heh, this is the Lost Paradise? Interesting. To think that the artifact potential to be the new divine artifact of the Heavenly Family Palace could achieve this extent of law twisting. The mudmonger monster kept chuckling, apparently unbothered by the fact that Matthew and she had temporarily escaped the shadow of Extreme Bliss Manor. Matthew replied calmly and coolly. This isn't quite a rare ability. I know that in purgatory there are many demons that can easily twist contracts and rules. The mudmonger shook its head. But what I've placed upon you is neither a contract nor a rule. It's a law. Matthew blinked. Semantics. The mudmonger burst out laughing. If you want to say that, then legendary beings and mortals are also just semantics. Matthew nodded. That's actually what I think. Legendary beings might fancy themselves transcendents, but when placed within the vast universe, seen from the perspective of higher dimensional life, how much do they really differ from mortals? The mudmonger scoffed and said. Pity that whether they are legendary beings or mortals, they always live in the real world, not in the perspective of others as you suggest. Your talk is nothing more than the skill of debate often used by demons, deliberately mentioning only relative factors while ignoring absolute ones. Matthew smiled. It seems that my lord also finds the demon's debating skill useless? The mudmonger didn't fall for it. I never said debating skill was useless, its efficacy depends on the context of the debate. Matthew pondered. My lord's defense in debate seems impeccable. It appears you're unlikely to be Barthur himself. How shall I address you? The head of Barthur? Hearing this, the mudmonger seemed to be provoked, its tone becoming agitated. How do you determine that I am not the Blood River will itself? Matthew chuckled lightly. The Blood River will upholds order, and along with it, demons appreciate tight logic and rules. But to my knowledge, characters of Lord of the Nine Hells caliber don't fall into that category, they take pride in transcendence above rules, and find joy in breaking them. My lord speaks with much caution, always careful, fearing to fall into my verbal traps, thus becoming constrained. How could such a person be the true Lord of the Nine Hells? The mudmonger was silent for 2 seconds, then chuckled dryly. You are indeed quite perceptive. Matthew gave a slight smile, ready to press further, but was preempted by the other's question. You came here for my daughter, didn't you? I've heard there was a slight conflict between you, ha ha ha. Matthew responded coolly. That's none of your concern. Since you are not Barthur himself, you naturally have no right to call yourself the father of the demoness of desire. The mudmonger said coldly. No. This is very much my concern, and a great one at that. With those words, the mudmonger surged forward from the stone wall. Its human-like face was atop a neck as thick as a cement pipe, which extended into multiple reptilian limbs. This is a mudmonger beast, merely possessed by a will born from the head of Barthur. Mrs. Wolf said with some distaste as she watched the unknown fluids dripping from the mudmonger's body, then quickly informed Matthew. The mudmonger beast, as if hearing none of it, simply stared intently at Matthew with its beady eyes. I see many things in you. You carry the fate of many, why not bear a share of mine? Matthew didn't utter a sound, but gave a most direct response with a scornful look. The tone of the mudmonger suddenly sharpened. Do you despise me? Huh. Don't be so arrogant, boy, just tell me straight up, give me some of your holy oak seed, 10 nature souls. Otherwise, I'll expose your whereabouts to Glacia. She'll be so happy to know you're here. Matthew dismissed the idea without a second thought. Impossible. I won't give you anything. My relationship with Glacia might not be great, but is yours with her any better? At this point, Matthew no longer held back his aura, fully activating above the dragon and slamming an even more formidable air towards the mudmonger head-on. Don't think I don't know, she fears you far more than she trusts you. Yes, you could tell her I'm here, but I am fully confident of escaping her pursuit. Chapter 1912, 536 Avoiding Good Luck, Seeking Misfortune _2. Chapter 1912, 536 Avoiding Good Luck, Seeking Misfortune _2. During this time, I'll also take the opportunity to warn her that your power has grown beyond the range she can control. I suspect Glacia doesn't even know you can extend your power so far from the manor, does she? What do you think the ever-suspicious her will do after learning this point? I can escape. But what about you? Where can you escape to? Matthew mocked mercilessly, without regard for the feelings of Barthur's skull. The latter, angered and humiliated, tried to rush forward and start a fight. The result was a swift slap back by Matthew's pale hand. The terrifying negative energy rampaged through the cave. Under the suppression of that ghastly giant hand, the mud demon almost triggered an instant death check and died on the spot from sudden death. Glacia won't believe what you say. The mud demon held hysterically. Matthew couldn't help but give the other party another slap, then asked coldly. Why not give it a try? The mud demon struggled in place for a moment, eventually retreating into the wall, far away from the pale hand, not as tough-talking as before. You and I both know perfectly well, Glacia wants a Barther who can never be resurrected, never independent, never cause her any substantive impact. Once things get out of control, even if you are a later-born independent will, she won't turn a blind eye to you. You must realize the reality, for me, Glacia is just an ordinary enemy. For you, she is a creature even more terrifying in this world. At this moment, Matthew's voice was extremely penetrating, and every word struck deeply into the heart of the mud demon. The latter did not rebut for a long time. After a while, it shamefully extended a head out of the rock wall. He. I admit there is some truth in what you say. I think we should cooperate, there's no need for such hostility. However, before it could finish speaking, the head of the mud demon suddenly detached from its neck and lunged at Matthew with lightning speed. In an instant, all the muddy exterior quickly fell away, revealing to Matthew a highly deformed white skull with 5 small holes on top and a conspicuously smaller size. Inside the skull, a wisp of pale spirituality was flickering. You are mine now. That panting voice rang in Matthew's ear. Warning, Barther's skull is attempting to seize your body. Looking at the pale skull suspended in front of his nose, a trace of incredulity flashed through Matthew's eyes. He wasn't surprised by the sudden attempt at possession, but marveled at the audacity of the fellow. No pretense, going straight for possession, had it gone mad? At that moment, Matthew felt only a very slight sense of threat, and it vanished in an instant. The next second, the void imprint within Matthew's body automatically ignited. From within Barther's skull, an extremely miserable wail emerged. Ah! Power of void, Yurkus, is this your forbidden feast? I won't accept this. Amidst the wailing, Matthew's eyes lit up with 2 streams of ash-gray light, and at the same time, he whispered complex and obscure incantations under his breath. Alluring gaze plus soul annihilation. In less than 2 seconds, he completely extinguished the spirituality that had been ignited by the power of void. From then on, the independent will that was harbored within the mud demon and Barther's skull vanished into thin air. The gray-white skull fell to the ground, and was steadily caught in the palm of Matthew's hand. This is Barther's skull? Isn't it a bit too miniature? This thing doesn't even look like the skull of a little devil, more like that of goblins or dwarfs or something. Matthew examined the skull in his hand, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Seeing that the conflict had come to a section, Mrs. Wolf leaped out from the shadows nearby. She sized up the skull carefully with her twinkling big eyes, her tone not lacking in amazement. So the legend is true. I've heard that the Lord of the 9 Hells, Barther, was initially just a lucky purgatory goblin. It was only because he was lucky enough that, through a series of coincidences, he obtained resources and adventures beyond what others could imagine, eventually earning the recognition of Blood River Will and becoming the Lord of the 9 Hells. Matthew turned his head to look at her. Who did you hear it from? Mrs. Wolf was startled for a moment, then said sheepishly. Sorry, I forgot. There are some pieces of knowledge in my memory that have no source. They seem to have been instilled in me during my slumber, and I've always suspected they come from my teacher, but I can't confirm it. Matthew nodded thoughtfully. When your teacher mentioned Barther, what else did they say? Mrs. Wolf thought for a moment. He also said, for most people, choice is greater than effort, and luck trumps everything. Barther is not only the luckiest creature in purgatory but also in the multiverse, none other. If it weren't for the god of luck, Barther might very well have obtained the power of domain of the god of luck. That's about it. After listening, Matthew couldn't help but ask. Since Barthur is the luckiest creature in the multiverse, with none other, does that mean that the god of luck who obtained the god thrones of luck is luckier than Barthur? Mrs. Wolf was suddenly stumped. She furrowed her brow in deep thought, soon biting her ripe, red lips more and more tightly. Chapter 1913, 536 Avoiding Good Luck, Seeking Misfortune _3. Chapter 1913, 536 Avoiding Good Luck, Seeking Misfortune _3. Matthew, seeing the situation, felt compelled to reassure. It doesn't matter, we don't have to dwell on who among them is more fortunate, as long as they are luckier than us. Mrs. Wolf blankly uttered, "Oh." Her expression brightened considerably. The confusion previously seen on her face was swept away in an instant. Matthew noticed this and couldn't help but doubt the thought processes of these nature souls. So easily persuaded by a few words. No wonder they fall into decadence so quickly. As for the comments about Barthur that might have come from a great star mage, Matthew's current stance was to just listen casually. After all, the speaker was an ancient from a long time ago, probably unaware of the story where Barthur was later torn apart by a calamity mage. Having risen from a mere purgatory goblin to the Lord of the Nine Hells, Barthur was undoubtedly fortunate. But luck, for someone at the level of the Lord of the Nine Hells, could only be a necessary condition at most. Matthew never underestimated Barthur. He even suspected that Barthur's skull offering itself up might be an extension of the will beneath the bridge of all life. If Barthur intentionally sent his own skull to me, what is his purpose? Is it the doppelganger of Vampire Char, the black merchant from perdition? Or is it because of my relationships with Sif and the summer nights? Or perhaps, is he aiming for the lost paradise? Regarding the last point, Matthew felt that the likelihood was very low. As the holder of authority, he was well aware that the lost paradise could not be controlled by outsiders, and others must also know this, otherwise, the heavenly mages would have taken action against him long ago. Matthew didn't think Barthur could be cleverer than a heavenly mage. Thus, he felt it was much more likely that Barthur was aiming for Char, Sif, and others. This skull still needs to be sealed cautiously. It must not be allowed near Char and Sif. The best place for sealing would be the compatible wormhole of the cyberdragon, secondarily in the lost paradise. In his thoughts, Matthew quickly mobilized the power of authority to impose several layers of seals on the skull. Just in case, he added a large circle of Gordon's fire around the seals. Only then did he throw it into the lost paradise, instructing Dark Peggy and Mosen and others to watch over it jointly. In the cave, the two of them proceeded briskly. Before long, they arrived in front of an ancient stone gate. To call it a stone gate, only half of it was made of stone. The remaining half had already disappeared into the tears and fusion of the plains. Under Mrs. Wolf's guidance, Matthew squeezed sideways through the half-gate. Before long, he felt surges of powerful plane forces. Warning, you have entered into the torn plane. Is this the torn plane? How should we proceed? Matthew curiously perceived his surroundings. Beyond the stone gate, there was a pitch-black space. In the endless darkness, only trails of white tornadoes lit up the surrounding space. But Matthew knew well. Those tornadoes were extremely dangerous void turbulence. Not to mention being hit head-on, even approaching them was very dangerous for a legendary. The torn plane is not as scary as ordinary people imagine. There are potholes everywhere here, but if you grasp some prophecy-based abilities, there's a much higher probability of getting through smoothly. Mrs. Wolf lifted her small face, somewhat proudly saying, "I can teach you an ability, as long as you learn it, you won't lose your way in similar planes in the future." The next second, a glow emerged from the center of Mrs. Wolf's forehead, then slowly absorbed into the tip of Matthew's nose. Prompt, Mrs. Wolf has shared her innate ability Evade Good, Seek Peril with you. Evade Good, Seek Peril. After activating this ability, every action you take will develop towards the negative, perilous side. Chapter 1914, 537 Spiritual Avatar. Chapter 1914, 537 Spiritual Avatar. Matthew looked at the description on the data bar, feeling various characteristics of this newly acquired ability, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face. Did you share the wrong ability? After activating the ability, avoiding good luck and seeking misfortune? Isn't that just purely a negative buff? Mrs. Wolf smiled slightly. Don't worry. This ability isn't meant to be used alone. As she spoke, a white light emerged from her brow, fusing into Matthew's body in the same manner as before. In an instant, he grasped a completely new ability. Notice, Mrs. Wolf has shared with you an ability exclusive to the Nature Soul, Spiritual Avatar. Spiritual Avatar, depending on the strength of your mental power, you can create several spiritual avatars to appropriately simulate various future trajectories. You will have the opportunity to gain a plethora of warnings from the simulations of the spiritual avatars. Note, frequent use of spiritual avatar will temporarily reduce mental strength and its upper limit, but with some time of rest, the reduced mental strength will gradually recover. Seeing this, Matthew naturally understood. Your method is to activate avoiding fortune and seeking misfortune and then use spiritual avatar to scout the path? This way, the path indicated by the spiritual avatars would definitely be the most dangerous, making the other paths comparatively safe. Mrs. Wolf nodded proudly. It's not a very sophisticated prophecy skill, but it's practical. By the way, it should be used in conjunction with this red rock powder. It's a natural dye, and very light, so even the relatively fragile spiritual entities can easily carry it. As she spoke, she muttered a few words, a gray aura lighting up around her, then suddenly, 3 silver wolves sprang from her body. The small wolves circumnavigated Mrs. Wolf's main body twice before bolting unrestrainedly toward the pitch-black space. And during the little wolf's expedition, Matthew was finally able to clearly see the fundamental structure of the path ahead. In the endless darkness, chunks, both large and small, of floating debris formed the road leading to the unknown. These floating debris had special attractions or repulsions among them. You might jump from debris A to debris B, and from B to C, but jumping directly from A to C was not allowed, neither was the reverse. Worse yet, many pieces of debris looked as though they could bear the weight of living beings. But when you actually set foot on them, you would find the debris beneath your feet rapidly disintegrating, and the dark currents from the void would tear you apart. Even if your physical body was strong enough to withstand such levels of physical damage, being swept away by the void turbulence would leave your return to the normal world entirely up to chance. From this perspective, tearing apart the plane was indeed very dangerous, possibly one of the most perilous planes Matthew had ever encountered. But as long as the method to stay away from the dangerous debris was mastered, the risk of moving forward here could be significantly reduced. For example, now, Matthew watched as the 3 little wolves progressed along different pieces of debris, eventually disappearing into the depths of the dark space. A few minutes later, Mrs. Wolf opened her eyes wearily. Pointing at the 3 dark red trails ahead, she said, "Avoid those 3 paths, the other debris is generally safe. After all, this is just a tearing plane, not a crumbling plane. Spaces prone to collapse and disintegration aren't too frequent, otherwise, this plane would have been unsustainable." Matthew basically agreed with Mrs. Wolf's judgment and methods. Thereupon, the two moved rapidly along the trail of debris. After deliberately avoiding roads sprinkled with dark red rock powder, the probability of encountering collapsing spaces was indeed reduced to an acceptable level. Even if they were unlucky to miss a step, there were usually other debris nearby to compensate. Before long, they had successfully reached the depths of this pitch-black space. After another successful evasion, Matthew couldn't help but praise Mrs. Wolf's techniques. "I was too narrow-minded, I didn't expect avoiding fortune and seeking misfortune to work so well." Mrs. Wolf's smile grew even wider. Matthew's words indeed were sincere. The realm of prophecy spells was full of deceptive tricks. According to the internal statistics of the Alliance, the number of prophecy spells that could truly achieve avoiding misfortune and seeking fortune was very few, and the average efficacy of these spells barely exceeded a success rate of 50%. This area was usually only under the control of the top spellcasters. Ordinary people using prophecy spells were mostly seeking psychological comfort, and their success rate might not even be higher than flipping a coin. These were the insights Matthew had painfully gathered while studying prophecy spells in the past. In the end, he gave up on delving deeper into this field. Also, due to this rule of if you can't become an expert, you're effectively useless. However, Mrs. Wolf's avoiding fortune and seeking misfortune was different. This technique had an astonishingly high success rate of seeking misfortune. Correspondingly, at the cost of losing some spiritual avatars, it also essentially pointed out a path of great fortune. Don't think this technique, which only combined one mediocre ability with another common one in the prophecy realm, was a very innovative application method. Of course, Matthew also realized this manner of use was clearly at odds with the conservative nature of the nature soul. So, was this also taught to you by the great Star Mage? Chapter 1915, 537 Spiritual Avatar _2. Chapter 1915, 537 Spiritual Avatar _2. He took the initiative to ask. Mrs. Wolf indeed nodded. Yes. These two abilities combined are actually one of the astrology secret techniques used by astromancers, only I am not an astromancer, so I cannot maximize its effects. Moreover, astromancers use the starlight from the heavens to navigate, and since I cannot harness starlight, my teacher had me use a spiritual avatar instead. I heard that the original astrology method of the astromancers is even more powerful, able to explore far and wide in an instant and thoroughly investigate the entire space. It indeed was the method of an astromancer. It was just tailored to the abilities that nature soul possessed and modified to a certain extent. Matthew knew. Once strength reached a certain level, different types of supernatural power could mimic and transform each other. Mana, divine power, psionic power, or any other supernatural powers. Most could lead to the same end. To achieve the corresponding effect, one only needed to understand the principle and then create the corresponding tools in their own familiar domain. This point. It was particularly evident in the magic matrix decoded from Camella's talisman. It was the underlying logic of operation and creation in the multiverse. Legendary mages were keen on refining domain fruit because the latter was an embodiment and tool of the domain itself. Spells and domains were both tools. More importantly, it was the person who created and used the tools. These insights should be quite important for the path after becoming legendary, but they're of no use right now. Matthew thought so. But the next second, he discovered that the extent of his practice on the legendary path had suddenly surged a great deal. It was almost to the point of breaking through to the flower fruit stage. No. Not almost. Matthew's accumulation of the legendary path had indeed reached the flower fruit stage, only suppressed by his own will, otherwise, it would definitely break through to an unbelievably advanced realm of practice. Is there room for improvement after the flower fruit stage? Matthew's heart suddenly raced. But the next moment, he encountered the same experience as Hibbert. I can't hold it down anymore, feels like I might advance to legendary at any moment. This place was not a good spot for advancing to legendary. To avoid accidents, Matthew grabbed Mrs. Wolf's hand and fiercely infused a large wave of XP into her. Mrs. Wolf looked at Matthew with a surprised face. What are you doing? Matthew shook his head silently. After a while, after the XP infusion was complete, he felt much clearer. Only then, Matthew noticed Mrs. Wolf's face flushed red. He promptly let go of her hand and naturally changed the topic. I didn't do much, just felt like I had to reciprocate since you shared your abilities with me. By the way, what were you about to tell me? Mrs. Wolf fell for it. She somewhat embarrassingly pointed ahead and said, my spiritual avatar can only explore up to here. Can't help it, that damned shadow demon sealed my abilities, my mental power is severely restricted, and the power of the spiritual avatar is greatly reduced. Matthew thoughtfully. I see. Are you asking me to navigate? Mrs. Wolf's face turned red again. I shared my abilities with you, knowing I'm not really up to it. How about I give it back to you then? Saying so, she reached out to grab Matthew's hand, which frightened Matthew into shaking her off. It's all right. Navigation is important. He coughed and his gaze shifted to the dark distance. In essence, the shadow plane was a highly mixed plane. Simply put, it was a stitched monster built from scraps of various planes. It contained projections of the astral world, purgatory, shadow world, and the air elemental plane in the astral world. According to Mrs. Wolf's introduction, these worlds had the following nested structure. The astral world was exposed on the outermost surface, a curved surface full of holes, where the holes on the surface were material fragments that Matthew had to diligently avoid. Below the astral world was the intertwined space of purgatory and the projection of the air elemental plane, fitting the definition of the space between purgatory, with the space matter on the side of purgatory being more stable, whereas the space more towards the air elemental plane being more ethereal and bearing some characteristics of the air elemental plane. The shadow plane was located at the most central part. Its essence was merely a space the size of a fist, but it was the key to tearing the plane apart and stabilizing it until today. The treasure that the Phantom Baron sought was also said to have a great connection with the existence of the shadow plane. It was rumored that this space was pioneered by the predecessor ruler of the shadow plane, the Lord of Darkness. The latter had once been on good terms with Dusk creator Galen, calling each other brothers. But Galen eventually pushed him out and took over the important authority of the shadow world, forcing the Lord of Darkness to leave, which led to the creation of this space. However, since the tearing of the plane, the Lord of Darkness had vanished without a trace. After some more time, the news that the torn plane hid secret treasures spread rapidly, attracting the Phantom Baron and the King of Air Element, whose coveting led to a years-long fight that still hasn't stopped, making the situation well known to everyone. Matthew found the story as fishy as if he were baiting a hook. Even the Phantom Baron and the King of Air Element seemed like actors in a play. But it didn't matter. They weren't here to search for treasure. We just need to use the characteristics of the exposed astral world's curvature through the torn plane, and we will definitely find a portal to the deep black castle. This area is too wide open, there's hardly any magic, and the aura of the portal can't possibly be hidden. Mrs. Wolf's reasoning had no significant flaw theoretically. This kind of stitched plane wasn't usually very large. By following the curvature of the exposed astral world, as long as their luck wasn't too poor, they would quickly find an obvious landmark. But this method was still a bit too inefficient for Matthew. He contemplated for a moment and decided to share a new application method of abilities with Mrs. Wolf. Then, Matthew began to summon his mental power, gathering as many spiritual avatars as possible. Under Mrs. Wolf's astonished gaze, a massive amount of white light burst from Matthew's body, which were several hundred spiritual avatars. Their forms varied. There were human forms exactly like Matthew, among humans there were young, old, adolescent, and even child versions of Matthew. There were also forms representing Matthew's various shape-shifting forms, such as ravens, moon bears, winged dragons, silver dragons, dragon turtles, and more. There were even some purely woven from domain power-forming spiritual identities, each representing the undying, negative energy, erosion, graves, oak trees, life, and so on. The terrifying number of spiritual avatars made Mrs. Wolf's mouth drop open. But she soon exclaimed, "You've made too many. This will lose the effect of guiding us." Matthew just smiled lightly. "I didn't apply the avoid good, seek evil." Mrs. Wolf froze slightly. Rather than aimlessly searching for a portal on the surface of the astral world, it's better to dig deep down and pull it out. After that, we head straight to the direction of the portal. Matthew revealed his thoughts. After listening, Mrs. Wolf showed a hint of reluctance on her face. If your mental power can support it, then it's not impossible. But why didn't you use this sooner? You made me search painstakingly for so long. Matthew explained. I only just received these spiritual avatars, and I was still drafting the application technique for this ability. Without this ability, I couldn't roam so boldly. While talking, Matthew released all of his spiritual avatars in one go. The white light gradually faded into the endless darkness. Matthew stood there, with lightning-fast flashes of images surging through his mind. These were real-time scenes transmitted back by the spiritual avatars through the mental power hub. With his powerful mental power, he obtained a vast amount of information about the surface of the astral world in one go. There's a portal here, the direction of this rune is wrong. It leads to the inner plane, built by an air element, perhaps? Found another one, that's wrong, too, it's abandoned, and there's a mimic monster hiding next to it? This portal seems to lead to purgatory. Wait, what is that? At that moment, Matthew suddenly saw an image transmitted by one of the spiritual avatars. In the image, he saw a squad of demons teamed up with a group of eagle men engaged in fierce battle with a large group of air elements. Even more unexpectedly, Matthew saw a familiar figure on a hillside not far from the battlefield. That was Yellow Jade Dragon Clade? Is he watching the battle? Matthew felt a slight surprise in his heart. Chapter 1916, 538 Lord of Darkness. Chapter 1916, 538 Lord of Darkness. Matthew couldn't help but feel a bit astonished at the sight of the ancient yellow jade dragon. In his memory, he thought that the yellow jade dragon should be slumbering on the Eternal Island right now. Once dragons of this kind fell into slumber, it was exceedingly difficult to awaken them unless an event occurred that could impact their living environment. Could it be that something had happened to the Eternal Island? Matthew silently shook his head in his heart. Not likely. The Sun Elf Dudley and Husman, the Lord of the Rotten Sack, both maintained frequent communication and contact with Matthew. They spent most of their time on the Eternal Island. According to their recent statements, the Eternal Island should have been peaceful. They didn't mention anything about the Yellow Jade Dragon Clade awakening. Could I have seen it wrong? Is this another Yellow Jade Dragon? Matthew was somewhat unsure in his mind. After all, humans perceiving dragons and dragons perceiving humans were much the same. He couldn't distinguish the face of a dragon in detail. He could only approximately identify them based on their racial characteristics. Matthew could only confirm that this was a dragon that looked extremely similar to the ancient yellow jade dragon. His body seems to be miniaturized compared to Clade. Even if you lay on the battlefield's distant peaks, the head of the real ancient yellow jade dragon shouldn't be just this small. He even used an invisibility spell, The spiritual avatar naturally has an anti-stealth effect? Matthew realized this with some surprise. He then asked Mrs. Wolf, and received her affirmative reply. The spiritual avatar could perceive the existence of all life forms from a spiritual standpoint. It was well known. As long as a life form was active, some excess spirituality would appear in their body or active area to varying degrees. With the unique carrier of the spiritual avatar, the anti-stealth effect was merely a natural, accompanying characteristic. After all, ghosts could also easily see each other. This ability is indeed quite handy. With that, Matthew closed his eyes, quickly received and reviewed the information transmitted back from the other spiritual avatars, and then dismissed them all. Before that, Matthew typically used surveillance spells, summoned creatures like death crows, animal companions, ask nature, and other methods to scout for enemy positions. But outside of the material plane, these methods had all been somewhat weakened. The spiritual avatar was different. As long as your mental power was strong enough, this ability could provide extremely powerful intelligence support. It happened that mental power was one of Matthew's strengths. In such a powerful combination, the effect was indeed quite significant. Come, follow me. Matthew led Mrs. Wolf in the direction where he had earlier spotted the yellow jade dragon. He wasn't so much looking to verify the identity of the yellow jade dragon. Rather, the portal that seemingly led to the deep black castle was indeed located near that battlefield. Naturally, Matthew had no other choice. As the two made their way, when encountering dangerous areas, Matthew occasionally used a combination of avoid calamities, cling to fortunes plus spiritual identity to explore the path, but the results were somewhat inferior to Mrs. Wolf's. According to her speculation, this was because Matthew himself was lucky enough. If you have particularly good luck, you actually don't need to use an avatar to scout, you can just walk straight over with your main body. Mrs. Wolf looked enviously at Matthew. I can use this combination of abilities because my teacher said my luck is exceptionally poor. Matthew could only smile at this helplessly. No matter what. After some minor setbacks, the two finally arrived at their intended area as they wished. There. They crossed a clearly man-made bridge and arrived at a space where the material layer was more stable. This place should be where the entangled space of the projection lands of the air elemental plane and purgatory was located. Due to the highly entwined laws, elements, and strengths of both worlds, the stability of the material layer itself was much higher than the astral world. At least they didn't have to worry about falling into the void turbulence while walking. After crossing the bridge, they quickly discovered a large amount of demon activity. Matthew soon realized. The skirmish between demons and air elementals he had seen earlier was just a minor battle among many. On the other side of the bridge, in that space riddled with mountains and rivers, countless divided battlefields were in full swing. Devil armies and air elemental settlements were entangled together in various forms. Occasionally interspersed by some ferocious eagle men, they turned the whole sky and ground into a chaotic battleground. By comparison, the portal that seemingly led to the deep black castle seemed to be somewhat neglected. Matthew only saw a few demons tasked with guarding nearby, and they didn't seem to be elite. His brow slightly furrowed. It seems that the Phantom Baron's side doesn't value that portal much. Could it be that it doesn't lead to the deep black castle after all? Matthew quietly discussed with Mrs. Wolf. However, she shook her head. I have an impression of this gate, and it should be the one. The reason it's not valued might be because air elementals are unlikely to attack purgatory. Once elemental life enters purgatory, it will be targeted by the Blood River Will, and the corruption speed is alarmingly fast. Similar things have happened in history many times, so the demons are not worried about it. Matthew thought for a moment, and this situation did seem reasonable. Elemental creatures, due to their overly simplistic constituting elements, were indeed more prone to corruption and control. And the will of purgatory was notoriously powerful in this regard. Most of the elemental creatures dared not enter purgatory of their own volition. So it made sense that the Phantom Baron wasn't very defensive about it. Chapter 1917, 538 Lord of Darkness _2. Chapter 1917, 538 Lord of Darkness _2. At that moment, he planned to stealth his way over, figure out a way to distract those gatekeeping demons, and then enter the castle. Yet before he'd taken more than a few steps, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Eh? Matthew? Are you interested in Beckman's treasure as well? Matthew turned around to look. On a nearby hillside, that miniature yellow jade dragon was casting its gaze in his direction. That voice was unmistakably Mr. Clade's. Is that really you, Mr. Clade? Matthew said somewhat embarrassedly. Your size and presence are a bit different from before. I thought I'd come across a different yellow jade dragon. Clade laughed heartily. What you're seeing is indeed not my actual body. My body is still on Eternal Island, soundly asleep. Let's put it this way, this is an improved version of the Blue Veil Dream. Dudley has just discovered a new type of fungus, which I'm calling the ghostly blue fungus. This fungus's peculiarity lies in enabling a living being's soul to travel extremely long distances, even while in the depth of slumber. After that fellow mentioned it to me and experimented on my body, as you can see, I've left Eternal Island with the help of this fungus and come to you. This amounts to a kind of effortless projection ability or doppelganger technique. However, my current form is much weaker, so wherever I go, I use spells to hide myself, so as to avoid trouble. Matthew nodded slightly. So this was the latest research result from the Spore Society. He supposed Dudley had not yet had the chance to fill him in before experimenting on Clade. The effects of this ghostly blue fungus looked pretty good. He wondered if it could have a similar effect on others. Matthew circumvented the battlefield and came to Clade's side. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Clade took the initiative and said, I initially thought to use this ability to freely soar across the astral world, while also seeing if I could find a suitable resting place. You know, I'm already an ancient dragon, not young anymore. It's about time I started preparing for the afterlife. By the way, do you remember the agreement between us? After listening, Matthew's smile twitched involuntarily. The old dragon had a really long life ahead of him. Rather than preparing for his afterlife, it seemed more like he was practicing his domain. Matthew hadn't forgotten. Clade's title was the Dragon of Decay and Creation. Decay or rebirth. Both were within Yellow Jade Dragon's purview. He smiled and nodded. Of course, I remember. As long as I am still alive by then, I would indeed be willing to oversee the ritual for transformation into a dragon lich. Clade exclaimed, delighted. That's fantastic, Matthew. I'm convinced you'll be alive when I die. You look so young after all, and as a necromancer, you have plenty of dirty tricks up your sleeve. Matthew felt something was amiss in what he heard. But the Yellow Jade Dragon quickly changed the subject. He lowered his miniature dragon head and sniffed around Matthew, his voice becoming more excited. Is that the scent of a newborn? Have you had a child? Matthew nodded. Yes, it's a boy. Clade looked at Matthew with an approving face. That's the way it should be, destruction for rebirth, chaos follows reproduction. I often encourage people to have more children, most scoff at me, but you, Matthew, you're the only one who's taken my advice to heart. I'm genuinely happy for you. So, this petite werewolf lady by your side, is she the mother of the child? She seems a bit different from the companion you brought last time. Mrs. Wolf looked bewildered as she stared at him. Clade paused for 2 seconds, his voice suddenly tinged with apology. Matthew, did I speak out of turn? Matthew massaged his temples and quickly explained. The mother of the child is not her. Clade breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that you are indeed a man of loyalty, so is it still the same Lady Margaret as last time? Matthew coughed. Someone else. Clade fell silent for 2 seconds upon hearing this, then offered his criticism. That's not right, Matthew. You ought to treat all your lady friends equally and not favor one over another. You should give each of them a child. Matthew quickly interrupted Clade. Thank you. Thank you for your blessings, Mr. Clade. Clade looked somewhat bewildered. However, he quickly picked up the conversation. You didn't mention it, but I almost forgot. We Yellow Jade Dragons are the true dragons most proficient at bestowing blessings among all the metal dragons. When your child is born, you should notify me to bear witness, and concurrently, bestow our dragon race's blessings. How about this, you keep the scale safe, and then find a time, once you're prepared, ignite the scale, and I will come to the location of the scale to offer your child the metal dragon's blessing. Believe me, this is something even the gods of the Heavenly Family Palace would beg for. Matthew did not decline. After thanking him sincerely, he safely stored the scale away. The Yellow Jade Dragon might be somewhat whimsical in some ways, but his strength as an ancient dragon was undeniable. His blessing surely wouldn't be lacking. However, Matthew felt that continuing the topic of children would only increase his and Mrs. Wolf's embarrassment. So he forcefully shifted the topic. Speaking of which, what's this about Beckman's treasure you just mentioned? Clade's eyes darted about. Oh, that's something else entirely. Firstly, as you know about me, I'm not at all interested in treasures. My coming here was purely out of novelty, just to join in the fun. Secondly, I came this way because I heard rumors about the Lord of Darkness Beckman. Beckman, that old monster who ruled the Shadow Plane from behind the scenes for several epochs, seems to have been inspired by a twilight creature and tried to bury himself to get through the days of heavenly change and the following series of cosmic calamities. For this, he voluntarily left the Shadow Plane and then, using the scraps from the plane created by the days of heavenly change, he crafted this tears the target apart plane by himself. Rather than calling it a tears the target apart plane, it's more suitable to say it's a tomb created by the Lord of Darkness Beckman for his long sleep, as well as a giant roaming plane. In Beckman's plan, he will leave Ander with this plane, wandering to the depths of the distant universe. He will evade future disasters and time in his sleep, and ultimately, in the dawn's light, welcome the recovery of the next epoch. Matthew listened, somewhat spellbound. You mean, the tears the target apart plane is Beckman's own created mausoleum, or spaceship? The yellow jade dragon nodded. Pretty much. Matthew then asked. But I heard Beckman left the Shadow Plane because he was seduced and betrayed by Galen. The yellow jade dragon dismissively said. Galen is not qualified to influence Beckman's decisions. The real influencer is someone else, and you can probably guess who. It is the leader of the twilight creatures beneath the bridge of all life, the captain. They say the captain himself used this method to successfully survive countless disasters, and Beckman wants to use it to avoid the giant beast's active period, survive the darkest unmanned period, and ultimately wait for the new universe's dawn light. Matthew pondered. So why is the captain still under the bridge of all life? The yellow jade dragon uncertainly said. Who knows? Maybe his story is a deception aimed at the Lord of Darkness. But there's also a possibility, for the captain, hiding under the bridge of all life, is also a way to bury himself to avoid disasters? Matthew fell silent. The yellow jade dragon's speculation was not without reason. Since the matter involved the captain, it was not something he could speculate on lightly. Not that he wasn't qualified to speculate. But due to the lack of information, any further thought was just a waste of energy. So if the Lord of Darkness created this plane himself, how did the Phantom Baron and the King of Air Element get involved? Matthew inquired. The yellow jade dragon blinked. Since it's a tomb, there are bound to be sacrificial objects. The Lord of Darkness, standing tall through several epochs, naturally has an enticing collection. Of course, I'm not interested. But others who heard about this thought differently. The Phantom Baron and the King of Air Element are those types of individuals with impure motives, and look, no sooner had the Lord of Darkness announced his slumber than they came knocking directly on his door. Chapter 1918, 539 Original Dream. Chapter 1918, 539 Original Dream. So eager? Matthew felt a bit astonished. What if the Lord of Darkness has not truly fallen into slumber? Such a self-proclaimed announcement, doesn't it look more like a bluff? Yellow Jade Dragon nodded. Logically, that is the case. But there are always some bold and daring folks who think they can snatch food from the tiger's mouth and get out unscathed. Phantom Baron and King of Air Element are such characters, and certainly, they have the confidence to back it up. However, according to my understanding of the Lord of Darkness, Beckman, this person is extremely low-key, and major decisions are almost never leaked. His decision-making is rather compelling, and once determined, no one can stop him. Outsiders who try to plunder sacrificial objects from Beckman's hands, they might just end up being the self-buried sacrificial offerings of the Lord of Darkness. This might also be a part of the ritual that the captain taught him. It seemed that Yellow Jade Dragon had a profound understanding of the events that occurred in the tearing apart of the plane. Truly an ancient dragon. This guy might have really just come to watch the excitement, and even if he perishes here, for Clade, it would only mean losing a fraction of spirituality. This risk was truly negligible compared to the benefits. After all, being here, there was a chance to witness the ritual of the Lord of Darkness, a plane-level strong being, burying himself, which aligns with Clade's own domain of decay. It actually also suited Matthew's domain of necromancy. If he didn't have anything on hand, he would probably join Clade in spectating. A hint of regret flashed through Matthew's mind, then he asked, Speaking of which, Phantom Baron and King of Air Element must also be aware of the risks of angering Beckman. Besides their self-belief in their own power, there must be other reasons prompting them to take the risk, right? Yellow Jade Dragon smiled. Oh, certainly. There are many reasons in this world that can drive a person to madness, among which pride and greed are the most common. Phantom Baron's arrogance comes from the support of the demoness of desire behind him, not considering the Lord of Darkness a threat. King of Air Element is somewhat similar. Their greed stems from a relic once displayed by the Lord of Darkness many years ago, which is said to have a very close connection to Barthur, the former Lord of the Nine Hells. Matthew curled his lip. Barthur again? Clade spoke calmly. In Purgatory and its related spaces, it's hard to avoid this name. He was the darling of the previous generation's Blood River Will, the idol of all demons. His influence in Purgatory is unmatched. To give an improper analogy, even Calamity Mage or Lady Isabel, many creatures of Aender know nothing about them. But Barthur is different. If you are an infernal creature, you know Barthur, you know his glorious stories and great deeds. He is a true god of Purgatory, a true legendary figure. Yellow Jade Dragon's tone carried undisguised admiration and reverence. This surprised Matthew. He had dealt with Clade several times before. Although the guy was humorous and witty, there was still the arrogance of a true dragon in his bones. In Matthew's impression, this was the first time Clade had lavished such praise on a foreign creature. But I've heard a theory, wasn't Barthur initially just a Purgatory goblin who became the Lord of the Nine Hells due to sheer luck? Matthew ventured. Who knew Yellow Jade Dragon would immediately correct him seriously? I believe this theory seriously lacks historical basis. It's a rather malicious defamation, aimed at undermining Barthur's authority. I have seen Barthur, although he may not be tall, what he revealed in front of me wasn't his true form, but it was definitely beyond what a Purgatory goblin could achieve. That theory is ridiculous. Matthew, where did you hear that? Matthew shrugged. Heard it along the way. He could easily resist the prestige inadvertently exuded by Yellow Jade Dragon, but Mrs. Wolf was far from capable. Seeing her tuck her tail between her legs and bury her head in her chest, she began to tremble slightly. Nature's soul truly fell subordinate when facing a true dragon. This was because soul-type creatures are naturally subdued by draconic might. Relax, Clade, I was just repeating what others said. I didn't mean any disrespect towards Barthur. Matthew coughed. Clade nodded slightly. I understand what you mean. I can also understand the reasons for these absurd rumors to arise. Barthur is simply too powerful, his influence too extensive. This is inconvenient for the later Purgatory lords to rule their own domains. To dissolve Barthur's authority, those Purgatory lords released all sorts of outrageous rumors, denigrating Barthur to showcase their own strength. As I know, his daughter Glacia is one of the main sources of various unofficial histories about Barthur. At one point, Glacia daily gathered bards from all over Purgatory to compose stories about Barthur. What you heard is probably one of those versions. But all of this is clearly incorrect. Think about it, if Barthur was really that insignificant, how could he have been sealed under the Bridge of All Life by the Calamity Mage and not been completely annihilated? Look at the fate of Death. Barthur is at least in a much better situation than Death, isn't he? Chapter 1919, 539 Original Dream _2. Chapter 1919, 539 Original Dream _2. Yellow Jade Dragon became more and more agitated as he spoke. Matthew seriously suspected that this guy was a fan of Barthur. Therefore, he had no choice but to nod continuously in agreement, and incidentally released a bit of his domain's power to offset the impact of the draconic might for Mrs. Wolf. However, upon closer consideration, Yellow Jade Dragon's assertion held ground. The statement Barthur was originally a Purgatory goblin was something Matthew heard from Mrs. Wolf, whose information channels obviously came from that mysterious Great Star Mage. Matthew was uncertain if Sioux country faced invasions from both the Abyss and Purgatory at that time. But he had learned in casual conversations with Yuchi that among astromancers, there indeed existed a method to undermine a legend's prestige through slander, cursing, and malicious rumors, thereby affecting their strength. In Matthew's view, this was a method that affected luck in a very subtle way and was not without its costs. It was somewhat akin to the bard's legendary spell, malicious defamation. This spell could destroy most of the hard-earned prestige of a legendary figure, thereby affecting the stability of their legendary path, and was extremely malicious. But in fact, it was a tacitly forbidden technique among the bard community. Almost no bard would use this spell to attack others. Instead, many spellcasters sought to learn from the bards, tried to imitate, and attempted to create similar spells suitable for the spellcaster's system of spellcasting. But mostly, they failed. It made sense to Matthew why the great star mage slandered Barthur. But he was surprised to learn that Glacia did too. And since this information was conveyed by Clade, Matthew found it quite credible. Thus, he couldn't help but ask. Then, how do you view the father-daughter relationship between the Demoness of Desire and Barthur? Yellow Jade Dragon shook his head. The worst thing Barthur ever did was to give birth to Glacia. You may not know, originally, the Calamity Mage had no conflict with Barthur, it was Glacia who provoked her. To protect Glacia, Barthur had to fight a big battle with the Calamity Mage, and as you can see, the outcome was quite miserable. Matthew felt something was off as he listened. If Glacia was the cause, then why was she unscathed after Barthur was sealed? Yellow Jade Dragon pondered. Perhaps in the final moments, Barthur reached some sort of agreement with the Calamity Mage, the content of which was not to harm his daughter? Matthew was somewhat speechless. It seemed he had overestimated the accuracy of information from the chaotic factions. Yellow Jade Dragon rendered Barthur too favorably, bordering on a serious distortion. So, Matthew steered the conversation back on track. So, what exactly is the treasure related to Barthur in the hands of the Lord of Darkness? Yellow Jade Dragon mysteriously said. It's Barthur's horn. You know how important a horn is to demons, right? Matthew nodded. Yellow Jade Dragon continued. It's the horn of the Lord of the Nine Hells, possessing various magical characteristics within purgatory. The Phantom Baron wants to use it to please Glacia. And the King of Air Element believes it could be refined into a divine artifact. With the protection of that artifact, elemental creatures will no longer be as passive as they are now when facing temptations from evil forces like the Abyss or Purgatory. As far as I know, the aspirations of the air element are vast. They not only intend to touch upon Purgatory but also aim to expansively explore the space outside the inner plane as their domain of air element. Matthew's expression grew more serious. Are you sure the King of Air Element wants to expand their territory? This is no joking matter. Yellow Jade Dragon affirmed with certainty. This is what I have seen with my own eyes, or you could also ask Dudley. The residents of Eternal Island have interacted with many air elements. To be precise, it is not only the individual will of the King of Air Element but also the common goal of all air elements. You may not know, in recent years, the elemental plane has also undergone significant changes, and the appearance of the days of heavenly change has exacerbated these changes, turning the already chaotic elements even more volatile and impulsive as they crave disorderly freedom. The situation in the air elemental plane is the worst, but they are by no means an exception. From what I know, both the fire element and earth element have many settlements established in the outer planes. Some of them even exhibited characteristics unique to astral creatures, partly because elemental life is more easily assimilated, and partly because they had left the inner plane long ago and started activity in the outer planes. Matthew quickly realized the severity of the situation. He had no doubt about Clade's credibility in this regard, since Eternal Island was located between the air elemental plane and the negative energy plane. Yellow Jade Dragon often dealt with the air elements or the Eagle Men. He had the most authority to speak on the situation there. If the inner planes also start moving towards war, then the star cores will eventually be exposed, won't they? What about the star spirits of Ander? Could they also reappear during the days of heavenly change? Matthew pensively voiced his most pressing concern. The multiverse, with Ander at its core, had an exceptionally responsible structure, a system even more complex than Purgatory. But broadly speaking, It was built around the structure from inside to outside: star core, inner planes, material world, submaterial realm, outer planes. According to the laws of plane studies, the chaos of the inner planes often multiplied thousands of times as it transmitted outward. For example, a large explosion, if it occurred in the astral world, outer planes, might have a negligible impact on the material world. But if it occurred in an inner plane, earth, fire, air, water, negative energy, forest, ocean, etc., it might very well trigger earthquakes, tsunamis, and other calamities capable of affecting an entire region. This was decided by the gravitational force of the planes. Among these, Einder's star core played the most important role. It was a keystone stabilizing everything, just like the star core on the moon. The difference, however, was that Einder's star core had been absolutely sealed off many years ago. It was tightly enveloped by the inner planes, perfectly hidden, and the corresponding original dream had also disappeared into the annals of time. If the forest ocean represents the druid's lifelong pursuit, then the star core and the original dream controlled by the slumbering star spirits of Einder were places all beings of the multiverse yearned for. It was far more significant to the world of Einder than the Stulak star spirits were to Stulak. If the inner planes were engulfed in war, not only the material world and the astral world would be affected, but it could also possibly lead to the exposure of the star core, attracting the scrutiny of countless ambitious figures. That would be the arrival of the greatest chaos Matthew could foresee. Yellow Jade Dragon seriously commented. I believe the exposure of the star core and the descent of the star spirits are only a matter of time. War is already inevitable, no matter where you are, whether you like it or not. The flames of war will eventually sweep through every corner of the universe, and nobody can avoid it. I've heard about your deeds in Stulak. For you it's actually an accumulation of experience. Maybe one day, your experience in Stulak can be used in exploring the star core of Einder. I'm not joking. The pan-consciousness of the planets is becoming more active, and sooner or later, it will manifest in a specific being. It could become the savior of the world. Or it could become the culprit in destroying everything. Who knows what the future holds? We can only do our best now, and also have a few more children, which can also be considered a great contribution to the prosperity and stability of the world. What do you think, Matthew? Matthew smiled. He was just about to say something. Suddenly, a spark of spirit light flashed in Yellow Jade Dragon's eyes. He lowered his voice, excitedly saying, It started. It started. I see the Phantom Baron and the King of Air Element engaging personally. Wait, the tomb door leading to the Shadow Core is also open. Has the Lord of Darkness awakened? Should we go take a look, Matthew? Matthew, astounded, said. Weren't you the one who said you weren't interested in Beckman's treasure? Yellow Jade Dragon's eyes shifted. Just because I said I wasn't interested, does it mean I really wasn't? Hurry up. Are we going? Chapter 1920, 540. Are you ready to get started? Chapter 1920, 540. Are you ready to get started? Facing Clade's enthusiastic team invitation, Matthew had to tactfully decline. I'd love to accompany you, but I'm sorry, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Disappointment was evident in Clade's tone. Oh, is that so? You're really not tempted by Beckman's treasure? Fine, I respect your decision. I had hoped to join you for a strike against them, such a pity. Matthew nodded slightly, offering a few more words of explanation. But he was quickly interrupted by Clade. There's no need to explain too much to me. I think I've guessed why you suddenly showed up here. It's because of that woman we mentioned in our conversation, isn't it? I've heard about the things you did in Storlak, quite remarkable indeed, to provoke a lord with a mortal's body. Even I might not have the courage to do so. Matthew replied with a smile. You're too modest, Clade. I believe it's not the courage you lack, just the interest and energy. Clade's voice noticeably brightened. You're right, I do indeed find such tedious matters bothersome. However, having said that, coincidentally, while researching Barthur's deeds, I did a little investigation on that woman. Here are 3 items that I'm giving you, which might aid your cause. As he spoke, a white light flew out from the yellow jade dragon and approached Matthew. The white light split into three. Matthew took a closer look. They were 3 dragon scales of different shapes. These scales were obviously not from the same winged dragon wind god, and the charms densely inscribed on them represented the strength of different domains. Matthew took the scales and felt a familiar sensation wash over him. Isn't this the dragon scale talisman ability I've newly acquired? So the yellow jade dragon also possesses this ability? And judging by the precision and power of the charms, Clade's ability is much stronger than mine, likely the result of years of accumulation and continuous training. Among the 3 dragon scales, 2 were from the dragons of the West continents. The powers they bore were the Curse of Decline and the Recovery Curse. To Matthew's surprise, these were not spells. Instead, they were domains that could be maintained. Once you activate these 2 charms, you will gain the same level of domain effects as if I were maintaining them myself. Those are Decline and Recovery, respectively. Not to brag, but any enemy that faces my 2 big domains must be wary. The yellow jade dragon explained. When you're operating outside of the material world, domains are of utmost importance. They can at least neutralize some of the enemy's home field advantage, giving you a higher priority in battle judgments. Activate your domains before engaging in battle, the more, the better. Remember, this is a very important concept. Matthew nodded in appreciation. He had known this before, but his understanding wasn't deep. After all, the circumstances were somewhat better in the astral world or the secondary planes. As an outsider, even if Matthew faced some suppression by the home field laws, the effect wouldn't be too severe. But purgatory was different. His journey this time had imparted deep insights, with varying degrees of home field suppression wherever he went. The Blood River was just a small part of it. The mountains, rivers, and lands here, every inch of space, harbored great hostility towards outsiders. Perhaps this was due to the overarching consciousness of purgatory being xenophobic. Regardless, Clade's reminder was worth heeding. After expressing his gratitude, Matthew then turned his attention to the last dragon scale talisman. This scale was unique. It felt extremely soft to the touch yet was incredibly tough. Probing it with a knife, Matthew found its durability was no less than those of the firmer scales. This is the scale of the myriad transformation divine dragon, Clade said proudly. Not just anyone can get their hands on such fine goods. The myriad transformation divine dragon is an extremely special and rare branch of the dragon race from the eastern continent. They possess an ability to transform into anything and mimic it to the point where it's almost indistinguishable from the original, perhaps even surpassing the Thousand Transformer. This scale is a carefully crafted artifact. Once you stimulate it with mana, you'll briefly take on the appearance of Barthur and possess a slight essence of the Lord of the Nine Hells. Although you won't really become Barthur, believe me, the more powerful the demon you face, the more deferential they will be after your transformation. It's in their nature. They dislike taking risks, are utterly deceitful, skilled at performing, and prefer circuitous tactics. Glacia is among the best of the demons. I hope this dragon scale talisman will be of some help to you. Matthew was deeply moved. He understood the value of the talisman very well. At this critical juncture, he didn't stand on ceremony with Clade but bowed deeply and sincerely said, "Thank you, Clade, I owe you a favor." The yellow jade dragon waved a hand dismissively. "Don't mention it. I would also love to see that woman put in her place. I hope you can achieve your goal." With that, he seemed ready to leave. Clade had used his spells to observe a significant change on the main battlefield. If he was interested in Beckman's grave, now was the time to act. Simultaneously, they noticed that the demons and air element lords, originally fiercely fighting on numerous smaller battlefields, had suddenly and swiftly separated. It looked as though they had received an important signal and no longer wished to engage. Instead, they retreated back to their respective camps. Chapter 1921, 540 Are you ready to get started? _2. Chapter 1921, 540 Are you ready to get started? _2. This brought Matthew a little bit of trouble. Because the devils guarding the teleportation portal to Deep Black Castle had increased somewhat. Do you need help? Yellow Jade Dragon Clade noticed this and kindly asked Matthew. Matthew smiled and shook his head. Thank you, but we can handle it. As he spoke, he opened the Lost Paradise and released Lady Camilla and Sandrine. That portal probably leads directly to Deep Black Castle. Matthew quickly explained the situation to Camilla. She nodded slightly. Next to them, Clade couldn't resist whistling. Wow, 2 more ladies, you're more of a playboy than I thought, Matthew. Camilla turned to glance at Clade. The next second, she raised her right hand. A torrent of divine spell brilliance, containing immense divine power, surged out like a waterfall. However, to outsiders, this power was invisible and intangible. Most of the divine power was directed towards the demons near the portal. But a small portion was directly poured into Yellow Jade Dragon Clade's head. Legendary dominance technique. In an instant, all the demons shuddered on the spot as if struck by lightning. And then, as if possessed, they started walking in different directions. Even Clade, who prided himself on his resistance and did not dodge, was controlled by the domination technique, almost colliding full-on with the demons rushing up from the base of the mountain. Let's go, Matthew, we are running out of time. Camilla said indifferently. Then, without looking back, she walked toward the portal. Sandrine followed closely behind. Matthew hastily cast a simple purification and gave Clade an apologetic look. Clade, having freed himself from the abnormal state, was not as annoyed as Matthew had imagined, but his eyes held deep confusion. What a fierce old woman. Why did she control me along with the demons even though the spell was clearly aimed at them? Regarding this question, Matthew naturally had no answer. He could only gently remind. Mr. Clade, Lady Camilla is no ordinary priest. She may have existed for even more ancient times than you, I mean, much more ancient. Interest flickered intensely in Clade's eyes. He stared unblinkingly at Camilla, as though he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, by then, Camilla had already activated the portal. The demons previously affected by the domination technique were also returning. Matthew could only hastily bid him farewell. Afterward, the figures of his group disappeared into the brilliance of the portal. Under the delayed effects of the brainwashing aura, the demons, returning to the edge of the gate, had no recollection of what had occurred. They merely felt a slight confusion in their memory and time. After a little whisper among themselves unlikely to yield any results, the devil guards also regained their calm. From the shadows, Clade watched this scene and his interest deepened. If I could collaborate with such a formidable legendary priest, there might indeed be a chance to seize Beckman's treasure. Too bad. Now I have to try my luck alone. He shook his head. Then he hurried toward the main battlefield. On the other side of the teleportation array, Matthew and his group successfully arrived at the Phantom Baron's lair, Deep Black Castle. Similar to the other side of the portal, there were only a few devil guards here. Through their seamless cooperation, Matthew and Camilla quickly wiped clean a few seconds of the demons' memories. Afterward, in an atmosphere as if nothing had happened, they successfully infiltrated the interior of the castle. This is near the castle's abandoned garden, usually scarcely populated. Now, most of the devil soldiers have been deployed to the main thoroughfare of the Great Rift Valley, so there are likely even fewer here. Mrs. Wolf expertly pushed open a secret door, leading Matthew and the others through the withered garden. While evading the patrolling guards, she even had time to pull out several gold coins and a soul coin from under a candlestick holder. This is what I had hidden before. Facing Matthew's puzzled look, Mrs. Wolf responded righteously. Matthew shrugged his shoulders. Mrs. Wolf really knew this place like the back of her hand. Before long, the group smoothly crossed the large area behind the castle and arrived near the military zone, where guards were more heavily concentrated. Do you see that fountain? After opening the fountain, a hollow rotating staircase will appear underneath. As long as you can pass the command verification of the gargoyle chief at the end of the staircase, you'll be able to use the teleportation array hidden beneath the staircase platform to directly reach Tears of Barthur, which specifically leads to a palace that Glacia uses for indulgence. It's not good to force our way in here, and techniques like domination technique and brainwashing might also not be infallible. Here's what we'll do, I'll sneak off and create a distraction to attract their attention, and you guys can find an opportunity to enter the bottom of the staircase. When you meet the gargoyle chief, tell him Mrs. Wolf sent you. She's my good friend, he will definitely let you through. In the shadows of the corridor, Mrs. Wolf quietly proposed her plan. What about you? Matthew didn't bother to question whether the gargoyle chief would actually give Mrs. Wolf that face. Even if he didn't, he and Camilla had plenty of methods to make him give face. Mrs. Wolf whispered. After you've left, I'll try to go to the Baron's study and steal back those contracts that have restricted my freedom. Don't worry about me, even if I can't steal what I want, he won't be able to capture me again. If it really comes to it, I'll give up all my current power and just return to the dreamscape. I'll start over from a beginner nature soul. Matthew shook his head. That's too dangerous. You can hide with me until I've sorted my own affairs, and then I'll deal with the Phantom Baron for you. Trust me, that's my promise. Perhaps because of a natural affinity with the nature soul. Although they hadn't been together long, Matthew had already come to regard Mrs. Wolf as a friend he could ally with. Mrs. Wolf's face showed a hint of hesitation. However, just then, a strong palpitation suddenly came from deep within Matthew's heart. It felt as though a pair of eyes in the darkness were staring intently at you. Although the feeling lasted for less than 2 seconds, it was still quite unsettling. I've been watched by the Blood River Will again, thankfully, so far that gaze doesn't seem malicious. Matthew's nerves were highly strung. The next second, he suddenly discovered that Rieger's soul's guidance, a gift he received from the hands of Blood River Will, was within his perceptual range. Matthew's perceptual range was large, but under normal circumstances, it was at most a few hundred meters. This meant Rieger's soul was in this deep black castle. And there was even a possibility that the demoness of desire, Glacia, was currently inside the deep black castle. Matthew's heart began to beat a little faster. At the same time, Camilla suddenly warned with a serious expression. Mask your aura. Don't say a word, not one. Once she finished, she used the highly energy-consuming invisibility carpet, legendary, to envelop the entire group. Mrs. Wolf and Sandrine anxiously watched a column of devil soldiers hurry past in the corridor. Thump, thump, thump. The crisp sound of high heels echoed intricately from deep within the castle. In Matthew's senses, a sinister red dot appeared in the endless darkness. She was walking towards the direction where they were hiding. When they were closest, the distance was no more than 80 meters. Fortunately, the castle's structure was complex enough that the demoness of desire probably didn't expect that her top lieutenant's lair harbored deadly enemies. After a dozen seconds, the sound of high heels gradually faded away. Everyone's held breath then slowly relaxed. That woman, was it GL, was it her? Mrs. Wolf, afraid of being sensed by the other party, didn't even dare to mention the name of the demoness of desire. Matthew nodded lightly. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. Didn't expect to encounter her here. This is our chance. Are you ready to make your move, Shanair, Richard, and Miss Saffroloa? Chapter 1922, 541 War King. Chapter 1922, 541 War King. Soon. Matthew's spell signal was effectively confirmed and responded to. This meant that all 3 wanderers were ready for the theft. Matthew controlled his slightly excited emotions. Then, they moved a significant distance down the corridor. By this point, Matthew further confirmed Glacia's presence. It's definitely her. Speaking of which, does Glacia often come to Deep Black Castle? He inquired about the specifics from Mrs. Wolf. A flash of embarrassment crossed Mrs. Wolf's face, but she quickly responded. As far as I know, it's not common. Although the Phantom Baron tries his best to please that woman, she has too many male concubines under her command. It's impossible for her to care for each and every one of them. Moreover, whenever she comes to Shadow Rift Valley, she would stay in Extreme Bliss Manor. I think the importance of the Barthur skull in the manor exceeds the importance of the Baron himself in her eyes. Of course, sometimes they'd indulge in war and sex, you know. Demons are a type of evil creatures, their orderliness is merely a disguise for their evil nature. In terms of desires, they seem to be both temperate and indulgent, numb and perverted, especially lust demons who inherently play with others' desires for nourishment. Their demands from partners can be terribly intense. There were often rumors in the early days of Demoness of Desire ruling the Barthur Purgatory, about how certain lords were sucked dry by her, until things eventually improved. Matthew said in surprise. So you mean to say the Demoness of Desire later learned to be more moderate? Mrs. Wolf shook her head. I don't think so. It's more likely that she thereafter gained the experience to nip such rumors in the bud. Matthew shrugged his shoulders. What Mrs. Wolf was saying seemed reasonable. Anyway, the Demoness of Desire is an extremely promiscuous creature, yet shrewd and cunning. The reason she values the Phantom Baron, apart from his talent in governing the territory, is also greatly related to the fact that shadow demons can become immune to her lethal demands in bed. Mrs. Wolf continued to rant about the vile history of that couple. Whenever it comes to crucial moments, shadow demons are able to partially shadowify their bodies, avoiding being drained, while also conserving strength for the next fierce onslaught. Matthew had an odd expression. How do you know all this in such detail? A deeper shade of shame flushed over Mrs. Wolf's face. When I was first imprisoned, the Phantom Baron often visited me. Each time he did, he would vividly describe the details of his union with that woman right in front of me. I think this was not just a humiliation but also a guide filled with sinister intent. In truth, I also know that the Phantom Baron didn't kill me partly because he was wary of my teacher, and on the other hand, because he coveted the natural dreamland I possessed. He probably wanted to obtain more from me. Unfortunately, I was on guard afterward, and he never succeeded again, and then his visits became less frequent. After listening, Matthew pondered and said, Based on your description, your relationship with the Phantom Baron doesn't seem to have been particularly close. Mrs. Wolf said shyly. Of course. I'm just a nature soul. And even if I could possess a body in the material world, it would still be that of a delicate wolf. I couldn't possibly have any sort of relations with him, right? I naively thought that he was the same person I saw during the healing period, so I helped him unreservedly. Who knew the shadow demon could be so evil, greedy, and shameless? Now, in hindsight, I was probably just too lonely at the time, alas. Just my bad luck, and I blame myself for being too naive. Then, she couldn't help but curse the Phantom Baron for a long time. While Matthew whispered to Mrs. Wolf, comforting her and persuading her to accept his proposal, he used the gift of nature to further pinpoint the exact location of Rieger's soul. This was not a difficult task. The guidance from the Blood River was intense and clear. Matthew could even faintly smell the perfume of the Demoness of Desire through this sensory guidance. This, however, made Matthew more vigilant. For a moment, he even suspected that this was a trap deliberately set by the Blood River Will, designed to lure him in. A rash move on his part might lead to an ambush by Glacia and other devil lords. But soon, Matthew gradually dismissed such concerns. The Blood River Will certainly had the ability to do so. But if it truly wished to act in such a way, it could have set up an ambush at any of the more hostile environments right after Matthew had entered the purgatory or shortly thereafter. Like the River of Silver. Or the wind-supporting slope. In comparison, the Phantom Baron's castle, while having certain locational advantages, lacked the plane-level law suppression and targeting. It would be easier for Matthew to escape. Ever since I entered purgatory, the Blood River Will has shown goodwill a few times. What does it want to obtain from me? Glacia is also favored by the Blood River Will, otherwise, she couldn't have secured her position as the Demoness of Desire, nor would there have been a story of the planetary defense war. Under normal circumstances, between her and me, the Blood River would almost inevitably choose her. Matthew's mind was spinning rapidly. He quickly sorted out two strategies for confronting Glacia. Firstly, the Blood River was unlikely to kill him at that moment, most likely because he held some invisible value to the purgatory. Chapter 1923, 541 War King _2. Chapter 1923, 541 War King _2. And the reason it bestowed the gift of nature, even going so far as to send Rieger's soul coordinates to Matthew, was to win him over. In other words, for the Blood River will. The fact that Matthew was trying to retrieve Rieger's soul from Glacia was permissible and even negligible. Moreover, further, if Matthew had tried to seize this opportunity to kill Glacia, the situation might have dramatically changed. After all, Matthew was an outsider, while Glacia was a vital minister relied on by the Blood River will for expansion and also a significant tool for suppressing Barthur's will. Once he and Glacia engaged in an open confrontation in purgatory space, he would inevitably be subjected to the full-scale suppression of the Blood River will. It was then that the situation would become quite unpredictable. However, this operation was an excellent opportunity for Matthew. If he could kill Glacia in one fell swoop, the subsequent planet defense war would be much easier. As this thought emerged in his mind, Matthew suddenly sensed that previous feeling of being watched. So, he quickly concealed his malicious intent. Forget it, there's no need to be too aggressive, just get Rieger's soul and leave. Seconds later, the feeling of being watched disappeared. Relieved, Matthew glanced at the data bar. Note, you successfully passed the Blood River will malice test. Test result, your current attitude towards purgatory is neutral. Indeed, the Blood River will still protects its own. Matthew muttered without changing his facial expression. The next second, he and Camilla exchanged a glance, and there was a knowing smile in her eyes. I thought you'd lose your cool. Matthew replied with a calm smile. I didn't plan on doing anything, I like purgatory and, after retrieving what I want, I am happy to get along with the demons. The smile in Camilla's eyes grew deeper. Good, you've grasped the essence of becoming a devil, hypocrisy. But I also need to remind you not to get too caught up in the act. Purgatory's corruption and infection is pervasive, forcing you to be continuously deceptive, and that might also be a manifestation of the Blood River will. Matthew nodded thoughtfully. Then, Mrs. Wolf agreed to the plan Matthew proposed. She transformed again into a wild wolf cloak wrapping around Matthew's shoulders. And Sandrine prudently hid in Lost Paradise. Matthew and Camilla then rapidly moved towards the direction where the Demoness of Desire was located. With Mrs. Wolf, who was somewhat of a local tyrant, with them, their operation proceeded smoothly. It wasn't long before the two quietly reached the so-called most heavily guarded military core area of the castle. Leaning against a castle wall, Matthew saw the courtyard below teeming with demonic figures, many war chariots and vehicles being brought in through another gate, each loaded with fine armor. At the same time, the sky above the castle was also filled with a large number of flying creatures. There were devils riding giant bats, purgatory flying dragons spewing toxic flames, and flying chariots with flaming tails. Such a massive gathering of devils. The skies above Deep Black Castle should have been bustling. But the demon's adherence to order was also manifested to the utmost at this moment. Matthew stood observing for several minutes. Not a single superfluous noise was heard. The air was filled with highly efficient military and logistic commands. From this vantage point, they felt the aura from the summoning banner once again. Matthew judged. A large number of devil soldiers gathered from the direction of Shadow Rift Valley were assembling here. They seemed to be transported somewhere. The castle's front hall and the area under the main gate's bridge are gathering even more devils. Camilla quickly described the observation results of her divination spells. This isn't a coincidental assembly but a long-planned war directive. Glacia seems to want to lead these devils to attack somewhere. I found some portals. They haven't been activated yet, but it's ruled out that they are interstellar portals. Hearing this, Matthew's recently tensed heart finally relaxed. Just seeing this array, he had thought Glacia was planning an ambush on Storlek. But since it wasn't an attack on Storlek, what kind of enemy would warrant the Demoness of Desire to mobilize such forces? And why choose this particular moment? Could it be that Glacia was so arrogant, knowing that in 2 months they would be facing a great battle to invade Storlek, yet choosing now to expend troops for a meaningless war? Matthew knew that merely guessing would not yield any answers. To gather more information, they had to take some risks and blend into the devil army. It was a necessary evil. After all, Glacia was located in the center of the great army. To get close to her, they had to disguise themselves as demons. I can turn you into a devil, but you have to be careful. My divine spell disguise still runs the risk of being detected in front of the Devil Lord, Camilla solemnly warned. Matthew nodded. Then under the disguise of divine spells, the two transformed into servant demons clad in logistics outfits. They moved forward amidst the bustling crowd. Before long, at the front courtyard of Deep Black Castle, the two, mingling in the devil army, encountered Glacia again. This time they were very close to her. Only about 50 meters away. The Demoness of Desire suddenly appeared on the second-floor balcony of the front courtyard. Her appearance caused a slight stir in the well-ordered scene. All the devils threw heated glances at that beautiful figure on the balcony. This behavior would not be allowed among other devil lords, and could even lead to a brutal beating. But the Demoness of Desire enjoyed the admiring, yearning, desiring, and even envious gazes from everyone. Facing those gazes, she not only showed a smile of enjoyment but also gladly unfastened the silk robe hanging from her slender waist, letting it freely slide down, blatantly displaying the perfect creation laid upon her bronze skin before everyone. With this movement, the breathing of all devils present, regardless of gender, became rapid. Unfortunately, this action lasted only for a moment. Matthew blinked and found the silk robe had returned to the body of the Demoness of Desire, as if it had never slipped off. Matthew stared unblinkingly at her, just like the other devils around him. But unlike them, Matthew's gaze was always focused on the Demoness of Desire's waist, where a string of soul copper coins jingled as they walked, faintly visible. He knew Rieger's soul was sealed in one of those coins. Those coins jingled like dazzling Star River, creating a mesmerizing illusion. Matthew sensed some dangerous signals. This meant that Glacia had applied many alert and counterattack spells on the soul copper coins, even adding several layers of illusion disguise. This significantly increased the difficulty of stealing the coins. Don't rush, wait for the opportunity. Matthew kept his cool. At this moment, Glacia slightly raised her hand, and the devils in the vicinity immediately fell silent, the noise of the castle fading as if one could hear a pin drop. She smiled and said, "Long ago, I told many of you. One day, we will reclaim what we have lost. The bloodline of Barthur will no longer endure disdain and humiliation. We will make friends, neighbors, enemies, and everyone else realize again that our ancestors were the great war kings. I told you, I will lead you to plant Barthur's flags in every place you yearn for. Purgatory, Abyss, Astral World. Storlek, Ainder, above the Heavenly Family Palace. And today, is the first step we take to awaken the War King. In my view, this hardly counts as a war, it will be a one-sided slaughter." Poor Beckman thought he could deceive by aligning with twilight creatures and evil gods. But the Blood River will is omnipresent. It has insight into everything. And I know everything too. Now, follow me, fight for me. Step through this door. Kill all the foreign women behind the door. After today, the fiery blood of the War King's descendants will reignite within you. And so shall glory. Chapter 1924, 542 Shadow Castle. Chapter 1924, 542 Shadow Castle. Tip: you've listened to the war speech of the Demoness of Desire, Glacia, and your group has been inspired by joy and fervor. Your strength has temporarily increased, +1. Your will, toughness, and resistance have all slightly improved. Feeling the subtle halo effect flowing within, Matthew gave Camilla an awesome look. Could this deceivingly realistic divine spell simulation also fool the Devil Lord's group aura, making them mistake the two of them for devil soldiers? Such a change in the judgment was about the most profound content of a domain, almost touching on the level of laws. From this perspective, Camilla's strength was undoubtedly on par with a superior legend. Unlike the fervor and excitement Matthew and Camilla were deliberately portraying, the majority of demons around them became enthusiastic and impassioned under Glacia's inspiration. The next second, Glacia's wings unfurled behind her. Under the gaze of all, she floated down to a deliberately cleared space beneath the crisscrossing bridges of the castle. With one hand, the Demoness of Desire reached into the void. A glass figure shimmering with azure luminescence instantly took shape. At first, it was just a flimsy portal, but it quickly morphed into a translucent sphere. Across every direction the giant sphere faced, flowed copious mysterious blasphemy. Strategic level teleportation magic ball. Matthew narrowed his eyes. As a spellcaster, he was no stranger to this. A teleportation magic ball is an advanced version of a portal. It is equivalent to stacking 6-sided, 8-sided, or even more portals on top of each other, without diminishing the effect, and they do not interfere with each other, able to fulfill the transportation of several creatures entering simultaneously. This was also one of the electives for legendary necromancers. However, the Devil Lords of Purgatory had done the best job in localizing this spell, which was largely related to the demon's proficiency in marching and waging war. As expected, once the magic ball appeared, the previously inspired devil soldiers began marching in an orderly fashion towards it, led by the leaders of the legions and centurions. The first to enter the magic ball was a purgatory beast of enormous stature. This beast had 8 legs, 2 heads, and 4 tails like steel chainsaws. Not only were dozens of fully armed devil archers and mage types nestled on its back, but it also bore a giant war banner. The banner was blood-red and overwhelming. Matthew could tell at a glance that it was indeed the embodiment of the summoning banner. "Follow me and fight for me." As the purgatory beast approached the magic ball, with one step forward, it and the demons on its back vanished as cleanly as a whale taking in water. Immediately after, a giant shadow emerged above the magic ball. The commands issued from the shadow's mouth were obviously not as compelling as those of the Demoness of Desire. But its appearance evidently dispelled doubts in the minds of many mid to high-level demons within the castle. Following the disappearance of the shadow, all high-ranking officers no longer hesitated and ordered their soldiers to head to the front lines behind the magic ball. Thus, a magnificent march began within the castle. That shadow just now was the Phantom Baron. He's not in the castle. He showed up because he was worried that the Demoness of Desire couldn't handle the other demons in the castle by herself. Obviously, his worries were unnecessary. Though demons only answer to their direct superiors, the Demoness of Desire is clearly an exception. She's bad, but she's also too good at controlling demons. A soft explanation, akin to the whine of a mosquito, reached Matthew's ear. His expression was a bit odd. It wasn't long before he, along with Camilla, was swept up in the tide of the devil army, crossing the teleportation magic ball in one step, arriving in a space where matter was not quite as stable. Well, here we are again. A subtle look flickered across Matthew's eyes. He had, of course, anticipated that Glacia's purpose for assembling the armies was likely the void that tears the target apart. After all, she had mentioned Beckman during her pre-war speech. Considering the Phantom Baron was on the front lines, the destination of the Devil Army was almost blatantly obvious. So to Matthew, it was just a bit of a coincidence. It seems we've underestimated the intensity of this conflict. I thought the war would only spread to levels involving the Phantom Baron, the King of Air Element, and Beckman, but I didn't expect Glacia to launch an offensive at such a critical moment. Is she really not afraid of being greatly weakened or having problems in her backyard? Matthew shared his doubts with Camilla. Camilla seemed quite composed. If you eliminate all the possibilities, then however absurd the remaining outcome may be, it is the truth. The fact is, she has launched this war, and she's doing so without looking back, apparently with great confidence. Matthew pursed his lips. So, she's gotten arrogant? Camilla nodded. That possibility is not dismissed. It's true that demons are adept at manipulating hearts, but the fact is, they are also hardly able to control themselves. Demons' orderliness is imposed through strict enforcement. And beyond these constraints, in the unseen leniencies, they tend to be more unrestrained than other creatures. The conflict between their inner desires and compulsive rules can be intense, leading to unpredictable behavior when they fall into madness. On the absolute scale of madness, demons are far less than evil beings, but at an extreme peak, the lords of demons may still surpass. Chapter 1925, 542 Shadow Castle _2. Chapter 1925, 542 Shadow Castle _2. Matthew shrugged his shoulders. I hope so. If Glacia really became overconfident, his chances would undoubtedly increase by a lot. But for now, he wouldn't assume his enemy to be simple-minded. And something that happened next seemed to confirm Matthew's opinion. On the second layer of the torn plain, the devil army they were part of had smoothly arrived at a hilly area. Below the hills was an endless plain. Abruptly standing on the plain was half a castle. The other half of the castle was entirely hidden within the shadows, making it impossible to capture with strained eyes. The devil army was obviously moving towards the direction of the castle to surround it. But what concerned Matthew more was that, during the march, he had actually discovered a large number of air elements on the flank of the devil army. These air elements, unlike what Matthew had seen before, did not start fighting the devil army right away. Although they appeared indifferent and even somewhat hostile, the air elements were also marching. And their direction was also towards that castle. The two different races' armies maintained a certain distance, each marching on their own without any friction. Clearly, this was no accident. The air elements and the demons are feigning a fight. On the surface, they appear to be battling to draw troops, but as soon as the main forces arrive, both sides immediately turn their guns towards the shadow core where Beckman resides. From this angle, Glacia's campaign in the torn plain was evidently not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a calculated one. She had recruited the air elements as allies. And the Lord of the Torn Plain, Beckman, had become the target of the Devil and Air Elemental Allied Forces crusade. Soon, the numerous allied forces had surrounded the half-castle from different directions, leaving no escape. At this point, Matthew had seen that the castle in front of them was the gate to Beckman's tomb. Behind the gates was the connecting area between the second layer of space and the shadow core. It should be a space that is half shadow, half material. The space was incredibly vast and complex. Relying solely on mental power to sense from the outside, even Matthew could not detect the end of that space. He only felt a large number of labyrinths and traps unique to the shadow plane embedded within. Matthew had not sensed Beckman's presence immediately. This could be because the Lord of Darkness was adept at hiding. Or perhaps he had simply hidden within the shadow core, not confronting the Devil Alliance head-on. Regardless, the scene before him brought a slight concern to Matthew. During the march, he still had not found an opportunity to approach Glacia. After all, she was a high and mighty lord. Those who could get close to Glacia were either the guard squad of the Demoness of Desire or mid to high-ranking demons. Matthew and Camilla, playing the role of common soldiers, were even if willing, still kept at a safe enough distance. At this distance, even if he released the three thieves, they would hardly have any room to maneuver. Matthew clearly understood that opportunities needed to be waited for. However, if the strength of both sides in this war was not equal and the situation became one-sided in favor of the demons, then the opportunity Matthew was waiting for would become exceedingly slim. Seeing that the vanguard troops of the Allied forces had already begun to attack the castle gates, Matthew even began to consider whether or not to secretly lend a hand to Beckman. Fortunately, it wasn't long before. Finally, there was movement from within the castle. Weird crunching noises of beasts chewing emerged from the shadows. Seconds later, a large number of shadow creatures jumped out from the cracks in the castle walls. They fearlessly charged towards the demons and air elements. In a short few minutes, they managed to rely on their superior numbers to push back the Allied forces' vanguard. At the same time, Matthew also spotted more shadow creatures jumping out of shadow nodes across the plain. These shadow creatures mostly did not have humanoid forms but were in the form of beasts like shadow dogs, shadow wolves, shadow tigers, and such. Although in terms of fighting power, the shadow beasts were much weaker compared to their materially embodied relatives. The shadow creatures held an absolute numerical advantage locally. Firstly, their appearance was so sudden that it was completely unexpected by the enemy. As a result, before long, the vanguard unit tasked with ramming the gates withdrew swiftly. They left a vast buffer zone outside the castle. Some shadow beasts still wished to pursue, but they were met head-on and fiercely beaten by the equally prepared devils and lords of the air element. It didn't take long for them to disintegrate into shadow fragments that dissolved into the earth and sky. Seeing this, roars of the beasts once again emanated from the castle. The shadow creatures that wanted to pursue further scratched the soil on the spot, as if reluctantly, and then retreated under the castle walls. With that, both sides returned to a standoff. Matthew's hanging heart finally settled down. I knew it, the legendary Lord of Darkness, how could he be anything but well prepared? He eagerly anticipated that the two sides would be evenly matched, ideally resulting in mutually assured destruction. Moments later, a purgatory beast emerged from the ranks and stopped in front of the castle. Only the Demoness of Desire sat atop the war beast. Two figures floated on either side of her, one being the Phantom Baron and one a lord of the air element. As for the king of the air element, Matthew could not identify him, not in the crowd, most likely amongst the old and cunning. You've overstepped your boundaries, little Glacia. A soft, pleasant male voice drifted from the shadows deep within the castle. I thought you just wanted some candy from me, I never expected you wanted my life. Ironically, do you really think you can succeed? That's something even your father Barthur couldn't do. Glacia's crimson eyes focused intently on a spot within the shadows. Her voice was melodious, akin to the music of the heavens, but her tone was indescribably domineering and resolute. You know why I'm here, Beckman. Hand over my father's horn, and I will leave immediately. Beckman's voice carried a mocking laughter. You used to call me uncle, little Glacia. Do you think I'd believe your word? Perhaps after I hand over the horn, you indeed may leave, but the remaining devils and those allies you brought will swarm us, turning my domain into ruins. Am I right? Glacia replied coldly. We can sign a contract, the specifics can be negotiated. But my father's horn is a prerequisite for all this. It was originally a part of my father's body, it rightfully should be returned to me. Beckman laughed heartily. My little Glacia, have you forgotten? This horn was personally handed to me by your father, with strict instructions to never give it to you. Why not go ask under the bridge of all life? Glacia responded unabashedly. Clearly, you lied. My father would never give you the horn, and if someone did say that, he definitely wouldn't be my father. Beckman, upon hearing this, remarked with sentiment. The finest devil indeed. Your current brazenness isn't too far off from your father's back in the day. I will not hand over the horn to you. We no longer have any need for conversation between us, let's just fight it out. The Lord of Darkness showed unexpected firmness. Yet Glacia merely scoffed. Do you think the Tongluo gods will have your back? Do you really believe Galen will sincerely assist you in transcending? Do you truly think you can replicate the blood meteor incident in purgatory? Uncle Beckman, you're naive to the point of not resembling a millennia-old lord, but rather a desperate gambler at a dead end. Come on, show me your allies. The half-dead Galen? The gasping Ferrer Jasalovan? The evil Queen Babasha, left breathless by a small mage who never falls? Among them, who can withstand my blasphemy? The very next second. Terrifying Skyfire, like a gigantic waterfall, suddenly appeared above the castle. At the same time, a group of individuals dressed as spellcasters also silently appeared atop Shadow Castle's walls. Chapter 1926, 543 Volcano Mage. Chapter 1926, 543 Volcano Mage. Eh? The moment Matthew saw those figures dressed like spellcasters, a strong sense of familiarity surged within his insight. This familiarity was not towards the spellcasters themselves. It was towards the ether swirling around their bodies and the environment. 2 seconds later. Skyfire surged tumultuously, the red fire clouds descended slowly like a forbidden spell determined to burn the Shadow Castle to ashes in the next moment. However, the spellcasters did not seem afraid. One of them, a skinny figure, flew forward 7 or 8 meters. His face was obscured by a thick black mask, with only 2 rough holes carved around the eyes, revealing his slightly small eyes. Your blasphemy? Since when did the Demoness of Desire master Barthur's Skyfire domain? The man's voice was young, but his tone was heavily taunting. Or is this just a shoddy illusion? As his voice fell, a sudden short burst of low whistle came from his throat. Instantly, a massive amount of ether emerged from his torso. The wind blew his mage robe from bottom to top. Amidst the fierce wind, countless tiny magic runes like blades stabbed toward the sky's fire clouds. Before long, the wind-carrying blades collided with the Skyfire. The moment they touched, the once ferocious Skyfire instantly disappeared. Wind-breaking spell? Matthew's mood became somewhat intricate. On one hand, he could finally confirm the source of that familiarity. The spell used by the opponent was the renowned illusion-countering wind-breaking spell from the Seventh Saint Alliance. This was not a particularly rare spell, it could be learned for very few points and was extremely effective against illusions. Matthew hadn't learned it. Simply because this spell required a certain mastery in the domain spellcasters excelled in. One must have considerable proficiency in both the domains of illusions and harmonized spells to master it and perform well in real battle. Clearly, both domains had little to do with Matthew. On the other hand, the opponent is a spellcaster from the Seventh Saint Alliance. Matthew's mixed feelings stemmed from this. An Alliance wizard teaming up with the Lord of Darkness? According to Glacia, the Lord of Darkness, Beckman, was colluding with Jasalovan, Galen, and Babasha, wasn't he? Matthew was pleased to see them fighting among themselves. But with the Alliance's involvement, the situation became even murkier. Matthew was eager to clarify whether this was merely a private act by these spellcasters or if it represented the will of some superior legend or even a heavenly mage. Meanwhile, Glacia obviously also recognized their origin. The Seventh Saint Alliance? Who among the Seven Saints is your mentor? The man laughed without replying. I don't know what you're talking about. The Demoness of Desire snorted coldly. The next second, she gently plucked a bright red flower from her shoulder, then extended her tongue and curled it into her mouth to chew meticulously. Meanwhile, her pupils reflected very profound scenes. In the scene, numerous red flowers grew on the bodies of those spellcasters, their bodies becoming the nurturing soil for the purgatory flowers, alive but forever enduring the extraction and absorption by these flowers. Blasphemy, curse flowers. Matthew knew. This was a rather formidable curse, released by Glacia. Its effects were definitely above ordinary legends. It could extract stamina, energy, mental power, and more terrifyingly, mana from living beings. This curse was initially developed to counter spellcasters. Once entangled by these curse flowers, even if one did not lose mobility immediately, their mana would gradually be consumed, a very bad sign for any spellcaster. In fact, Matthew had already noticed that many spellcasters on the castle wall were starting to sprout dry flower buds on their bodies. But these spellcasters remained calm. None of them panicked. They just silently cast resistance buffs on themselves and their companions. A few seconds later, their leader stepped forward again. He scornfully taunted. "Is that all the tricks you have?" Then, he rotated his head around his neck through a full circle, and on the second rotation, he brutally twisted his head off. The head bounced twice in the spellcaster's hand, then suddenly disappeared. Subsequently, countless similar heads emerged from the body of the Demoness of Desire. They frenziedly tore at every part of Glacia, not only her dress and flesh but also those scenes reflected in her pupils were devoured clean by these heads. "Get lost!" Glacia shouted angrily. Instantly, countless black flames surged through her body. Her body also grew from human size to over 3 meters tall. 3 sets of wings slowly unfolded behind her, signaling that the Demoness of Desire had now entered her second form unique to herself. Yet, that head was crafty. Facing Glacia, whose attributes had soared, he did not engage further but, after consuming most of the curse flowers, quietly turned to dust, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, the spellcaster's head returned to its original place. Chapter 1927, 543 Volcano Mage _2. Chapter 1927, 543 Volcano Mage _2. The battlefield had temporarily calmed down, as if the tense and dangerous spell confrontation had never happened. Parasite's skull. "So it turns out you are Edmund's student." Glacia's tone was much calmer than Matthew had anticipated. "Your strength is not bad, but you are more impatient than I expected. I had thought it would take at least 2 or 3 rounds to test your origin." The spellcaster chuckled and said, "Is there a possibility that I never really intended to hide my identity?" Glacia sneered. "Then tell me your name." The spellcaster slowly removed his heavy helmet, revealing an excessively young face. He looked like a boy next door, seemingly only about 15 or 16 years old, with an extremely youthful appearance. Only the lively eyes within his small sockets occasionally revealed a maturity and wisdom that did not match his appearance. "My name is Aaron, and I am a rogue mage. By the way, Parasite's skull isn't exclusively Edmund's, its prototype actually comes from otherworld spells." "Rogue mage?" "Let alone the brooding Demoness of Desire." Even Matthew, who was merely an observer, couldn't believe it. How could a rogue mage have such strength? This kid's bluffing is a bit too much. He couldn't help but curl his lip. Matthew was not very familiar with the name Aaron, but it did ring a bell. It was the identity of a young upstart who had rapidly risen in the north following the Great Rift. Initially, Aaron was suspected to be an academic like Hibbert, but had left the extreme north floating city many years before due to various reasons, apparently expelled from the Seven Saint Alliance, becoming a free spellcaster. So his claim of being a rogue mage was not incorrect. However, Matthew had managed to learn from the gossip of the mechanical dwarf David. After leaving the Alliance, Aaron had actually joined Edmund's secret organization, Snake Mountain Sect. It was the organization Matthew had refused to join. After that, what opportunities Aaron got within the Snake Mountain sect was unknown to Matthew. He only knew that for the past half year, Aaron had been quite active in the north. His fame rose from a battle on the border area between the extreme north ice field and the Far East, where he single-handedly defeated 7 ancient demons that had emerged from the Far East. In that battle, Aaron was said to have captured 7 molten lava swords from behind Mount Amor, nailing each demon to death. Thus, the poets from the north had named him Volcano Mage. Interestingly, Matthew was quite familiar with Mount Amor. He had previously visited Edmund's Snake Fawn Castle, which was situated atop Mount Amor. That means the Volcano Mage's battle of renown was fought right under Edmund's nose. To say they did not know each other would be a bit thick-faced. Not to mention, he had used Edmund's signature spell in front of the Demoness of Desire, which was somewhat too direct. "Indeed?" Glacia asked with an icy tone. Does Edmund intend to involve himself in the War of Purgatory? Or has the Seven Saint Alliance already made a deal with the Tongluo gods? A deep look of helplessness immediately appeared on Aaron's face. Firstly, I don't know any Edmund. Secondly, I did join the Seven Saint Alliance but left a long time ago. I am currently unaffiliated with the Alliance, of course. If you insist on making that connection, I can't help it. Lastly, the actions of my friends and I represent only ourselves, we're merely taking money to perform tasks. In the end. He blinked and added. By the way, I'll tell you secretly, the defense contract we signed with Mr. Beckman only covers countering your and other Devil Lord's long-range spell disruptions. If you resort to close combat or physical attacks, we won't interfere, you can rest assured of that, we are quite ethical in our practices. Upon hearing this, Glacia's expression turned incredibly grim. However, she didn't continue to entangle with Aaron, instead, she took the summoning banner from the back of a purgatory beast. Come then, war. Come then, blazes. She vigorously waved the summoning banner. Countless auras fell. The devil army's morale was boosted again. The next second, a vanguard unit surged out, charging towards the gates of the Shadow Castle at a tremendous speed. The great army slowly mobilized, inching closer step by step. At the same time, more portals appeared on both flanks of the devil army. Among them, the northern portal led to the air elemental plane, bringing more air elements into the allied forces. From the southern gate, heavily armed chariots and airships surged out. These armed units exuded a sense of refinement and technology, seemingly not from the same era as Glacia's devil army. At the same time, Matthew noticed that they had their own independent battle flags. It's Necromancer Bane's banner. He was somewhat surprised. The discord between the three magnates of Barthor Purgatory was almost a universally known secret. What was inconceivable was that Glacia's troops and Necromancer Bane's chariots appeared on the same battlefield, not only not clashing but actually fighting side by side. Could it be that Blood River will secretly facilitated Glacia and Bane's cooperation? But why would Blood River will do that? Is it because Beckman's plans pose a threat to Purgatory? In an instant, Matthew thought of many things. However, the situation on the battlefield wouldn't stall for his thoughts. In fact, just as Glacia waved the summoning banner, leading the air elements and Necromancer Bane's army to launch a comprehensive assault, the battlefield in front of the Shadow Castle quickly escalated into intense combat. An abundance of shadow creatures surged out of the castle, clashing with the devil army's vanguard. Every minute, every second, someone died. Woo woo woo. Matthew heard a deep horn sound coming from the castle. Moments later, more gates were swung open from inside out. Apart from spellcasters like Aaron who still roamed atop the castle walls, powerful presences began to step forth from the Shadow Core onto the battlefield. First came a centaur demon, surrounded by a group of astral creatures. Matthew recognized her true form immediately. Another eight-faced soul of Jasalavan. Following her was a small contingent of otherworldly creatures. Matthew sensed evil Queen Babash's presence among that group of monsters but couldn't pinpoint her exact location. Closer to the shadows, a group of evil monks with bizarre tattoos on their heads and necks appeared. Different from normal monks who prefer to travel on foot, these evil monks rode one shadow slug after another. These slugs moved at an extremely fast pace, especially in shadowy areas, even achieving teleport-like bursts of speed. Matthew sensed several existences among them that were not low threats. It was just unclear whether they were elite characters under Galen's command or projections or doppelgangers of Galen himself. At that moment, devil army, steel chariots, air elemental soldiers, demon squads, otherworldly creatures, shadow creatures, and followers of twilight creatures all clashed violently together. The battlefield outside the castle became immensely chaotic. Indeed, Galen, Babasha, and Jasalavan have joined forces, and they have somehow connected with Beckman as well. If Glacia came for the role of Barthor, what then is Beckman's purpose? In the midst of the chaos, Matthew, while navigating through the water, avoided potential attacks and continued to maintain a detailed observation and thought of the situation. However, just then, a sudden chill wind blew from behind him. An unsuspecting shadow creature abruptly appeared behind him, attempting to attack Matthew. Before Matthew could react, a gigantic mace suddenly fell beside him. "No need to thank me." Camilla didn't even look at where the mace had landed and was ready to move against another group of approaching shadow creatures. But Matthew immediately called out to her. "Wait." Saying so, he went to where the shadow creature had appeared, his insight fully unleashed. "Help me keep an eye out. Here, there should be a node from the shadow plane." Chapter 1928, 5:44 a.m. I dreaming? Chapter 1928, 5:44 a.m. I dreaming? The so-called shadow nodes refer to an interface where the ubiquitous shadow plane touches the material layers of various spaces. Through these nodes, creatures that had mastered the beginner techniques of the shadows could move freely between the two spaces. Due to the unique nature of the shadow world, most spaces throughout the multiverse had nodes leading to the shadow plane, albeit in varying numbers. Only a few places like the once heavenly family palace, the lower 3 levels of purgatory, and the depths of the astral world, where the energy levels were too high, even omnipresent shadows couldn't penetrate or fuse, thus no corresponding shadow nodes could form there. Matthew noticed that the shadow creature which had just attacked him had appeared suddenly, given that their location wasn't anywhere near the front lines approaching the conquest of the shadow castle. Therefore, it was highly probable that the shadow creature had executed its ambush through a shadow node. In fact, not just Matthew. On the plains in front of the castle, many devils who were still far from the front line had also suffered similar attacks from shadow creatures. These series of ambushes had caught the devils off guard. The situation on the battlefield looked even more chaotic. Matthew took a moment to check. Although shadow creatures made sweeping strikes due to the geographical advantage of the nodes and scored some successes, under the inspiration of the summoning banner, devils were united as never before, with steadfast will. This did not undermine their morale but instead fueled the devils' raging fires. As the devils grew wary, the efficiency of attacks from the shadow nodes plummeted sharply. Both sides quickly returned to a stalemate. It was during this period that Matthew, using his keen insight, successfully traced back to the origin of that shadow creature. "Found it. Right here." Matthew pointed to a spot of space about 12 inches away, roughly just up to his knees. The next second, Matthew drew the Sword of Slaughter, which, with its powerful ability to penetrate barriers and domains, easily pried open the back door to the shadow node. Simultaneously, Camilla also cooperatively cast 2 illusions, covering Matthew's actions without any blind spots from all angles. "Let's go." Matthew pulled Camilla and plunged into the node. For a moment, the surroundings became much quieter. Positioned within the shadow node, Matthew could still hear the sounds from the battlefield of the torn plain, but the volume was roughly 1/10 of what it had been. Their world ahead turned into black and white. As outsiders, Matthew and Camilla were both pure white, distorted humanoid figures, while the surrounding shadow world was a vibrant black. These white figures were so dazzling in the darkness. Soon, their arrival began to unsettle some nearby shadow creatures. Lucky us, this shadow node is only linked to 2 other additional nodes. Matthew knew that most mid to high-level shadow creatures could easily hop between shadow nodes. In order to avoid injuries from the devils on the battlefield, many shadow creatures were using their high mobility to move back and forth between the torn plane and the shadow world. This resulted in high mobility of shadow creatures within the shadow nodes. Matthew's objective was to discreetly observe the battle. The fewer other nodes a shadow node was connected to, the easier it was for him to achieve his goal. With careful handling, this node would be relatively safe in the short term. Both shadow creatures and purgatory devils would virtually ignore their presence. With this in mind, Matthew quickly summoned Soldier, ordering him through his control of the shadow domain to subdue the nearby lower-level shadow creatures. This task was somewhat challenging in terms of practical operation for Soldier. But with the quality of the domain and his legendary level at his service, the communication between Dual Blade Sage and shadow creatures went unusually smooth. Before long, all the shadow creatures settled down, as if those hidden in the node were natives of the shadow world themselves. Then, within Soldier's shadow domain, Camilla used divine power to create a 2-meter cube space. Standing in this small cube, the two regained their ability to move and communicate as if they were in the material world. After completing all this, Camilla set up 2 misleading and protective barriers on this shadow node. These barriers reduced the likelihood of shadow creatures jumping in through other nodes. Next came the time to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Through direct observation from the shadow node and individual intelligence gathering methods of Matthew and Camilla, they could clearly keep up with the changes on the battlefield. Matthew initially thought that shadow creatures could hardly stop the advance of the Devil army. Even with the aid of shadow nodes, it seemed so. But soon, he realized his judgment had been somewhat hasty. For shadow creatures, the benefit of a single node wasn't as great as initially. Yet, accompanied by the faint chanting that seemed to come from deep within the castle, more and more shadow nodes began appearing on the battlefield of the torn plain. Quantity caused a qualitative change. Through the shadow nodes, massive volumes of shadow creatures surged from the castle, continually flanking and even executing suicidal attacks on the devil leaders. Chapter 1929, 5:44 a.m. I Dreaming, _2. Chapter 1929, 5:44 a.m. I Dreaming, _2. This kind of unforeseen attack significantly slowed the advance of the Devil army. At first, Glacia's response strategy was to dispatch a portion of the Devil soldiers to inspect the shadow nodes along the way. The main force was still focused on fiercely attacking the city walls, with the main task being to break through the defending troops. However, she soon realized that doing so could lead to a loss of control over the situation. Therefore, after several unsuccessful strong attacks, she decisively pulled the main force back, collaborating with other soldiers to clear the shadow nodes along the way, not sparing even the potential ones. Only the initial vanguard force remained entangled with the shadow army on the front battlefield. To an onlooker, it still seemed like a fierce battle. But upon closer inspection, you would realize that the shadow creatures were still no match for the Devil army. Their numbers were indeed massive, and the shadow nodes Beckman planted on the front battlefield irritated Glacia tremendously. But there was a fundamental disparity in the combat capabilities of the two sides' soldiers. Moreover, though numerous, the quantity of shadow creatures on the battlefield had not reached a critical breaking point. Tearing apart the plane was ultimately not a true shadow plane. Even if Beckman resorted to opportunism, using the shadow core as the framework for tearing apart the plane's core and inserting countless passages and nodes within the inner space pointing to the shadow plane, the forces of the shadow army he could mobilize here were still trivial compared to the main body of the shadow plane's forces. For the Lord of Darkness, this battle was indeed difficult to fight. This was Matthew's judgment from Beckman's perspective. He had a relatively deep understanding of shadow creatures. As cannon fodder soldiers, their effectiveness was second only to undead creatures. Most shadow creatures also did not know what fear was and were perfect soldiers. In battle, they usually did not retreat, and they also had strong reproductive capabilities, moved quickly, required little food to maintain morale, and had high loyalty. However, compared to undead creatures, shadow creatures were ultimately still inferior. The attributes of the shadow domain were rather single, easily countered by various means. Whereas the domain of necromancy was not so, although undead creatures also had weaknesses, negative energy naturally occupied a broader layer of elements, allowing undead creatures to secure additional protection in their weak areas. This resulted in undead creatures having generally stronger individual capabilities than shadow creatures. Not to mention that the undead army had the perfect advantage of endless combat and an inexhaustible supply of troops. If it were me, things would become much simpler as soon as the first batch of devils fell. Although he made such conjectures in his mind, Matthew still did not think Beckman was doomed to defeat. The guy was also a 1,000-year-old fox. This time, he had allied with many faces familiar to Matthew. There must be more tricks up his sleeve. If Beckman is stalling for time now, what exactly is he delaying? Could he be harboring some kind of conspiracy within the Shadow Core? Matthew's gaze shifted toward the direction of the city walls. Behind that massive stone gate was the inevitable path leading to the Shadow Core. Due to the narrow space of the Shadow Core, Beckman, even with his tricks, could probably only hide them at the junction between the Shadow Core and the second layer. From the perspective of plain studies, the space at the junction wouldn't be extensive. Beckman could at most set up some traps there, or a few ceremonial fields. These elements usually wouldn't possess a particularly high power level, because too high a level would affect the stability of the torn plane. On the contrary, the stability of the second layer also allowed some inference about the part of the Shadow Core and its extension. Matthew found it hard to imagine that they could become decisive factors for the Lord of Darkness to turn the tide of battle. So, the key might not lie with Beckman himself but with Galen and others. Matthew remembered what had happened with Shanair. If Beckman's actions were paving the way for the descent of the Tong Luo gods, then things would make sense. If that's the case, the torn plane itself might also just be a medium. But do Aaron and the others know about this? Matthew looked towards the top of the city walls. There, Volcano Mage Aaron and his companions were leisurely dealing with spell attacks from the Devil camp. Perhaps it was because they appeared strong at the beginning. The workload for Aaron and the others was not high at this moment. Intercepting some occasional long-range spells seemed like mere child's play to them. Matthew even saw smiles on the faces of the spellcasters. Meanwhile, not far away, Evil Queen Baba Shah, Jasalovan, and others participating as allies were exerted much more. The monstrous army they led withstood the front line of the Devil's vanguard army, and without them, the relatively fragile Shadow army would have probably collapsed earlier, naturally eliminating the steady tug-of-war presently seen. As for Beckman himself, he hadn't shown himself from the beginning to the end, only revealing some aura and power when activating the Shadow node. He seemed non-existent at other times. Matthew suddenly felt an urge to delve into the Shadow Core to see what the Lord of Darkness was actually doing. Speaking of which, Yellow Jade Dragon Clade should be nearby enjoying the show, right? He had just thought of this, when the guild badge on his chest suddenly became scorching hot. Matthew focused his mental power on the badge. Good grief. The message module that had activated was the chat room, silent for a long time. Matthew was somewhat surprised. Since Reeker's soul was taken, the chat room, having lost its favorite, usually went several days without a single new message. This might also be related to everyone becoming busier after the Great Rift. He braced himself and opened it to see. Lorraine sent a picture. Content, a vast number of devils and astral world creatures clashing on the frontline battlefield, with spellcasters visible in the distance on the city walls. Lorraine, as a bard, how should I paint this scene with my words? At all. Hibbert, devils? Have you started fighting? At Matthew. Let me know in advance when you deal with the demoness of desire. I've been daydreaming more often lately, might need to prepare. Vivian, no worries dear, I'll inform you if Matthew needs it at Matthew. But what's with the volcano mage in the picture? He looks like he's joined one side of the war. Is he your new spellcaster companion? Bobo, received, my lady has just completed her latest upgrade, ready to stop a war at any moment. Eh? Wasn't Matthew looking for me? At Matthew. Where are you? Richard at Bobo. Clearly not. Compared to group chats, Matthew prefers one-on-one private conversations. It has always been this way, only poets keen on being conspicuous like to use broadcast rights. Lumiere, +1. Cece, Guild Elf taking this opportunity to tell everyone, although we have expanded several times, the guild warehouse is nearly bursting at its seams again. Please don't stuff things you can't use into the warehouse. It's a hassle to clean up. Thanks for cooperating. Li Weiqi, this is what the guilds of spells are, truly magical. I mean, how do I speak? Should I try using mental power? And by the way, how do you send pictures at Lorraine? Sif, ha 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 ha, sorry, the first half of this is something my child triggered unintentionally. I don't know how to delete it at Matthew. Please delete it when you're free. Message after message flashed before Matthew's eyes. The message sent by Lorraine was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Suddenly ripples spread, and the chat room suddenly became lively. Whether it was new members or the guild veterans like Richard and Mr. Zeller, all came out to say a few words. Of course, Lorraine was the most frequent speaker. He not only sent several pictures from the battlefield to the group incessantly. In a sense, Richard's comment about Lorraine was quite accurate. It was also during this process that Matthew noticed, the mysteries of guild spells previously entrusted to the Hibbert couple for maintenance had been upgraded with quite a few new modules. For instance, there was a new spell called Photographic Skill. This spell allowed guild members to use their badges to take pictures, albeit the total number of times per day was limited. By the time Matthew noticed, the quota for today's photographic skill had already been fully used by Lorraine. With this thought, Matthew was just about to pull the other person to his side. But just at that moment, in the chat room, a message popped up that caught everyone off guard. Rieger, guild veteran awe? Everyone? Am I dreaming? Chapter 1930, 545 Purgatory Snake Demon. Chapter 1930, 545 Purgatory Snake Demon. Rieger's message had sent the chat room into a frenzy. Sif was obviously the most agitated. She kept asking Rieger if he had successfully escaped from Glasia's clutches. Other members were also concerned about the same question. However, what everyone found difficult to accept was Rieger did not respond to their questions, and when they tried to use the spell badge to establish a private chat with him, the signal they sent seemed to disappear without a trace. At that moment, the highly strained Matthew noticed that Rieger's avatar in the chat room had dimmed. However, the record left before and the activated traces on the assembly stone were enough to prove that Rieger had indeed entered the chat room of the Guilds of Spells just a moment ago, but due to the short time, he could not leave more useful information. Although Matthew really wanted to find out what had happened immediately. At the moment, he had to deal with a large number of private messages from others, especially from Sif. After some effort, Matthew roughly explained to everyone that he had not yet rescued Rieger, and that Rieger's reply might have been accidental. Even so, the atmosphere in the chat room was still much more heated than before. People were sending messages intermittently, discussing various topics, seemingly waiting in tacit understanding for Rieger's sudden appearance. Most people in the Guilds of Spells knew about Rieger's situation and were also aware of the general background of Matthew's mission. Therefore, they also expressed their willingness to help in private messages to Matthew. This made Matthew quite moved. It seemed that no matter where, Rieger was always so well liked. Soon, Matthew shifted his focus to figuring out this anomaly. He chose to communicate with Vivian, the main promoter of the Magic Network and Guild Spells system upgrade, through a private channel. After Matthew stated all the information he knew, Vivian quickly replied, "I suspect that the soul copper coin at Rieger's location and the communication network of the Guilds of Spells have produced some special resonance, allowing him to connect momentarily to the network itself due to his own spirituality, even without a spell badge. But also because of his unstable spirituality, he was quickly disconnected. I and Bobo upgraded the communication network on a small scale before, expanding the communication distance of the spell badge from plane level to most areas of the multiverse. This is not only an enhancement of the magic network but also a significant improvement in the communication network, which might be the basis that allowed Rieger to enter the chat room. In fact, I also made certain reservations while maintaining the communication network. I'm going to Moonlight Woodland now to enhance the overall strength of the communication network, and see if I can get Rieger back online." Vivian was still very efficient. 5 minutes later, she sent another message. "I've adjusted the communication network signal to the highest. Any signs of Rieger coming online?" Matthew carefully monitored the communication network and eventually replied negatively. Vivian also expressed regret. After a brief discussion, she proposed two possible ways for Matthew to establish contact with Rieker. The first option is to establish a branch of the Guilds of Spells in the plane where Rieker is located. We need to establish an assembly stone and a magic pool similar to Moonlight Forest. Oh, the requirements for the branch are relatively lower. Theoretically we could get it done in half a day. After the branch is established, the energy level of the communication network will make a qualitative leap, and by then we will not only passively wait for Rieker to come online but also actively search for nearby units with spirituality to invite for communication. As long as you're willing to spend money, this isn't really a rare technology or magic, only that this high spirituality communication network is prone to a lot of static, especially once you establish the branch near a tomb or a battlefield. It's inevitable to encounter a large number of ghosts messing with it. Matthew shook his head silently after reading. Not to mention tearing the plane apart didn't meet the requirements for establishing a guild branch. Even if it did, there was a war going on outside. It was also unknown how long Glacia would stay here. Half a day was already too long. The second method has a higher success rate but also carries a higher risk. I can set up a temporary, movable directional signal tower, which requires you or someone else to carry it, then move slowly in the area near Rieker. The maximum distance might be within 300 or 500 meters, theoretically the closer the better, considering there's a war breaking out over there. A signal within 300 meters might be more stable. In terms of raw materials, I think I need a honeycomb anemone and a Savart crucible for implementing spirituality pulse technology, both of which are quite expensive. I can only buy them temporarily from the Alliance Mall or Crucible House. Without hesitation, Matthew chose the second option. Just charge it to my account. Vivian was also very straightforward. Give me 15 minutes. Matthew felt a bit relieved and expressed his gratitude to Vivian. Compared to the genius mage Hibbert, Vivian's contribution to the improvement of the Guilds of Spells was actually more evident. As an academic spellcaster with a highly solid theoretical foundation. Chapter 1931, 545 Purgatory Snake Demon _2. Chapter 1931, 545 Purgatory Snake Demon _2. Her abilities were exceptionally strong. Additionally, she showed a more than common interest in the magic guild system. If it were solely up to Matthew to maintain and upgrade, it would have taken an indefinite amount of time to achieve the current results. After all, necromancers were not known for their technical spells. While waiting, Matthew still summoned Lorraine to his side using the member summoning spell. When the summoning took effect, the entire shadow node experienced a slight tremor. This meant that the node had reached its capacity limit for entities. So this is how bards gather their information? Matthew asked with a chuckle. Is photographic skill really that fun? Lorraine shrugged. Don't be so serious, Matthew. I know you're under a lot of pressure and your nerves are tight, so I thought I'd help you relax a bit with this. Besides, this is also a way for me to test the waters. Matthew raised an eyebrow. Oh? Lorraine explained. I do have some information I'd like to share with you, but I can't be sure of your current situation. If I messaged you directly, it might have some negative repercussions. But if I post publicly in the chat and it catches your attention, it indicates that you are also in a relaxed state, and that naturally, we can communicate better, isn't that right? Matthew stroked his chin, entirely unfazed. But he didn't really mind either. I just wanted to make sure of your status and whether you all were safe or not. Lorraine immediately spread his hands wide. I'm fine, look, all in one piece. As for that swindler, haha, he ran off who knows where just after we both joined the demon's army. I've always suspected he was up to no good. You should keep an eye on him, Matthew. Matthew nodded slightly. However, he wasn't too worried. Through the Kunlun blood book, he could accurately sense Char's location. It was near the Shadow Castle. Although he didn't know what the doppelganger of Barthur was up to, Matthew was always ready to respond. Tell me about the information you found. he asked. Lorraine brought over a chair and leisurely sat down before slowly beginning. "You've probably noticed that the Dark Lord Beckman, in alliance with Galen, Jasilivan, and the Tong Luo gods behind evil Queen Baba Shah. Their aim, in fact, is to replicate the blood meteor event." Matthew's eyelid twitched. He had indeed harbored a similar speculation internally, but still found it somewhat inconceivable upon confirmation. With the situation of tearing apart plane, it's hard to open an interdimensional channel on the moon like the original blood meteor event, right? Matthew mused. This wasn't a matter of motive, but rather one of scale and energy level. The tear in the plane was too small and had been temporarily created. Its core was also notoriously fragile shadow, which might not cause much disturbance even if it directly hit the land of the material world. It might not even compare to a stronger meteor shower. And to open an interdimensional portal between Ainder and the Tong Luo world. The required energy far exceeded what this level of impact could provide. That's why Matthew felt puzzled. Lorraine shook his head and said, "The aim of replicating the blood meteor event need not be an exact copy of what happened. According to the information I've gathered, tearing apart the plane was merely a prelude. Their goal here is to establish a supergigantic coordinate and traction system to then summon the true enormities of the astral world, potentially causing destruction more than 3 times that of the blood meteor impact. For this reason, they have abandoned their plans elsewhere, such as in Ascana and Snake City. I haven't found out more details, but I do know that Beckman was quite confident in this deception, originally planning to use the news of his own burial as a cantrip to buy time while negotiating slowly with the Phantom Baron. However, Glacia and the Duke of Steel still received the message in time, elevating the war to a whole new level, likely involving the Blood River Will, especially since this time the Tong Luo gods chose to jump to the material world near Purgatory, undoubtedly posing the greatest threat to the Blood River Will. Matthew nodded. Lorraine continued. As for the King of Air Element, that was purely an accident. The increasingly irascible air element race, coupled with a belligerent king, make it unsurprising they would choose to invade any plane. However, the cooperation between the air element and demons doesn't seem as solid as it appears. At least in my view, this war seems somewhat senseless to the air element. What I mean is, they originally only intended to raid Beckman's tomb in a reckless manner, but now they see the intensity of the battle escalating endlessly, which actually contradicts their understanding. The reason they haven't retreated is probably just out of inertia and because Beckman has yet to deploy a stronger military force. Or maybe, once Beckman can offer something enticing enough to the air element, it wouldn't be difficult for this race of elemental creatures to turn around and withdraw. In summary, the air element is the second biggest wild card in this suddenly escalated war. Matthew asked. And the biggest one? Lorraine smiled. Of course, the biggest wild card is us. Never underestimate yourself, you are now a significant figure, Mr. Destroyer. I think no side of the factions wants to see a death curtain suddenly appear above their soldiers' heads. Matthew shrugged. You're not wrong. This place is quite suited for unleashing the undead calamity. Then, he shifted his tone and seriously summarized. So, the current situation is that if Beckman wants to execute his plan, he must defend the gates of Shadow Castle. If the Purgatory side breaches, the plan of the Tong Luo gods will be ruined. For Glacia, causing Beckman's plan to fail represents not only recognition and a blessing from the Blood River Will but also probably the most crucial opportunity for her promotion to Lord of the Nine Hells, and it will provide her with more leverage in the upcoming Battle of Storluck 2 months later. Air Element and us, perhaps along with some other bystanders, will become the random factors. Based on the current evaluation of powers, without outside interference, Beckman's defeat will come swiftly. I just observed that the shadow demons have already started to act collectively, destroying the shadow nodes one by one. After that, the shadow army will lose the cover of space, and even though they might not crumble instantly, it will be difficult for them to withstand the direct advance of demons. But Beckman undoubtedly still has an ace up his sleeve, though we don't know what that is yet. Matthew hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a flood of messages surged in from the Kunlun blood contract. Matthew's gaze stiffened, and after quickly digesting the information, his expression regained liveliness. He couldn't help but mutter. So that's how it is. One of Beckman's backups is a large group of purgatory snake demons about to jump over from the Far East. During the era of Barthur, they were an exceptionally powerful race of devils active in Barthur Purgatory, but following Barthur's death, they were exiled by Glacia. Carrying a grudge against Glacia, it makes sense for these snake demons to participate in the war, but how effective can they be? Lorraine shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Camilla, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Snake demons are not easy to deal with. As far as I know, the snake demons from the Far East not only are immune to curses, but they also carry a group curse effect inherently. Wherever snake demons pass, almost no life remains, because the curse they carry indiscriminately attacks all life forms except for snake demons themselves. Matthew nodded. Apart from the snake demons, Beckman must have other preparations. It would be helpful if we could figure out what they are one by one. However, our primary target remains Glacia. At this point, Matthew decided to summon the 3 legendary thieves to the Torn Plain. It's time to test Glacia and her guard's mettle. Chapter 1932, 546 Wanderer's Intelligence. Chapter 1932, 546 Wanderer's Intelligence. At that moment, Matthew seized an opportunity to leave the Shadow Node and then activated the invisible magic ball, retreating to the edge of the battlefield at top speed. The plain where the battlefield was located lacked cover. It took Matthew some time to finally find a small slope, beneath which he quickly set up stealth-related and illusion-related barriers. He immediately summoned Silver Snake Richard and the Beastman Thief Saffraloa from the safe house in the Sampan Plain. Next was Shanair from the Lost Paradise. Since a detailed plan had been devised much earlier, it only took Matthew 2 minutes to explain the current situation and the more specific requirements. The 3 legendary rogues then each accepted their orders and stealthily left. Matthew also ordered Soldier to approach the edge of the battlefield to be ready to receive the 3 legendary rogues. Before long, the Shadow Node they had previously occupied was subjected to a forceful expulsion by the demons. Camilla and Lorraine also withdrew in advance. The trio continued to hide on the inconspicuous slope and watch the changes in the situation. Overall, the Devil Alliance seemed to have a clear advantage. With the continuous dismantling of the Shadow Nodes, the Shadow creature's weakness in direct confrontation was laid bare for all to see. The front lines on the battlefield continued to be pushed towards the Shadow Castle. With this trend, Matthew believed it would not be long before Beckman would have to make changes. Once the Devil army truly broke through the castle gates leading to the Shadow Core, everything would be too late. However, before Matthew could detect any moves by the Lord of Darkness, Glacia unleashed her ace move first. Shadow Demon Army. The 3 of them, as if in agreement, observed 2 highly covert squads of demon assassins crossing the flanks of the battlefield. Their progress was incredibly efficient, weaving between other demons as if untouched. The other demons seemed oblivious to this squad. They moved like a group of ghosts, silently advancing. But Matthew knew all too well. The threat index of a shadow demon assassin far exceeded that of any ghost. They are all pure shadow demons, not a single one from the shadow demon clan just making up the numbers. Lorraine murmured lowly. It seems that spellcasters are hated wherever they go. Not just necromancers, huh? Matthew raised an eyebrow. When it comes to attracting hatred, apparently bards are no less adept. But why do people usually only remember to deal with spellcasters? Why is that? Lorraine replied with a smile. Because most bards are only capable of sharp tongues. But spellcasters can actually kill people. Matthew nodded in agreement. They had already observed that the 2 shadow demon assassin squads were targeting the volcano mages on the castle wall. This was a very dangerous signal. Glacia's shadow demon army did not seem to fear even the giant beast Alistair. Assassinating spellcasters should be an even more straightforward task for them. But in the current situation, he was unable to warn the others. More importantly, Matthew still had not been able to determine the true identity and status of the volcano mage Aaron. This bunch might be mingled with Tong Luo gods intent on replicating Blood Meteor, foully called traitorous Ainder, who are even more detestable than purgatory devils. Even if there were some misunderstandings, it wasn't enough for Matthew to take risks for them. That Aaron should be able to sense it. The other spellcasters might not be able to escape the Shadow Demon's assassination. But all this, for us, is great news, isn't it? Lorraine assessed. Matthew nodded slightly. In their conversation, the figures of those two Shadow Demon squadrons had entirely vanished beneath the castle walls, with no indication of when they would take action. Yet the spellcasters on the walls appeared to be lazily idling. But beneath Aaron's jocular facade lay the ability to precisely counter or reflect every stealthy long-range spell cast at him. Clearly, he remained very much on guard. Matthew adjusted his breathing. He, too, was eager to know how Shadow Demon assassins usually initiated their first strike when going for a spellcaster. However, before the Shadow Demons got their chance, the three legendary rogues had each returned. Thanks to the accurate coordinates and advance information provided by Matthew, the rogues were given precise directions for gathering intelligence, naturally increasing their efficiency drastically. And each of the three legendary rogues had their own unique talents. Within less than 10 minutes, they had brought back further intelligence concerning Glacia that Matthew wanted to know about. I believe the defense network of the Demoness of Desire can be divided into 3 layers. Silver Snake Richard, who returned first, gave a seasoned and accurate description. The outermost and most extensive layer is actually that purgatory giant beast and the summoning banner on its back. Everyone knows the aura effect of the summoning banner, but the purgatory giant beast's anti-stealth and anti-assassination capabilities are often overlooked. That creature not only appears physically massive, but its insight and anti-stealth abilities are also very strong. I've observed that every 30 seconds, the purgatory giant beast lifts its left front hoof and heavily stomps it on the ground. This process activates 3 extremely hidden anti-stealth barriers. The specific surveillance range is about 300 meters. And once someone harboring ill will approaches it or its master, they are likely to be sensed from about 500 meters away. Legendary rogues can conceal their malevolence, but there is still a risk of being discovered within a 100-meter radius. However, all this is not without countermeasures. That purgatory beast is akin to a creature that, after death, was elevated by the nature soul into a secret realm beast, and despite its imposing size, its physical capabilities are far from what they were when alive. Chapter 1933, 546 Wanderers Intelligence _2. Chapter 1933, 546 Wanderers Intelligence _2. Its actions required a large amount of power from Purgatory for support. But this plain tear wasn't the true Purgatory, there wasn't much of Purgatory's power available to it, so what really sustained its actions was the summoning banner on its back. As long as we could seal or weaken the power of the summoning banner, then the Purgatory giant beast's insight or anti-stealth abilities would also be severely limited. At that time, dealing with it wouldn't be so difficult. We just had to proceed with the method used to eliminate the secret realm beasts. Upon hearing this, Matthew felt a chill in his heart. He had indeed unconsciously overlooked the Purgatory beast's huge frame. It turned out that thing was also a part of Glacia's self-defense system, and seemed to be quite critical. Invaluable information. I should have a way to reduce the effects of the summoning banner, but once we start, we must immediately seize control of Glacia and the beast itself, leaving us possibly even less time than anticipated. Matthew said. Richard nodded and added. Fortunately, our mission is only to steal from the Demoness of Desire, which is much easier than an actual assassination. I will do my best. Subsequently, Chenair quickly outlined the second part of Glacia's defense system. The mid to close range defense primarily consists of Glacia's entourage, setting aside the soldiers from the Devil Alliance. The main components are as follows. First are 3 Desire Demon teams, each with 6 members, for a total of 18, usually one team rests, one is on standby, and one is visibly carrying out guard duties. Don't underestimate the Desire demons, although none are legendary units, it's still somewhat difficult for a typical legendary to tackle a Desire demon team, let alone in such a battlefield environment. In addition, Glacia has 4 shadow demon guards, 4 purgatory monks, 2 personal maids, and 2 male pets who serve her year-round. The combat abilities of the shadow demon guards and purgatory monks are strong, but luckily this isn't the purgatory space, so their bestowed favors are greatly reduced. As for the personal maids and male pets, I can't assess their strength, they should possess some self-defense skills but probably are not too powerful. Lastly, it was the rogue maiden Saffroloa who provided the assessment of the final line of defense. I've done some investigation before, the most famous guards around Glacia are 3, Refining Demon Lopez, Desecration Mage Anderson, and the Loyalist Calva. The confirmed intelligence is that Refining Demon Lopez was dispatched by her to the Infinite Secret Cave at their original domain to carry out an important mission, while Anderson is in command of the Tears of Barthur headquarters. So, apart from herself, the only legendary combat power Glacia can rely on now is the Phantom Baron and the Loyalist Calva. The Phantom Baron needs to command the battles, he's usually on the other side of the battlefield, not beside Glacia, and once the war starts, he might be able to support at great speed, so we need someone to intercept him. But even more important is the Loyalist Calva. Do you see that gaunt man below the battle flag, who's silent and wearing heavy shackles and harnesses? That's Calva. He's not a demon, but a human from Purgatory, said to have once been a Purgatory's son, but was betrayed by his kin and almost died in a certain calamity. It was the Demoness of Desire who saved him, and since then, Calva has become Glacia's most loyal guard. To this day, I haven't figured out his profession. Calva is thin, must have good agility, but he doesn't seem to be a rogue focusing on physical burst or a fierce warrior who engages in head-on battles. He doesn't even have a shielded hand, nor does he resemble a guardian. His only weapon is the soft sword he wears at his waist, and there is no aura of Ether Star Alliance on him, unlikely a spellcaster. Saffroloa mumbled as she eliminated several potential professions. Then she showed a helpless and not very confident expression on her face. I suspect his profession might be something like a bard? I'm sorry, I also don't understand why Glacia would appoint a bard as guard, it obviously doesn't seem appropriate. Lorraine immediately contradicted. The bard is a very versatile profession, they can meet the demands of any position, don't let bias blind your eyes, Miss Rogue. Saffroloa stuck out her tongue, whispered an apology, then added. Finally, there's Glacia herself and the divine artifact she possesses. I think the Demoness of Desire's greatest domain is illusion, she's lacking in other aspects. The most threatening artifacts in her possession are the Summoning Banner, Mysterious Palace, and the Eye of Barthur. The Summoning Banner is right before us, and since Mr. Matthew is confident he can counterspell it, that shouldn't be a problem. The Mysterious Palace is a treasure Glacia found in an underground palace from the eastern continent, said to greatly enhance her illusion abilities, and it can even capture a person's soul into an immortal palace-like dream, immersing them in the wonderful life of the palace and making it difficult for them to extricate themselves, eventually becoming nourishment for the Demoness of Desire. So in summary, we still have to be wary of attacks on the illusion plane. As for the Eye of Barthur, no one knows what use that item has. There are some rumors in the market, but I think most of them are not credible. After listening, Matthew expressed his gratitude to Saffroloa. Then, the 3 legendary rogues exchanged observations they had made. Matthew listened on the side and quickly improved the action plan based on the information they had. Can we confirm that Glacia is her true body? Matthew asked the 3. Shanair answered decisively. Confirmed. Richard pondered. There's a 95% probability that it's her true body. Saffroloa speculated. Hard to say, maybe 50-50. The other 2 looked at her with surprised eyes. We've confirmed that the soul copper coin is real. Richard reminded. Saffroloa nodded. Yes, but that doesn't mean the Demoness of Desire who came is definitely the true body. She could hang the real coin on a fake body, and then the real one might disguise herself as a maid or a male pet. That's a common trick, isn't it? Shanair scoffed. Demons indeed are deceptive, but they rarely do superfluous things. This time the demons' march was urgent. They even used the summoning banner to draft troops. This indicates that Beckman's actions are an emergency for them. I don't think Glacia, in the frenzied state of preparing for the Battle of Storlek, would have the energy to divert and create a decoy to mislead others. It might avoid some risks, but the energy cost is too high. Right now, she should be completely focused on how to kill Beckman and has no spare energy to consider anything else. Trust me, no demon can resist the temptation of rewards from the Blood River will. Richard looked at Shanair. Though he seemed reluctant, this time, he gave a rare opinion that coincided with Shanair's. I also think Glacia does not have the spare energy to outwit potential enemies. Assuming she doesn't know of our existence. Matthew took a deep breath. At this point, all he could hope for was that the Blood River will had not informed Glacia of his arrival. After all, now that he had come, not to confront her at least once would be unjustifiable. As planned, the three of you will spread out around the Demoness of Desire, maintain stealth, and wait for my signal. Matthew issued such an order. The three each stealthily departed. At that moment, Vivian indicated that the temporary pulse device had been completely assembled. Thereupon, Matthew activated the guild spell, Shared Mage's Hand, and took out a withered sea anemone palm-sized and a crucible with a turtle shell-like pattern from the storage. However, just as he turned over the crucible, he found a tiny creature inside it. Hello there, Matthew. I'm here to provide technical support for this device. Astronaut Bubo greeted him cheerfully. Chapter 1934, is that child yours? Chapter 1934, is that child yours? Due to rarely meeting, Matthew had almost forgotten about the little fellow. But soon, relevant information surfaced in his mind. Astronaut Bubu, a member of the Kyan Aling race, which essentially were microscopic elite souls free-floating in astral space. Originally to evade squid ships, this Kyan Aling accidentally entered Matthew's starry sky cabin and had even provided him with a wave of intelligence. After that, Bubu took up residence in the treehouse. Matthew remembered this Kyan Aling as being very amiable, able to get along with anyone, but due to his size, his best friends in the bamboo forest were still the oak tree fairies. Matthew responded with a smile. Hello. Did Vivian send you to teach me how to use these things? Matthew hadn't really shown it. But Bubu immediately sensed the other's skepticism. Puffing up his little cheeks, he said indignantly. Don't underestimate me. I am a true astronaut, proficient in all domains related to interstellar travel, and communication is just one of them. Saying this, he skillfully and concisely began to explain to Matthew the use and limitations of the temporary setup Vivian had sent over. After activation, you need to do this, then that. Then place the anemone in a location where it can have extensive contact with the air, trying to minimize obstructions around it. Don't worry, I'll help you adjust the directional spirituality pulse device, it won't be too troublesome. I've made some modifications to Ms. Vivian's idea, which is already the default solution in our astral travel. 300 meters? No need, as long as there are no obstructions around, anything within 800 meters should work, but you must run, slow and steady movement, then leave everything to me. Bubu was passionately interacting with Matthew. Initially, Matthew wondered if Vivian was perhaps overestimating Bubu. But soon he was impressed by Bubu's expertise. The way he handled the screws on the bottom of the Savart crucible was remarkably professional, quickly adjusting the parameters based on the tearing of the plane. After asking several detailed questions and receiving very thorough answers from Bubu, Matthew decided to take action. He first summoned the flaming nightmare, then mounted it with the whole setup. Since Vivian's previously mentioned distance restriction was perfectly overcome by Bubu's modification scheme, it afforded Matthew more space. He disguised himself as a devil soldier who had temporarily lost his organization. The flaming nightmare, in turn, disguised itself as an ordinary purgatory mount. The duo leisurely strolled along the edge of the battlefield. Just to be safe, Matthew also activated an invisible magic ball, but movement substantially reduces the effectiveness of almost all invisibility spells. This measure was barely better than nothing. Even without it. Given the chaos on the battlefield, it was unlikely anyone would notice their anomaly. As the flaming nightmare moved along the edge of the battlefield, Bubu, while adjusting the device, chatted intermittently with Matthew. Compared to their first meeting, Bubu seemed much more cheerful and bolder. He shared many stories of his homeland and race with Matthew. Although there wasn't anything particularly shocking, Bubu's narration did stir something in Matthew. The Kayan Aling and Space Undead, in some ways, are actually quite similar. He suddenly thought. Both are essentially souls, only the former is microscopic, while the latter is medium-sized. They are both born from the spirituality overflowing in space, though from different sources. Similarly, both races possess considerable technology related to space, astronautics, metallurgy, and vessels, although the Kayan Aling's astronautical technology fundamentally leans towards a special wish spell. Matthew observed. Bubu, while adjusting the device, often just estimated the settings and then used his special ability like a cantrip to reach a satisfactory value. According to him, the creation and repair of their spacecraft were accomplished by methodologies similar to I reckon. This actually came close to the effects of wish and divination spells, but achieved through esoteric spell-like and psychic means. The Space Undead were also proficient in psionic power. But their space industries were more controllable and stable, allowing them to standardize and spread widely. This was one of the reasons why Storlek Industries managed to establish a stronghold everywhere. In addition, both races had an extraordinary fixation on astral travel. However, the Kayan Aling did so out of a love for freedom. They were only palm-sized but braved the darkest corners of the universe and explored all unknown territories. Meanwhile, the Space Undead's astral travels were just a colonization tactic to extend their domination. Despite this, Matthew saw countless intricate connections between these two soul-like races. Perhaps after deciphering more of the knowledge left by Giza, it might be possible to discover more commonalities between the two, or even find more vulnerabilities in the Space Undead. In his thoughts, suddenly, the guild badge in Matthew's hand grew hot. Connected. Bubu popped his small head out of the crucible that Matthew was holding in his arms. Quick, quick. No reminder was needed. Matthew's mental power was already focused on the badge. Chapter 1935, Is that your child? Chapter 1935, Is that your child? Very soon. He noticed an additional temporary communication channel in the chat room's modules. Before Matthew could type to inquire, Rieger's voice had already resonated in the depths of his soul. Is it you, Matthew? His voice trembled a bit, filled with restrained longing and anticipation. Matthew forcibly steadied his emotions and calmly replied in his mind. It's me. I am not far from you, I will rescue you. Listen, Rieger, I had someone set up a communication device so we can have a brief conversation, but I'm not sure how long this device will work. I need you to quickly provide me with information about your situation as much as possible. Can you do that? Rieger's voice sounded somewhat steady. I am locked in a dark room, where most of the time, I can't see my hand in front of my face. I can barely see a bit of light only when being interrogated, but the interrogations don't last long. They ask me some pointless questions. I suspect they don't care about the answers, just want to see if I'm alive or check if my mind is still intact. These damned demons. I often feel foggy due to a lack of energy. Most of the time, I am sleeping. It seems like they have drained my energy. I now need to rest after speaking a few sentences, otherwise, I feel a bit strained. Often, I feel cold. This room has no bed or other furniture, just cold walls and floors. I haven't eaten for a long time, but somehow I am still alive. Say, have I already died, Matthew? On the last question, Matthew distinctly noticed the change in Rieger's emotions. He replied very calmly. Calm down. The Sioux people have a saying, a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Someone like you isn't that easy to perish. Rieger's voice noticeably relaxed a bit. I can tell that's not really a compliment. But thank you, Matthew, thank you for coming to rescue me. Matthew felt a slight sting in his nose. However, he methodically continued to inquire about Rieger's situation. Unfortunately, Rieger's soul was mostly in a dormant state. The information Matthew could gather was very limited. I feel very sleepy, Matthew. Before you awakened me, I had been sleeping for a long time. Those damned demons must have stolen my energy, my condition is terrible now. My mind feels foggy, I need to sleep first, then I can provide you with more information. Rieger's voice sounded extremely weary. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Bubu emerged again from the crucible. The little elite soul seemed anxious. His soul has been sealed for so long and hasn't received spiritual replenishment, it's extremely weak. Because we forcibly awakened him, his spirituality is dispersing even more intensely. Right now, his spiritual imprints are disintegrating, you can't let him sleep. You must keep him alert to preserve his spirit, otherwise his soul will suffer tremendous damage. Matthew, of course, understood this. He immediately asked. Is it possible to send some spirituality over? Bubu hesitated a bit. It's possible. But it has to be extremely pure spirituality, we can't find that just now. His words halted there. Because Matthew had already taken out the lost lantern and placed it in front of Bubu. The purest spirituality, as much as needed. Bubu looked at Matthew with reverence, then shrunk his head. All right, I understand. I will covertly transmit a small amount of spirituality there as quickly as possible. The caveat is that you have to hold him off for these few minutes and not let his spiritual imprints disintegrate too severely. Matthew nodded. His eyes flickered, and he immediately replied to Rieger. Wait, before you sleep, I must confirm your identity, what if you're a demon in disguise? What if I fall right into the trap by acting? Rieger's voice changed from weariness to confusion. Huh? Isn't verifying identity supposed to be the first step? I thought we could skip that step between us. Forget it, Matthew, I'm really very sleepy. Matthew continued to talk nonsense expressionlessly. I forgot. This step is crucial. If I can't successfully verify that you are indeed Rieger, I won't rescue you. Not now, and probably not in the future. Upon hearing this, Rieger was visibly startled, his tone somewhat aggrieved. How can I prove I am myself? Matthew glanced at Bubu, who was pushing her power to the limit in the crucible, and deliberately slowed his speech. Answer me a few questions. Rieger urged. Hurry up. Matthew, unhurried. How much money do I owe you? Rieger was obviously taken aback, and after a few seconds, he replied unhappily. How can I remember that? I never keep track when I lend money. You can't possibly exclude me as myself just because of this? Matthew found it amusing internally, but his expression remained aloof. Well, that's hard to say, anyway you haven't answered, so next question. What do you think is the most useful sword oil? Rieger answered immediately. Dragon root sword oil. No doubt about that. Matthew asked again. Do you have any illegitimate children outside? Rieger hesitated. I shouldn't have any. This time, it was Matthew's turn to be surprised. Shouldn't? Rieger replied. You know, I do have some lovers, but I'm always careful. Though nothing is absolute, as far as I know, there are none. At this point, Matthew could distinctly feel some vigor returning to Rieger's voice. Bubu also gave him a victorious gesture. The first wave of high-purity spirituality had passed. This would greatly alleviate Rieger's urgent need but also increase the risk of being discovered by Glacia. Alright, I can almost confirm you are indeed Rieger. Stay awake, I'll rescue you soon. Before ending the communication, Matthew decided to give Rieger a little more stimulus to prevent his spiritual imprints from accidentally collapsing. By the way, Sif is pregnant, and the child has already been born. His name is Zionite, and for now, he takes the Blood Banner last name. However, instead of the expected explosion of rage, Rieger hesitated and asked, "So, is that kid yours?" This time, it was Matthew's turn to have veins bulging on his forehead. What did he mean by that? But the next second, Rieger's somewhat mischievous laughter came through. "Don't frown, just joking with you, also further proving I'm myself, right?" Matthew responded resignedly. "In terms of taunting and provoking, you really are naturally gifted. But now that you're like this, rest easy." Rieger added. "Wait. I just perked up a bit. I don't feel like sleeping now, and I've also remembered 3 pieces of potentially useful information. The first is, outside my room, I could occasionally see large pieces of red silk fabric. Those fabric pieces give me a great sense of oppression. The style of the silk fabric seems like it's from the eastern continent, can't make out anything else. The second piece of information, there seem to be many rooms nearby, and they too hold many prisoners, some constantly wailing, others silent. For some reason, my senses have become much sharper than before, so I can sense many special things. Not far from me, a prisoner had been there since before I came. He makes no noise, but his presence feels incredibly terrifying, much more pressing than a legend could ever be. He and I had a brief interaction. He didn't say much, I only learned his name, seems to be Kalimto. He's not human, but a mighty bronze dragon. And the third piece of information, I heard it in my sleep, there's a guy who claims to be Anderson. He said he would hide somewhere, to guard against someone. My intuition tells me, this might involve you." Chapter 1936, 548 Flesh Curse. Chapter 1936, 548 Flesh Curse. Matthew was immediately spirited. Compared to the previous trivial content, this was the key intelligence he wanted to hear. Rieger was sealed within the soul copper coin, and besides the necessary confinement measures, Glacia wouldn't be guarding him too strictly. Because there was no need. This resulted in there being a real possibility of him hearing some crucial information. Unfortunately, due to the lack of spirituality and a weakened soul, the amount of intelligence he could gather was extremely limited. He was already lucky to have heard this much. Thereupon, Matthew comforted Rieger and, urged on by Bubu, he severed the connection. Then he proceeded to analyze these 3 pieces of news one by one. First was the red silk fabric. Matthew closed his eyes to recall, and with his strong mental power, he successfully retrieved the image of Glacia he had seen before. In his recollection, intertwined among the soul copper coins hanging by her waist was indeed some red silk fabric. It seemed to be made from loops of red thread entwining each other. It looked merely like an ornament. Right away, Matthew relayed the content of his memory and Rieger's information to Mrs. Wolfe. Fortunately, Mrs. Wolfe's knowledge about the eastern continent proved useful. This is a separator. It means to separate yin and yang in the ancient Sioux alchemy system, meaning to separate life and death. A separator is not only an ornament but also a miniature barrier, or rather, a product of enchantment. It has a very strong suppression effect on all soul bodies, including nature soul, and combined with the effects of the soul copper coin, this can cause many subtle chain reactions. For example, if someone were to forcefully take away a copper coin strung on that cord without dismantling the separator, then the power stored in the separator might explode the corresponding coin, and erase the soul inside completely. Mrs. Wolfe explained clearly.